Chapter 1. Choose me. Choose me. I can wash clothes, cook, and take care of children. I don't want much, just take me back to manage meals. Upon hearing the words of the frail, disheveled girl who, despite her attempts to conceal her appearance, could not entirely mask her beauty, the towering man instinctively turned. His gaze toward her, his fierce demeanor, exuding an air of unspoken authority, caused Luo Ge to instinctively shrink her neck. Yet, in an effort to evade the predatory stares of those nearby, to satiate her hunger, and to survive, she resolutely straightened her posture. I promise, I am very obedient. Her throat was parched from lack of water, rendering her voice hoarse, but her eyes remained steadfast and bright as they met his. For 2 days, those people had been watching her. She had managed to hide among the crowd, feigning companionship to escape detection. Now, judging by their scrutinizing gazes, they had likely seen through her ruse of having companions. If she could not find a way to escape this place, she feared she would be captured and sold into those vile locales. In the past 2 days, many women fleeing from disaster had been sold by their own families or husbands. The journey had claimed the lives of many from starvation, and now, all that remained was the desperate hope for silver or a bag of grain to stave off hunger. If those with family were already in such dire straits, how much worse would it be for a solitary drifter like her, a mere shadow without protection? She had no choice but to seize every opportunity to escape and survive. However, without a household registration or a travel permit, she could not even enter the city, and her strength was waning after days without food. She was trapped with no escape in sight. The man before her was her sole chance. She could sense that he too was there to purchase someone, scrutinizing the others as well. But unlike the others, she felt an inexplicable sense of kindness emanating from him. Although his expression was stern and intimidating, it lacked the malevolence that repulsed her. Perhaps following him could offer a glimmer of hope. Her innate ability to sense good and evil had served her well throughout her life, allowing her to navigate perilous situations. These past 2 days, she had relied on this instinct to stay close to those with good intentions. But such evasion could not last forever. As she observed the contemplative man before her, a pleading look emerged in her eyes. His gaze fell upon her, and for a moment, Gu Jincheng was taken aback by a strange sensation that welled within him. All right, he finally uttered the words Luo Ge longed to hear. Being obedient, capable of washing, cooking, and caring for children indeed aligned with what he sought. Though she appeared slight and frail, he believed that with proper care, she would flourish. Seeing her courage and cleverness, he felt assured that she could protect his child while he was away. Thank you, benefactor. Upon hearing this, Luo Ge's eyes sparkled with gratitude, and she instinctively moved closer, matching his stride. I have no family, I am my own master. Noticing his puzzled glance toward her, she softly offered an explanation. She truly had no family. Her solitude did not begin upon arriving here. She had emerged from an orphanage in her previous life. In contemporary times, she is a modest food blogger who, after several years of diligent work, purchased an old house in the countryside. She spent her days capturing the essence of rural life and creating culinary videos to make a living. On that particular day, she had merely ventured to the market to buy ingredients, intending to return home to film a cooking video. However, fate had other plans, and she unexpectedly found herself in the midst of an accident on her way back. When she regained consciousness, she discovered she had been transported to a different world. Fortunately, she had fallen into a mountainous area. Unseen by anyone had she been spotted, she might have been mistaken for a supernatural being, leading to her swift demise. Due to widespread famine, many villages had been abandoned as she scavenged for clothing in these deserted places. Following the remnants of those fleeing the calamity, she eventually arrived here. The man spoke sparingly, merely acknowledging her comment before continuing ahead of her. After taking a few steps, she felt a series of malevolent gazes directed at her from a group of onlookers. Realizing their scrutiny, her body tensed momentarily, but she clenched her jaw and kept her head down, determined to follow the man closely. Yu Jincheng seemed to sense something amiss as he turned to glance at the group, his presence exuding an aura forged in the crucible of battle, instilling fear in those who dared to stare. The onlookers, taken aback, retracted their necks, harboring a quiet resentment towards Luo Ge for her cunning. Had they known she was an orphan, they would have seized the opportunity to sell her for profit. Although she appeared somewhat disheveled, her bone structure was undeniably that of a beauty, seemingly youthful enough to fetch a handsome price in a brothel. Yet, the man accompanying her clearly exuded an intimidating presence, leaving them to rue the lost opportunity. The man did not lead her into the city, but instead steered towards a large fork in the road at the city's edge, which was the path back to their village. As they walked, her vision began to blur, and a wave of dizziness washed over her, accompanied by a gnawing hunger that twisted her stomach. Fearing that her weakness would be perceived as a burden, she persevered, maintaining her composure to keep pace with him, grateful for his moderate speed. Their village was not far from the city, and she followed him into the village, exchanging glances with familiar villagers as they passed. Eventually, they arrived at an old farmhouse at the foot of the mountain at the village's end. Uncle, you're back." Two young boys playing in the yard spotted them and immediately dropped their toys, rushing joyfully to embrace the man's legs, their voices soft and endearing. Come inside," the man replied, nodding as he ruffled the boy's hair before turning to her. "Call her aunt." He did not forget to instruct the little ones on how to address her. Upon hearing this, the boys turned to Luo Ge, appearing slightly shy at their first encounter, their small hands still clinging to the man's trousers. "Andy, Andy," they chirped in unison, their eyes sparkling with a bashful smile. "Hello there." Luo Ge glanced at the man before returning the boys' smiles with a nod. The two little ones were somewhat slender, yet their bright eyes made them utterly charming. Just as she leaned down to pat their heads, darkness suddenly enveloped her, and in the next moment, she collapsed. She had endured all the way, but ultimately, she could no longer. Hold on. Before losing consciousness, she could still hear the exclamations of the two little ones and felt the man's hand reaching out to support her. Chapter 2. I already have a wife. Uncertain of how long I had been unconscious, I awoke to find myself lying in bed. As I surveyed the modest furnishings of the room, I was soon greeted by the faint sounds of commotion outside. "Gu Erlang, it is not just your aunt speaking. The young lady I am introducing to you is a gem that cannot be found in several villages." The voice of Granny Wang rang out. "If you miss this opportunity today, there will be no second chance." Listening to Granny Wang's words, Gu Jincheng remained unfazed. "I already have a wife," he stated softly, reaching out to touch the two small children beside him, who appeared startled. The eldest and youngest, sensing his gesture, immediately moved closer, clutching his clothing tightly. They were frightened, fearing that their uncle might indeed abandon them, as Granny Wang had suggested. Unable to contain her irritation, Granny Wang retorted, "Gu Erlang, you have yet to tie the knot with that young lady. How can you consider yourselves married? Moreover, she fell ill upon her arrival and has been unconscious for 2 days. She may not awaken." At this point, Granny Wang seemed to realize her words might be inappropriate and paused. Yet those with keen insight could discern her insinuation. It was merely a suggestion that Luo Ge might never awaken. Gu Jincheng's complexion darkened, and the two little ones turned pale. However, Granny Wang, fixated on the prospect of a marriage dowry, continued her unwarranted commentary. "In my opinion, those two children are burdens you cannot afford to raise. Their mother passed away during childbirth, and their father met with misfortune 2 years ago while helping to build a house. Even your elderly parents passed away last year, and the lady you brought home just days ago encountered disaster upon her arrival. I advise you to consider finding someone to take these children off your hands. These unfortunate events are too numerous to ignore. You're still young and robust enough to care for them for a year or so. But what about in the future? The daughter of the Qian family has already stated that if you send these 2 children away, she would be willing to marry you and would even bring 5 taels of dowry with her." Granny Wang's portrayal of the Qian family daughter was far from accurate. In truth, she was already 28, an old maid by societal standards, with a robust physique weighing over 200 pounds. Her appearance was less than desirable, with a flat nose and squinty eyes, which had contributed to her unmarried status. As time passed, her family began voicing discontent about her prolonged singlehood. Yet, her parents were reluctant to hastily marry her off, fearing she might end up in an unsatisfactory union. Thus the notion of a dowry was introduced. Having been pampered since childhood, her standards were naturally elevated, leading her to dismiss common suitors. It was only natural that Gu Jincheng, with his admirable stature and military background, caught her eye. Typically, Gu Jincheng's circumstances would not meet her expectations, Yet the burden of raising 2 children rendered him equally unsuitable in her eyes. Consequently, Granny Wang devised a plan to enlist local matchmaking assistance in her pursuit of Gu Jinsheng. In pursuit of success, a mere half-tael of silver was promised to the matchmaker, Wang Posey. Half a tael, indeed, is a sum that represents half a year's worth of sustenance for a peasant family. Who could resist such an allure? Thus, Wang Posey arrived, intent on embellishing the virtues of the prospective bride to persuade Gu Jinsheng that he had never encountered her before. As for Luo Ge, Gu Jinsheng had already made her acquaintance when he brought her into the village. Wang Posey was undoubtedly aware of this. However, the young lady appeared frail and unfit for childbearing, and upon her entrance, she fainted, leading Wang Posey to dismiss her as a potential match. Yet, Wang Posey overlooked the fact that excessive flattery can often backfire. If the girl were truly as splendid as described, why would there be a need for a dowry? Gu Jinsheng did not consider himself particularly desirable. During his year back home, he had received marriage proposals but had never encountered one that required a dowry. There were indeed many who offered to take the 2 children off his hands. 5 taels of silver was a considerable sum, and any family with such wealth could easily afford to invite a son-in-law into their home. However, Gu Jinsheng felt no inclination towards this offer. He could not bear the thought of parting with his 2 children. Thus, there was no need for him to deliberate further. Whether his wife would awaken was a matter solely for him to contend with. Having brought her into his home, she was now a member of the Gu family. De Bao and Heir Bao were the bloodline of his elder brother, and as their only living relative, he could never abandon them. With a sick individual still needing care at home, he deemed it unnecessary to part with them. With that, Gu Jinsheng opened the courtyard door and cast a cold glance at Wang Posey. There was no need to extend her any courtesy, especially after her unseemly remarks in front of the children. Wang Posey had not anticipated such a reaction. In her eyes, those 2 children, deemed to be a burden, were nothing short of a calamity. Her comments were meant as a cautionary reminder, yet she was taken aback by his lack of gratitude. Gu family's second son. Think carefully. Do not regret it, she attempted to warn him, but her words were cut short by his piercing glare, causing her to shrink back and swallow hard before hastily exiting the courtyard. It was only after she had distanced herself that she breathed a sigh of relief, her heart racing in fear. This Gu family's second son, having returned from military service, truly possessed an intimidating presence. His gaze seemed to threaten death itself, sending chills down her spine as she hurried home, muttering in trepidation. Once Wang Posey's figure had completely vanished, Gu Jinsheng turned and closed the courtyard door. Noticing the 2 little ones looking anxious and fearful, he knelt down and gently patted their heads. Do not be afraid. Your uncle will take care of you. These matters do not concern you. Given his character, it was already quite commendable that he could utter such comforting words. The 2 little ones, though still apprehensive, nodded obediently in response. Observing their unease, Gu Jinsheng recognized their lingering anxiety but was at a loss for words, so he merely patted their heads once more. Before he enlisted in the army, his sister-in-law had already become pregnant. The act of childbirth is inherently perilous, especially with twins. Throughout history, countless misfortunes have befallen mothers in labor. How could one cast blame upon innocent newborns? The matter concerning my elder brother has been thoroughly investigated, and it is indeed a tragic accident. His parents, having lost both their eldest son and daughter-in-law in swift succession, have endured the heart-wrenching pain of burying their own children, which has profoundly affected their health. This series of misfortunes ultimately led to their ill-fated demise. He understands that these events have no connection to the 2 innocent children and thus will not be swayed by the malicious gossip of outsiders. Furthermore, one of the final wishes of his parents was for him to care for them. How could he possibly betray their last desires? With a gentle sigh, Gu Jinsheng affectionately patted the 2 little ones once more. Let's eat first. All right. After ensuring the children were well fed and settled, he prepared a bowl of thin porridge and entered the room. Upon his sudden arrival, Luo Ge instinctively recoiled slightly, but upon recognizing him, she relaxed. Gu Jinsheng observed her reaction, placing the porridge quietly on the nearby table. You have awakened. First, nourish yourself, Then take your medicine. Can I manage on my own? After a moment's thought, he added, naturally moving closer as if to assist her in sitting up. It was evident that during her 2 days of unconsciousness, he had been the one feeding her. Thus, the fleeting memories of being embraced by a man must indeed be true. I can manage myself, thank you. For reasons unknown. She felt her cheeks flush at this realization. Before he could extend a hand, she supported herself and gracefully moved to the table, taking the bowl and sipping delicately. Although she was now 22 years old, her youthful visage made her appear merely 17 or 18, without the pretense cultivated among the rough crowd. Her lively and delicate charm was laid bare before the eyes of others. Her petite frame, now revealed as she leaned over the bowl, showcased a slender, delicate neck. So fragile it seemed one could easily break it with a gentle touch. Gu Jinsheng, captivated by the sight, instinctively pressed his lips together and averted his gaze. The room fell into a hush, the only sound being her soft swallow. "What is your name?" After a prolonged silence, the man spoke again. Hearing this, Luo Ge suddenly realized they had yet to exchange names. "Luo Ge," she replied quietly, carefully placing her empty bowl on the table. "And you?" She tilted her head slightly, meeting his gaze. Observing his demeanor towards her contrasted with that towards the 2 little ones, she sensed he was not difficult to approach. Rather, he was fiercely protective, prompting her to be a bit bolder. "Gu Jinsheng, Gu Jinsheng." She softly repeated each syllable of his name, nodding to indicate she had committed it to memory. "In the future, we shall be husband and wife. There is no need for such formality." For reasons unknown, hearing his name whispered from her lips stirred something within him, and the words slipped out as if to remind her. Luo Ge was momentarily taken aback, but quickly nodded in understanding. "Then how should I address you?" He was acutely aware of this, and she was not one to indulge in sentimentality. Upon returning with him that day, she had already mentally prepared herself. Adults naturally take responsibility for their words, and those who know how to adapt to circumstances are indeed wise. However, she found herself at a loss as to how to appropriately address him. Calling him husband felt awkward, given they had not yet formally wed. Therefore, she decided to let him steer the conversation, awaiting his cue. He casually suggested either Jinsheng or husband, displaying remarkable composure without a hint of embarrassment. Suddenly, he paused and turned to her. "The doctor said your condition is due to prolonged hunger, and with ample rest, you shall be well again. I intend to first go to the government office to register our marriage contract, and once you are in good health, we can hold the wedding. What do you think?" In this era, a marriage contract is akin to a modern marriage certificate. Possessing one would allow her to register under his family name, thus no longer being an undocumented individual. "I have no objections. I will follow your lead," she replied, her greatest concern being her status as an undocumented person. His words alleviated her worries, and she agreed without hesitation. In her situation, akin to a bride purchased, others might have been compelled to consummate the marriage immediately upon awakening. Yet he was willing to wait until she regained her health, which she deemed quite considerate. After her response, he extended his hand, requesting her household registration. Naturally, she possessed none, so she fabricated a small lie, claiming it had been lost during her flight from famine. She then casually provided him with the name of a place she had passed while fleeing, asserting it as her original residence. The past 2 years had seen the Northwest ravaged by drought, leading countless souls to flee southward for survival. It was hardly surprising that belongings would be lost amidst the chaos of the journey. Observing her predicament, Gu Jinsheng did not press further and simply took the bowl she had used before departing. Seeing that he did not inquire further, Luo Ge quietly exhaled in relief. The dangers of the journey had been numerous, and since her arrival, she had remained tense and vigilant. After more than a month of peril, she finally felt safe enough to relax, and her body immediately reacted to the accumulated strain. After taking her medicine, she felt drowsy and lay down to rest for a while. In a hazy state between consciousness and slumber, she seemed to hear the voices of the 2 little ones. "Brother, why hasn't Tianyi woken up yet?" Erbao and Dabao were both perched at the bedside, their eyes wide with concern. Hearing Erbao's question, Dabao quickly covered his mouth and whispered, "Shoo, Uncle said Annie's not well and needs more rest." We must be quiet so we don't disturb her. Upon hearing this, Bao immediately covered his own mouth, cautiously inching closer to his brother. Brother, will Annie really wake up? I'm so scared. They were unaware that Luo Ge had already awakened at noon. At that moment, fear gripped their hearts. They were afraid that Auntie might end up like their father, or their grandparents, sleeping forever without waking. They worried they might have inadvertently harmed their dear aunt. As soon as the question escaped his lips, the second child instinctively retreated, hesitant to draw too close to Luo Ge. Ultimately, the village gossip regarding their supposed bad luck had indeed cast a shadow over their hearts. These two little ones, barely 5 years old, displayed an unsettling maturity, shaped by the whispers of those around them. Hearing his younger brother's words, the elder child pursed his lips, clenched his small fist, and nodded affirmatively. Yes, their aunt would surely awaken. With that, he reached for his brother's hand and led him outside. If we keep our distance from Annie, we won't cause her any harm. She will recover swiftly, he reassured. All right, let's move away a bit. Their feet carried them further, yet their eyes brimmed with a sense of reluctance. Having lost their mother at a tender age, they had watched other children bask in maternal affection, making them yearn for that love more than anything. Prior to contemplating marriage, Gu Jinsheng had promised them that their future aunt would care for them as their mother once did, nurturing and loving them. Thus, they eagerly anticipated the day he would bring her home. They were no longer mere children. They could tend to themselves and had no desire to burden their aunt. They simply longed for a maternal figure. Yet now, with their long-awaited aunt finally present, they found themselves too timid to approach her. Their cautious demeanor tugged at the heartstrings. As they conversed, Luo Ge had already stirred from her slumber. She had heard the old woman's words and understood the plight of these two little ones. Being an orphan herself, she could empathize with their feelings. Under the astonished gazes of the children, she propped herself up and beckoned to them. Bao, come here. Gu Jinsheng had called their names during his conversation with them, and since the old house lacked soundproofing, she had overheard. Upon hearing her voice, the two astonished children snapped back to reality, obediently stepping closer, yet still maintaining a respectful distance, their eyes wide with delight. Auntie, you're awake. Annie, are you still in pain? They chorused, gazing at her with eager concern. Do not worry. I'm feeling much better now, Luo Ge replied, shaking her head with a smile. Upon hearing her reassurances, the children's expressions visibly softened. Noticing her voice was slightly hoarse, Bao dashed out, returning moments later with a bowl of water. Auntie, drink this. Luo Ge was indeed in need of hydration and accepted the offering gratefully. After taking a sip, she affectionately ruffled his hair. You must be Bao, right? Thank you. The little one seemed momentarily taken aback by the gesture, his cheeks flushing with bashfulness. Yes, Auntie, I am Bao, and this is my brother Bao. He then pulled his brother closer, knowing that Bao, too, wished for a moment of affection. Observing his elder brother receiving attention from their aunt, Bao gazed on with envy but remained quietly obedient. When Bao mentioned him, Bao sweetly called out, Annie. Luo Ge, noticing the admiration in the younger one's eyes, found amusement in Bao's eagerness to include his brother, and playfully reached out to stroke Bao's head as well. Unexpectedly, these two little ones, despite their tender age, have already learned the art of mutual concession. The second child is so well-behaved. With a gentle smile, I observed as both of them, while exchanging sweet grins, subtly retreated a few steps when they thought I wasn't looking. Aware that they still harbored fears of those malicious whispers, hesitating to draw near, I chose not to say much. My heartfelt concern could not be assuaged merely through words. It would take time and shared experiences to demonstrate my sincerity. After all, I do not subscribe to the notion of familial curses. If such were true, my status as an orphan would not have been so fortunate. Furthermore, these two little ones are undeniably charming and endearing. Where is your little uncle? Is he not at home? I inquired casually, feigning ignorance of their furtive gestures. Upon hearing my mention of their little uncle, the two children's eyes visibly brightened. Little uncle said he would seek out the village chief and then go to the town for the marriage contract. The second child stammered, momentarily forgetting the words of his little uncle. He also needs to purchase some wedding essentials and some nourishing food for Annie. The eldest promptly continued, recounting in detail everything that Gu Jincheng had instructed him to convey to Annie. The last bit was his own addition, aimed at leaving a favorable impression on the lovely Annie. Little uncle indeed mentioned buying something delicious for her health, but he hadn't instructed him to relay that. Little uncle had stated that once the marriage contract was established, Auntie would truly belong to the Gu family, and they naturally looked forward to becoming a genuine family with her. Moreover, they had heard from the village elders that a harmonious marital relationship fosters a long-lasting and peaceful household, which is why he wished to help little uncle garner positive feelings. Unbeknownst to me, I was unaware of the little one's intentions, and upon hearing him, I merely nodded, somewhat astonished. I hadn't anticipated that he would act on his intentions so swiftly after our midday conversation about it. However, it is for the best. Having a household registration sooner would bring me peace of mind. As fate would have it, just as we mentioned Gu Jincheng, he returned. Little uncle, little uncle. The two children rushed towards him, brimming with dependence. Although Gu Jincheng appeared aloof to outsiders, he was gentle in the presence of family. Thus the children were not fearful of him as others might be. After all, he had been caring for them for over a year, and familiarity had fostered closeness. All right, let us go out and play, he said, parting the two little ones and handing them the candied hawthorns he had bought from the town. Okay, the eldest, understanding, recognized that little uncle likely had matters to discuss privately with Annie, so he took his brother's hand and led him outside. They wanted to afford their little uncle and auntie some precious moments alone, believing that such space would nurture their relationship, as Iron Egg had advised. Iron Egg's parents cherished their solitude, which had greatly strengthened their bond, and they even spoke of having another little brother for Iron Egg. Once the marriage contract is settled, your household registration will be under my name. Just see. After the two little ones ventured out, Gu Jincheng took out a document bearing an official seal from his pocket and presented it to Luo Ge. During this time, many individuals fleeing from the northwest had arrived, and numerous young women among them had chosen to marry hastily in order to secure sustenance and survival. Consequently, there had been a considerable number of marriage contracts finalized recently. Aside from the time spent waiting in line, there were no significant difficulties. Upon hearing this, Luo Ge accepted the document and examined it closely, only to be momentarily taken aback. She had not anticipated that the characters of this era would also be in simplified form. Recalling her earlier encounters where the name of this nation was mentioned, it seemed to have never appeared in historical records. Thus, this realm was not the blue star she had previously inhabited, but rather a different parallel universe. Perhaps that was indeed the case. Well, it was what it was. After all, having tried once, she could not return, so she decided to accept it as it was. What is the matter? Can't you understand it? Would you like me to read it to you? Gu Jincheng, unaware of her inner thoughts, mistakenly assumed her momentary silence was due to her inability to comprehend the document. In this era, most women were indeed illiterate, so her lack of understanding was quite normal. He did not dwell on this notion, merely thinking that although she had willingly sold herself to him, she was still a respectable woman by birth. Such an important matter as marriage certainly warranted clear communication with her. Just as he contemplated this, he forgot to consider whether she could actually read it. Upon hearing his words, Luo Ge snapped back to reality and shook her head, returning the marriage contract to him. No need. I have read it and found nothing amiss. You may keep the contract. She was acutely aware of her position. Naturally, it was his responsibility to retain such a document. In truth, the contract contained little more than congratulatory phrases about their union, along with their names and the official seal, nothing else. Although simple, it nonetheless sealed her fate. Having transitioned from a lifelong single to a married woman in an instant, she felt a twinge of sentimentality. Gu Jincheng, taken aback by her response, appeared somewhat surprised. Very well. He silently accepted the marriage contract, glancing at her delicate visage. On the day he brought her home, she had been unconscious and noticing her somewhat soiled appearance. He had assisted in cleaning her, just her hands and face, nothing more. Even then, he had observed her skin to be remarkably fair and tender. Despite the hardships she had endured, she appeared far healthier than many young women. When he had first seen her among the refugees outside the city, he had made comparisons and concluded that she did not resemble an ordinary peasant girl. Now, learning that she was literate only added to his astonishment. It seemed her family background must have been quite respectable, for otherwise, they would not have nurtured a daughter with such privilege and education. Reflecting on this, he felt fortunate. Setting aside everything else, just her outstanding beauty alone was a significant advantage for him. Throughout his life, he had indeed never encountered a maiden as exquisite as she. Her beauty radiated from within, an essence that could scarcely be concealed. Were it not for this, the gazes of others would not have been so persistent. Contemplating this, he gently pressed his lips together and grasped the marriage contract firmly in his hand. Now, this charming young lady has become his wife. What is the matter? Feeling somewhat uneasy under his unwavering gaze, Luo Ge's cheeks flushed a delicate shade of red. Unable to resist, she cast a glance at herself. Aware that he had tidied her up a bit, yet she realized that she had not properly attended to her hygiene in quite some time. Was it possible that she appeared somewhat unkempt? The thought filled her with embarrassment, and she longed to bathe immediately, to cleanse herself thoroughly. Never mind. I purchased some clothes for you in town. You may take a look while I prepare some water for you to wash up, Gu Jincheng responded, snapping back to reality at her words. Upon hearing this, Luo Ge's face instantly grew more flushed, amplifying her awkwardness. Unbeknownst to her, Gu Jincheng remained completely oblivious to her discomfort. He placed a bundle on the bed and turned to leave in order to heat the water. In truth, during her 2 days of unconsciousness, Gu Jincheng had been attentive, wiping her face and hands. At this moment, aside from her slightly disheveled hair, she was otherwise presentable. However, as she could not see her own state, and, given his words, echoed her thoughts, it was only natural for her to feel self-conscious, especially considering he was her husband. At this time, the mourning period was typically 1 year, and since his mourning had concluded, he was now free to marry. He had procured numerous items, including a red wedding gown and red candles. Additionally, he had bought her a complete set of clothing, a piece of fabric, a packet of pastries, and a bag of sugar cubes. When she returned with him, she had brought only a small bundle containing her modern attire. He was quite respectful and had not rummaged through her belongings. The bundle remained secured as she had initially packed it. The sheer volume of gifts he had acquired for her took her by surprise. During her time in this era, she had learned that typically, a marriage in an ordinary farming household concluded with a bride price of merely 1 or 2 taels of silver, with little else involved. This was still the norm in times of peace, and their journey of fleeing from disaster had further diminished the value of a bride to a small bag of rice. The items he had acquired for her were equivalent to a customary bride price. It was crucial to understand that she was merely a wife purchased with a small sack of millet, yet the treatment she received was far from ordinary. He could have easily dismissed the need for such gestures. As she herself had stated, merely providing food and shelter would suffice. Nevertheless, he had put forth his best effort. This alone warmed her heart immensely, igniting within her a resolve to treat their family with utmost care. Setting aside other considerations, as a food blogger, her culinary skills were certainly commendable, at least sufficient to ensure they were well-fed and healthy. Since leaving school, she had engaged in the street vendor business, which had proven quite fruitful. The small courtyard and the farm she had rented were both the result of her entrepreneurial efforts. If he were to agree, she could earn a living to support the family. With this thought, her earlier embarrassment began to dissipate, and determination filled her expression. When Gu Jincheng entered the room, carrying the water, he beheld this very scene. The water is ready. I have fetched the bathing tub I previously prepared for the bao and air bao. It has just been filled and is yet to be used. It is merely a tad small. You may manage for a few days, and I shall craft a new one for you later. Gu Jia hailed from a family of carpenters, and Gu Jincheng had spent several years in his youth learning from his grandfather, so fashioning a bathtub posed no challenge. Very well, I am not particular. Although he verbally acknowledged its diminutive size, his calculations while crafting for the 2 little ones took into account their expected growth. Thus he had made it larger. Likely, he had also considered their heights, for the tub was wide, yet not particularly tall. It was better described as a basin than a bathtub. Luo Ge gazed at this basin, which was almost the same size as her current stature, and deemed it entirely suitable for her use. Upon hearing her words, Gu Jincheng nodded appreciatively and turned to bring in a bucket of warm water. If it feels cool, feel free to add more water. Simply call for me if you need anything. I shall be just outside. He paused briefly, observing Luo Ge. You can manage on your own, correct? After some hesitation, she lowered her voice, a hint of shyness in her tone, as she replied. Having been unconscious for several days, she was uncertain of her strength. Understanding the implication of his words, Luo Ge's cheeks flushed slightly as she obediently nodded. I can. Initially, she had felt utterly drained upon awakening, but after eating and resting for a while, she sensed a significant revival of her energy. It was merely hunger that had ailed her, not a grievous illness. Taking a bath was certainly within her capabilities. Seeing her assurance, Gu Jincheng refrained from further remarks, turning to exit while kindly ensuring the door was firmly closed. The moment he shut the door, Luo Ge eagerly nestled into the basin. She scrubbed and washed herself, feeling thoroughly unkempt after enduring such a long period of discomfort. A thorough cleansing was in order. During her bath, she even called upon Gu Jincheng to assist her in adding more water, and after rinsing thoroughly, she felt immensely relieved. In the rural homes of this era, there were no separate bathing rooms. Women would carry water indoors before disposing of it outside. When Gu Jincheng entered to refill the water, she was using the cloth he had prepared to dry her hair, her damp locks cascading over her shoulders, releasing a faint, delightful fragrance as he approached. For reasons unknown, the peculiar, tingling sensation within her heart surged once more. Without lingering, he took the water and stepped outside. Luo Ge followed him out. The sun had yet to set, and basking in its warmth would hasten the drying of her hair. Moreover, having consumed plain rice for several days and relying on his care, it was time for her to contribute to household tasks. Helping to tend the fire, prepare a meal, or sweep the floor posed no challenge, as they were all light duties. However, she was taken aback by how efficiently he worked. In the time she spent bathing, he had completed all the chores that needed doing, as ancient customs dictated an early evening rest. Upon her emergence, Gu Jincheng paused momentarily, but, noticing her steady gait and lack of distress, chose not to comment. Come, let us dine, he beckoned her, then turned his attention to the yard, calling out to the two little ones who were playing with a child nearby. Debeo, Bao, come in for dinner. All right, the two youngsters responded, promptly racing towards the house, carefully cradling their little pockets as they ran. Luo Ge found herself in a state of curiosity when two little ones scampered over to her, each cautiously retrieving a small bird's egg from their pockets. Auntie, for you, declared the elder. Roasted, it's delicious, added the younger. They had painstakingly gathered these treasures, intending to offer them to her for nourishment. Where did you find them? Before Luo Ge could respond, Gu Jincheng interjected with a question. The elder pointed towards the grass outside the courtyard, assuring, just over there, we didn't climb the mountain. We found them with Tai Dan, and we all shared. Yes, we behaved. The younger chimed in, nodding vigorously in agreement with his brother. Upon hearing their explanation, Gu Jincheng remained silent, while Luo Ge quietly placed the few eggs she had received into the still-warm stove. Subsequently, she guided the two little ones to the water basin to wash their hands. You must wash your hands before meals. Eating with dirty hands can lead to a stomachache, she gently reminded them after ensuring they were clean. In the orphanage, there were many children, and when the adults were busy, the older ones looked after the younger. She had often cared for siblings younger than herself, so interacting with these two little ones felt remarkably natural. Watching her interact so comfortably with the children, Gu Jincheng felt a sense of reassurance, gratified that he had indeed chosen the right person. The two little ones nodded eagerly, their smiles sweet and their eyes sparkling with light. Yet, at the moment she was washing their hands, they instinctively withdrew slightly, hesitant to get too close to her. Luo Ge observed this subtle behavior, but said nothing as she led them to the dining room. The square table was just the right size for their family. Each of us has one. I can't finish it, she said regarding the bird eggs, which cooked quickly due to their small size. Rather than hoarding them, she distributed one to each child. The little ones furrowed their brows at this, feeling that the tiny eggs were insufficient, wondering how their aunt could possibly not finish them. Gu Jinsheng remained silent, quietly placing a bowl of chicken soup in front of Luo Ge. Listen to your aunt. Yesterday, I went up the mountain and hunted a wild chicken to help her regain her strength, he explained, directing the first part towards the children and the latter part towards Luo Ge. Afterward, he served the two little ones and himself as well. Perhaps it was her imagination, but when he placed the soup before the children, their faces displayed an unmistakable reluctance. This left her momentarily taken aback. Could it be that this family was more affluent than she had presumed? Were the children truly averse to chicken soup? Why aren't you eating? Why are you just staring? Gu Jinsheng asked, noticing that nobody was touching their chopsticks. At this, Luo Ge obediently began to eat. The two little ones, seeing her movement, looked deeply worried, their faces scrunching up in concern. In an instant, Luo Ge, just as they had anticipated, spat out the soup she had just sipped. It was difficult to articulate the taste that lingered in her mouth, salty and bitter, with an overpowering burnt flavor, altogether quite peculiar and somewhat overwhelming. Upon witnessing her small, crumpled face resembling theirs, the two little ones silently pushed the thin porridge towards her. "Auntie, please drink the porridge, it's quite palatable." In truth, the porridge, bearing a hint of scorched bottom, was not particularly delicious, yet it was drinkable and infinitely preferable to chicken soup. Maintaining a facade of composure while sipping the broth, Gu Jinsheng remarked, "You two could simply state that it tastes dreadful. There is no need for such pretense. I'm fully aware of it myself. Otherwise, I would not have been so anxious to find you an auntie." At this moment, no one comprehended Gu Jinsheng's inner turmoil. However, having tasted the culinary offerings, Luo Ge began to grasp why he was so eager to find a wife and tend to the household. She also understood that while their family circumstances were not dire, the two little ones remained remarkably thin. It became evident why they had displayed such expressions earlier. Her reaction, akin to poking a hornet's nest, prompted Gu Jinsheng to abandon his charade, quietly setting the soup aside. Adhering to the principle of waste not, want not, the family continued to consume only the edible chicken from the warm water, leaving the rest untouched. After their meal, they lingered in the courtyard for a while, and once the water boiled, Gu Jinsheng instructed the two little ones to bathe. Luo Ge was no stranger to bathing children. As Gu Jinsheng prepared the water in the yard, she readied herself to wash the two little ones. However, to her surprise, upon her approach, they both instinctively covered their pants. "What is wrong? Auntie, we are boys." In an unusual turn, it was the second child who spoke first. "Yes, I know, but you're just little kids, only 4 or 5 years old." The elder brother seemed to hesitate. Ultimately, both brothers turned their gaze towards their little uncle. Gu Jinsheng suggested they wash themselves instead, assuring them they were accustomed to it and that she should rest and recuperate. "Very well," she conceded, observing the little one's refusal and Gu Jinsheng's demeanor. She realized she had forgotten that children in ancient times were often precocious, mindful of gender propriety. Since the little ones could manage themselves, she felt no need for concern. Once the children had finished bathing, night fell, and Gu Jinsheng went to wash and freshen up by the river. The village had a flowing riverbank with pristine water, frequented by the men for their ablutions. And Gu Jinsheng was no exception. Yet, when he entered the room of the two little ones to rest, he was met with an unexpected interrogation. "Second uncle, why have you come to our room?" "Elder uncle, aren't you going to keep Annie company?" Gu Jinsheng pondered the relentless inquiries from the children. "Your aunt is still unwell. My presence would disturb her." He offered an excuse akin to those he had used in the past. "It's fine, I'm not worried. I've already tested it, and you don't snore at night, nor do you toss and turn. You won't disturb Auntie," the elder brother stated with unwavering seriousness, evidently unconvinced by Gu Jinsheng's rationale. Perhaps due to his past training, Gu Jinsheng sleeps with remarkable sincerity, maintaining his pre-sleep posture until dawn, as the Bao had indeed asserted. "Moreover, dear uncle, did you not mention that you and Annie have now truly become a married couple?" I inquired with Tai Dan, and he affirmed that his parents are indeed husband and wife, stating that couples must sleep together. He also recounted that his father had told him that if he did not accompany his mother to rest, she would be frightened alone. This was said while Tai Dan's father was being sent out of the house to sleep with him. Gu Jinsheng found himself at a loss for words. Did the little one next door know too much? How had his own two little ones come to ask such peculiar questions daily? Uncle, you should return. My brother and I are too. We want to be afraid without you. Annie will surely be scared alone. Hearing his brother's words, Heir Bao chimed in with concern. With such statements, Gu Jinsheng felt he had little choice. It seemed the two little ones had effectively blocked all possible excuses. Next time, do not inquire about such matters. Ultimately, Gu Jinsheng, clutching his pillow, silently returned to the doorway of his original room, which happened to be where Luo Ge resided. Before departing, he reminded the two little ones not to dwell on these questions. Meanwhile, Luo Ge was also pondering this matter in her recent days. She could not recall whether he had indeed rested alongside her before. However, now that the marriage contract had been established, she perceived it as equivalent to a marriage certificate. They were, by all accounts, officially husband and wife, and it seemed normal for them to share a bed. Well, they were both adults. It was of little consequence. Together they would be, as she had already begun to mentally prepare for the notion of being a wife. Yet, she could not help but feel a twinge of nervousness, particularly since she had yet to share even her first kiss and remained a singular entity. Nevertheless, he was far more handsome than many internet celebrities she had encountered, possessing a rugged charm that aligned perfectly with her aesthetic. Tall and imposing, he exuded a sense of security, and his physique appeared quite impressive. She felt no loss in this regard. In her habitual manner, she began to pinch her fingers, reflecting on him. However, he often wore a stoic expression, which could be somewhat intimidating due to his inexplicable aura. Just then, a knock interrupted her thoughts, abruptly rousing her from a reverie. "Who is it?" she queried, peeking outside. "It's me. Please open the door." Hearing his soft voice, Gu Jinsheng pressed his lips together and responded calmly, "Coming." The moment he heard her voice, a flutter of nervousness surged within him, prompting him to rise from the bed and open the door. With a creak, as the door swung open, their gazes met in the moonlight. Clearing his throat, they both awkwardly averted their eyes. "It's late. Let us rest." Gu Jinsheng feigned composure as he entered, placing his pillow on the edge of the bed and then turning to her with an air of nonchalance. He was also a young man encountering a girl for the first time, and marrying for the first time, his psychological state mirroring hers in equal measure. In that state of oblivion, he felt no discomfort in holding her and administering medicine and kanji. However, now that the young lady was awake, he sensed an awkwardness in the air. Luo Ge nervously pinched her fingers and quietly crawled further inside. He too settled down, rigidly lying at the edge of the bed. With a blanket over her, Luo Ge stole a glance at him, her heart racing with apprehension. "Ahem, I consulted an astrologer, and the 7th day of next month is auspicious for marriage." Seemingly sensing her tension, he cleared his throat and spoke. "I plan to hold the wedding ceremony on that day. What do you think?" Did his words imply he would wait until the wedding day? The 7th day of next month? Today was already June 30th. Wouldn't the 7th of July coincide perfectly with the Qixi festival? There was still some time ahead, allowing her space to recuperate and both of them time to adjust, which was rather agreeable. "As you wish," she responded, lost in thought. Gu Jinsheng paused for a moment. The date was indeed approaching swiftly, and he had anticipated she might feel rushed. Thus, he inquired about her thoughts, suggesting it was not impossible to postpone. To his surprise, the young lady was quite straightforward, which he found favorable. "Well then, let us sleep." After this exchange, they fell into a comfortable silence, perhaps due to her physical condition. Once her nervousness subsided upon hearing his words, she quickly drifted off to sleep. Observing her peaceful slumber, Gu Jinsheng too relaxed and closed his eyes. Little did he know, while he was a placid sleeper, the young lady was quite restless. Perhaps due to the coolness of the night, she sought warmth and nestled closer. Her head resting against his chest, one leg draped over his waist, she resembled a living hugging pillow, contently rubbing her head against him. This stirred the youthful man quite profoundly. His ardor was already high, and now he held his beloved wife in his arms. A gentle push from his large hand elicited no response, and she merely tightened her embrace. Having just spoken those words, He would not take advantage of the situation. Ultimately, Gu Jinshun could only let out a long sigh and acquiesce to her closeness, silently embracing his dear wife and enduring the heat of desire as he fell asleep. Chapter 7. My dear, who is this? That night marked the most restful sleep Luo Ge had experienced since her arrival in this new world. She dreamt of her quaint farmhouse and her large white bear pillow. Perhaps due to her upbringing, she had never favored feelings of solitude, particularly in the depths of night. Embracing her bear pillow always brought her a sense of security. Finding that long-lost comfort, she naturally slept soundly. Gu Jinshun would rise early each day to practice martial arts. By the time Luo Ge awoke, he had already left the room, leaving her unaware of her actions from the previous night. However, upon seeing Gu Jinshun, she felt he seemed a bit peculiar. Not dwelling on it too much, she casually greeted him, "Good morning." The moment he laid eyes on Luo, images of her burrowing into his embrace from the previous night flooded his mind, a fragrant, soft bundle. The more he contemplated, the more uncomfortable he became, prompting him to hurriedly interrupt his recollections. "I shall prepare breakfast. What would you like to eat?" Luo Ge inquired as she made her way to the kitchen, oblivious to the situation around her. "Anything is fine. Dabao is not picky," replied the elder child. "Neither is Bao," chimed in the younger one, both busy washing up nearby, eager to respond to her. Given Gu Jinsheng's culinary skills, they seemed to trust their little aunt more. Seeing the two little ones' responses, Luo Ge turned her gaze towards Gu Jinsheng. "I'm also indifferent," he said, slightly turning his head away upon noticing her stare. "Very well. Since all options are acceptable, I shall have free rein," she decided. Upon entering the kitchen and opening the cabinet, she was pleasantly surprised to find that the Gu family had a decent stock of provisions: oil, salt, rice, and flour, enough to last the family for a month or two. However, as she glanced at the pantry and then at the dilapidated yard, she noted the several holes in the roof of the empty house next door and the patched clothing hanging out to dry. Even the wall-mounted basket and sieve bore their own little tears. Everything outside seemed to convey a sense of poverty. "It is wise to keep wealth concealed," she mused. Taking some flour and using yesterday's leftover wild vegetables from the kitchen, she prepared a few simple flatbreads. To her, it was merely a simple dish. But for the two children who had endured a year of less than savory meals, it was a rare delicacy. Their eyes sparkled as they devoured the food with an enthusiasm that far surpassed yesterday's. "Annie, these wild vegetable pancakes are delicious," Bao exclaimed, feeling he could eat many more. As the little ones gobbled down their meal, they did not forget to offer sweet compliments. "So tasty." Even Gu Jinsheng was pleasantly surprised, quietly enjoying the pancakes while offering praise. He silently marveled at the good fortune of having such a delightful meal prepared for him. "Enjoy it as much as you like. If it's not enough, I'll make more," Luo Ge said, her eyes crinkling with joy at their compliments. No cook could resist the praise of their culinary skills, and she was no exception. This breakfast brought joy to the whole family, with the two children wearing expressions of complete satisfaction. Had there not been an ill-tempered individual to disrupt their peace, their good spirits would likely have lingered for quite some time. "Huh? What are you having for breakfast? It smells divine." As the day progressed, and with someone at home, they kept the yard gate open. The moment Wang Pe stepped into the yard, a wave of enticing aromas enveloped her, making her ravenous. Upon hearing her voice, the three in the yard paused, and Gu Jinsheng's brow furrowed in concern. The two children instinctively shrank behind him, exhibiting a hint of fear. Luo Ge had just returned to the kitchen with an empty bowl, unaware of the commotion outside. "What brings you here this time, Aunt?" Gu Jinsheng's cold tone made Wang Pa halt in her tracks, her smile momentarily faltering before it quickly returned, blooming like a flower. "Why else would I be here, if not for you?" she replied, her intentions clear. She was indeed there regarding the matter of the Qian family girl. That girl had taken quite a liking to Gu Erlang, and after failing to secure a match the previous day, she returned home to share the details, leaving the Qian family in tears for quite some time. The Qian family possesses considerable wealth, with dozens of acres of land, making them a modest landlord indeed. Naturally, without such a fortune, it would be impossible to raise a daughter of such stature. The Qian couple dotes on their daughter. When she throws a tantrum, they readily relent, even offering the old woman Wang, a generous sum to assist them further. Thus, she has arrived. She mused that yesterday, Gu Jinsheng's refusal was likely due to the newly brought girl and the two little ones. Now that some time has passed without news of the girl, it seems she has truly lost her chance. Moreover, the Qin family has taken a step back, agreeing to care for the two little ones. With this development, she felt optimistic about her chances of success, prompting her to come and give it a try. After all, the compensation offered was substantial, meriting an attempt. Her smile broadened as she exclaimed, "Aunt, I have good news. The Qin girl has relented. It's permissible to keep the two little ones." However, before she could finish her sentence, her gaze caught something, and her words faltered. "Husband, who is this?" Luo Ge approached her, walking straight to Gu Jinsheng, inquiring with a hint of confusion. "Husband, is this the girl who is said to be on her last legs?" Wang, upon hearing Luo Ge's remark and looking at her in surprise, was taken aback. This was Wang's aunt from the village. Gu Jinsheng paused slightly at the mention of husband, responding in kind to Luo Ge, "This is my wife. Yesterday, I registered our marriage at the government office, and we shall hold the wedding ceremony on an auspicious day. Aunt Wang, should you have the time, you are welcome to join us for a meal." Having heard this, Wang's aunt felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. Had she known that the girl was recovering and that they had already formalized their union, she might have shamelessly tried to facilitate a match for her son, especially given that he was of marrying age and she was in dire need of funds for his bride. But now, with the girl in good health and a marriage contract already in place, it would be improper to interfere. Realizing this, she tactically took a few steps back, turned toward the gate, and made her hasty exit. "Ah, indeed, I shall visit when I have the opportunity. However, I just remembered that I have matters to attend to at home, so I won't impose any further. Now is not the time to linger." She wasn't foolish enough to provoke Gu Erlang's ire. This prospect of money was now beyond her reach, and it was wise to seek favor instead. Moreover, she felt a twinge of guilt. Having not seen the girl before, she was now keenly aware that the Qin girl was incomparable, a celestial being amidst mere mortals. Even the widows previously introduced by other villagers were of a higher caliber than the Qin girl, barring the exception of wealth. Indeed, the Qin family's fortune far surpasses that of most farming families. Had they not looked down upon her family, she might have wished for her son to marry into their wealth. However, should her grandson not thrive, it would pose a problem, as her son is quite handsome. As Wang Ant's figure faded from view, the two adults and two children in the courtyard exchanged glances, each lost in their own thoughts. Well, they certainly did not anticipate that it would be so effortless to rid themselves of the old woman. "Yesterday, we agreed upon a date, and shortly, I will venture out to inform the village elders, inviting them to serve as witnesses." Upon reflection, Gu Jinsheng realized that the old women would likely continue to come forward to propose marriages, which indicated that he had not sufficiently publicized his own marital status. It seemed prudent to stroll around the village, ensuring that everyone was aware of his situation to prevent any recurrence of this misunderstanding. The Gu family acknowledges only one lawful wife in a lifetime, committing to a singular partner. The moment he chose her and brought her home, he had already contemplated this decision thoroughly. Thus, it deserved his earnest attention. Luo Ge was unaware of the traditions of the Gu family, but upon hearing his words, she nodded in agreement. She could somewhat infer his intentions and had no objections. After Gu Jinsheng departed, Luo Ge, feeling somewhat bored and noticeably more agile, decided to accompany the two little ones to the hillside to gather wild vegetables. Although the Gu family owned a vegetable garden, it had been neglected since the passing of the elderly couple. Gu Jinsheng managed the fields adequately, but he struggled to cultivate vegetables. Thus, the garden remained fallow. They typically relied on wild greens for their meals. However, villagers rarely reserved land for vegetable cultivation, opting instead to forage for wild plants, as their fields were primarily dedicated to grain production. In this era, the yield of grains was generally low. The priority was merely to fill their stomachs, relegating vegetables to a secondary importance. As the two little ones stepped outside, they hurried to the neighboring house, calling for their little companion, Tai Dan. Gu family village is predominantly split between the Gu and Wang surnames, and Tai Dan's family also belongs to the Wang clan. Having been neighbors for many years, their relationship remained strong, and they were among the few who did not blame the two little ones for the misfortunes that befell the Gu family. Tai Dan was the only playmate of the two little ones, and they generally spent their time together. Previously, when Gu Jincheng was alone with the children, he often entrusted them to the Wang family while he attended to his errands. "Brother Tai Dan, this is our little aunt," they introduced. "Little aunt, this is Brother Tai Dan." Tai Dan was 2 years older than the two little ones, and they eagerly brought him before her for an introduction. "Little aunt, Tai Dan," with a small bun atop his head and a round, cherubic face, spoke with confidence and was a lively and cheerful child. "You are Tai Dan. Thank you for always playing with the Bao and air Bao," she said, pulling out a few candies that Gu Jincheng had purchased earlier, distributing them among the children. "Here, take these." "Thank you, little aunt." With everyone receiving their share, the children expressed their gratitude in unison before hand in hand, they dashed ahead. "Little aunt, come quickly. We know where the wild vegetables grow abundantly." With many children in the village, they were of little assistance in serious tasks, often frolicking about. Thus, gathering wild vegetables, an activity that allowed for play as well, fell to them. Tai Dan was particularly adept at foraging, having taken the two little ones along frequently, and he was quite skilled at it. "All right." Upon hearing the shouts of a few little ones, Luo Ge quietly quickened her pace. The children, armed with small baskets and tiny shovels, skillfully led her to a place abundant with wild vegetables. "How is Annie from Dabao and Airbao's family? Is she generous enough for our families?" A vast expanse of amaranth greens lay before them, flourishing during the peak season of June and July. This spot, sheltered by a thicket on a hillside, basked in sunlight, creating an ideal environment for the amaranth to thrive. Rarely did anyone venture here, which worked in their favor. As she brushed aside the thorns, Luo Ge inadvertently pricked herself a few times. Just as she extracted a thorn embedded in her thumb, she heard Tai Dan exclaim. Amused, she remarked, "Indeed, Tai Dan, you are quite remarkable to find so much." She offered praise, unaware that the droplets of blood seeping from her thumb mingled with the red mark on her skin. The children, elated by the compliment, blossomed into smiles. Their enthusiasm for gathering wild vegetables intensified. Seizing the opportunity presented by the bountiful harvest, Luo Ge decided to collect enough for both today and tomorrow. Although they had gathered a considerable amount, it would be unwise to overharvest, as the heat would cause any excess to wither in a few days. After all, these wild greens grew quickly. They would sprout again in a couple of days. With plenty of time left in the day, the two little ones chose to frolic nearby rather than return to the courtyard with her, obediently playing close to home, just within sight of the entrance. After a brief rinse of the vegetables, Luo Ge felt an itch and a slight warmth at her thumb. Gently probing with her finger, she suspected that the thorns might possess a mild toxicity, prompting her to seek something to remedy it inside the house. However, upon stepping inside, her surroundings transformed instantaneously. She found herself back in her modern courtyard, everything precisely as she had arranged before her departure. As she traveled back, gazing around her familiar little homestead left her momentarily bewildered. Yet, she soon discerned something amiss. This was not the modern world she had anticipated. While everything mirrored her small courtyard, including the hillside farm she had cultivated and the thriving fruit trees, the presence of neighboring homes had vanished. The fields that once belonged to others were nowhere to be seen, leaving a desolate expanse of white in every direction. It seemed she had stumbled into a space essential for traversing realms, albeit her domain differed from the mystical realms or game farms of other time travelers. Her space merely contained the possessions she had previously acquired in the modern world, nothing more. Nonetheless, she felt a sense of fulfillment, for these were the fruits of her labor. Her hard-earned legacy had accompanied her into this new realm. With a thought, she recalled something she had read in a novel and silently wished to venture forth. In the blink of an eye, she found herself back in the Gu family courtyard, within the confines of her room. The space, once again, she whispered the words, and she returned to that very realm. After several attempts, she confirmed that the passage of time within the space differed from that of the outside world. Proportionally speaking, 1 day outside equated to 4 days inside. and 6 hours outdoors amounted to an entire day within. Moreover, she could freely bring items in and out. Curiously, it appeared that the objects in the space could automatically replenish themselves after being removed. After she had consumed a bottle of beverage, she turned around and found it replenished in the refrigerator, despite the fact that the fridge was not powered, nor was there electricity in the yard. She wondered if the chickens and ducks on the farm could also be replenished in such a manner and resolved to experiment with this next time. The key to entering the space was the small red mole on her hand. With these confirmations, she felt a great sense of reassurance. After some time, Gu Jincheng returned from the village. We should set up a few tables. I plan to ask Aunt Zhang from next door to help with the cooking. What do you think? He said while washing his hands. His culinary skills were rather lacking, and he feared that if he left all the cooking to Luo Ge, she might become overwhelmed, hence his intention to request assistance from a neighbor. Sounds good. We just gathered some amaranth for lunch. Would you prefer amaranth pancakes or amaranth and egg dumplings? Given her earlier experience with the flour, she was well aware that this man was not particularly frugal with food. Anything is fine, Gu Jincheng replied, adding, you decide? We are not picky eaters. All right, then let us make some pancakes as well, and a soup, and we can prepare dumplings for dinner. Okay, I'll help you knead the dough. Kneading the dough was somewhat laborious, and with his greater strength, it was more convenient for him. Together with Gu Jincheng, they prepared lunch. There was an inexplicable naturalness in their interactions. Despite being a couple who had yet to grow close, they exhibited the warmth of an old married couple. Was it her overly familiar nature that contributed to this feeling? As she pondered, her gaze inadvertently fell upon him. The young girl Esther made him feel somewhat uncomfortable, and Gu Jincheng's ears quickly turned red, though he managed to conceal it well. I'll go call the back, he said, clearing his throat. As expected, this lunch once again received unanimous praise from the three of them. After the meal, Luo Ge did not remain idle. She asked Gu Jincheng to help with the dough and prepared some amaranth and egg filling for the dumplings. Let us get the ingredients ready now, and we can wrap them up and cook them later tonight. Seeing her busy again shortly after eating, the two little ones came over, trying to help. When they realized they couldn't contribute, they obediently stood by, watching eagerly. There is no need for you to keep yourself so busy. There isn't much to do around the house, Gu Jincheng said, contemplating before speaking. He was not one to pressure someone recovering from an illness. Luo Ge was momentarily taken aback by his words. She expected him to say that. It's fine, it's all light work. And I feel much better now. Acknowledging his good intentions, she refrained from arguing. In truth, she did feel considerably more agile, her limbs light and unencumbered. Upon waking in the morning, I did not feel as at ease as I do now. It seems that drinking the well water from her quaint little courtyard has contributed to this newfound comfort. Moreover, I perceive that the well water has become remarkably sweeter than before. In light of her remark, Gu Jincheng refrained from further commentary. Thus, they spent a day in simple tranquility, yet when night fell and the couple lay together, a certain awkwardness lingered. However, once slumber enveloped them, the atmosphere transformed. His delicate wife would instinctively curl up like a kitten, nestling tightly against him, demanding his attention. Sigh. Witnessing this pitiable scene, Gu Jincheng could only sigh in resignation. Another night of willpower training ensued. Time passed swiftly, and now only 2 or 3 days remained until the date they had agreed upon. Today, Gu Jincheng ascended the mountain with the village hunter, Li, with the intention of securing more game for their upcoming feast. Previously, he would venture into the mountains every few days to hunt, bringing back wild game to sell in the city for silver. Each excursion would last a day or two, and the two little ones had grown accustomed to it. In the past, when Gu Jincheng went hunting, they would be entrusted to the neighboring Tai Dan's family, and upon his return, he would present them with wild chickens or rabbits as a token of gratitude. However, with Luo Ge now present, such arrangements were no longer necessary. Auntie, we're going to find Brother Tai Dan, Dabao announced, tugging his younger brother along before heading out. With Luo Ge's health fully restored, she was preparing to wash the bedding by the river when she heard the little one's words and consented. Be careful, and if I'm not home when you return, just wait for a while at Tai Dan's house, she advised. She felt uneasy leaving the little ones alone at home, and since Tai Dan's grandfather was unwell and often stayed at home, he could help keep an eye on them. All right, the little one obediently replied and then dashed out. Not long after, Luo Ge also made her way to the river with the disassembled quill cover. Quite coincidentally, Tai Dan's mother was there too. Luo Ge, are you here to wash bedding as well? Tai Dan's mother greeted her with a smile, shifting her belongings aside to make room. Come, sit beside me. This spot is quite good. Thanks to the children, Luo Ge had developed a rapport with Tai Dan's mother. Tai Dan had inherited his mother's cheerful disposition. Wang, the mother, was a spirited and straightforward individual, making interactions with her quite pleasant. Luo Ge found her quite likable. Over the past few days, she had learned much about village affairs from Wang, who had introduced her to the river where they washed clothes. You arrived quite early, Wang, Luo Ge remarked as she approached with her basin, smiling. Ah, it's because that rascal Tai Dan is rather troublesome. Despite being of age, he still wets the bed. I feared that if I didn't come early, the bedding would acquire an unpleasant odor. So I hurried over, she replied with a chuckle. Luo Ge could not help but laugh at Wang's candid complaints. Wang found her own words amusing as well and continued sharing her thoughts with Luo Ge. Let me tell you, that rascal has quite the thin skin. He won't allow anyone to speak of his bedwetting. He followed me all the way here, watching me closely, worried that I might spill the beans. Having just returned, I felt quite stifled. Though it was said discreetly, Sister Wang was undoubtedly mindful of her child's dignity, speaking softly within a range only Luo Ge could hear. Suddenly, a familiar voice echoed behind them. Turning around, they discovered Tai Dan trailing closely with two little ones. It was unclear when they had arrived, but seemed they had followed closely behind Luo Ge. Given his thunderstruck expression, he likely overheard everything. Tai Dan was unperturbed. After all, the Bao and Air Bao had also experienced bedwetting. Sensing his discontent, the two little ones attempted to console him. As their words hung in the air, an unusual silence enveloped the scene for a brief moment. Unable to contain himself, Tai Dan's lips quivered, and he burst into tears. Mother, you didn't keep your word, he wailed. In the midst of his sobbing, something tumbled from his mouth, which he instinctively caught. Upon closer inspection, his cries grew louder, his face a portrait of grievance. Mother, I lost a tooth. With his mouth agape in sorrow, he inadvertently revealed a gap in his lower teeth, clutching the very tooth that had just fallen out. His eyes glistened with tears, his nose running. One could hardly resist the charm of his disheveled appearance. Huh! The first to succumb to laughter was Tai Dan's mother, who leaned against her waist, unable to contain her mirth. Oh, Dan, you've let slip your secret. Let me take a look, she chuckled, tears of laughter streaming down her cheeks, while also checking if his gums were bleeding. This little rascal had mentioned just days prior that his tooth was loose. And who would have expected it to fall out so soon? It's nothing to worry about. It will grow back, Luo Ge chimed in with a smile. Upon hearing this, Tai Dan's tears ceased almost instantly, though remnants of sorrow lingered on his face. Andy, is that true? He asked, having felt his tooth was on the verge of falling out, which prompted him to bring the Bao and Air Bao along. Children often lack understanding and dread the notion of losing their teeth forever. However, with Luo Ge's reassuring words, his worries diminished, shifting his focus entirely to this newfound concern, while the incident of bedwetting faded from his mind. Yes, indeed it is true. Your aunt would never deceive you. Now, hurry back with the Bao and Air Bao. It's best not to play near the river, Luo Ge instructed. Remember to fetch some water to rinse your mouth and toss that tooth onto the bed. Understood? Noticing that Tai Dan had momentarily forgotten about the bedwetting incident, Sister Wang seized the opportunity to add, well then, let us head back. Rubbing his nose, Tai Dan grasped each little one by the hand and made his way home. The Gu and Wang families lived not far from the riverbank, allowing them to glimpse their home from where they were. As the little ones returned, the women hastened to wash their belongings, eager to return home early. Sister, I know your aunt. She is truly kind-hearted. You are the young wife from the Gu family, aren't you? During their washing, several women arrived at the riverbank, and this was Luo Ge's first visit, drawing curious glances from the village women as they went about their laundry. Ah, which newlywed would not become the subject of gossip among the village women? In an age devoid of mobile phones or other forms of entertainment, the daily routine revolved around agricultural labor, washing, and cooking. During the lulls of idleness, conversations typically meandered to discussing one's parents or the shortcomings of others. After all, these are the only topics available for gossip. Is there something you need, Aunt? Upon hearing the inquiry, she naturally nodded in response, noting that the questioner appeared to be of a similar age to Tai Dan's grandmother. Thus addressing her as Aunt seemed appropriate. Nothing much, just inquiring. The young lady is quite charming and seems well matched with Erlang, Aunt Luo remarked. Noticing that Luo Ge did not exhibit the timidity often displayed by other new brides, Aunt Luo felt pleasantly surprised. She scrutinized Luo Ge's delicate features, her smile radiant as a flower. Dear, do refrain from gazing at Jin Shen's wife like that. Your eyes are so fierce you might scare her away, teased a young woman nearby, eliciting laughter. Confused by the remark, Luo Ge turned to Wang Sa, who explained, "This is the village head's wife, Aunt Luo. And that is Xionyang, Aunt Luo's daughter-in-law." Upon hearing this, Luo Ge sweetly greeted them. She recalled that Gu Jinshun had mentioned the village head in passing. He shared the surname Gu and was a year or two older than Gu Fu. Thus, she ought to address him as uncle. However, the villagers commonly referred to Aunt Luo in this manner, and so she followed suit. It was said that the village head had maintained a close relationship with Gu Fu over the years, providing support to their family, which fostered a strong bond between the two households. Though the village head's family is small, they enjoy a harmonious household. The relationship between Aunt Luo and her daughter-in-law is quite amicable, she noted, prompting smiles from both women in response to her greeting. I had heard that your health was poor, but you appear quite well now. Have you recovered? Aunt Luo inquired, assessing Luo Ge with an appraising glance. I am well now. Thank you for your concern. Aunt, she replied. That is good to hear. Although Jin Shun can be somewhat taciturn, he is a caring individual. If you follow him closely, he will treat you well, Aunt Luo continued, understanding that Luo Ge had been procured from the refugees by Gu Jinshun. It was indeed fortunate for him to have found such a beautiful bride, as it was rare to find such a lovely young woman within 10 miles. Yet considering Gu Jinshen's usual demeanor, often cold and taciturn, Aunt Luo felt compelled to express her hopes that he would appeal to the young lady. Upon hearing Aunt Luo speak of her husband, Luo Ge felt a warmth rise to her cheeks. I know, Aunt, he's truly kind. After spending several days in his company, she had discerned that Gu Jinshun was a man of few words but thoughtful nature. The fact that he allowed her to treat him as a pillow was quite telling. Recalling the scene from this morning, her cheeks flushed with a light hue. Last night, upon hearing him mention his early plans to hunt in the mountains, she had risen early to prepare extra provisions for him. Truly, she had been unaware of how restless she could be in her sleep, having always been a solitary person. She clung to him like an ornament, entirely enveloped in his presence. He indeed indulged her whims and had never broached the subject. The thought of his hands gently kneading hers filled her with a touch of embarrassment. Observing the blush on Luo Ge's face, Aunt Luo wore a knowing smile. As long as you understand, that's what matters. Life is meant to be shared between the two of you, and I eagerly await the delightful news from you both. Aunt Luo chuckled, walking alongside Sister Xionyang while leaving those words for Luo Ge. This completely flushed Luo Ge's cheeks. The joyous news of a wedding had already been confirmed. What other good news could there be to anticipate? Naturally, it was the prospect of children. Yet to conceive, one must first put in the effort. Luo Ge, I too am looking forward to your news. Seeing Luo Ge's face so crimson, Sister Wang seized the moment to fan the flames. Now that's quite the sight. You've turned as red as a monkey's backside. Upon returning home and encountering that man's belongings, she felt even more uneasy. Her thoughts drifted to the mountains behind the village, wondering how he was faring in the wilderness. It seemed that after just a few days together, the absence of one person at home was quite disconcerting. Is Annie missing Uncle? No need to worry. Uncle said he would return tomorrow. When the two little ones returned, they chanced upon her lost in thought, gazing at the mountains. Debeo, with his mischievous spirit, remarked on the scene. With her bow by her side, Annie need not fear. She shouldn't worry about Uncle. Bao had just seen Sister Wang and her husband next door, and his first thought was whether Auntie would be scared sleeping alone, given that Uncle had accompanied her for so long. After all, they were little gentlemen, and it was their duty to protect Auntie in Uncle's absence. Luo Ge, what would you like to eat for lunch? She swiftly changed the subject when they didn't respond. Meanwhile, in the mountains at Chu, Gu Jinsheng sheathed his hunting knife and tossed the wild boar onto a makeshift tree branch. Rubbing his nose, he mused. This is the third time I've heard that frequent sneezing indicates someone is missing you. Nearby, Hunter Lee raised an eyebrow at this. We've never seen you like this before, Brother Jinsheng. Is it perhaps because you now have a wife at home? Upon hearing mention of his beloved wife, Gu Jinsheng's mind conjured the image of Luo Ge, his lips involuntarily curling into a smile. To be awaited by a wife at home truly felt different. Yet, he was not one to be easily teased. What is this, Li Qiao? Are you suggesting that your sister-in-law doesn't think of you? Hunter Lee, named Li Qiao, was 23, 2 years younger than Gu Jinsheng, who was 25. At this age, he should have been married long ago, but his initial courtship coincided with the conscription. That absence delayed matters for several years, and upon his return, he spent a year in mourning. Thus, time slipped by, and he found himself at 25. Hearing about Li Qiao's spirited wife made him tense up instinctively. Where did that come from? I was just making casual remarks, haha. Speaking of which, Brother Jinsheng, our luck today is quite remarkable. We stumbled upon this hefty fellow shortly after our arrival. We can certainly earn a decent amount taking it to town. We might even return home sooner than expected. Observing the bountiful harvest of the day, Li Qiao remarked that it would be disingenuous to claim he was not surprised. While he had previously accompanied Brother Jinsheng on many fruitful excursions, this was the first time such a significant yield had been achieved so swiftly. Gu Jinsheng was also taken aback, yet remained composed. Let's gather our belongings. I just spotted a nest of rabbits over there. Wait for me to retrieve them, and then we shall return. Last night, he had overheard her mumbling in her sleep about rabbits, perhaps indicating her cravings. It would not be a hassle to bring a few back. After coordinating with Li Qiao, Gu Jinsheng set forth with his hunting bow. His archery skills were exceptional, rarely resulting in a missed shot. Before long, he returned with 2 rabbits and a few wild chickens. Let us depart. We should make it home before dusk. Given the warm weather, they planned to sell their catch in town before heading back, reserving the live chickens for a feast. As for the pork, they would procure fresh cuts from the butcher on the day of the wedding. In Chapter 11, titled Beloved Wife in Embrace, the absence of Gu Jinsheng left the home feeling considerably empty. After dinner, once the 2 little ones were bathed and settled into their rooms for the night, Luo Ge prepared to rest herself. The moonlight was splendid, with stars adorning the sky, and the shadows of the trees cast upon the ground created a picturesque scene, enhanced by the dancing fireflies. Unable to resist, Luo Ge lingered outside, savoring the beauty of her surroundings. Suddenly, a knock at the courtyard door startled her, causing her to instinctively grasp the nearby shovel for protection, her gaze fixed warily on the entrance. Another knock echoed. She remained silent, acutely aware that she was alone in the house with only the 2 children. Should a danger lurk outside, she feared she would be unable to defend herself. Just as she contemplated her options, a shadow leapt from the courtyard wall. Reacting faster than her mind could process, she swung the shovel, only to find Gu Jinsheng startled and hastily raising his hands to shield himself. "Thief! Help!" she shouted in desperation, hoping that Sister Wang next door had not yet retired for the night. "It's me," Gu Jinsheng exclaimed urgently, attempting to grasp Luo Ge, only to find himself unexpectedly thrown over her shoulder, receiving a kick to the chest. He had not anticipated that his delicate wife possessed such agility. The sudden pain elicited a muffled groan from him. Luo Ge was poised to swing the shovel again, but her movements froze when she recognized his face. "Is that you, my husband?" she called tentatively. Gu Jinsheng rubbed his chest and glanced at her. "Yes, it's me." Upon confirming his identity, her immediate reaction was to drop the makeshift weapon, offering an awkward smile to the now upright Gu Jinsheng. "Uncle," the 2 little ones exclaimed as they emerged, bewildered by the scene unfolding in the courtyard. "Why have you returned so quickly?" At last, it was the second child who spoke first. voicing the questions that had been on their minds. Gu Jincheng patted his clothes and remarked, "Today's harvest is quite satisfactory. I shall return early. It's not too late. You two should head back to your rooms and rest," he instructed after sending the two little ones away. Turning back to Luo Ge, he added, "I will wash up first. You should return to your room as well." Throughout their conversation, he refrained from mentioning the earlier incident. Feeling a twinge of anxiety, Luo Ge obediently returned to her room. She had actually struck Gu Jincheng earlier. What if he was upset? This unease lingered until she lay in bed. Noticing that she had returned and remained silent, her husband called out to her. Hearing his voice, Gu Jincheng slightly turned his head. "What is it?" "I apologize. I thought you were a thief," she explained. "Oh, my little wife was preoccupied with that thought, which is why she hasn't slept," he mused, realizing she had not embraced him. "It's nothing. I startled you. With your skills, I am reassured." He hadn't taken the earlier incident to heart. Rather, he was increasingly curious about her past. Externally delicate and beautiful, yet possessing remarkable talent in needlework, culinary arts, and martial skills, it was undeniable that the more he learned about her, the more delightful and intriguing she became. What kind of family could nurture such a remarkable young lady? Taken aback by his words, Luo Ge blinked a couple of times and gazed up to meet his eyes. "You're not angry?" "Not all. You did nothing wrong. Why should I be angry? Then why have you been silent?" "I tend to be reticent." He certainly could not confess that he had been anticipating his little wife to fall asleep so he could hold her. "All right, that seems quite reasonable. You are indeed a few words," she conceded. With the reassurance that he was not angry, Luo Ge felt relieved. "As long as you're not upset, I will rest now. You should retire early as well." After that, silence enveloped the room for a long while, save for the sound of Luo Ge attempting to stifle her restlessness. She genuinely tried to fall asleep, but for some reason, every time she closed her eyes, thoughts of their earlier intimate embrace flooded her mind, preventing her from drifting off. Observing her from a distance, Gu Jincheng, feeling a surge of tenderness, quietly reached out and pulled her into his embrace as she turned over once more. "Sleep now." With her nestled in his arms, a sense of tranquility washed over him, though he felt a warmth rising in his ears and his heart raced. Luo Ge rested her head against his chest, listening to the rhythmic beat of his heart, her own little heart echoing its tempo. She nestled closer, responding softly, her cheeks flushed. Eventually, after a considerable time, his little wife finally succumbed to slumber in his embrace. Gazing at her serene, sleeping face, Gu Jincheng felt a flutter of nervousness. Yet he gently placed a kiss upon her cheek. Satisfied with the sight of her slumbering visage, he too surrendered to sleep. Chapter 12. Marriage. As the day of their union approached, the couple began their preparations. This was Luo Ge's first trip to the market with Gu Jincheng. Coincidentally, it was a bustling market day, and the streets teemed with people, a sea of heads as far as the eye could see. "Stay close to me," Gu Jincheng cautioned, concerned that Luo Ge might get lost. He even took hold of a portion of her garment for her to grasp. This somewhat paternal gesture was amusing. Yet she obediently clutched his clothing and followed closely behind him. Two little ones accompanied Tai Dan to play, but did not follow closely. As they walked together, purchasing necessities for the household, her gaze wandered around the stalls lining the street, particularly fixated on those selling chickens and ducks. She had raised a considerable number in her farm, and in recent days, the production of eggs had been abundant, far exceeding her family's needs. She needed to devise a plan to find a market for the surplus. "What do you wish to buy?" Gu Jincheng inquired, noticing her gaze drifting towards the street vendors. "Perhaps some pastries?" Luo Ge had no particular desires. Most of the wedding necessities had already been prepared, leaving only some snacks and pastries for guests. All right. Given that Gu Jincheng had recently completed his mourning period, they did not intend to hold a grand celebration, opting instead for a modest gathering with 3 to 5 tables, inviting the village elders and some close friends for a meal. After procuring the pastries, they were ready to head home. While passing by a jewelry shop, Gu Jincheng suddenly halted, glancing at Luo Ge's hair, which he had simply gathered with a wooden hairpin. "Wait for me," he said, turning to enter the adjacent jewelry shop. Before long, he emerged with a small box, presenting it to Luo Ge. Currently, my finances are limited, but I will buy you something better in the future." Upon hearing this, Luo Ge took the box in bewilderment and opened it to reveal a delicate butterfly hairpin, accompanied by a matching pair of petite butterfly earrings. The weight of the items was unmistakable. They were solid, and in this era, even a silver bracelet could become a treasured heirloom. This solid hairpin was evidently precious. "I cannot accept this." Realizing the implications, she hastily attempted to return the gift. He had already spent more on her than she had anticipated, and she could not bring herself to accept more. Seeing her return the gift, Gu Jincheng furrowed his brow. "Do you not like it?" Lacking experience in flattering women, he recalled Li Qiao mentioning that gifting jewelry to one's wife would elicit joy. He had also observed that she possessed few ornaments, hence the purchase. Luo Ge shook her head. "It is too extravagant." The hairpin and earrings were undeniably beautiful. No girl could resist such lovely things, yet they were indeed too lavish. "It is of no concern. I can afford it. You need not worry excessively. I will take care of you." Though his current means were modest, he could comfortably provide enough food, clothing, and some jewelry for his wife. Moreover, he wished to treat her well. He could not articulate the reasons, but he simply wanted to cherish her, following his heart. He felt that his father was right. Wives are meant to be treasured and cared for. Without waiting for Luo Ge to respond, he pressed the items back into her arms and took her hand, leading her away from the city. As Luo Ge gazed at the box in her arms and then at the man before her, warmth spread through her heart. She did not wish to feel this way, yet he had declared his intention to care for her. Silently, she surrendered to her feelings, for it was undeniable that being cherished felt wonderful. Nevertheless, she vowed not to let him bear the burden alone. Before long, the day of the Qixi festival arrived. At this moment, their small courtyard was adorned with red double happiness paper cuttings, radiating a festive spirit. Luo Ge was clad in the red wedding dress brought to her by Gu Jinchen. Her hair elegantly pinned with a delicate butterfly hairpin, and her crimson lips adorned with a touch of vermilion. Though her attire was simple, it rendered her utterly captivating. Her usually innocent and soft visage was now enhanced by the vibrant red, exuding an indescribable allure. Gu Jinchen, who was attending to the guests, was momentarily mesmerized by the scene, unable to tear his gaze away. "Ha, I told you so. Look, he is utterly entranced," exclaimed Sister Wang, who had just emerged from the room with Luo Ge, bursting into laughter upon witnessing the spectacle. With such beauty accentuated by her attire, it was not only men who were captivated. Even she herself had found herself momentarily lost in admiration. On her wedding day, Luo Ge was already quite nervous, and Sister Wang's teasing only deepened her shyness. "Sister Wang," she chided playfully. "Ha ha, all right, I won't tease you anymore." With the bride's bashfulness, the assembled guests gradually returned from their astonishment. The village chief and Li Qiao both patted Gu Jinchen on the shoulder, proclaiming, "You, my friend, are truly fortunate. Jinchen, you have struck gold." Luo Ge had first gone to prepare meals for the guests alongside Aunt Zhang and Sister Wang before changing into her bridal attire. Now that they had tasted her culinary skills, seeing such a beautiful bride warranted heartfelt compliments. With such culinary prowess and beauty, a wife like this is rare to find. Friends and relatives showered their congratulations and praises. "Your bride certainly brings good fortune. Your life together will undoubtedly flourish," they remarked on the couple's admirable qualities, envisioning a future where they might have a robust son destined to be a handsome lad. "Isn't that right? The bow. Your little aunt is so beautiful. I want to find a wife just as lovely." Iron Egg expressed his envy, prompting prideful grins from the two youngsters. "Of course, this is our little aunt," the Bao exclaimed, puffing up with pride. "Our little aunt is the best," echoed Air Bao, raising his chin in a boastful manner. Meanwhile, Gu Jinchen's heart swelled with the same pride as the two children. His wife was indeed the finest. Li Qiao's words rang true. He had indeed struck gold. As the auspicious hour approached, the village's elder emerged to announce, "It is time for the newlyweds to enter the hall." This wedding was presided over by the venerable elder, who was blessed with a multitude of descendants. Hearing this, Gu Jinchen slowly approached Luo Ge, firmly grasping her hand as they made their way into the hall. Since Luo Ge had now moved into the Gu household and had no family of her own, the ceremony had been simplified. The traditional bride-fetching ritual was omitted, allowing the couple to bow to each other in the presence of their witnesses at the auspicious hour. With Gu Jinshun's parents no longer present, their memorial tablets were placed at the front. Friends and relatives gathered around, forming a circle around the young couple. As the auspicious hour arrived, the elder called out, "It is time to perform the wedding rites." A hush fell over the crowd. Bow to heaven and earth, united in heart and spirit. Listening to the instructions, Gu Jinsheng and Luo Ge both faced the outdoors and performed the first bow. The second bow to the high hall brought prosperity to the household. Once again, they bowed to the high hall. The couple bowed to each other, a union destined by heaven, promising to grow old together. Before the witnesses, the young couple stood facing each other and completed their final bow, marking their true union as husband and wife. The ceremony concluded. It was time to enter the bridal chamber. After the elder's words, Gu Jinsheng swiftly lifted Luo Ge into his arms, not giving the onlookers a chance to react before carrying her back inside. "Oh, this lad is remarkably quick. Ha ha ha, such a protective husband, fearful that we might bully her." The crowd chuckled as they watched his retreating figure. Hearing their remarks, Gu Jinsheng's ears flushed slightly as he carefully placed Luo Ge on the bed. "You should eat something in here. I will return shortly," he said, his handsome face gradually turning red. Luo Ge felt a bit shy as well and nodded obediently. "All right, I'll wait for you here. If you need anything, just call me." "Okay," though he promised to be quick. After attending to the guests and returning the borrowed tables and utensils, it was already dark outside. After closing the courtyard gate and settling the two little ones, Gu Jinsheng finally returned to the room. Upon hearing the door creak open, Luo Ge nervously fiddled with her fingers. Gu Jinsheng felt tense too, but the wine had emboldened him considerably. Lowering his gaze to his little wife, they shared a prolonged silence before he took the initiative to embrace her. Placing her on his lap, looking down in her eyes, he felt his throat tighten slightly. Tentatively leaning closer, he pressed a kiss upon her tender lips. At that moment, Luo Ge tensed up, but she eventually closed her eyes and shyly reciprocated. It was this hesitant response that ignited the suppressed fire within the man. Their awkward kisses gradually deepened, akin to a parched land finally receiving the long-awaited rain. As the night wore on, it was until the early hours, when he finally satisfied his thirst, that he fetched water to cleanse his little wife. Noticing the evident blush upon the bed and gazing at his slumbering bride, a pang of heartache and regret washed over him. Yet, simultaneously, he felt an unprecedented sense of fulfillment. Chapter 13. Yes, my dear. After a night of tumult, Luo Ge didn't awaken until the sun was high in the sky. Awake? She had expected Gu Jinsheng to rise early and venture out, but was surprised to find him still in the room. What about Dabao and the others? Rubbing her sore back, she inquired lightly. "Look, it's almost afternoon. We mustn't let the little ones go hungry. They're outside, don't worry. Yesterday's leftover steamed buns made from mixed grains are sufficient. I warmed some for them, so they haven't gone hungry." After being pampered by Luo Ge for several days, the appetites of these few had become quite spoiled, and Gu Jinsheng's cooking was indeed challenging to swallow. It would be better to simply finish yesterday's leftovers. Upon hearing this, Luo Ge nodded, suddenly noticing that his complexion seemed somewhat off, flushed and unnatural. Following the direction of his averted gaze, Luo Ge glanced down at herself and noted with dismay that she was in a rather disheveled state, akin to a peeled egg. Turning her head away, she recalled that she had fainted the previous night, completely oblivious to what had transpired thereafter. Now, upon seeing her condition, her face flushed crimson. "I wasn't peeking. I merely checked on you and noticed your injuries seemed rather severe last night, so I brought some medicine," she stammered. "Did you need my assistance with the application of the ointment?" Her halting explanation only served to deepen her embarrassment. After all, her sole injury was in one area, and claiming she hadn't looked was rather ludicrous. Luo Ge's face turned a deeper shade of red as she buried herself under the covers, muttering, "I can manage it myself." Though they had already shared intimacy the night before, the daylight made the situation feel distinctly awkward. "You cannot see it yourself," he stated candidly, his tone teasing yet devoid of any insincerity. Nevertheless, he spoke the truth. Ultimately, with her face still aglow, Luo Ge managed to apply the medicine with his assistance. Meanwhile, Gu Jinsheng was not faring much better. After the application, his forehead glistened with sweat. His wife was injured, and he couldn't bear to tease her further, which only aggravated his own discomfort. I just woke up, so I'll go out and prepare some noodles for you, he suggested, seeking an excuse to step outside and gather his thoughts. Although his culinary skills were lacking, he could knead dough, boil water, and wash vegetables adequately. Soon, his wife could simply add them to the pot for a quick cook. When it came to cooking, he found himself perplexed. Despite following her steps meticulously, the flavor of his dishes was inexplicably lackluster. Strangely, however, he excelled at making dumplings and pulling noodles, achieving a commendable appearance. Yet, once boiled, they were a different story altogether, leaving him at a loss for words. "All right," Luo Ge replied, and after he exited, she endured the aches in her body to dress herself. Upon glancing at the marks left on the bed, her previously calmed face flushed anew, prompting her to hastily change the sheets before stepping outside. Little Ant. As soon as she emerged, two small figures rushed towards her, each clinging to one of her legs, their eyes brimming with concern. "Little Ant, did Uncle bully you? Last night we thought we heard you crying." This remark caused her cheeks to redden once more, and she quickly shook her head. "No, your uncle did not bully me." The two little ones exchanged puzzled glances at her response. "Is that true, Little Ant? You can tell us. If Uncle did bully you, we will help you fight back," the second child declared, shaking a tiny fist at the approaching Gu Jinsheng. In just a few short days, they had been wholly won over by Little Ant's culinary delights. They had always liked her, but now, having been captivated by her cooking, their affection had deepened, and they were determined to protect her. Subtly, they had begun to feel emboldened to approach her. Gu Jinshan silently extended his hands, gently separating the two little ones. "Your aunt is unwell. Please do not disturb her," he remarked, positioning himself to shield her, embodying the role of a protective husband. Observing the trio, a large man and two small children, Luo Ge couldn't help but chuckle softly. "Truly, your uncle has not bullied me." Yet, she remained earnest in addressing the inquiries of the two little ones. Children's attention often meanders whimsically. If one does not communicate clearly, they may overthink matters. It was far better to engage them earnestly. Upon hearing Luo Ge's reassurances, the two little ones finally felt at ease. "That is good." However, Gu Jinshan regarded his young wife with an inscrutable expression. "Have he not bullied you?" Noticing his gaze, Luo Ge quickly averted her eyes and scurried into the kitchen. He had prepared ample noodles, and at that moment, the water in the pot had just begun to boil, prompting Luo Ge to drop the noodles in. Once the water came to a rolling boil again, she retrieved several eggs from the cupboard, cracked them into the pot, and added some wild greens. A simple dish of wild greens and egg noodles was soon ready. "You two should come in and eat as well." It was certain that the dishes laid out would not be left untouched. Only what remained in the kitchen would be left over. She recalled that only 3 or 4 buns had been left from last night, and it was clear that sharing amongst several people would not suffice. "All right." Gu Jinshun entered first, washing the bowls and serving the noodles. The two little ones, displaying great understanding, diligently washed their small hands. "Husband, I plan to tend to the vegetable garden again, planting some small crops. What do you think?" Seeing the wild greens reminded Luo Ge of this matter, and she brought it up. "There has been plenty of rain lately. Some vegetables should thrive, and relying on wild greens every day is not ideal. It would be better to grow our own, plant whatever we desire." She had already cultivated 2 small plots in her little courtyard, primarily with scallions, ginger, garlic, and chili peppers. Although she had yet to plant the other seeds she had purchased. "That sounds good. I will clear the weeds and turn the soil later. What do you wish to plant?" "I haven't decided yet. In a couple of days. Let us go to the town together to see what seeds are available and plant a variety." "Very well." The young couple were both doers, eager to set plans into motion. After their meal and a brief rest, Gu Jinshan took her to inspect the family's small vegetable garden. This garden was conveniently located near the river and adjacent to a mountain, making it easy to fetch water. Beside the garden stood a magnificent old tree, providing ample shade during the sweltering heat. "You can stay here with the two little ones. It's too sunny outside. Gu Jinshan directed her and the children to a shaded area beneath the tree, while he donned a straw hat and headed toward the sunnier section. After taking a few steps alongside him, he halted her with a stern gaze. Behave. He understood her gait indicated she was still unwell, and although he was reluctant to let her accompany him, he could not restrain her entirely. However, he absolutely could not permit her to be exposed to the sun. His demeanor was quite fierce, causing Luo Ge to instinctively shrink back. Then you must also take care of yourself. All right, I will. As she obediently listened, Gu Jincheng's demeanor softened, and he lowered his voice, affectionately ruffling her hair with his large hand. The irresistible combination of his deep voice and gentle touch left her feeling somewhat dazed. With a flushed face, she nestled back with the two little ones, silently tending to the weeds with a hoe. The two children cheerfully assisted her in gathering the clippings. In Chapter 14, Potato Stewed Chicken Pieces. The strength of many hands made the work lighter. The collaboration of men and women made the task effortless. Within less than 2 hours, the vegetable patch was thoroughly prepared, ready for the seeds to be sown. Let us go home, he said, noting the sun had begun its descent, signaling it was time to cook. Hearing the words going home from Luo Ge's lips filled Gu Jincheng's heart with an indescribable warmth. Watching the trio ahead, hand in hand, his lips curved into a broad smile, enveloped in a long-lost sense of happiness. The feeling of having a wife was indeed delightful. He murmured softly to himself. No wonder that Li Qiao, when away from home, often yearned to return early. He had teased the lad before, but now it seemed the tables had turned. The rabbits Gu Jincheng had brought down from the mountain had been thoroughly enjoyed. He had stir-fried the rabbit meat with some dried chili peppers on hand and made a slow-cooked dish as well. He even shared some with the neighbor Wang's family, who had frequently helped look after the children and had been a great support on their wedding day. Such good neighbors were rare, deserving of frequent visits to maintain their bond. The remaining portions were devoured by their family, 2 plump rabbits consumed in one sitting, leaving them quite satisfied. That evening, there was still a wild chicken with a broken wing at home, and Luo Ge planned to prepare it. While weeding in the vegetable patch, she discovered a few green onions and a small cluster of potatoes, 3 or 4 tiny potato eggs, to be precise. There were also a few stray vegetables that Gu Jincheng had overlooked, perfect for a dish of potato stewed chicken. In families where meat was a rarity, theirs was an exception, being hunters. What's the matter? Gu Jincheng asked, noticing his young wife gazing at him intently while he tended to the fire. Nothing. I just feel incredibly fortunate to have encountered you, Luo Ge replied with a smile, feeling grateful for their meeting. This man was kind-hearted, honest, diligent, handsome, and capable of providing for the family through his hunting. She truly considered herself lucky to have found him. Is this, a confession? The rugged man momentarily lost his composure upon hearing her words, his face turning crimson. I believe I should be the luckier one, he stammered awkwardly, which successfully elicited laughter from Luo Ge. Seeing her smile, Gu Jincheng couldn't help but let his own lips curve upward, typically a clever man. He appeared quite foolish at that moment. Is there any wine left at home? I like a little, she asked. They had a small drink at the feast yesterday, so there should be some left over. Yes, I'll fetch it, Gu Jincheng replied promptly, rushing to retrieve it for his wife. Just place the wine here. You can step outside for a moment. It will be ready shortly. As he went to gather the items, Luo Ge began to usher him out. Gu Jinshan glanced at Luo Ge, then turned his gaze towards the courtyard, ultimately complying and stepping outside. Once he had left, Luo Ge retrieved some cooking wine and seasonings from the pantry. She began by blanching the chicken with ginger, scallions, and cooking wine, then set the blanched chicken aside. Next, she sauteed the chicken in oil, salt, star anise, and bay leaves until it was thoroughly cooked and aromatic, before placing it aside as well. She then used the remaining oil in the pan to fry potato chunks until they were golden brown and set them aside too. After adding a splash of water and a bit of white wine, she stewed the chicken for about 7 to 8 minutes. Then tossed in the potatoes with a pinch of salt for further cooking, finally garnishing the dish with chopped scallions before serving. Prior to serving, Luo Ge carefully disposed of the star anise and bay leaves into the stove's fire. The two little ones were unable to tolerate spicy food. The last time they had refrained from eating the spicy rabbit meat, opting instead for the stewed version. Hence, she prepared a meal suited to their palates, knowing that both of them had rather undemanding tastes. "Dinner is ready. Wash your hands," she called out. The simple dish comprised stewed chicken with potatoes, accompanied by a plate of stir-fried greens. "Ah, here comes Daba," she exclaimed as her sister-in-law and Erbao arrived, while the little uncle was the last to join. During the time she had spent cooking, the two children had already bathed and, upon her command, promptly washed their hands and entered the main room. Tonight's staple was a humble corn porridge. Although they had ample fine grains, it was not something they could indulge in daily. They had to be prudent as life stretched on. Consuming lavishly could easily incite envy, especially in these times when people's senses were particularly keen. Moreover, grain production was generally low in this era, and at times, fine grains were even more precious than meat. However, when it came to meat, there was little they could do about any envy directed towards them. Those who were capable could venture into the mountains to hunt, for the vast wilderness was unclaimed, and anyone who could procure food from the mountains relied on their own skills. Although this young couple preferred to avoid conflict, they were not the type to shy away from challenges. "Ah, I was a bit slow," Gu Jinshin remarked with a smile, shaking off his freshly washed hands in response to the children's comments. Perhaps it was the addition of spices that made tonight's dish particularly appealing to them. Indeed, the uncle and the children were already eagerly diving into the meal. Despite their small stature, the children exhibited impressive speed, thanks in part to their uncle's daily martial arts training. According to them, they had been rising early every day for martial practice with their uncle for the past 6 months, only gaining the freedom to arrange their own activities afterward. Consequently, despite their youth, they were never bullied by their peers. They woke up so early that Luo Ge had only discovered this fact just yesterday. "Here you go, little ant. Have some meat," one child offered, while another insisted on giving his portion to Erbao. Luo Ge refrained from participating in their meat dispute, but to her surprise, the two little ones presented her with the hard-earned meat they had snatched. However, their gesture was intercepted by Gu Jinshun. "You should eat it yourselves. Your little ant will have mine." Naturally, he could not allow another man to pamper his wife. That was his privilege alone. The two little rascals were also discouraged from doing so, lest their aunt favor them more in the future. With that, Gu Jinshun handed over his entire bowl of spoils to Luo Ge. "Here, my wife, enjoy." Luo Ge's delicate face flushed with a gentle hue. It was the first time he had called her wife. The previous night's circumstances did not count. The little ones appeared somewhat shy, yet unable to resist his insistence. They ultimately acquiesced and ate obediently. However, her appetite was modest, and she could not consume much, leaving the majority to find its way into his stomach. She finished her meal first and adhered to her long-standing habit of taking a stroll after eating, believing it would ensure longevity. After dining, she intended to walk in the courtyard to aid digestion, but upon stepping outside, she was taken aback. Her face turned crimson. This morning, she had stained the bedsheets and planned to wash them later. To her astonishment, they were already cleaned and hung out to dry, and she had not even had the chance to attend to them. The only possible explanation was that Gu Jinshun had taken it upon himself to do so. Having never washed dirty linens before, she was acutely aware that men often felt averse to handling such items associated with women, especially in ancient times when they believed that such matters were ominous. She truly did not expect him to assist her in this regard. He had just finished bathing the two little ones and had taken the initiative to wash the sheets as well. Gu Jinshun followed her outside and noticed her staring at the linens, which made him feel slightly embarrassed. Ruffling his hair, he remarked that the sight of the sheets reminded him of the events of the previous night. At his words, Luo Ge turned to him, her eyes sparkling with mirth as she softly responded, her gaze shimmering with a myriad of tiny lights. Gu Jinshun was momentarily entranced, standing still for a while before regaining his composure and awkwardly returning the dishes to the kitchen. I will go wash the dishes," he stammered. Observing the man's retreating figure, Luo Ge burst into laughter, joined by the two little ones. Chapter 15. A trip to the market, arrangements for the refugees. Perhaps due to their increased intimacy, that evening, Gu Jinshun's embrace of his wife as they slept appeared far more natural. The sensation of having his beloved nestled in his arms brought him a profound sense of contentment, and gradually, It felt as if this had become his new routine. The following day, Luo Ge was surprised to see Sister Wang visiting early in the morning. Luo Ge, are you at home? Sister Wang? What brings you here? Well, I was thinking of heading to the town shortly. Would you like to accompany me? It would be nice to have some company, Sister Wang suggested. Luo Ge indeed wished to go, but she had discussed with Gu Jinshan the previous day about purchasing seeds together. With this thought, she glanced at Gu Jinshan, who had been busy gathering wood to prepare a new bathing tub for the two little ones, as the previous one had already been used by Luo Ge. You can go if you wish. There is nothing to attend to at home, Gu Jinshan replied, noticing his wife's gaze. He found it amusing that she should make friends. He preferred she not be alone and lonely with no one to converse with. Sister Wang was a good person, and he felt reassured about her accompanying Luo Ge. Understanding the dynamics of women's companionship, he consciously chose not to follow them. At his words, Luo Ge turned back to Sister Wang and nodded lightly. Yes, I will go. When shall we depart? I need to change into something else. Soon, she would set off. The earlier she left, the sooner she would return. You go and change. I will wait for you. Just call me when you're done. All right. Wang, the sister-in-law, was a cheerful woman. After finishing her conversation with Luo Ge, she turned to retrieve her belongings from the next room. Once Wang had departed, Luo Ge changed into a new outfit, one that Gu Jinsheng had purchased for her, a simple, unadorned garment that she typically wore when going out. Currently, her wardrobe consisted of only a few pieces. One set she had worn when returning with him, another set of ready-made clothes he had bought, and a third, her wedding attire. The fabric he had bought for her had yet to be made into a dress. Primarily because she was not skilled at sewing, she knew how to use a needle and thread, but that was a different skill from actually making clothes. While at home, she often donned her patched gray garment, which was practical for her chores, changing into other outfits only when going out. After donning her new attire, she grabbed a small backpack and prepared to leave. However, Gu Jinsheng, with a bemused expression, stopped her, lightly tapping her on the head and placing a patched pouch into her embrace. How could you go to town without some silver? Take this, buy whatever you need. His tone carried a hint of affluence, which elicited a laugh from her. Luo Ge glanced at him, following his gesture to look into the pouch, and was taken aback. It was brimming with copper coins and a small piece of silver. At least 2 taels of silver, indeed. I want to need that much. I'm just going for a casual stroll. A few dozen will suffice. 2 taels could sustain a family for a year. This man was certainly generous, showing no fear that she might abscond with the money. It's nothing. Take it. When you return, I will give you more. You'll manage the household in the future. He had conducted some business with his brothers before returning, earning a fair amount of silver. When he first came back, he had brought over 200 taels, using some for the elder's funeral and spending the rest over the past year. Ultimately, he still had around 200 taels left, and he had also spent time hunting in the mountains. Both he and Li Qiao were bold enough to venture into the deeper woods. With a stroke of luck, they had managed to catch valuable game like tigers and deer on 2 occasions, in addition to wild chickens, rabbits, and boars. Even the smallest morsel counted. And bit by bit, they had saved up. Now, their family fortune had accumulated to over 400 taels, more than sufficient to support a wife. However, Luo Ge was momentarily stunned by his words. Is there more? Could it be that she had married an invisible tycoon? Hurry up now. The sooner you leave, the sooner you return. Don't keep Sister Wang waiting. Just then, Sister Wang appeared, and without allowing her to say much, Gu Jinsheng called out, Luo Ge. Hearing her name, Luo Ge refrained from further conversation. Is there anything you wish to purchase? I can bring it back. Gu Jinsheng shook his head first, followed by the 2 little ones. All right, I'll be off then. Seeing them all shake their heads in unison, Luo Ge felt a bit helpless as she slung the backpack over her shoulder and walked towards Sister Wang outside. The village was not far from the town, so they did not wait for the ox cart. As they passed the city gate, Luo Ge noticed that the few refugees who had lingered there just days before had now completely vanished. Are you looking for those who came from the north? She inquired. The news from above reached us a few days ago. They have all settled in town now, reportedly granted land by the officials. Just to the west of the town, there were indeed a considerable number of people, reportedly from 3 or 5 neighboring villages. Noticing her gaze, Sister Wang willingly shared the information she had gathered. The Northwest had suffered from drought for several years, resulting in refugees heading south and east, with only a small fraction arriving at their town of Yang. The South, known for its stable and pleasant climate, abundant land, and water resources, offered hope that, as long as they were diligent, these individuals could soon return to a better life. Indeed, I recalled seeing people when I visited the town a couple of days ago. Listening to Sister Wang, Luo Ge began to understand. Our current officials are truly commendable. They have swiftly provided a substantial amount of food assistance to the refugees. This arrangement is likely mirrored in other regions as well. The officials she referred to are, of course, the current sovereign. Observing the smile on Sister Wang's face when she mentioned the officials, Luo Ge realized that this must be a ruler beloved by the people. After exchanging a few words at the city gate, the two entered the town. I want to go sell some eggs on West Street. Will you accompany me? Or you could wander around on your own, she suggested. The Wang family raised a few chickens, and on occasion, they would gather the surplus eggs to sell in the town for some extra money to support the household. Sister Wang aimed to sell these eggs today and then purchase some necessities to take home. I'll go with you. I haven't decided what to buy anyway. So a stroll sounds good. She was familiar with West Street, having been there with Gu Jincheng before, who had informed her that Yang town had clearly defined districts. The west side was dedicated to grains, vegetables, meats, and snacks. The east side featured clothing and jewelry. The south was home to taverns and apothecaries, while the north housed the government offices and residences of the affluent, along with a school. It is important to note that West Street refers to the general area rather than a single street. All right, Sister Wang replied, showing no objections to Luo Ge's suggestion. With that, she led Luo Ge to her usual stall on the street. This area was typically bustling with vendors selling vegetables, and local villagers would often bring items from home to sell. Sister Wang had previously brought her here, and around the corner, there was a street where seeds were sold. Sister Wang skillfully found a stone to sit on and placed a small basket of eggs in front of her. Our eggs are sure to sell. Let's take a moment to rest, she said. Without hesitation, Luo Ge sat down beside her on the stone. At this time, eggs were a coveted item, useful for family meals, postpartum recovery, and gifts, ensuring they sold readily. Priced at 2 coins each, the 30 or so eggs would likely sell out quickly. They had barely settled when half of the eggs were already sold. After observing for a while, Luo Ge's attention turned to 2 young men at the end of the street collecting produce. She noticed several villagers approaching them to deliver their goods, indicating that they appeared to be acting as middlemen. Given the abundance of items in her space and the uncertainty of her frequent visits, finding a middleman seemed the most prudent choice. According to her innate intuition, those 2 individuals appeared relatively trustworthy and not villainous. Yet further observation was warranted. Luo Ge, let us proceed to the marketplace. After selling the last egg, Sister Wang tidied her belongings, a smile illuminating her face. With 35 eggs sold for 71, she had made a substantial profit. Her husband typically earned merely a dozen or 21 a day working in town. They owned 3 hens, which laid 2 to 3 eggs daily, allowing them to accumulate enough for sale every 10 days, yielding approximately 150 to 160 when monthly, sufficient to cover household expenses for quite some time. Good. Upon hearing this, Luo Ge followed Sister Wang, intending to return later. Do you purchase eggs? They had departed from home early, arriving in town and selling their eggs just by the time of the SI hour, 9 o'clock. The early bird catches the worm. The lard that was difficult to procure on regular days was now abundantly available. In this era, the predominant cooking oil was lard, and the family was no exception. How much for the lard? Thinking of the dwindling supply at home, Luo Ge resolved to buy some. 15 when per pound, fixed price, all fresh. The vendor was a burly man with a beard, appearing rather rough and fierce. However, his prices were notably lower by 3 or 4 won compared to the nearby pork stall. Upon hearing this price, Sister Wang and Luo Ge exchanged silent glances, then discreetly observed the seemingly benevolent proprietor of the pork stall. Do not judge a book by its cover. Then please weigh me 2 pounds, and I would like 2 bones as well. The little ones are in their growth phase and would benefit from more bone broth. A pound of lard could yield over half a pound of oil, making 2 pounds a prudent purchase. All right, the bones are minimal, so I'll charge you 5 won. Would you like to take some meat? Noticing Luo Ge's generosity, he inquired further. How much is it? 18 won for fatty meat, 15 won for lean. At that time, people generally preferred fatty cuts due to their richness, preferring them over the drier lean meat. I will take a pound, replied Luo Ge, who was not fond of fatty meat and opted for the lean instead. For 2 pounds of lard, a pound of meat, and the bones, the total amounted to 51. Luo Ge promptly settled the payment and placed her purchases into her backpack. I would like 2 pounds of lard as well. After Luo Ge completed her purchases, Sister Wang hurriedly added her request. Very well. Although it seemed a good deal, Sister Wang wore a pained expression, her countenance sorrowful. Sister, what troubles you? After walking a while, Luo Ge could no longer hold back her concern. Sister Wang looked at her with a bitter expression, pressing her hand against her chest. I feel a pain here. The elderly couple at the last stall appeared remarkably kind, often offering a discount of 1 or 2 when purchasing in bulk, which seemed quite favorable. Hence, she typically bought from them. As she spoke, her heart ached further, for their prices were generally 2 or 3 when higher than the previous vendors, and those discounts merely represented a small portion of loss. Having shopped there for many years, she felt a pang of anguish in her heart. The lard from this vendor costs merely 15 won, yet she frequently visits, only to be told that due to limited stock, it is priced at 20 won per jean. Her heart truly aches. Just moments ago, she had considered sending Luo Ge to purchase from that establishment, but upon seeing her approach that imposing man, she felt compelled to warn her, for he certainly does not appear to be a benevolent soul. Luo Ge coughed and remarked, one must not judge a book by its cover. We simply shall not buy from him henceforth. Aside from this, she found herself at a loss for words, having already fallen prey to the trap and unable to reclaim her losses. Her choice of that formidable man had been instinctual. Had she merely relied on appearances, she too would have been deceived like Sister Wang. Alas, it is as it is. No, this cannot stand. I must take it upon myself to voice my concerns and prevent others from being similarly duped. A swift decision was made. Sister Wang, with her cheerful disposition, had made numerous acquaintances while selling eggs, so engaging in a few casual conversations would pose no issue. However, bringing Luo Ge along to speak ill of others felt somewhat improper. She did not wish to lead the young woman astray in the art of gossip. Weren't you just expressing a desire to purchase seeds? You go ahead. I will find someone to chat with while I await your return. Thus, she resolved to send Luo Ge away. Yet, would this be inappropriate? Cutting off someone's trade is akin to taking a life, and she feared repercussions. Luo Ge remained unconvinced. However, Sister Wang reassured her, I shall not be overt. I will merely boast about the bargain I found on this lard today. At this, Luo Ge raised an eyebrow, silently applauding Sister Wang's cunning. Sister, you handle matters with such finesse. You need not worry. Although Sister Wang did not fully comprehend Luo Ge's gesture, she assumed it to be a compliment and laughed, patting her chest. Then, I shall proceed. Do take care of yourself. Go on. I shall wait for you at the city gate. After parting ways with Sister Wang, Luo Ge first visited the seed shop to procure some common cabbage seeds of the era. Once outside, she discreetly shielded herself with a basket, retrieving various vegetable seeds from her space to mix with the others. With her hand concealed within the basket, no one noticed her swift actions, taking mere seconds to extract the seeds. She had intended to cultivate a diverse array of vegetables, hence her assortment of seeds. Once she had organized the seeds, she sought a secluded spot to discreetly procure a basket full of eggs. Subsequently, she made her way to the street where they had previously set up their stall, observing that the 2 young men were still present. Approaching them directly, she inquired, Do you buy eggs? Upon a brief glance, she noted their collection was quite eclectic, encompassing wild fruits, vegetables, and various local dried goods. Yet, it seemed they did not deal in eggs, leaving her uncertain of their interest. Zhao Daming and Zhao Erming turned upon hearing her voice. Upon recognizing her as a lovely young girl, they were momentarily taken aback. We do buy them, they eventually replied, though their expressions reflected a hint of confusion. Given that eggs were not difficult to sell and few could gather enough to sell, they typically did not acquire eggs. Instead, they focused on gathering wild items, arriving early to collect goods before heading to the county town to sell. The prices in the county town can indeed surpass those here by a considerable margin. They simply take a middle ground price, which can be considered a modest profit for their journey. Now, what do you think of these eggs? Luo Ge said as she placed her basket down and uncovered it with coarse cloth, revealing the neatly arranged eggs within. To prevent any breakage, she did not take out too many, merely layering dozens in a single tier with some dry straw cushioning them in between. She had just counted, and there were exactly 260 eggs. Based on my research, a box of eggs typically contains about 320 eggs, and 60 smaller eggs weigh approximately over 6 pounds. 260 eggs weigh less than 30 pounds, which the basket can easily accommodate and carry. Even if they were somewhat larger, weighing around 7 or 8 eggs per pound, this quantity would still be under 40 pounds, thus manageable and fitting. The eggs were of decent size and remained unblemished. "Miss, what price do you wish to sell them for?" Zhao Daming inquired after observing them, refraining from probing into the source of her eggs. "Our village is quite distant from the town, making it inconvenient. These eggs are entrusted to me by fellow villagers to sell. This is my first time here, so I will let you set the price." Upon hearing this, the two men exchanged knowing glances and extended 2 fingers towards Luo Ge. 2-1. This is the standard price. We are all common folk and understand the difficulty of making a living, so we won't cheat you. They have connections in the county town and can sell them for 5 each. With this many eggs, they could earn a tidy sum. All right. I counted 260 eggs when I came. You may count them. Seeing that they had no intention of cheating her and displayed no signs of difficulty, Luo Ge agreed readily. It is best to ensure clarity in a first transaction. Agreed. The 2 brothers promptly began to count, cautious to ensure accuracy to avoid any future complications, not out of malice, but rather from past experiences. They had been in this trade for about 6 months and were familiar with the village women who frequented their business. With familiarity comes a certain laxity. There was an instance when a woman, believing they were all acquaintances, stated a number, and they took her word for it without counting, only to discover later that they had been shortchanged, and when they confronted her, she denied it and accused them of deceit. They had endured this loss, but it had taught them a valuable lesson. The count is correct. I shall settle the payment. Upon confirming the quantity, Zhao Daming immediately handed over the coins to Luo Ge. For 260 eggs at 2 each, the total came to 521. Touching the copper coins that had been passed to her, a smile involuntarily graced Luo Ge's lips. This was her first earnings since arriving in this foreign world, holding profound significance. Her sweet smile made Zhao Daming feel slightly flustered, scratching his head in embarrassment. "I have a few ducks and chickens at the back. Would you accept them as well? My husband asked me to sell them, and I am unsure where else to take them. If you are interested, I could sell them to you as well." Luo Ge did not notice his reaction, as ducks and chickens are not commonly sold, so she directly mentioned Gu Jincheng. The one who holds the authority to sell must have needed the money at home. Upon hearing that the young lady had already taken a husband, Zhao Daming's fleeting hopes were extinguished in an instant. "Bring what you have, and we shall weigh it for you," he said. The standard price was 17 per pound. The sale of chickens and ducks was minimal. Aside from hunters who occasionally caught wildfowl, there were hardly any sellers, which drove the prices slightly higher. "Very well." Upon hearing this, Luo Ge slung her small basket over her shoulder and headed towards the secluded alley where she had just retrieved 3 chickens and 2 ducks. She did not intend to primarily sell these. She merely wished to ascertain whether the chickens and ducks from the farm would replenish themselves like other goods. The 3 chickens weighed a little over 3 pounds each, while the 2 ducks were heavier, totaling around 5 pounds. Ultimately, she sold them for over 300, and combined with the sale of eggs, she earned more than 800. "I shall return with eggs to the town in a while. May I seek you out then?" she inquired before departing. "Certainly. We come here every morning, but do not linger long. We must leave by the 3rd quarter of the hour. If you come, do remember to arrive early," came the reply. After concluding her business, Luo Ge did not tarry. She purchased some snacks to take home for the 2 little ones and spent 3 on 2 hair ties before rejoining Sister Wang. "Luo Ge, over here." Sister Wang was already waiting at the city gate and waved eagerly upon spotting Luo Ge. "Apologies for keeping you waiting, sister. Have you been here long?" "Not at all. I just finished my errands and came right over. Shall we head back? Indeed, replied Luo Ge, and the two women walked side by side toward home. As their figures faded from view, Qian Momo withdrew her gaze, her eyes narrowing further due to her considerable girth. Standing amidst the crowd, her large frame was rather conspicuous. Is that Luo Ge, the one I was thinking of? With the uncomfortable sensation of being watched dissipating, Luo Ge felt a sense of relief, while Sister Wang glanced back as well. What is the matter with that girl from the Qian family? Why does she keep staring? Her gaze is quite unsettling. Startled by Sister Wang's remark, Luo Ge asked, the girl from the Qian family? Yes, indeed. She is the one that old Wang wanted to match with your Jincheng. The eldest daughter of the Qian family from the neighboring village, Qian Momo. My maternal family is from the same village. She has been watching you intently. The plump girl standing there, quite recognizable. If you have no recollection, let me remind you, her character is rather unpleasant. When she was at her maternal home, she often clashed with Qian Momo. She is truly a boisterous and unreasonable person, quite malicious, and has often used her family's influence to bully others. She even got into a fight with Qian Momo. Sister Wang stated bluntly, unafraid that Luo Ge might take offense. For it was evident that the two could not be compared. Anyone with a discerning eye would choose Luo Ge. Do not worry about that. She could never entangle herself with your Jincheng. The Gu family has a tradition of one lifetime, one wife. She stands no chance, Sister Wang added, sensing Luo Ge's apprehension regarding the new marriage. Upon hearing this, Luo Ge raised an eyebrow, intrigued to learn that the Gu family upheld such a custom. Do not worry. Dear sister-in-law, I am well aware of the situation. My curiosity merely piqued. What is it about Qian Momo that intrigues you? If you wish, I can regale you with the details. It is in the nature of women to indulge in gossip, and before Luo Ge could utter a word, Sister Wang had already begun to chatter incessantly. She shared everything she knew about Qian Momo during our journey, her words tinged with grievances rather than praise, mostly lamenting her misfortunes to Luo Ge. I must confess, my greatest regret is that I did not perform better during our altercation. Her robust stature afforded her an unfair advantage. Even now, I feel a lingering sense of loss, yearning for an opportunity to confront her again. For this matter has weighed heavily upon my mind. That wretched girl accused her of stealing a man, which was the catalyst for their conflict. Such a significant event is not easily forgotten. Had it not been for her family and neighbors who attested to her innocence, she might have faced dire consequences. Before parting ways, Sister Wang expressed her indignation vehemently. Listening quietly, Luo Ge understood the depth of her emotions and offered gentle words of comfort. Anyone would feel disheartened by such false accusations. Sharing them serves as a form of relief. However, karma prevails. I have married into a good family, my in-laws are understanding, my husband is kind, and my children are well-behaved. Meanwhile, she remains at home, an unmarried woman scorned by others. Contemplating this brought a sense of satisfaction to my heart. Indeed, I find humor in her words, and I nod in agreement. Yet, I noticed a sinister glint in her eyes. One must remain vigilant of such treachery. After a moment's reflection, Sister Wang reminded Luo Ge to be cautious. Yes, I shall be mindful, Luo Ge replied. Well, I shall not delay you further. It is late, and I must return to prepare dinner. Tiandan and his father should be returning from the field shortly. Very well. Upon entering her home, Luo Ge was pleasantly surprised to find both her children and her husband there. The two little ones intermittently glanced towards the door, their curiosity evident. What are you looking at? She inquired, puzzled. As soon as the words left her lips, she felt the intensity of her husband's gaze brighten, and the two children rushed towards her, exclaiming in unison, Auntie, Auntie, where have you been? The latter part of their statement carried a hint of reproach. What is it? Did something happen at home while I was away? Seeing the children's attachment puzzled Luo Ge. Turning to meet Gu Jincheng's gaze, she inadvertently caught the tenderness in his eyes, causing her heart to skip a beat. No, it's just that Bao and Bao missed their Annie. Before you arrived, the house was quite tranquil. Hardly a word spoken. Since your arrival, the atmosphere has become lively, and they cherish this newfound warmth. Today, while you were out, they felt as though they had returned to the lonely days of old, which is why they have been awaiting your return. Listening to Daba, Luo Ge found herself both amused and exasperated. She affectionately ruffled the hair of the two little ones and retrieved the steamed buns she had purchased in town from her basket. Were they yearning for their aunt or merely for the treats she had brought? Here, these are still warm. Do enjoy them, and fill your little bellies while your aunt prepares dinner. After tenderly patting their heads, Luo Ge intended to head to the kitchen, but upon turning, she caught sight of a certain man's imploring gaze, causing her steps to falter once more. Silently, she offered him a bun as well, saying, "This one's for you. There's enough for everyone." His eager look seemed to plead, "Are they only for them and not for me?" It was utterly irresistible. Indeed, upon noticing her gesture, the tension in his expression visibly eased. He first handed her a bun before finally indulging himself. "I'll assist you," he announced, placing his things down and eagerly following Luo Ge into the kitchen. The two little ones trailed closely behind them. Luo Ge mused, "Today's men are particularly clingy." Chapter 18. Making clothes. When I went to buy seeds today, the shopkeeper mentioned that these seeds were procured from a friend of his who trades overseas. He claimed they're a new variety, and since no one understands them, they have remained unsold. The price was reasonable, so I found them intriguing and decided to purchase some to experiment with. After finishing lunch and tidying up the kitchen, she discovered Gu Jincheng helping her organize the basket and explained her intentions. "I'll wait until the sun sets before planting these. Sowing after sunset helps retain moisture in the soil, facilitating germination and survival." "All right, I'll accompany you," Gu Jincheng replied, eliciting a joyful smile from Luo Ge. This man indulged her, showing no fear of the potential failure of this new variety. He simply allowed her to pursue her desires. After they had finished their conversation and put away their things, Gu Jincheng resumed preparing the bathtub while Luo Ge sat nearby, feeling somewhat bored. Recalling her encounter with Qian Momo on the way back, she casually mentioned it to him. Gu Jincheng was not one for gossip and was generally unaware of village affairs, let alone those from neighboring villages. When he heard Luo Ge relay Sister Wang's words, he was taken aback. "In the future, do not venture out alone, and be cautious around those with questionable temperaments in the village. You must inform me if anyone dares to bully you." He genuinely could not comprehend the complexity of relationships among women. That minor disputes could escalate to slandering and tarnishing reputations was beyond his understanding. People from every village possess both good and bad. He could not guarantee that their village was devoid of such individuals, so he felt compelled to advise her. "Rest assured, if I encounter any insurmountable issues, I will certainly seek your help," she assured him, acknowledging her husband as concerned. "MHM," she affirmed, her tone laced with dependence, which warmed Gu Jincheng's heart. He couldn't help but pat her head, feeling a soft tenderness within. Noticing his gesture, Luo Ge's cheeks flushed slightly. He had a penchant for this affectionate move. Yet, it was rather comforting. Perhaps due to the presence of his little wife, he found himself unsettled, leading to several mishaps while preparing the bathtub, even nearly injuring himself. Luo Ge felt a rush of anxiety and, belatedly, realized that it was her constant gaze upon him that was the cause. Just moments ago, Wang Sa had mentioned teaching her to sew, and she had seized the opportunity to excuse herself. After the young bride departed, Gu Jinshan indeed breathed a sigh of relief. He was perplexed by his own reaction, noting that Luo Ge's presence often distracted him. He found himself irresistibly drawn to her, which led to his blunders. Yet with her absence, he felt a peculiar emptiness in his heart. He tapped his head lightly, internally chiding himself for becoming increasingly sentimental. How ironic it was that he had once criticized his father and elder brother for being overly attached to their wives, only to find himself even more entangled in affection. However, he couldn't deny the genuine joy that accompanied these feelings. Perhaps this was what his brother and father often referred to as the delightful sensation of cherishing someone. His wife was indeed quite endearing, and he found himself utterly captivated by her. Meanwhile, Luo Ge, you've arrived? Come in, I was just about to call for you. Wan Sao Gvit Wam Li. Upon hearing that Luo Ge wished to learn sewing, she had eagerly agreed, and coincidentally, she had the afternoon free and was on her way to summon her when Luo Ge had appeared. This afternoon, I had nothing to do, so I came over, Luo Ge replied. It was her first time entering the Wang family courtyard, which she found quite intriguing, though she quickly redirected her gaze. Uncle Wang, Aunt Zhang. She greeted the elderly couple basking in the sun with a smile. Ah, Jinshan's wife. Upon hearing her voice, Aunt Zhang turned and instantly beamed at her. Uncle Wang also smiled in response. I'm here to find Sister Wang to do some sewing together. Oh, splendid. Go ahead, Aunt Zhang encouraged. After exchanging pleasantries with the elderly couple, Luo Ge followed Sister Wang into the house. Her husband was absent, having gone out after their meal. Tai Dan also took the two little ones outside. Lately, the children had been fond of exploring, though no one knew what they were up to. What style do you plan to make? Let me take your measurements first, Sister Wang inquired. Just something casual for every day, will suffice, Luo Ge replied, obediently standing still as Sister Wang began to measure her. The more Sister Wang measured, the more envious she became. This girl, who appeared so slender and petite, actually possessed a remarkable physique. It was no wonder that Gu's second son cherished her so dearly. With a slender waist, a well-proportioned bust, a shapely rear, and long, straight legs, she was truly a sight to behold. Her complexion was as fair as that of a child, radiating a delicate freshness. Your figure is simply exquisite. You possess all the desirable traits and none of the undesirable ones. Everything seems to have developed beautifully, and your skin is so tender, she exclaimed, unable to suppress her admiration and taking advantage of the moment to express it. Your second son must be utterly enchanted, right? The women gathered often enjoyed sharing playful banter. And with a sly lift of her eyebrows, Sister Wang hinted at her teasing. Luo Ge's cheeks flushed slightly. Oh, not at all. How can that be? I find it hard to believe. If I were in his position, I would be infatuated beyond measure. By the way, how do you maintain such flawless skin? Your hands are so delicate and soft. You hardly resemble a peasant girl, but rather a young lady from a wealthy family. To be honest, they thought Luo Ge's demeanor and grace did not reflect that of a rural girl, but rather that of a refined lady of high society. Wang's sister-in-law shared the same sentiment. She had always been curious about Luo Ge's background, yet she refrained from probing too deeply, aware of some details regarding Luo Ge's family and fearing to cause discomfort. Not at all. How could I possibly be a lady? I come from a humble farming family. My father studied for a few years and taught me some characters, but as for my complexion, I cannot fathom it. It seems I was simply born this way. You've seen it for yourself. Which family would allow their delicate young lady to toil in the kitchen or fields? Luo Ge playfully reproached Wang's sister-in-law, attempting to clarify that she could only fabricate her story to a certain extent. However, her skin truly was naturally delicate, akin to that of a child, impervious to tanning. To be candid, she held a certain pride in her complexion. Which woman does not cherish beauty? Being a mere mortal, she was no exception. Upon hearing Luo Ge's words, Wang's sister-in-law realized the truth. Indeed, young ladies were typically attended to, unlike those of their status. Moreover, most young ladies carried an air of superiority. Yet Luo Ge was warm and approachable, making her company exceedingly pleasant. Well, I merely spoke in jest. Do not take it to heart, haha. Certainly not, sister-in-law. Your words are merely a compliment, and I am delighted by it. Hearing this, both exchanged glances and erupted into laughter. Yes, let's get to work. All right. Wang's sister-in-law intended to craft a garment for her husband herself, diligently cutting fabric while teaching Luo Ge. Luo Ge attentively absorbed each lesson, mirroring her actions. However, as it was her first attempt, mastering the craft in one go proved impossible. Ultimately, with Wang's sister-in-law's assistance, she managed to cut out the shape of the garment. The remaining sewing steps were familiar to her, thus requiring no further instruction. Your stitching is quite impressive, so neat that it is imperceptible from the outside. Wang's sister-in-law praised upon observing Luo Ge's technique. My mother taught me. Opportunities to make clothes were rare, so she would handle the cutting while I assisted with the stitching. This explained why she possessed sewing skills yet lacked the ability to create garments. After all, most girls of that era were adept at making their own clothes. Alas, one line necessitates countless others to cover it, but in her circumstances, deception was unavoidable. Wang's sister-in-law's expression turned knowing upon hearing this. Sister-in-law, would you like to learn? I could teach you, and we can learn from each other. Is that permissible? I have never seen such a stitching technique. It must be a unique skill of yours. What is there to prevent it? Did you not just teach me? Very well then. Indeed, Wang's sister-in-law felt a surge of enthusiasm. After a moment's hesitation, seeing Luo Ge's genuine willingness to teach, she acquiesced, contemplating how she might treat Luo Ge with greater kindness in the future. Her cutting skills were commonplace, known to nearly all, and could not compare to Luo Ge's technique. It was essential to remember Luo Ge's merits. Gu Jinshan had procured a considerable amount of fabric in a simple gray-blue hue, suitable for both genders, and there was still plenty left after cutting what Luo Ge required. It was just enough to make garments for the two little ones, whose clothes had previously been made with Wang's sister-in-law's assistance, as she was aware of their measurements. Thus, Luo Ge requested Wang's sister-in-law to help with the cutting, planning to sew the garments together at home in due course. Chapter 19. Indeed, it was quite delightful. As the time seemed appropriate, Luo Ge returned home, organized her belongings, and then accompanied Gu Jinshan to the vegetable garden. She had brought an ample supply of seeds suitable for the season, including cabbage, spinach, loofah, bitter melon, and water spinach. There were also seeds for chili peppers and tomatoes, as well as scallions, ginger, and garlic. She intended to plant the latter sparingly, merely encircling the edges of each plot with them. The two types of gourds would occupy one plot, while the others would be distributed evenly. Once the arrangements were made, the couple commenced their labor. Gu Jinshan had brought some wood ash and organic fertilizer with him. He dug the holes while she scattered the ash, then she sowed the seeds, and he covered them with soil and applied the fertilizer. After completing their tasks, they watered the plants thoroughly, planning to return in the morning for another round, and again in the evening after sunset. During the initial period after sowing, they needed to water the seeds frequently to maintain soil moisture for optimal germination, after which daily watering would suffice. Both were nimble and worked in perfect harmony, swiftly finishing their tasks. Wait a moment, Luo Ge said as she washed her hands by the river, preparing to head back. Gu Jinshan left her with a brief remark before disappearing into the nearby woods. Just as she pondered his absence, he returned with a handful of yellow-skinned fruits. Here, I've tried them. They're not sour. Most of the wild yellow-skinned fruits in the mountains are quite sour due to poor soil and lack of sunlight. This particular tree, however, bears a rare and delicious sweet and sour variety. I inquired with Li Qiao, and he mentioned that women generally enjoy this flavor, so your wife would likely appreciate it as well. It's a pity I arrived late. All that remains are these few at the top of the tree, as others have already picked the rest. I'll wash them, and we can take them home to enjoy, Luo Ge replied, accepting the fruits and rinsing them briefly in the clear river water. Being from the south, she was familiar with these fruits. Their sweet and tangy flavor was indeed to her liking, although overindulging could leave a slight astringency in her mouth. As the couple walked home side by side, they had barely arrived when the two little ones returned, each carrying their own yellow-skinned fruit. They immediately rushed forward, each offering the largest and sweetest-looking fruit to Luo Ge. "Auntie, please eat. We've tried them, and they're so sweet." Luo Ge instinctively glanced back at Gu Jinshan. Understanding the children's intentions, she obediently lowered her head and ate one fruit each from their hands, ensuring fairness. "Sweet, isn't it?" the two little ones exclaimed in unison, their eyes sparkling with anticipation. Luo Ge smiled and nodded. Yes, they're quite sweet. Gu Jinshan's expression darkened slightly, as he noted that his wife had never remarked on the sweetness of the fruits he had picked. However, just as the two little ones turned to leave, satisfied, Luo Ge plucked one of the fruits from his hand and offered it to him. "This one is sweet too. Would you like to try it, my dear?" She sensed his low spirits and felt it necessary to soothe him. Yet, her heart raced at this bold act, her cheeks flushing. Gu Jinshan stared at her, and upon seeing the rosy hue on her face, a smile broke across his lips. He accepted the fruit from her hand and took a bite. Indeed, it is quite sweet. Not only did his wife find it sweet, but she had also personally fed it to him. Though the man did not outwardly display his joy, he was quite pleased within, and Luo Ge noticed that he had even swallowed the peel. This made her find the man rather endearing, and she couldn't help but smile in response. The two little ones stood silently nearby, exchanging glances that inexplicably made them feel as if their presence had brightened the atmosphere. Nevertheless, they were genuinely happy, for if their uncle and aunt shared a strong bond, they would soon be blessed with younger siblings, as the village elders had mentioned. They cherished the idea of having siblings, for it meant more companions to play with. Where did you pick these? Gu Jinshin's peripheral vision caught the two youngsters suddenly coming back to their senses. Such fruits were typically found in the mountains. Had these two ventured up there? Upon noticing his uncle's sudden seriousness, Dava blinked rapidly and quickly shook his head. We didn't pick them, uncle. They were given to us by Grandpa Han. We helped him with some chores, and in return, he exchanged them with us. Bao chimed in quickly. Grandpa Han was a solitary elder in the village, with his son and daughter-in-law engaged in business in town. The young couple was dutifully inclined to take the old man with them to live in the town. But he preferred the freedom of the countryside, saying there were no old friends to keep him company in the town. Unable to persuade him, and needing to focus on their business, they allowed him to remain in the village, visiting every few days to bring him supplies. This season was ripe for longan and yellow-skinned fruits, and rural children seldom had much to snack on, typically relying on wild fruits and bird eggs to satisfy their cravings. Grandpa Han's home boasted a yellow-skinned tree and a longan tree, with homegrown fruits far sweeter than the wild varieties. The fruits were now in season, attracting the attention of the little ones. Recently, they had often accompanied Tai Dan to assist at Grandpa Han's place. Despite their young age, they could manage small tasks, such as gathering kindling and feeding chickens. Grandpa Han did not truly expect them to work hard. He simply enjoyed the lively company of children surrounding him. Just a few days prior, when the fruits were not yet ripe, he had refrained from allowing them to pick any. Today, seeing that the yellow-skinned fruit was ready, he decided to let them gather some, though they would have to wait a bit longer for the longan. Now, having just received their first bounty, the little ones rushed back to share their joy with their uncle and aunt. You didn't trouble Grandpa Han, did you? Gu Jinshin asked, relieved to hear that the children were indeed obedient, refraining from actions they were advised against and staying away from forbidden places. He remembered having similar thoughts about the fruit trees at Grandpa Han's when he was their age. No, Grandpa Han even praised us. The two little ones beamed with delight at this acknowledgement. Before their visit, they had worried that Grandpa Han might not like them, but to their surprise, he treated them kindly and even complimented them. Luo Ge and the others joined in their laughter, each affectionately ruffling the children's hair. Grandpa Han is being good to you. You must also show him kindness in return, understood? Look at all those fruits. I reckon the two of you have brought back several pounds. The fruits cultivated in this household are exceptionally sweet, capable of yielding considerable profit when sold. The little one's efforts hardly match the value of this bounty. The old man is indeed kind to these children. Mo, Zabao Zembemba dis. Bao also takes note, both youngsters responding earnestly. Their adorable and well-behaved demeanor is truly endearing, causing Luo Ge to smile broadly. Gu Jinsheng watches this scene, feeling a delightful sweetness in his heart, a sentiment that lingers through the night. Before heading out with Gu Jinsheng, Luo Ge prepares a pot of bone broth, which is now ready to be savored. They reheated the leftover garlic sprouts stir-fried with pork and simply sauteed some wild vegetables, making for a humble yet satisfying family dinner. Later that night, as Luo Ge nestled peacefully in his embrace, she suddenly felt a weight in his arms. Upon opening her eyes, she discovered a pouch. But this time it contained not only silver coins but also banknotes, one note amounting to 100 taels and over 10 taels of silver in smaller denominations. The sheer sum left Luo Ge flabbergasted. How could there be so much money? It seemed she had married an invisible tycoon. Previously, while serving in the military, he had earned some money through business ventures with his comrades, and upon returning, he made a bit more from hunting in mountains. Observing the astonished gleam in his wife's eyes, Gu Jinsheng smiled and explained the origin of the silver. Don't worry about these. I have more. After a moment's thought, he added honestly. Seeing his sincerity, Luo Ge hesitated, her mouth opening and closing as if to speak but pausing. Do you really trust me with all this? Aren't you afraid I might run off with the money? After much deliberation, she finally voiced her concern. Gu Jinsheng met her gaze the moment she finished speaking, holding her tightly. Would you? He knew she had likely discovered where he kept their household registration. Their home was not large, and he had not intentionally hidden it away. If one saw it, finding it was inevitable. Yet, she had never touched that document. And her genuine feelings for him and their children were evident, which is why he trusted her. However, he couldn't deny a tinge of fear. To care is to fear. No, I wouldn't. Luo Ge replied decisively, almost as soon as he finished speaking. She would only run away if she were foolish. A man like him, with such obedient little ones, was indeed rare and precious. Moreover, she simply couldn't bear to leave. She admitted to herself that she had developed feelings for this considerate and handsome man. At her words, Gu Jinsheng's smile deepened, and he leaned down to place a kiss on her lips. Then I shall not fear either. I believe in you. He too was puzzled by the rapid intensity of his feelings for her. Initially, he admired her courage and intelligence. How she remained calm and rational while devising an escape in perilous situations. Then, he was captivated by her beauty, striking and tender, perfectly aligning with all his preferences. Later, he was astonished by her gentle demeanor towards children. During the first visit from the old woman, he knew she had been awake. The door had not been tightly shut. She had overheard the old woman's words and understood the circumstances of the two little ones, yet she showed them no disdain. Instead, she felt sympathy for them, approaching them with meticulous care, warming their hearts in a gentle and silent manner. He had observed the way she treated their two little ones. Subsequently, he was utterly captivated by her culinary skills. Her talent was undeniable, and he admitted that his heart and stomach had been completely won over by her. As their relationship deepened and their intimacy grew, his heart became increasingly entwined with hers. He mused that he had gradually succumbed to her charms. Upon hearing his words, Luo Ge smiled, tilting her head to return a gentle kiss. Thank you. Trust me. The sudden kiss caused his pupils to constrict. His wife's rare initiative was truly delightful. Before she could pull away, Gu Jinsheng had already wrapped his arms around her waist, resting his head on her shoulder, his voice husky with desire. Wife, shall we have a little one? She murmured. Although the question was posed, he did not afford her the opportunity to respond. Kissing her lips the moment she opened her mouth. The kiss deepened, drawing her into a sweet surrender, leaving her powerless to do anything but lean against him. That night was yet another sleepless one, the intensity of their blush surpassing even that of their wedding night. It was not until the crowing of the rooster that Luo Ge finally fell into a deep slumber. Meanwhile, a satisfied Gu Jinsheng was bursting with energy, running laps around the village with the two little ones who had risen early for their martial arts practice, showing no signs of fatigue. Upon waking again, Luo Ge felt severe soreness throughout her body. Rubbing her aching waist, she surveyed her surroundings. After much time spent in verification, she had concluded that living beings in her space could not replenish themselves. However, due to the differing passage of time between the space and the outside world, the reproduction rate of living creatures was considerably accelerated. After graduating from high school, she had been unable to continue her studies due to financial constraints, opting instead to start a street vendor business. After more than 3 years of trading, she had saved enough to establish a farm, which had only just begun to take shape 6 months prior to her arrival in this new world. The chicks and ducklings she had raised for half a year had only just begun to lay eggs, and the fruit orchard was also in its infancy. Even her farmhouse had only recently been completed. Everything was in its nascent stage. However, now that she had activated her space in the Gu household for nearly half a month, and considering the time ratio of 1:14 between the outside world and her space, over a month had elapsed within her realm. The chickens and ducks had grown significantly, and according to the same ratio, in another 2 months, they should be ready to start nesting. By then, her farm would likely need to expand, and the orchard should also begin to bear fruit. It seemed that in the coming 2 months, she needed to make the most of the eggs from the chickens and ducks to earn some money, which would be useful for her business endeavors involving the poultry and fruit. She had deposited all the money given by Gu Jinsheng and the earnings from selling eggs into her space. Although this amount was considerable and should suffice to launch her business, one could never have too much money. Naturally, the more she could earn, the better. Wife, are you awake? As she was lost in thought, Gu Jinsheng entered, and upon seeing her sitting on the bed with her slightly tousled hair and a dazed expression, he could not resist pulling her into his embrace. His large hand gently pressed against her waist, kneading it softly. "Does it hurt a lot?" As Luo Ge turned her head to glance at him, she lazily rested her head on his shoulder. It ached. Her voice was soft, almost like a playful pout. She felt an intense soreness throughout her body. This fellow was quite the wolf, and her petite frame struggled to keep up. She believed that a woman who could act coy enjoyed the best of fortunes, and she saw nothing inappropriate in occasionally indulging in such behavior with her man. This display of dependence made Gu Jinshan's ears flush slightly, filling his heart with a tender, protective affection. "I just boiled some water. Would you like to soak in a hot bath?" "All right." After taking a hot bath, her body indeed felt much more comfortable. Upon stepping outside, she discovered the two little ones had returned from foraging for wild vegetables, and they were currently huddled on the ground, washing their finds in a basin. "Za bao, bao." Seeing their adorable and obedient demeanor, Luo Ge couldn't help but approach and pinch their cheeks. During this time, thanks to her nurturing, the two little ones had gained a bit of weight, and their soft little faces felt delightful to the touch. "Auntie." The two little ones blushed in embarrassment as she gently pinched them. "Yes, my sweet darlings. Shall we have some dumpling soup today? There aren't many vegetables left at home, so let's opt for something quick and simple." "Okay, all right." The two little ones chimed in unison. Children who are not picky eaters are indeed easy to raise. Preparing the dumpling soup was straightforward, so Luo Ge cheerfully ushered Gu Jinshan, who had been eagerly helping, out of the kitchen. She retrieved a few eggs from her space and, along with the wild vegetables, prepared a simple yet delicious dumpling soup for lunch. "Are there still eggs at home? I thought the cupboard was empty when I checked earlier." Gu Jinshan inquired curiously, as the two little ones enjoyed their meal with delight. He had initially planned to prepare red sugar eggs for his wife, but had been dismayed to find the cupboard bare. He had even intended to venture into the village to trade for some. "How careless of me." Luo Ge's heart skipped a beat at his words, but she maintained her composure and nodded. "Yes, I brought back a few and placed them under the cupboard. You must have missed them." Upon hearing Luo Ge's explanation, Gu Jinshan thought nothing more of it and nodded in agreement. However, Luo Ge felt a wave of relief. The matter of her space felt too mystical and unreal. People of this time were often superstitious about demons and spirits, and she truly didn't know how to broach the subject with him. She also feared his reaction, not wanting to be perceived as a monster to be bound or punished. "I plan to go up the mountain this afternoon. Would you like to join me?" In the midst of her thoughts, Gu Jinshan suddenly raised his head and spoke. She had been here for quite some time, and he realized he hadn't taken her exploring yet. There was a beautiful spot on the back mountain that he wished to show her. Wild animals typically avoided the deeper mountains. The back mountain only harbored rabbits and birds, posing no danger. Yet, there were occasional snakes, which was why he wouldn't allow the little ones to venture up alone. With him there, he could protect his wife. He had noticed how bored she seemed, resting her chin on her hand, staring at him absent-mindedly. Given the recent tranquility, it seemed she had grown somewhat weary of staying indoors, and he thought a breath of fresh air would do her good. Upon hearing his words, Luo Ge's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Is that possible?" As she observed him admonishing the two little ones with such sternness and intensity, she felt dissuaded from entertaining thoughts of the mountain behind. Yet, having perused countless novels, she found herself genuinely intrigued by the treasures that lay beyond. The surprise etched on her face elicited a chuckle from Gu Jinshan, who nodded in agreement. The two children, having ceased their meal at some point, gazed at the pair with eager anticipation. "Uncle, we want to go too," the elder exclaimed softly, brimming with excitement. The younger one, with his large, watery eyes, directed a charming gaze at Gu Jinshan, employing a silent plea to win his favor. It must be said that Gu Jinshan was indeed affected by this earnest look, reminiscent of Luo Ge's earlier expression. "Then let us go together," he decided after a moment of hesitation, casting a glance at the two youngsters and then at his wife, ultimately nodding in agreement. "Yay!" The elder child cheered at the news, exclaiming, "I want to catch rabbits, just like Uncle, and catch lots of them." The younger one clapped his hands in excitement. Their utmost admiration was reserved for Uncle. In their eyes, he was the epitome of greatness, and they yearned to emulate his prowess. The smile on Luo Ge's face was unrestrained, her eyes sparkling with delight as she regarded Gu Jincheng, her gaze twinkling like stars. This sight stirred something within Gu Jincheng. Had it not been for the presence of the two little ones, he would have longed to pull her into his embrace and shower her with affection. With eagerness palpable, the trio quickly finished their meal and sought out small baskets to carry, adorning their heads with straw hats for sun protection, and lined up expectantly before Gu Jincheng. He sighed, a blend of amusement and resignation in his tone. Let's be off. July had ushered in autumn, and the leaves in the forest were beginning to turn yellow. A gentle breeze carried the fragrant scent of the trees, invigorating the air with nature's freshness, compelling one to inhale deeply. Situated at a higher elevation, Gujia village afforded a panoramic view as they ascended the sloped mountain. By the time they reached a mid-slope, the entire village lay before them, visible in its entirety. Wow, look at all those houses, the elder exclaimed, marveling at the view with wide-eyed wonder. This perspective was entirely new to them, filling their eyes with curiosity. Look, that's Brother Taidan. The younger one pointed excitedly at a distant spot. From their vantage point, they could clearly see their two families' courtyards, and Taidan, who was conversing with old Wang in his yard, was within view. That's Grandpa Han's house, the elder added, identifying another building in the village. Gu Jincheng and Luo Ge stood behind them, observing the scene. At some point, Gu Jincheng had found himself beside her. The wind had picked up, and fearing she might not hear him, he leaned slightly closer, whispering in her ear, "If we ascend a bit higher, the view from the summit is even more splendid." His voice, soft and intimate, resembled the sharing of a cherished secret, causing Luo Ge's ears to flush slightly as she instinctively drew her neck in. "Then let us continue upward," she replied, her cheeks tinged with crimson and her words slightly stammered, mirroring her usual nervousness. Unbeknownst to the charming Gu Jincheng, he was unaware of why his little wife had suddenly become shy, yet her demeanor filled his heart with affection. "All right," he affirmed, carrying two little ones, one in his arms and another secured in a backpack. While holding his wife's hand, he ascended the mountain. Before long, they reached their destination. "Are you tired? Have some water," said Luo Ge, who had brought a flask. She intended to hand it to him, but Gu Jincheng shook his head. "No need, I'm not tired." He gently set the two children down. Despite carrying them for quite some time, not a bead of sweat adorned his brow. Luo Ge marveled at his stamina, realizing that the little ones, with their short legs, could not keep pace. Thus, he had carried them up the mountain without a hint of fatigue. "Look over here," Gu Jincheng said, pulling her toward the mountaintop. As she followed his gaze, Luo Ge was instantly captivated. Below them lay an endless expanse of verdant mountains, with a winding river gracefully meandering at their feet. In the distance, wisps of smoke hinted at human habitation, and the melodious calls of birds flitted through the air, carried by the gentle breeze. "It's so beautiful," Luo Ge whispered, enchanted by the untainted beauty of nature, unmarred by pollution. The emerald mountains, azure waters, and cerulean sky harmonized in a breathtaking tableau. Seeing her joy, Gu Jincheng smiled in return. "You can witness the sunrise from here. It's even more stunning then. I'll bring you back next time." "All right," she replied. The two little ones had waddled over, clinging to Gu Jincheng's legs, their eyes wide with anticipation. Being small, they were unable to see over the shrubs that surrounded them. Amused, Luo Ge picked up the second child. "Is it beautiful?" she asked, noticing the child's eyes light up. Many mountains," the second child replied, turning to point ahead. "You can also see other villages," added the first, who was now cradled in Gu Jincheng's arms. Gazing at the scenery below, their limited vocabulary failed to capture their awe, yet their bright eyes spoke volumes. The couple exchanged smiles, reveling in the view before embarking on a treasure hunt in the woods. Under Gu Jincheng's guidance, the little ones crafted several traps for catching prey. Once completed, they stood eagerly by, seemingly unable to contain their excitement for the animals to appear. Luo Ge watched them, taking a stroll around to see if she could find anything of interest. Fortune smiled upon her, for she soon discovered two nests of wild chicken eggs. Earlier, she had spotted a plump hen taking flight. However, the eggs were few, two in one nest and only one in the other. Come here, big and little treasures. Annie has found two nests of wild chicken eggs. The joy of discovering wild chicken eggs in the wild was akin to the thrill of unboxing a surprise treasure. And sharing such joy was delightful. True to her words, the two little figures scampered over, with Gu Jincheng trailing behind. Wow, they're really eggs. Are they warm? The first child exclaimed, touching them with a look of wonder. Having seen the hen just fly away, Luo Ge explained the hen just laid these eggs, so they're still warm from her belly. Observing the little one, Luo Ge chuckled softly and remarked, indeed. The child nodded earnestly, carefully gathering both nests of eggs and presenting them to Luo Ge. Annie, take these back to cook with brown sugar, he said, recalling that his uncle had mentioned preparing them in the morning. All right, Annie will take them back to cook the brown sugar eggs, and we shall all enjoy them together. Luo Ge responded with a smile. No, it's for look a bird's nest. De Bao opened his mouth, about to say that it was for his little aunt, when Er Bao suddenly exclaimed. The entire family was drawn to the tree the little one was pointing at, which indeed held a recently formed bird's nest. Gu Jinshun swiftly climbed the tree indicated by the child, and soon retrieved the 5 eggs nestled inside, which was not an excessive amount. Are you taking the whole nest? Luo Ge inquired, knowing that if the nest was disturbed, the birds might abandon it, leaving it vulnerable to snakes and rodents. Yes, I took them all, came the reply. Nodding, Luo Ge recalled the earlier mention of a plum tree on the mountain. Could you leave me there? The sour plums can be made into delicious preserves and dried fruits. There are a few, but they are too sour for the villagers' taste. If you prefer, I can search for more of those other fruits we found yesterday, he suggested. The wild plums were exceptionally sour, far more so than the yellow skin variety. Thus, although the yellow plums had a slight tang, the villagers would still gather them, leaving the wild plums largely untouched. After all, in times of scarcity, few could endure the harsh acidity of the wild plums. That's all right. We can add some ingredients back home to make them quite delectable, Luo Ge said, instinctively swallowing at the thought of the sour flavor. To Gu Jinshun, it appeared as if she were salivating, leading him to quietly clear a path for his little wife and the children. Hold on to something. The area with dense foliage can be slippery, he reminded them, glancing back. Yes, we understand, they replied. The plum trees were located halfway up the mountain, on its reverse side. As they descended, Gu Jinshun managed to catch 2 wild chickens. His archery skills were impressive. Luo Ge and the 2 little ones barely had time to react upon spotting the wild chickens before he had already brought one down. He did not allow her to handle the bloodied prey, opting to carry it himself. This is the spot. Gu Jinshun suddenly halted and quietly informed her. Luo Ge, holding onto the 2 little ones, turned at the sound of his voice, her face lighting up with joy. There are so many fruits, and they are quite sizable, she exclaimed. Several trees, though not very old, were short yet bore a plethora of fruit. She had initially expected wild plums to be small, but was pleasantly surprised to find them quite substantial and juicy. They're very sour, which is why the villagers avoid them, he noted. Luo Ge's eyes sparkled at the realization that no one wanted them, which aligned perfectly with her desires. Then we can pick plenty to take back. I want to use them for making dried fruits. Dried fruits? Your little wife knows how to make such things? He asked, intrigued. Of course, with his consent. Luo Ge wasted no time and began to gather the plums. Unable to resist the temptation, she tasted one that appeared to be sweeter. Yuck, she exclaimed. In the next moment, her delicate face contorted into a frown, indeed sour enough to rival a lemon, and quite astringent, which explained why no one bothered to pick them. Drink some water, Gu Jinsheng thought to intervene, but he was too late and could only silently offer her a drink. Little uncle. The 2 little ones who had snuck some fruit were not spared either, their small faces scrunched up as they searched for water. Although there appeared to be a good number of fruits, the trees were not large, and by the end, they had managed to fill the few baskets they brought from just 2 trees. Nonetheless, this harvest was substantial, prompting them to head back home directly. Let's go home. Your aunt will prepare something delicious for you. All right. Okay. Because Gu Jinsheng had to carry the fruit and the wild chicken, he could not take the 2 little ones along any further. Thus, Luo Ge held their hands and slowly walked back. With plenty of fruit and no well at home, They washed the fruits by the riverside at the foot of the mountain, planning to rinse them again with clean water once back home. At this hour, when work was in full swing, few people ventured to the village's edge, and no one noticed their presence. Since drying the fruits took a bit longer, Luo Ge decided to prepare some pickled sour plums for them to taste. She crushed the clean plums and added a pinch of salt to draw out the moisture and sourness, mixing it well. Using a knife to make incisions would suffice, but crushing them would enhance the flavor. The fruit was indeed quite sour and required more time to marinate. Seizing this opportunity, Luo Ge ventured to the corner of the little courtyard to pick some small chili peppers. These she had transplanted from her space, and after watering them with the well water from her little courtyard, they had surprisingly thrived overnight. It was then she noticed the small characters by the well, extolling the benefits of a certain herb that could detoxify, strengthen the body, and enhance beauty. Considering how much she had exerted herself on her journey, it was likely the water from her space had contributed to her swift recovery. Although it could not resurrect the dead, the herb's properties of detoxification, physical enhancement, and beautification were certainly remarkable. Since discovering this, she had replaced all the water used for drinking and cooking at home with this. Husband, just after picking the chili peppers, she attempted to sneak some water from her space to water the chili plants. Habitually turning to glance around, she was startled to see Gu Jincheng behind her. Did I frighten you? He had just emerged from the house and, not seeing her in the courtyard, had come out to check, not intending to startle her. However, he noticed her expression seemed rather flustered, which caused him to furrow his brow in concern. You move so quietly. Swallowing her panic, her beautiful eyes brimmed with unspoken reproach. It must be said that Gu Jincheng could hardly withstand her gaze, causing his thoughts to shift back to her as he gently ruffled her hair in a comforting gesture. I'll be more careful next time. It won't happen again. I just discovered a chili plant in this corner and picked some to make pickled plums with fresh chilies. Shall we make spicy chicken tonight? Her tension had eased, and as she spoke to him, her tone carried a sense of affectionate reliance she was unaware of. I'll follow your lead, you decide. It was quite normal for no one to notice the chili plant in this corner, and he didn't dwell on it. Hearing this, Luo Ge raised an eyebrow. Then could you help me peel the plums? The hour is still early. It would not be too late to prepare dinner after another hour or so. To make dried plums, one must peel the skin and extract the flesh, which can be somewhat tedious. However, Gu Jincheng did not hesitate at all. It was only natural for him to assist his wife, and there was no reason to ponder. After peeling plums together for a while, the plums soaked in salt water were ready, needing only a rinse with clean water. The little ones cannot handle too much spice, so she added merely 2 chilies and a dash of sugar, shaking them together until well mixed. If they soak for a little longer, approximately half an hour, they would be ready to eat. Adding some sour plum powder or chili flakes would enhance the flavor, but given the current circumstances, this will suffice. The quantity of fruit was considerable, and given that the couple worked swiftly, they managed to finish just as dusk approached. The fruit was quite tart, and the peeled flesh required salting to diminish its sourness, making it softer in texture. When using salt, Luo Ge glanced at Gu Jincheng, and upon seeing his lack of reaction, she gathered the courage to proceed. Once the dried fruit is prepared, we can take it to the market. It should yield some silver. She hesitated to mention that salt was a precious commodity at this time, fearing he might think she was being wasteful. During her time in the town, she had observed that fruit preserves were available, albeit in limited varieties, mostly overly sweet products like honey dates, persimmon cakes, and longan, sold alongside pastries, seeds, and peanuts. She had not seen any sour-sweet plum preserves, and if they succeeded, it could be a novel offering and a profitable endeavor, at least covering the labor and material costs. Gu Jincheng was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated her intention to sell the dried fruit, thinking instead it was merely for home snacking. I can provide for you all, he murmured, contemplating the matter. He did not wish for her to fret over their livelihood. Luo Ge was momentarily stunned, but upon witnessing his slightly troubled expression, she could not help but smile. I know my husband can support me, but we can never have too much silver, can we? Whether for our future children's education or for their marriages, we will need funds. It is prudent to earn as much as we can. After all, We might not just be raising these two little ones. As she spoke, her cheeks flushed slightly, and her voice softened. However, Gu Jincheng, with his keen hearing, caught every word, and his deep, expressive eyes brightened. He reached out, taking her hand firmly and pulling her into his embrace, his eyes gleaming with eagerness. This is what you said. There is no turning back. The implication of not just raising these two children, but also hinting at their own future offspring was clear. Although such thoughts seemed distant, he found himself already looking forward to it. What did I say? She exclaimed, her hands still dusted with salt. Do not cause trouble. Observing the increasingly dangerous glint in his eyes, Luo Ge decisively feigned ignorance and made her escape, instinctively brushing her waist. Gu Jincheng watched his fleeing little wife, a smile of indulgence gracing his face. Let her play coy. He had already etched her words into his heart. Today, 2 wild chickens were to be dealt with first. Gu Jincheng skillfully and swiftly plucked the feathers and butchered them into pieces. Luo Ge took to the kitchen, noting the distinct aroma of fresh chilies compared to dried ones. The freshness seemed to exude a more fragrant scent. However, this left the 2 little ones in tears from the spice. When asked to step outside, they stubbornly refused, leaving her with no choice. Before adding the chilies, she set aside a portion for the little ones, ensuring they had a delightful meal. The second child ate heartily, feeling quite full. After satisfying their appetites, the 2 little ones rubbed their small bellies and mumbled contentedly. After a brief rest, it was time for a bath. Gu Jincheng and Luo Ge, while washing the plums, inquired if they preferred to bathe together or separately. The 2 little ones exchanged glances. Uncle. The elder, younger, brother wants to bathe separately. All right, I will fetch water for you in the partition. You can wash yourselves today. The little ones were growing up, and it was time to allow them some independence. Each time they bathed, they would avoid Luo Ge, leaving her to linger in the kitchen or another room. Gu Jincheng had even constructed a partition with wooden boards beside the courtyard wall for this purpose. The clean plum meat was marinated with sugar for about an hour before being spread on a sieve lined with cheesecloth to dry. That would suffice for today. As there wasn't enough sugar at home, she planned to buy more in town tomorrow. Once the drying was nearly complete the next day, it would be steamed again, requiring additional sugar and honey, so the modest amount used today would not matter. Do you want me to accompany you? Gu Jincheng asked softly, nodding in response. I know the way. I could go by myself. Aren't you busy with the cornfield? After a brief respite, it was once again time for farm work. They still had 2 or 3 acres to plant corn, and the season for sowing was upon them, promising a busy period ahead. Just be careful, he replied, noticing her small fingers fidgeting unconsciously, casting a lingering gaze upon her. After preparing the dried fruit, Luo Ge proceeded to freshen up, and, as she finished washing, Gu Jincheng returned, his body still enveloped in moisture from the river. You should wash at home in the future. Constant exposure to cold water is not good for you. Knowing he had bathed by the riverside, Luo Ge frowned slightly and voiced her concern. Her words warmed Gu Jincheng's heart. He placed the brown sugar and eggs on the table and stepped forward to take the cloth from her hands, embracing her gently. What you say is true. Let me help you dry your hair. As he meticulously dried her hair, he noted, the little rascals have used it. Why haven't you? Luo Ge turned slightly, glancing at the eggs and brown sugar water on the table. I've already had mine. This is for you. For me? He questioned, puzzled. Isn't this meant for women and children to nourish themselves? What use does a grown man have for such things? Do eat it quickly. It won't taste good when it gets cold, she said casually, but to Gu Jincheng's mind, it felt more like an insistence that he should nourish himself due to his poor health. His handsome face stiffened, and his gaze darkened slightly. I do not favor sweet foods, he replied tersely. Luo Ge tilted her head slightly. Is that so? Indeed. Well, it seems she must content herself with her own circumstances. In the brief span of time, her hair had nearly dried, and as soon as she placed the bowl down, without waiting for her reaction, Gu Jincheng had already pressed his lips against hers. The sugary softness of her lips was undeniably sweet, revealing his fondness for sweet delicacies, albeit of a different kind. Eventually, lost in the haze of the kiss, her mind only retained a single thought. One may escape for a moment, but never for a lifetime. Earlier, she had feigned ignorance to flee, yet that evening, she would still be thoroughly consumed by him. He demonstrated through his actions that his body truly did not require such sustenance. The following day, her body felt achingly weary, yet spurred by her relentless biological clock. She ventured into town before the Zhao brothers, Zhao Daming and Zhao Erming, departed. She successfully sold 300 eggs for 600 coins. Grasping her coin purse, Luo Ge rubbed her sore lower back, taking a sharp breath. Indeed, the old adage rings true. A man newly indulged can be quite ravenous. On her way back, she sought a safe spot to slip into her space. Upon entering, her first task was to quench her thirst with well water, followed by rummaging through her small study. In her pursuit of becoming a food blogger, she had amassed a wealth of culinary resources, including various traditional dishes. She recalled having purchased a book detailing the art of making century eggs. She had tested hundreds of eggs that Zhao Daming and his brother could consume, but beyond that, it became unfeasible. Moreover, her space contained not only eggs awaiting sale, but also a considerable stock of duck eggs. Thus, she needed to seek additional outlets for her goods. Although the process of making century eggs was quite time-consuming, she could leverage the time differential within her space, alleviating her concerns. Here it is. After a lengthy search, she finally uncovered the book, her face lighting up with joy. After briefly examining the contents, she set the book aside and headed to the kitchen to gather white sugar, rock candy, honey, and salt, placing them into jars and cloth bags to stow in her backpack. She had discovered that the domestic items in her small courtyard could replenish themselves automatically within her space, but could not be sold externally. Rice flour and salt were strictly for her personal use. This limitation brought her a sense of fulfillment. If shortcuts were too abundant, life would lose its meaning of struggle. Moreover, she grasped the rationale behind the design of her space. Aside from rice, flour, oil, salt, and the farm's poultry and orchards, most of her belongings were advanced by thousands of years compared to this era. If she could freely sell these items, it would disrupt the natural progression of history in this world. Every realm has its destined path, which should not be carelessly altered. Thus, it was understandable that despite having a generator on her farm, she could not utilize it, and the items in her courtyard could not be sold. After all, she was not overly greedy. Chapter 24. She snatched my man and did not allow me to vent my frustration. After gathering her supplies, Luo Ge hurried home, anxious that her prolonged absence might cause them concern. As she passed the village center, nearing home, two figures caught her attention, prompting her to pause momentarily. However, she quickly dismissed the sight and continued her walk. "Stop!" Qian Momo called out as Luo Ge attempted to leave, her voice urgent. "Do you think I will stop just because you said so? Are we familiar? Or is your face so imposing?" Recognizing that the person blocking her path likely meant no good, Luo Ge chose to ignore her. Yet to her surprise, the persistent individual disregarded her indifference and rushed forward to block her way. "Are you deaf? I told you to stop." Qian Momo glared at Luo Ge, her gaze filled with hostility, resentment, and disdain. Her imposing figure made Luo Ge appear even more petite, as though one could easily overshadow her. "My dear lady, I am not acquainted with you," Luo Ge responded politely, momentarily taken aback by Qian Momo's words. She caught a glimpse of the petite woman accompanying Qian Momo, whom she recognized as a fellow villager. According to Sister Wang, she was Qian Momo's cousin, having been married in the village for 6 years and bearing 2 daughters, which had brought her much gossip and disapproval from the villagers, including her own mother-in-law. It seemed that Qian Momo had come to the village to confront her, likely brought along by this cousin. Cousin Li Zhao Di, noticing Luo Ge's gaze, pursed her lips and called out to Qian Momo. She was unafraid of Luo Ge, but feared Gu Jinsheng. Before he had gone to the military, he had a notorious reputation in the village. When she had just married in, Gu Jinsheng had still been around. She had witnessed his fierce demeanor firsthand, and her husband had once crossed paths with him, resulting in a severe beating that left lasting scars. Hearing that Gu Jinsheng treated this newly acquired wife well, she worried that should Qian Momo harm Luo Ge, Gu Jinsheng would come seeking retribution, prompting her to offer a warning. "Why are you shouting?" Qian Momo snapped irritably upon hearing her cousin's voice. You little harlot. You dare to steal my man. With that, her hefty hand swung towards Luo Ge's face. For some time, Qian Momo had been harboring pent-up frustration. She had been spoiled by her family throughout her life and had never failed to acquire what she desired. Now, having finally set her sights on a man, she found him snatched away by this unwelcome intruder. How could she not be enraged? Luo Ge, maintaining her composure, deftly sidestepped the blow. I do not comprehend your claims. My husband and I have exchanged solemn vows in the presence of the authorities. We are legitimate spouses, and there is no question of theft involved. You dare to evade me. Gu Jinsheng was the man I noticed first. I had my eye on him before you, and you say there was no theft. Qian Momo, undeterred by Luo Ge's words, raised her hand once more, prepared to strike. Noticed first? Luo Ge thought, recalling that mutual interest required both parties to meet and agree. Yet Gu Jinsheng had never encountered this woman before her. Hey, what's going on over there? At that moment, it was noon, and villagers having finished their chores were returning home for lunch. The village center, bustling with passers-by, drew attention to the unfolding scene. Hey, what are you doing? Are you fighting? Upon seeing Luo Ge in distress, Sister Wang rushed over, alarmed. The other villagers were taken aback to witness Luo Ge being bullied by a woman they had never seen before. One man, recalling Gu Jinsheng, who had been working in the fields just moments ago, hurried back. Upon hearing the commotion, Qian Momo momentarily paused her movements. Yet upon seeing Luo Ge's exquisite and beautiful face, she struck her fiercely. When Luo Ge adeptly evaded the blow, Qian Momo, in frustration, pushed her forcefully. The impact was substantial. Luo Ge, caught off guard, stumbled backward, landing on her backside. However, Qian Momo was not spared either, for in her fall, she inadvertently tripped and fell herself. With a thud, she crashed to the ground, her chin striking the stone floor with considerable force, causing the ground to tremble for several meters around. Luo Ge's subtle maneuvering went unnoticed by the onlookers, who only perceived that Qian Momo had lost her balance after pushing Luo Ge. Luo Ge, are you all right? Aunt Wang extended her hand just in time to catch Luo Ge, yet she barely missed. Quickly, she helped Luo Ge to her feet. Luo Ge shook her head and turned to Qian Momo, saying, I do not know you. Why do you resort to violence against me? This statement clarified the situation to the surrounding villagers. Qian Momo, what brings you to our village? Have you no sense of decency, bullying someone from another village? Aunt Wang's expression darkened upon recognizing Qian Momo's face. It was outrageous that Qian Momo, who had already bullied others in Qian family village, now dared to come to their village to assert her dominance. This was not her territory. It was not the domain of the small landlords of Qian family. Upon hearing the name Qian Momo, the expressions of those nearby shifted subtly as they quickly grasped the situation. She was the girl from the Qian family who had set her sights on Gu Erlang, even offering a dowry of 5 taels in hopes of marrying him. And now she had come to bully his wife. So does she? The village women loved to gossip, and everyone in the village was well aware of the happenings, both significant and trivial. It was common knowledge that the Qian girl was spoiled and ill-mannered. No wonder she was so brazen, but this was excessive even for her. Their Gu family village was not to be trifled with. The fact that someone from another village dared to come and bully them was both infuriating and humiliating, as it implied a complete disregard for the villagers' dignity. In Gu family village, which primarily consisted of the Wang and Gu clans, the villagers were closely knit through familial ties, fostering a strong sense of unity and protection for one another. At that moment, several women from the Gu family had already gathered around Luo Ge, shielding her behind them, with Aunt Luo among them. Qian girl, on what grounds do you harm others without cause? Regardless of your reasons, your initial act of aggression is indefensible. You must apologize to Gu Erlang's wife, Aunt Luo stated coldly, her gaze fixed firmly on Qian Momo. Given that Luo Ge had been wronged, she could not remain passive, especially now that it had escalated to an outsider bullying someone in their village. Although they had arrived from a distance, they had clearly witnessed Qian Momo's fierce demeanor and her violent actions. She dares to steal my man and does not even allow me to voice my grievances. If it were anyone else in this situation, they would have already tucked their heads in and apologized. However, This is Qian Momo, who has never felt the need to apologize for bullying others. Moreover, she believes she has done nothing wrong. With such an assertive tone, the villagers around her could hardly bear to watch. The wife of Gu Erlang, who is lawfully wedded to him, has not stolen anything from you. One aunt, who had attended Gu's wedding, was infuriated by her words. She had never encountered such a shameless girl. What do you mean didn't steal? If it weren't for her meddling, Gu Erlang would have been married to me long ago. At this point, a hint of shyness surfaced on Qian Momo's face. She offered a substantial dowry and, being a woman of ample fortune, had even consented to Gu Jinsheng supporting those two unfortunate illegitimate children. The Gu family is impoverished, and Gu Jinsheng is struggling to find a wife. Given her conditions, he surely had no reason to refuse her. If it weren't for this little wretch's interference, they would have been a married couple by now. Shameless as you are, how could Gu Erlang ever fancy you? The aunt rolled her eyes and spoke candidly. Without comparison, there is no harm. With Luo Ge standing by, Qian Momo appeared increasingly ridiculous. What do you mean by that, old woman? Qian Momo's expression stiffened. Throughout her life, she had loathed having her appearance criticized, and the villagers of Qianjiadi had never dared to say such things due to her parents' influence. Now, facing such comments in front of so many people, her countenance darkened severely. With effortless force, she pushed aside those blocking her path and shoved the aunt. This act stirred the crowd's anger. Repeated bullying was intolerable. I can't even speak the truth, and you dare to push me? Ma Fing. Am not to be trifled with. The aunt was momentarily stunned by the shove, but quickly regained her composure and lunged at Qian Momo. Other women, previously pushed aside, joined the fray. Sister Wang was eager to participate, while Luo Ge was left utterly bewildered. Nearby, Li Zhaodi, who had brought Qian Momo, was on the verge of tears. It must be said Luo Ge truly admired Qian Momo's audacity to be so brazen in another village, standing against many. Li Zhaodi, why are you standing there? Can't you help? Before Li Zhaodi could voice her distress, Qian Momo called out. Initially, her stature gave her an advantage, but soon she found herself at a disadvantage against the many hands of those seasoned in farm work. Each woman grabbed her, and the pain was enough to make her cry out. This moment clearly indicated that Li Zhaodi was on Qian Momo's side. Everyone was astute. They quickly surmised that, as an outsider, Qian Momo could not have come to the village without someone accompanying her. With Qian Momo's shout, the villagers immediately realized that it was Li Zhaodi who had brought her. Now, Li Zhaodi was truly in tears, overwhelmed by the gazes of the crowd, unable to help, and fearing reprimand from Qian Momo. Chapter 25. Erlang's Fortunate Fate. Li Zhaodi, by nature timid and conflict-averse, had always been afraid of her fierce cousin, and now, after such a shout, her fear had only intensified. Considering that these individuals are from the same village, she hesitated to assist Qian Momo, fearing it would appear as if she favored an outsider over her fellow villagers. Yet, the thought of standing idly by while an outsider bullied her cousin left her troubled. At that moment, she regretted bringing Qian Momo along, who was sobbing uncontrollably. My dear, are you all right? Gu Jinsheng rushed over, perspiration dotting his brow. His eyes filled with concern for Luo Ge. Luo Ge shook her head. I am fine, unharmed. I merely fell on my backside. It doesn't hurt much. And I haven't suffered any loss. Gu Erlang, please help me. Quickly pull them apart. Upon spotting Gu Jinsheng, Qian Momo's eyes lit up, and she modified her tone to sound more pitiful, drawing a glance from Luo Ge. Gu Jinsheng's expression darkened. He did not spare Qian Momo a glance, and instead carefully shielded Luo Ge from potential harm. Newlyweds do exhibit a different kind of bond. I never was as clingy to my wife as he is, chuckled a bystander. It is generally understood that men should refrain from intervening in women's quarrels, especially knowing that their wives have the upper hand and will not be at a disadvantage. The men watched from the sidelines, unable to suppress their laughter at Gu Jinsheng's protective demeanor over his wife. Luo Ge felt her cheeks flush with warmth. You wretched little thing. Qian Momo's face twisted with anger, unable to refrain from cursing. Aunt Ma was unyielding, grabbing a handful of her hair. How dare you speak like that? You little hussy. Blame yourself for my leniency. Seeing Gu Jinsheng's arrival, Sister Wang immediately squeezed into the crowd, and Luo Ge attempted to pull her back but to no avail. Without any assistance, Qian Momo was no match for the ants, who quickly overpowered her and subjected her to a barrage of verbal assaults. Huh? You think you can push me around like that? You're so arrogant. Do you really believe the people of Gu Family Village are easy to bully? Let go. You must release me. Qian Momo had never endured such humiliation. Her face flushed with anger, her voice hoarse. Let go. You think just apologizing will suffice? You dare to lay hands on our village, and I want to let you off without some repercussions. I am sorry. I apologize. Just let me go. Despite her indignation, Qian Momo had no choice but to comply in front of the crowd. What did you say? Your voice is as faint as a mosquito's buzzing. Speak up. I can't hear you. Aunt Ma frowned, pretending she hadn't heard clearly. I apologize. Is that sufficient? Qian Momo gritted her teeth, but under the watchful eyes of the crowd, she had to raise her voice. Only then did Aunt Ma lower her hand from her ear, yet she still held Qian Momo firmly in place. Oh, so merely apologizing is all it takes? That shove you gave me was no trifling matter. I still feel pain in my chest. You ought to compensate me for medical expenses. Was her single push truly comparable to the collective might of these fierce women? To be beaten and then expected to pay? I have no money. Resolutely, she declared she would not part with a single coin. Sister Wang, hearing this, wasted no time and reached into her arms. You are mistaken. I distinctly felt the money pouch just now. Are you not going to offer an apology after striking someone? She acknowledges that there is indeed an element of revenge in her actions. When she was wrongfully accused in the past, her indignation was palpable, and today she seizes the opportunity to express herself. Shortly thereafter, Sister Wang indeed produced a money pouch. Look, you claimed there was none. Is this money pouch not yours? Is it mine, money to yours? Sister Wang's birth name is also Qian, a common name among rural girls. You wretched Qian Mo. She glared, ready to unleash a torrent of insults, but upon meeting Sister Wang's gaze, she swallowed her words. Aunt Ma Feng took the pouch, inspecting it before exclaiming, Oh, this is quite a sum. At first glance, I see 200 coins. Indeed, this is substantial. Consider this your reparations. Now be off, and do not return to our village like a stray dog barking indiscriminately. This is not your Qian family village. With a money pouch in hand, Aunt Ma Feng rose to leave. Qian Mo gazed at the pouch with sorrowful eyes. It contained her hard-earned savings, meant for purchasing goods in town. Seeing her immobile, Aunt Ma Feng's expression darkened. You wish to remain? Do you want me to loosen your limbs further? Qian Montauk instinctively recoiled, hastily rising and scuttling toward the village entrance, followed quickly by Li Zhao Di. Your name is Qian Mo, is it? I have memorized it. Should you dare to cause a ruckus in Gu Family Village again, I shall unleash my fierce dog upon you. Aunt Ma Feng shouted after them. Sister Luo chuckled at her friend's words, shaking her head in amusement. Thus, the matter was settled. Their actions were not light. Qian Mo would likely refrain from returning to Gu Family Village for 2 or 3 months. They had no fear of her seeking retribution. As her initial actions were unjust, she had intruded upon another village to bully others, assuming they were all defenseless. It was clear that Qian Mo was in the wrong. Having concluded her thoughts, Aunt Ma Feng turned to Luo Ge, gently touching the money pouch with a hint of reluctance. Here, take this silver from Gu Erlang's household. It is your compensation. Logically, Luo Ge was the one truly wronged, as Aunt Ma Feng had intentionally provoked Qian Mo to elicit a response and had not been hurt. However, the Gu family was known for their protective nature. Even when wronged, they felt compelled to find justification for retaliation. Luo Ge blinked in confusion, quickly waving her hands and shaking her head. No, it is unnecessary. I am unscathed. Rather, the ants exerted considerable effort on my behalf. Please divide it among yourselves. I do not require it. She genuinely had not suffered, but as a new bride, she felt a warm sensation in her heart at the ants' protective nature. Today, she was grateful for their support. With a humble bow, she sincerely thanked the ants. The others were surprised by her response. After all, 200 coins were not an insignificant amount. Who would not cherish such wealth? Yet, Luo Ge's words resonated with them, and they felt a bit embarrassed. Their impression of her, already positive, grew even more favorable. Alas, we are all of the same kin. There is no need for gratitude. By virtue of our familial ties, you should address me as your fifth aunt. It is only natural for the elder to protect the younger, is it not? Indeed, Aunt Ma generously remarked upon the situation. It is quite a coincidence that, aside from Sister Wang's family, everyone present belongs to the Gu clan. Hearing this, Luo Ge smiled but firmly declined the money offered. She stood there quite well, while the aunts bore the marks of their tussle with Qian Miming, their appearances somewhat disheveled. One or two had their hair in disarray, looking rather untidy. They had stepped in to assist her, and it felt inappropriate to accept the money outright. Ultimately, it was Aunt Luo who spoke up, distributing 50 coins for her to accept, while the remainder was divided among the aunts. This resolution was just right, and she refrained from saying more, though the aunts were quite pleased. Their intention had merely been to stir up some excitement and perhaps engage in a little mischief, and to their surprise, they were able to share in the silver. With Sister Wang's involvement, a total of 6 people managed to gather 150 coins, allowing each to receive over 20 coins, enough to purchase a pound of meat for a hearty meal with some leftover. They felt that Luo Ge was quite capable and began to consider how they might assist her further in the future. Although Sister Wang had joined later, her discovery of the silver was significant, and her instinct to protect Luo Ge was heartwarming. Thus, she naturally deserved her share. This daughter-in-law of Erlang is indeed wise and considerate. Even Aunt Ma and Aunt Luo could not help but praise her as they returned home together. Reflecting on the delicious chicken that Gu Jincheng had sent to her family last night, Aunt Luo nodded in agreement. Indeed, Erlang is fortunate. That girl's culinary skills are truly exceptional. Gu Erlang is indeed blessed, and Aunt Luo found herself somewhat envious of that talent. Chapter 26. Where can you find a mother as cruel as yours? Once the crowd dispersed, Luo Ge was taken home by Gu Jincheng, who disregarded the 2 little ones waiting anxiously in the courtyard and led her directly into the house. Without uttering a word, he began a meticulous examination of her. Luo Ge was bewildered. I'm fine, really. Just a sore bottom, nothing serious. The examination was one thing, but the manner in which he handled her felt as if he were igniting a fire. As he reached to remove her clothing, she hastily interjected. Her cheeks flushed and her eyes clouded with a hint of anxiety. Gu Jincheng paused, his concerns still palpable. Are you truly unscathed? Yes. I'm perfectly fine. I dodged her blows, and in the end, I even tripped her. I think her chin must have taken quite a hit. I saw blood on Qian Miming's chin. To prove her point, she even bounced a couple of times, her small frame remarkably agile, showing no signs of discomfort. Only then did Gu Jincheng feel a sense of relief, though his brows furrowed again at her mention of her sore bottom. Let me take a look. It may not hurt now, but it could bruise later. We should apply some medicine first. No, please don't. What? No way. Without a second thought, she shielded her bottom with her hands. This injury was far too embarrassing. Despite their previous openness, it still felt quite awkward. Be obedient. Gu Jincheng's tone resembled that of a caregiver coaxing a child. Yet, Luo Ge persistently shook her head, insisting that there was nothing wrong with her. Observing her strong resistance, Gu Jincheng, feeling helpless, could only sigh and step back. He retrieved the ointment he typically used to reduce swelling and bruising and advised her, apply some medicine yourself. With that, he exited, granting her the space she needed. To be fair, his concerns held a kernel of truth. Her physique was somewhat delicate, and a gentle touch seemed to provoke mild swelling and discomfort. Thus, she dutifully applied the medication. Meanwhile, at the village entrance, cousin, Li Zhaodi exclaimed, rushing to catch up with Qian Momo, who was about to assist her in treating a wound on her chin. Instead, she received a sharp slap, leaving her momentarily dazed and speechless as she stared at Qian Momo. How dare you complain? Do you find joy in seeing me bullied? You don't even offer help when I am in trouble. A useless hen. I shall certainly have a word with Anne about this. No, that's not it. I am powerless in this situation, Li Zhaodi stammered, caught in a dilemma. What can I do, whether I help or not? I care not for your limitations. Since you have chosen to be this way today, know that with me, Qian Momo, in the picture, your family will no longer benefit from mine. With that, Qian Momo turned on her heel and walked away, indifferent to the turmoil she left behind. Li Xiaoti's mother and Qian Momo's mother were sisters, both residing in Xinjia village. However, the Li family's circumstances were dire. Her father was indolent, and her mother had given birth to 4 daughters before finally having a son, who was spoiled and just as unambitious as his father. Over the years, the Li family had relied on the Qian family for sustenance, often depending on the contributions of their married daughters, but primarily clinging to Qian Momo's family for survival. Now, with Qian Momo's words, it seemed as though Li Xiaoti's lifeline had been severed. She could already foresee the repercussions awaiting her. Her mother would undoubtedly not let this slide easily. Life in her marital home was already fraught with difficulty. If her mother intervened, it would only exacerbate her suffering. Why must my fate be so cruel? She lamented, squatting down and weeping, her heart heavy with resentment. Had Luo Ge not stolen Qian Momo's man, Qian Momo would not have sought confrontation here. If only Luo Ge had been accommodating, allowing Qian Momo to vent her frustrations, the subsequent events that unfolded before the village would not have transpired. In the end, it all traced back to Luo Ge's actions. Luo Ge thought to herself, I'm truly at a loss. What have I done to deserve this misfortune? Why am I being blamed for something I did not initiate? After crying for what felt like an eternity at the village entrance, Li Xiaoti returned home in a daze. Upon hearing of the day's events, her mother-in-law unleashed a torrent of reprimands upon her. Li Xiaoti, how bold you are to bring outsiders to bully the villagers. And that Aunt Ma, she is your elder. How could you allow your cousin to lay hands on her? Listening to the scolding, Li Xiaoti remained silent, her eyes reddening as she fled to her room. Her 2 daughters looked on with concern. Mother, please do not cry. 2 sisters, one 5 years old and the other just over 3, were comforting their mother with remarkable understanding. Yet, upon seeing her daughters, Li Xiaoti felt a sharp pang in her heart and pushed the 2 girls away. Go away. Don't touch me. Why'd it have to be these 2 daughters? Why couldn't they have been 2 sons? If they had been sons, would she still endure such daily torment? If they had been sons, would she still be unable to hold her head high in both her husband's and her own family? Li Xiaoti, did Sanya and Sia provoke you? Why are you yelling at them? Am I not allowed to say anything to you? Li Xiaoti's mother-in-law, hearing the commotion, wore a grim expression. She favored her grandsons, but that did not mean her grandchildren were to be treated as scapegoats. Was she wrong in her words? Li Xiaoti brought trouble to the village, bullying her elders. Yet she was not to be reprimanded? Upon hearing these words, Li Xiaoti cried even harder. Sia, feeling sorry for her, tried to wipe her tears, only to receive a sharp pinch from her mother. The 3-year-old girl winced in pain, her eyes welling up with tears. Yet she bravely bit her lip to hold them back, a sight that tugged at the heartstrings. Seeing this, her older sister, Sanya, quickly pulled Sia behind her. Mother, you can pinch me, but don't hurt my little sister. She is still too young to endure this. Though she was accustomed to pain, the next moment, her own eyes reddened with tears. At that moment, Li Xiaoti's mother-in-law burst in, witnessing Li Xiaoti's actions, and immediately pushed her away, pulling down Sanya and Sia. Are you a monster? You can't bear children and you take it out on the kids? Aside from venting your anger on them, what else are you good for? Useless wretch. You 2 foolish girls, get out of here. Little one, go tend to the fire. And Sanya, go fetch your father and the others for dinner. Before taking Sanya and Sia away, she shot Li Xiaoti a fierce glare. When Li Xiaoti's husband returned and heard his mother's words, seeing the marks on his daughters, he could not help but scold Li Xiaoti. How can you be such a cruel mother? No wonder you cannot bear a son. Sanya and Sia are your own flesh and blood. Can you really be so harsh? With a mother like you, how could any son ever want to come? Li Xiaoti remained silent throughout, barely absorbing her husband's words, except for the painful remark about not being able to bear a son. Watching her 2 daughters, who were desperately crying and trying to stop their father, with their eyes red and swollen, her resentment only deepened. After a long day under the sun, the fruit had dried sufficiently. After dinner, Luo Ge collected the fruit and steamed it for half an hour. When a lid was lifted, a delightful fragrance wafted through the air, and the 2 little ones scampered over. Aunt, can we eat now? Bao asked eagerly, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. Luo Ge shook her head. Not yet. We must wait a couple more days. She playfully tapped the tip of the little one's nose. You little glutton. You just finished eating, and already you're thinking about more? The aroma was indeed tempting, and Bao felt a slight pang of hunger. The little ones have already grown accustomed to Luo Ge's affectionate gestures. As she spoke, the little ones made a pinching gesture with their thumb and index finger. Their faces adorned with sweet smiles. Little gluttons, you cannot indulge in these dried fruits just yet, but I still have some pickled sour plums from yesterday. Would you like some? She had prepared plenty the day before, and since they hadn't been finished, she had discreetly stored them in her space to preserve their freshness. Now, after soaking for a while, their flavor had intensified. Since she had taken full charge of the kitchen and the household finances, Gu Jinsheng seldom paid attention to these matters. She figured that as long as she retrieved the items before he entered the kitchen, he would remain unaware. Yes, exclaimed the two little ones in unison. Even Gu Jinsheng's eyes brightened a little. In this sweltering weather, consuming something sweet and sour was truly delightful. Observing their enthusiasm, Luo Ge quietly turned to the cabinet and retrieved the pickled sour plums. Hurry and enjoy. Once the three of them had left, Luo Ge resumed her task of preparing dried fruits. She placed the steamed and softened fruit into a clean, dry basin, then added sugar and honey, mixing them thoroughly. The proportion of sugar was adjustable, and she could modify it according to personal taste. After tasting, she felt it was satisfactory, but since she intended to sell them, she decided to let Gu Jinsheng sample it first. Her intention was merely to gauge the flavor. Yet she was taken aback to see his handsome face flush with a hint of confusion. How is it? Is it too sweet? Gu Jinsheng shook his head silently. It's just right. Yet inside, he felt a sweetness far beyond the dessert itself. The fact that his wife was feeding him made him feel as if he were immersed in a pot of honey. That's wonderful. Hearing this, Luo Ge offered a taste to the two little ones as well, and their unanimous approval brought her relief. She covered the basin of dried fruit with a piece of gauze to let it marinate for an hour before drying it in the sun. The weather was splendid recently. She planned to steam it once more tomorrow and sprinkle some sugar before sun-drying it for another 2 days, which should suffice. Chapter 27. Planting corn. Due to the incident with Qian Momo, Gu Jinsheng returned home a bit earlier. By the time they finished their tasks, it was just past 12:30. Considering that they needed to tend to the fields in the afternoon, she encouraged Gu Jinsheng to take a brief rest, while retrieving supplies from her space. She also took out some mung beans. In such heat, it was easy to suffer from heat stroke while working outdoors, and a bit of mung bean soup would help cool the body. Once the mung bean soup was boiling and the beans had split open, she lowered the heat, leaving only a few embers to keep it warm, making it convenient for them to take along when they headed out. After preparing everything, she too took a moment to rest. She had also sent the little ones off for a midday nap, as playing outside in the scorching sun was not worth the risk of sunburn. When they awoke, the fruit had marinated sufficiently, and together with Gu Jinsheng, they transferred the fruit onto a winnowing basket to dry. With the mung bean soup packed, the family set off. Ah, Luo Ge, you're here too? The field they were to work on today happened to be adjacent to Wang Shaoxi's family's land, and upon seeing Luo Ge, Wang Shaoxi greeted them with a smile. Yes, sister-in-law, you all arrived quite early. Indeed, there wasn't much to do at home, so I thought it best to finish early and return sooner. After exchanging greetings, Luo Ge took out the gloves she had prepared earlier and handed them to Gu Jinsheng, also ensuring that the two little ones were equipped with their own. Only then did they commence their task of weeding. Oh, what splendid gloves you have! Wang exclaimed, her eyes lighting up at the sight of Luo Ge's gloves. How had she not thought of this ingenious solution sooner? With these, her hands would remain unharmed. After all, hands are a woman's second face, and every woman, to some extent, is concerned about them. I had some old cotton quilts and grass fluff inside to prevent any scratching, Luo Ge explained. These gloves are quite simple to make. Anyone can learn just by looking. You cut a piece of non-slip rough burlap into the shape of a palm. Leave a layer in the middle like a cotton jacket. Stuff it with something and sew it up. I only know how to make this type. I'm not skilled in those gloves meant for heavy labor. I never intended to sell them. Anyway, if I did, I would have to consider comfort, and just using grass fluff wouldn't suffice. I've tried, but couldn't tea achieve the desired protective effect. To improve them, I would need to use some cotton. But given its rarity now, the cost wouldn't tea be justified. Upon hearing Wang's inquiry, Luo Ge shared her process. Oh, I see. Your mind is quite sharp, Wang replied, a hint of shyness creeping into her demeanor as she glanced at her husband, who often bore cuts on his hands from hard work. After a moment's hesitation, she asked, May I learn to make a couple too? You can trust me. I won't teach anyone else, I promise. Luo Ge was genuinely surprised by Wang's assurance to keep it a secret. It was refreshing to encounter someone who was both sincere and straightforward. Certainly. It's not a secret. You can certainly make them. With that, she nodded and smiled. In truth, gloves were the result of ancestral wisdom, and she merely benefited from it. Thus, there was no reason to hoard knowledge and prevent others from learning. Thank you, Luo Ge. I didn't expect you to be so forthcoming, Wang said, her smile widening, genuinely feeling grateful for having made a good friend. What is there to thank? You protected me so well today. I haven't forgotten, Luo Ge replied, feeling the same warmth towards Wang. Their mutual appreciation brought smiles to both their faces, prompting laughter from the families of Gu and Wang as they observed their interactions. Darling, drink some mung bean water, Luo Ge suggested after a while, pouring some for Gu Jinshan. Noticing her flushed face from the heat, Gu Jinshan furrowed his brow. You drink first, then rest over there. I don't want you to tire yourself out. I would feel pained if you did. All right, Luo Ge replied, sensing his concern, and after taking a sip herself, she poured some for him. You, unintentionally or not, Gu Jinshan took a sip from the very place where Luo Ge had just drunk, creating an indirect kiss. With familiar children nearby, Luo Ge's already rosy cheeks flushed an even deeper shade of red. What's wrong? Gu Jinshan raised an eyebrow, feigning innocence. Nothing. The man, Luo Ge, felt a surge of frustration as he cast a reproachful glance at him, but soon let it go. Observing that Wang's wife and the others were sweating profusely from their labor, he decided to send a few bowls of the mung bean soup over to them. As he had brought plenty of bowls, the soup, primarily intended to alleviate the heat, was prepared rather thinly, merely for the sake of flavor. Although the Wang family felt a tad embarrassed about benefiting from Luo Ge, the sweltering weather prompted them to refrain from being overly particular. Under Gu Jinshan's watchful eye, she dutifully led the two little ones to the side to rest for a while. With Wang's wife keeping her company, Luo Ge did not feel bored at all. The afternoon passed pleasantly with idle chatter and work. However, there was still a bit of the field left unfinished. The Gu family's land had lain fallow for over a year. Previously, when Gu Jinshan was away, it was tended to by the elderly Gu couple in Gu Dage. But as misfortunes befell them one after another, the land was left unattended. For a period, it was rented out to villagers, but upon Gu Jinshan's return, it was handed back to him. During that time, following the recent passing of the elders, Gu Jinshan was engulfed in sorrow from losing nearly all his relatives, and life with the two little ones was rather aimless. Consequently, the land remained neglected until now, overrun by weeds that had accumulated for more than a year, making it quite a challenge to manage. Yet, with a man and woman working together, the task would not be too strenuous. They could tackle it gradually. Debeo, Erbao, little auntie. Today's labor had been somewhat exhausting, so Luo Ge opted not to prepare an elaborate meal, instead making a simple noodle soup to accompany the leftover dishes from lunchtime. Just as the noodles were served, a voice rang out from outside, causing the family to exchange curious glances. Although Iron Egg often came to visit the little ones, he was always considerate enough not to intrude on their meal times. Today, however, was an exception. The two little ones dashed out upon hearing his call, and when they saw him calling for Luo Ge, they followed suit. Upon spotting Luo Ge, Iron Egg eagerly extended a bowl filled with meat towards her, instinctively wiping his mouth with his small hand. This is for my mother. She asked me to bring it to you, saying you should try her cooking. Upon hearing this, the two little ones raised their heads in unison to look at Luo Ge, their eyes wide with anticipation. This was precious meat. Could they really have it? Today, Wang's wife had managed to scrape together over 21, cleverly acquired from MOMO, and had decided to spend it wisely. She went to the village butcher and bought a pound of meat, intending to prepare a hearty meal that evening. Luo Ge quickly understood that Wang's wife was likely expressing gratitude for her teaching of the glove-making and for sharing the mung bean soup. Turning to glance at Gu Jincheng in the courtyard, she pondered whether to accept the meat, knowing that the Wang family was typically frugal. Previously, when Gu Jincheng had shown appreciation for their help in caring for the children by gifting them wild chickens and rabbits, they had always been careful to sell them for money. They rarely enjoyed meat throughout the year. Accept it. Gu Jincheng nodded in response to his wife's glance. Only then did Luo Ge take the bowl from Iron Egg's hands, affectionately ruffling his hair. Thank you for your trouble, Iron Egg. Please convey my thanks to your mother. As she spoke, she reached into her pocket, pulled out a handful of candies, and tucked them into the little boy's shirt pocket. Today, Annie went to the town and brought back some sweets. Take them and enjoy, but be careful not to eat too many at once, or you might get cavities, understood? Tai Dan remembers. Holding his little pocket, Tai Dan smiled sweetly. Goodbye, Auntie. Goodbye to Bao and Air Bao. He waved his small hand at them and happily skipped back home. Marry her off. Immediately. Grandfather, grandmother, I have candy, and he gave them to me. As soon as Tai Dan returned home, he spotted the old man and Aunt Zhang in the yard and rushed over. He took out 2 pieces of candy from his little pocket and shared them, then turned to offer some to his parents. Finally, he peeled one for himself, eager to taste it, but was stopped by Sister Wang, who grasped his hand. Why are you taking candy from your aunt again? Didn't I tell you not to keep taking advantage of her? Looking at her gluttonous son, Sister Wang felt a mix of frustration and affection. Tai Dan blinked a few times, and he put them in my pocket. Once something is given, it cannot be returned. Good food is simply irresistible. Before Sister Wang could respond, Aunt Zhang and Brother Wang each tapped his little head. Greedy, your aunt works hard for her money, and it's dangerous for Uncle to hunt in the mountains. Auntie bought candy to cheer up to Bao and Air Bao. How can you, as their brother, always snatch food from them? This little fellow plays with Bao and Air Bao every day, and Luo Ge has already fed him more times than he can count. They truly felt guilty for taking advantage of them. This little rascal, always accepting gifts, never acting like a proper older brother. Hearing his father's words, Tai Dan's face flushed with embarrassment. Should I return it then? If I'm taking from Bao and Air Bao, then I really am stealing their food. Oh dear, how embarrassing, for he is supposed to be the elder brother. Saying this, Tai Dan attempted to dash next door, but Aunt Zhang stopped him. Where are you running off to? Your aunt and the others are eating right now. If you go over, it's just more food snatching. Remember next time, don't keep taking advantage of them, all right? If you want some, wait for your grandmother to buy you some next time. Upon hearing Aunt Zhang's words, Tai Dan's eyes lit up, but then he shook his head. I don't want to eat anymore. Let us save money to buy medicine for grandfather. I want him to get better quickly so he can take me out to play. At this, the adults were momentarily taken aback. A wave of warmth swelling in their hearts at Tai Dan's maturity, and their eyes grew misty. Brother Wang couldn't help but lightly tap his head. Little rascal. Hearing his grandson's words, Grandfather Wang felt an overwhelming warmth, but also a pang of regret for being a burden to the family. If it weren't for his failing health, their lives would not be so difficult. As his expression darkened, Aunt Zhang seemed to sense his thoughts and held his hand. Let us not stand around. Let us eat. Brother Wang and Sister Wang noticed the old man's mood and quickly changed the subject. Tai Dan, though confused, immediately rushed to help serve the food upon hearing his mother's words. Meanwhile, at the Gu family, Sister Wang's cooking was truly remarkable. Luo Ge couldn't help but exclaim as he savored her culinary skills. This braised potato with meat is absolutely delectable. It pairs perfectly with noodles. Enjoy it more. Gu Jinshen observed her fondness for silently serving her meat, yet he noticed that his little wife always consumed very little. He felt compelled to encourage her to eat more. After all, how could she grow strong without sufficient nourishment? Luo Ge nodded in agreement, then turned her attention to the 2 little ones. Ultimately, most of the meat ended up in the bellies of the 3 men. Gu Jinshen could only sigh in resignation. After the meal, Luo Ge gathered the dried fruits from outside, as the evening fog made it unwise to leave them out. She planned to dry them in the main room instead. Let me see, she said as she prepared for bed. Upon hearing the sound of the door, the man spoke up. What are you looking at? His words momentarily caught her off guard. Gu Jinshen secured the door and gently turned her over. I want to check the injured area. What else could it be? After contemplating, he realized he needed to see it to ease his mind. His little wife was quite sensitive about the phrase in broad daylight, often blushing fiercely during the day. But he hoped that in their private quarters, things would be a little easier. Upon grasping his intent, Luo Ge's eyes widened in surprise, and before she could respond, she felt a chill. Does it hurt? Gu Jinshun was solely concerned about her injury, devoid of any impure thoughts. Noticing that there was no bruising or swelling brought him considerable relief, though he recalled cases in the village where others had suffered bone injuries in similar falls. No, it doesn't hurt. Luo Ge felt numb, her cheeks burning with embarrassment. The earnestness of his inquiry, coupled with the mortifying position she found herself in, made her wish to vanish on the spot. After confirming that she was indeed fine, Gu Jinshun turned her back, and in the light he saw her flushed face, her lips curving into a smile. What makes you so shy? Haven't we? Before he could finish, Luo Ge covered his mouth. Less talking, more sleeping. Her flustered demeanor, with her cheeks aglow, was irresistibly endearing. With a chuckle, he gently pried her delicate hand away and leaned down to kiss her sulking, rosy lips. All right, sleep. As she began to drift into slumber, his husky voice reached her ears. But this sleep was not the ordinary kind. Why are you still bullying me after a long day of work? She whimpered, her words laced with emotion just before succumbing to sleep. The man smiled at her words, leaning down to plant a soft kiss on her smooth forehead. I'm not bullying you. I can hardly contain myself. Indeed, to him, this was not bullying. Newlywed and overwhelmed with desire, he found it difficult to restrain himself. She intended to voice her thoughts, but exhaustion overwhelmed her, and with a small grunt, she nestled into his embrace and fell asleep. Gu Jinshun held his little wife tenderly, waiting for her to drift into a deep slumber before quietly slipping out of bed and dressing. Under the veil of night, he ventured out. His little wife was not someone who could be easily trifled with. The following day, eldest brother. Early in the morning, a shrill cry echoed through the Qian household. Before the first scream had faded, another blood-curdling wail followed. Qian Momo, with disheveled hair, rushed out of the house, her face as pale as a ghost. Mother, there's a snake. Brother. Awakened from her sleep, she had stumbled upon 2 dead snakes, nearly scaring her heart out of her chest. In a panic, she emerged, stammering as she called for help, only to be startled again upon seeing her injured elder brother lying in the courtyard. Upon hearing the cries, the elder brother of the Qian family stirred from his slumber, noticing that Qian Momo's hands trembled violently. My dear child, what has happened? Are you unhurt? Mother will call for the doctor. While Qian father and mother cherished their daughter dearly, at this moment, their son's predicament took precedence. Marry her off. Immediately. Without regard for their mother's pleas, the elder brother pointed at Qian Momo, his voice quaking with urgency. Such a troublemaking sister, he could no longer afford to keep her. Hadn't someone come to propose marriage recently? Agree to it. Marry her off. Today, she shall be wed. Qian Momo, spoiled by her parents, had been coddled throughout her life. He had lost count of the times they had cleaned up after her. He had tolerated their claims that she was still too young to understand, but now at 28, she had managed to incite a brawl that led to him being dragged out in the dead of night and beaten. She consumed more than pigs and had a temper to match, showing no respect for him as an elder brother, nor for his wife or their child. No, she simply could not stay. It was a necessity to rid themselves of her presence. If he allowed her to remain, he feared the consequences would escalate far beyond a mere beating. That man had warned him to keep a tight rein on Qian Momo, or he would bear the repercussions. Had he not begged for mercy last night, he might have lost a leg. With their parents around, he could not manage Qian Momo. The only solution was to marry her off, ensuring she could no longer wreak havoc on the family, thus securing a semblance of peace in their daily lives. What did you say? Qian mother was taken aback, her heart racing. Why? What has transpired? Have you not always been the one to dote on your sister? How could you hastily send her away in marriage? After all these years of nurturing her, how could she bear to see her daughter wed to a widower? Do you not see the injuries I bear? This is the result of your beloved daughter's actions. A widower, indeed, in her youth. She refused to marry a fine young man. Now, whose fault is it? Should I be blamed for her choices? Is this not of her own making? Although Qian Momo's reputation was less than stellar, and her character left much to be desired, the Qian family was not destitute. In years past, during difficult times, impoverished families had sought her hand in marriage. Yet, she scorned those who were poor, her aspirations soaring high above reason, dismissing any suitor. What recourse did he have? Now, the only option left was to settle for a widower. This was already a merciful choice. At least he had not been cruel enough to marry her off to older men who enjoyed gambling and mistreating their wives. He felt he had done enough. What do you mean by that? Qian Momo was already stunned at her brother's intention to marry her off to a widower. And now his words enraged her further. You can no longer conceal your true feelings, can you? I am your own sister, and this is how you wish to treat me? I have been raised by our parents. I have not taken from you. What gives you the right to treat me in such a manner? You would have me, what, a widower? You might as well wish for my death. Sister-in-law Gu, standing beside her son, observed the unfolding scene. Seeing Qian Momo struggle to maintain her composure, she could no longer remain silent. It is precisely because you are his sister that we have not taken more drastic measures. Raised by our parents? They are now aging. Over the years, if it were not for the diligent efforts of my husband and me to maintain this household, how could it have possibly endured? You have not relied on us. You have stirred up trouble in the village time and again, and on every occasion, it has been us who have had to clean up after you. Just yesterday, you went and caused another ruckus. How can you even compare yourself to that petite and beautiful girl? She values her family and does not look at you. Yet you dare to go to her village and bully the lawful wives and daughters? You truly possess a remarkable talent. You have brought us nothing but shame. It is one thing for you to create your own troubles, but you have also implicated your brother and me. To make matters worse, your sister-in-law's family hails from Guja village, and just yesterday, your own sister caused a scene at her mother's home over this debacle. She truly feels humiliated and has lost all faith to return to her family. Aunt Mafone is my own aunt. How could you stoop so low? How can I ever show my face back home? You are indeed a calamity. Marrying into your family and encountering a sister-in-law, such as you, has been my misfortune for 8 lifetimes. The more she thought about it, the angrier Gu Shi became. Her face flushed with indignation as she blurted out these words. Upon hearing this, Qian Momo felt as though she had seized a weapon, pointing at Gu Shi and looking towards her mother. Mother, do you hear this woman? This is how she truly thinks of me. How dare she call me a calamity? Upon hearing Gu Shi's words, Qian Mu furrowed her brow. Yet witnessing the expressions of her son and daughter-in-law, she understood that the issues stemmed from Qian Momo. After all, they were aware of the character of the daughter they had raised. However, she could not deny that she was still her own flesh and blood. She exchanged a glance with Qian father, and the couple fell into silence, observing Qian father and Qian mother, and then looking at her husband. Gu Shi clenched her fists as she recalled the words her mother had spoken to her the previous day. I do not care how you decide. I shall say this clearly. In this household, it is either her or me. After saying this, she directly took her son and retreated to her room. Qian Dalong was taken aback by his wife's declaration, glancing at Qian Momo, who still radiated anger, her eyes filled with resentment. A chill ran through his heart as he sighed. My sentiments align with Huan Yang's. If you and your parents wish to continue supporting her, then we should separate. He was genuinely exhausted. Hearing their son's words, the elderly couple trembled, gazing at his retreating figure for a long time. After much contemplation, they finally gritted their teeth and made a resolution. Momo, you should marry as your brother suggests. Mother, Qian Momo could hardly believe her ears. She could not fathom that her parents would truly force her to marry that pockmarked widower. Unfortunately, no amount of disbelief would change the reality. The elderly couple acted swiftly, conveying the news to the widower's family on the same day, and by the following day, they arrived to take her away. Qian Momo had not yet recovered from her injuries sustained during the scuffle. Under Gu Shi's watchful eyes, the elderly couple did not dare to pack much for Qian Momo. Aside from her frequently worn garments, they did not add any valuable items from the dressing table or wardrobe. The dead snake that had startled Qian Momo was still in the house, but only its vibrant skin remained in the corner. The flesh had not been given to anyone. As for the affairs of the Qian family, Luo Ge, far removed in Gujia village, remained unaware. Upon awakening, I was momentarily taken aback to find 2 snakes in the house. I rose early today, and, while ascending the mountain, I chanced upon them and brought them back, having cleaned them thoroughly to spare you any discomfort. Oh, you went to gather sour plums? With 2 large baskets, it appears you have harvested the remaining fruit. Indeed, I woke up early, and, having nothing to occupy my time, I went to pick them. I'm nearly finished peeling. I'll pickle them shortly, so you should go and enjoy your porridge. He recalled her mentioning several times that she intended to gather more, so he took the initiative to do so. He remembered her instructions well, and as the porridge began to boil, he reduced the heat and let it simmer, successfully preventing it from burning this time. This is a significant improvement. I must let my wife taste it. My goodness, how capable he is. In a short time I took to nap, he caught snakes, picked plums, peeled them, watered the vegetable patch, and cooked. I am astounded. My dear husband, you are truly remarkable. Observing her diligent partner, she sincerely expressed her admiration. Gu Jinsheng paused at her words, casting her an amused glance, his brow slightly raised. Is that so? I'm glad you think so. Upon hearing his remark, Luo Ge hurried into the kitchen. It seemed he had made a suggestive comment, but she had no evidence to support it. Hadn't he claimed to possess a cold demeanor and to be rather taciturn? Why was he becoming increasingly playful? His words were laden with implications. Watching Luo Ge's retreating figure, Gu Jinsheng chuckled softly, following her into the kitchen with the peeled fruit in hand. Noticing her blushing cheeks, his smile broadened. His little wife was truly easily embarrassed. Turning to open the salt jar, he paused, a hint of confusion crossing his features. Why did the salt appear so finely granulated? Luo Ge's heart skipped a beat. Really? How did I not notice? To her knowledge, there were ample salt mines domestically, and the state also produced sea salt, thus improving the quality. Both coarse and fine salt were available for civilian use, unlike in other countries where only coarse salt was accessible. Previously, Gu Jinsheng had purchased fine salt for child rearing, which was not significantly different from the salt in her space, save for a subtle color variation. However, without comparison, it was difficult to discern. Now that the old salt was entirely used up, this man's keen observation was truly remarkable. Gu Jinsheng's perceptiveness indeed extended to capturing the fleeting panic in her eyes. His inquiry had been casual, yet he sensed her unease. Was she hiding something from him? I recall the shopkeeper mentioning that this batch of salt was new. Could it be due to the difference between the old and new salt? Noticing him silent and gazing at her, Luo Ge felt her heart race. Sensitive to his little wife's tension, Gu Jinsheng tempered his expression. Everyone has their own secrets. And since she wished to conceal hers, he had no intention of pressuring her. However, he remained unaware that his little wife's secret would soon leave him deeply unsettled. Yes, that should be it. In response to her words, he nodded in agreement, maintaining his usual demeanor as he continued to pickle the fruit. Upon witnessing this, Luo Ge finally exhaled a sigh of relief. In Chapter 30, new shoes and snake meat proved to be a considerable source of nourishment. Luo Ge skillfully prepared a fragrant snake stew, ensuring nothing went to waste. It was a rare occasion to indulge in such a delicacy, so she sent a portion to the village chief's home for them to savor. Had it not been for Aunt Luo's initiative in enlisting Aunt Ma Feng's assistance, she would have likely struggled to reclaim her losses from Qian Memu. Though the village chief's authority may not be substantial in the grand scheme of things, it holds considerable weight within the village. With influential connections, it is only natural to maintain relationships. Moreover, the long-standing friendship between the two families adds to this bond. While Gu Jinsheng's skills rendered the wild game from the mountain commonplace for them, it held significant value for other households, serving as a means to foster ties. Furthermore, as they often procured food from the mountains, jealousy could arise, but the village chief's assistance mitigated many issues. Most hunters across the villages tacitly engaged in such practices, with some avaricious village chiefs even imposing conditions upon hunters for tribute. However, Aunt Luo and her companions did not partake in such behavior. Thus, their gestures were merely tokens of goodwill. Subsequently, they busied themselves with the planting of corn. The young couple toiled for 7 or 8 days. finally preparing the cornfield and sowing the seeds. With the critical matter of grain resolved, they could finally relax. After a period of time, both batches of dried plums were completed. The sweet and tangy snacks were genuinely delightful, appealing not only to the little ones, but also to Gu Jinsheng. My dear, I wish to take these dried fruits to the town tomorrow to see if they sell well. What do you think? After reserving 2 jars for home consumption, Luo Ge discussed with Gu Jinsheng about testing the market in town. Very well, I shall accompany you, he replied. Following the incident with Qian Mengyu, he could not bear the thought of letting her venture out alone. The previous occurrence was somewhat manageable as it transpired in their own village, but he could hardly fathom the consequences should anything arise in the town or elsewhere. It was essential for him to accompany her for peace of mind. Should we take the eldest and second child along? Let's all explore together, he suggested. Gu Jinsheng's concerns were well understood by Luo Ge, and it was precisely this apprehension that had deterred her from pursuing her small egg business recently. Having spent considerable time without taking the little ones to the town, it seemed fortuitous that tomorrow was a market day, promising a lively atmosphere. All right, hooray! The 2 little ones, hearing the news, could hardly contain their joy. Trailing behind Gu Jinsheng with exuberant cheers, Luo Ge affectionately ruffled their hair before returning to the task at hand. During this busy period, she had neglected her sewing, having only touched the garments once or twice since cutting the fabric at Sister Wang's house. Seizing the moment, she decided to resume her sewing, prioritizing outfits for the little ones, as children of that age were prone to roughhousing and often ended up with torn clothes. Gu Jinsheng had a casual attitude towards food, but when it came to clothing, he was rather indifferent, believing that as long as it was wearable, it sufficed. The children's garments were not labor-intensive, and if they were quick, it was likely they could wear new clothes to the streets by the next day. Though the little ones did not display their excitement overtly, the light in their eyes was unmistakable upon realizing that Luo Ge was crafting new attire for them. Observing the 2 little ones and then glancing at the half-finished garment in his wife's hands, Gu Jinsheng felt a pang of sourness from the dried plum in his mouth. At that moment, Luo Ge was deeply engrossed in her sewing, completely oblivious to the subtle envy emanating from him. The 2 little ones, noticing their uncle's peculiar demeanor, cleverly distanced themselves, attempting to minimize their presence. Seeing Luo Ge so focused, Gu Jinsheng casually remarked on the appealing design of the clothes. Without lifting her head, Luo Ge replied, yes. It was Sister Wang who helped me with the cutting. Her hands are quite skillful. He silently inhaled, reluctant to acknowledge the jealousy gnawing at him, as it dawned on him that his little wife had chosen to make clothes for the children first, seemingly neglecting him entirely. The fabric's color is quite lovely, he muttered, trying to conceal his feelings. At this, Luo Ge looked up and smiled sweetly at him. I assent it. I also think this color is beautiful. It's the piece you picked out for me earlier. The sight of her tilting her head with a look of happiness momentarily stunned the melancholic Gu Jinsheng. His lips curled into a smile as he touched his nose. Really? Indeed, my dear has excellent taste. She had always adored simple, understated hues, and his choice resonated perfectly with her preferences. Gu Jinsheng's smile broadened at her words. The fabric isn't enough for a full set of clothes for the family, but I used some leftover scraps to make you a pair of shoes. Would you like to see? As she spoke, she set aside her work and turned to rummage through the clothing basket, retrieving a pair of neatly packaged new shoes. Upon hearing Luo Ge's words, Gu Jinsheng's feelings of envy dissipated, replaced by a sweet, honeyed warmth that enveloped him entirely. This is my first attempt at making shoes. Do try them on, she said, having secretly crafted them while he was away, hoping to surprise him. Having already thought of the little ones, how could she have left him out? Though the shoes were not as grand as the children's garments, being the first of her creations, they symbolized her heartfelt intention. Do they fit well? Yes. They're quite comfortable. Are they pleasing to the eye? Since Luo Ge had begun speaking, a smile had not left Gu Jinsheng's face as he eagerly tried on the new shoes, radiating a spirited demeanor. His wife had not forgotten him. She had remembered him, and these were the very first shoes she had ever made. With 2 firsts to his name, he felt an overwhelming joy within. They are quite handsome. In truth, they were merely ordinary men's shoes, Yet witnessing his exuberance, Luo Ge sincerely offered her praise. After all, his spirited demeanor is genuinely captivating and handsome. Upon hearing his wife compliment him, Gu Jincheng felt a warmth flush his ears, but more than that. His heart brimmed with sweetness, akin to having fallen into a honeypot. No, it was even sweeter than that. The following day, the family set out to the town to sell dried plums. Rarely did they all venture out together, and the two little ones, brimming with anticipation, awoke early. Luo Ge prepared a corn porridge and brought over the clothes she had made the night before for them to change into. "How do you like it?" she asked, smiling as she gently patted their little heads. The eldest, De Bao, carefully grasped his new attire and nodded vigorously, exclaiming, "I like it very much." The younger one, Bao, echoed his sentiments, thanking his aunt with genuine delight. Their expressions, filled with joy yet cautious not to spoil their new clothes, warmed everyone's hearts. Gu Jincheng, donning new shoes himself, leaned against the door, observing the two little ones with a hint of disdain. Such unambitious little rascals. He glanced at his own shoes, a subtle smirk playing on his lips, convinced that his were superior. Sensing their uncle's pride, the two children exchanged glances and simultaneously turned away. "As long as you like it, now hurry up and eat breakfast. Once we finish, we shall set off," Luo Ge said, unaware of the subtle rivalry among the men in the household, feeling pleased that they all expressed their fondness. "Good, good, good," the trio chorused in unison, as if competing to see who could respond the quickest. The bustling market day was indeed lively, with throngs of people already gathered at the city gates. As they walked in, the air was filled with a cacophony of chatter and excitement. Luo Ge held the Bao's hand, while Bao was perched on Gu Jincheng's shoulders, the little one brimming with enthusiasm. "Wow, so many people. Uncle, look over there. That little creature has such a long tail," Bao exclaimed, his eyes sparkling as he spotted something intriguing in the street. Gu Jincheng turned to see a small monkey performing tricks, deftly tossing bamboo balls from hand to hand. Its agile tail skillfully hooked objects, drawing cheers from the onlookers. Luo Ge heard the commotion, but, being shorter and surrounded by a crowd, could see nothing. The Bao, too, longingly gazed in the direction his brother was looking, only able to see a sea of legs. "Let me take you over to see," Gu Jincheng suggested, noticing his wife's curiosity. He reached out, taking her hand and creating a path through the crowd. As she felt his large hand envelop hers and glanced around at the bustling people, Luo Ge lowered her head, her cheeks flushing. It was her first time holding his hand in public, an unfamiliar sensation. However, the sight of the little monkey quickly made her forget her shyness. "Auntie, brother, look at that long-tailed creature," Bao exclaimed, now even more excited to see the monkey up close. Although the villagers often joked that the children resembled monkeys, they had never actually seen one before, nor any images of them. Thus, they did not recognize it as a monkey, merely naming it based on its long tail. "This is a little monkey," Luo Ge explained with a smile. "Is this what a monkey looks like? It's so amazing," Bao responded, his eyes wide with wonder. The Bao's eyes brightened at the mention of the little monkey skillfully tossing rings with its tail, an expression of envy gleaming within them. Gu Jincheng observed their delight and couldn't help but feel joy himself. After the performance concluded, the little monkey would wander around with a wooden bowl, soliciting donations from the villagers who had come to watch. This was its means of livelihood, and Luo Ge and the others shared in the merriment, each dropping a coin into the bowl, just as the crowd did. After the show, the family strolled along the street. The little ones had rarely been to town, and everything they saw was filled with wonder. Children are often drawn to sweets, and when the two spotted an old man selling sugar figurines shaped like various animals, they were instantly captivated. They refrained from whining for a purchase, simply gazing longingly. Amused, Luo Ge decided to buy each of them one, allowing them to enjoy it at their leisure. After acquiring the sugar figurines, they walked a bit further and arrived at a shop selling dried fruits and pastries. Glancing back at the basket slung across Gu Jincheng's back, she contemplated, "Shall I go in first?" Sensing her thoughts, Gu Jincheng inquired. "No need. Let us go in together," she replied. "Very well." With that, the family stepped into the shop. Although the market was bustling with shoppers, few ventured into the pastry store, as it was known for its expensive offerings. Ordinary families typically only indulged for gifts or celebrations, while wealthier patrons frequented the establishment, forming its primary clientele. Good day, esteemed guests. What may I assist you in purchasing? The shop attendant, noticing their modest attire, maintained a courteous demeanor, greeting them with a warm and appropriately pleasant smile. Do you have any recommendations for candied fruits? Luo Ge asked, observing the staff's hospitality, which gave her a sense of reassurance about their service. Indeed, this way, please, the attendant responded, leading them to the section of candied fruits. As anticipated, most were sweet and rich, with the exception of the sour-sweet varieties like plums and raisins. There were also salted plums akin to preserved plums and honeyed plums, the latter boasting a delightful sweet and sour taste. This honey plum is our shop's signature offering. Would you care to weigh some? The attendant remarked, noticing Luo Ge's interest in the honeyed plums. Are these the only candied fruits you have? She quietly asked, pursing her lips. The attendant appeared momentarily taken aback before nodding. Yes, this is all we have. Could you kindly fetch your shopkeeper? To be frank, I have crafted a type of dried fruit myself that has received favorable reviews. I was hoping to see if you might consider it for sale. As it could provide some funds, Luo Ge said with a light laugh, her demeanor honest and slightly bashful. With that, she produced a jar of dried plums from her basket, and upon opening it, a fragrant aroma of sweet and sour fruit wafted into the air. Turning his head, he noticed the shopkeeper, and upon catching a whiff of the aroma, his eyes instantly lit up. The waiter, seeing this reaction, also turned to glance at the shopkeeper, and upon receiving a nod, complied. Very well, please follow me. Since business discussions could not be conducted openly outside, he ushered Luo Ge and her companions into a private room. After introducing both parties, the waiter poured tea and then stepped out to attend to other guests. May I inquire how to address you both? Shopkeeper Li asked, glancing at the couple. My husband's surname is Gu, Luo Ge replied with a smile, placing the dried fruits on the table and pouring some onto the empty plate. These are the dried fruits I made myself. Please try some. She was quite straightforward and got straight to the point. Seeing Luo Ge's demeanor, Shopkeeper Li chuckled. Very well, I shall sample them. It must be said that the fragrance of the fruits was tantalizing, eliciting an immediate salivation. The translucent fruit pieces were quite appetizing, and without further ado, he began to taste them. In the next moment, his eyes sparkled with delight. The sweet and sour flavors were irresistible, prompting him to indulge a bit more. And before long, he had polished off all the dried fruits on the small plate. Exchanging a knowing smile with Gu Jincheng, Luo Ge realized that their business was likely to succeed. Ahem, these dried fruits are truly delightful, Shopkeeper Li remarked after finishing, momentarily realizing his lack of decorum. What price do you intend to set? He had tasted the product and found it to be excellent, with an appealing appearance, far surpassing the flavor of the honey plums. Such a product would surely sell well in his shop, but if the price were too high, acquiring it for resale would be unprofitable. Luo Ge smiled, to be candid. This is our first time selling these. The fruits were picked by my husband and me from the mountains, and there aren't too many plums to be found there. From over 100 pounds of fruit, we only managed to produce this batch. She hesitated. I honestly find it difficult to estimate a fair price. Perhaps you could suggest one? Upon hearing Luo Ge's words, the shopkeeper raised an eyebrow and scrutinized her more closely, although she had requested him to determine the price. Her words conveyed the toil involved in making the dried fruits and their rarity. By emphasizing these points, it would be challenging for him to offer her a low price. Yet, her beaming smile made it impossible to feel any irritation towards her. She was indeed a clever woman. In truth, Luo Ge spoke no falsehood. After harvesting from 3 plum trees, they had gathered over 300 pounds of raw plums, yet only managed to produce a little over 30 pounds of dried fruit. With this in mind, how does 271 per pound sound? After some contemplation, Shopkeeper Li proposed. This price accounted for the costs of drying, labor, and materials. Given that candied fruits typically required a significant amount of sugar, which was costly, they generally sold in smaller quantities. Therefore, selling at this price per pound was quite reasonable. In a small rural town, prices are markedly higher than in larger county cities, leading to a reluctance among buyers. The dried fruit offered is quite flavorful, warranting a slightly elevated price. Presently, the quoted price represents the highest he can offer, a genuinely honest figure. If it does not sell, he has no alternative, as they too must earn a living. Upon hearing this, Gu Jinsheng was momentarily taken aback. At 270 won per gene, and having produced approximately 37 genes, they would stand to earn a profit of 10 taels of silver. After accounting for the costs of sugar, salt, and jars, they could net a profit of 9 taels. Contemplating this, he turned to his wife, suddenly realizing her remarkable ability to generate income. This price fell well within Luo Ge's budget, prompting her to agree readily. Seeing her willingness, Manager Li smiled broadly. He had the dried fruit weighed and promptly settled the payment with Luo Ge. The total for 37 genes at 270 won per gene amounted to 9,991, but in the spirit of good business, Manager Li rounded it off. In return, Luo Ge gifted him the small jar they had used for tasting. Thus, this transaction yielded 10 taels of silver. Initially, Gu Jinsheng had suggested taking a small quantity to test the waters, not expecting to sell everything in one go. Thankfully, he had heeded Luo Ge's advice to bring it all. Unbeknownst to him, Luo Ge had incurred no expenses for sugar or salt, resulting in pure profit. Should Madame Gu continue to produce dried fruit in the future, she could certainly bring it to Manager Li. Conducting business with straightforward individuals is quite pleasant, and given Luo Ge's skill, Manager Li was eager to engage with her further. He had a strong feeling that their dealings would yield numerous future benefits. Delighted, Luo Ge readily accepted the suggestion. She had intended to do so, knowing that the renowned pastry shop, Fu Xin, held a solid reputation domestically. Although the shop offered a limited variety of dried fruits, its primary focus was on pastries, with locations spread across the country. Her orchard would soon bear fruit, allowing her to sell dried goods to them, thus creating a new sales avenue. Take care, Manager Li said with a smile, waving them off. Pleased with their substantial gains, Luo Ge returned home with a smile lighting her face. Observing her joy, Gu Jinsheng felt happiness swell within him. My dear, do you know where we might find more plum trees? Let us gather some more, she exclaimed, thoroughly enjoying the thrill of earning. It was the prime season for plums, and she wished to maximize their profit. Gu Jinsheng searched his mind. There's a tree on the back of the mountain, and a few on the cliff behind. I shall go and gather them tomorrow. Great, I'll accompany you, he replied, noticing the sparkle in her eyes. Afterward, the family strolled about the town for a while. As previously promised, purchasing fabric for Gu Jinsheng to make clothing, then heading to buy some meat. Luo Ge returned to the same shop as before. Perhaps due to Sister Wang's casual mention, the previously unscrupulous shop was evidently struggling, with hardly any customers visiting. She purchased a piece of meat and took 2 bones. Noticing some offal discarded nearby that no one wanted, and decided to spend a few more coins to acquire it. Wife, this doesn't taste good. Gu Jinsheng hesitated, but could not resist speaking up. Do you not trust my culinary skills? She replied, would you prefer braised or marinated? At that moment, marinated options were already available, and she felt overwhelmed by the choices, believing all to be delectable, so she inquired about their preferences. For marinated dishes, she would need to buy some seasoning, but for braised, that was unnecessary. Do you wish to try both? She mused. Let us prepare a bit of each. After all, we have plenty. Without waiting for their responses, she continued, only children make choices. I want them all. Gu Jinsheng and the 2 little ones exchanged glances. How could they express disinterest? It was evident they could not, having accomplished her main goal for the day with a basket full of goodies. Luo Ge began to clean the pig's offal. She retrieved some wood ash from the stove and carried it to the riverbank to wash, while Gu Jinsheng went to water the vegetables in the garden, also needing to tend to the cornfield, so he did not accompany her. The riverbank was perilous, and she did not permit the 2 little ones to follow, sending them off to play with Tai Dan instead. When she arrived, some women were already washing items by the river. To avoid the unpleasant smell bothering others, she moved downstream to a more secluded area. What is that awful stench? Despite her efforts, she attracted the ire of an elderly woman, who exaggeratedly pinched her nose in disgust as Luo Ge passed by. Oh, isn't that from the Gu family? What is in that basket? It smells terrible. The woman stood up to peer into Luo Ge's basket filled with pig-s offal, her expression becoming even more exaggerated upon confirming its contents. Why on earth are you eating such disgusting things? Isn't your Erling good at hunting? Didn't he bring you any meat? Who eats this stuff? It's so foul that even dogs won't touch it. Upon hearing these words, Luo Ge paused, turning to look at the woman. Noticing the malice emanating from her, she pressed her lips together lightly. So you don't eat it either, then? Her tone was calm and gentle, devoid of any emotion. The old woman, who had intended to provoke, found her words ineffective as Luo Ge remained composed, causing her brow to furrow in frustration. Of course I don't eat it. Unlike you, she retorted without thinking. Luo Ge couldn't help but laugh at the response, nodding repeatedly. Ah, I see. You don't eat what even dogs want to touch, Annie. The other women, initially slow to grasp the implication, suddenly understood and erupted into laughter. If dogs wouldn't eat it, then equating the old woman to a dog was indeed a clever jest. Ironically, the old woman had unwittingly confirmed it herself. Yet, oblivious to Luo Ge's true meaning, she insisted, naturally, I wouldn't eat such things. What is wrong with that? Seeing everyone laughing at her, her expression darkened. What is so funny? What is there to laugh about? Yes, not funny at all. The crowd chuckled even more heartily at her words. Upon witnessing the peculiar demeanor of these individuals, the elderly matron, Zhu Posey, pondered for a moment before her eyes flared with indignation as she directed a fierce glare towards Luo Ge. You little wretch, how dare you toy with me? I am your elder. Have you no sense of propriety? Upon hearing this, Luo Ge's smile faded, her expression transforming. Propriety? My experience is limited, yet I understand that such etiquette is only owed to those who exhibit it themselves. Moreover, to treat others as they treat me is only natural. I merely reciprocate the manner in which you, my aunt, have treated me. Is there any fault in this? Her words, delivered in a gentle tone devoid of overt anger, nevertheless stung Zhu Posey deeply. At a loss for a fitting retort to Luo Ge's eloquent and soft-spoken remarks, Zhu Posey could only stammer, "You insolent little wretch." Zhu Posey had a son nearly the same age as Gu Jinsheng, who, having observed Gu Jinsheng and Li Qiao frequently ascend the mountains to procure goods, had wished for his son to accompany them. However, Gu Jinsheng and his companions declined, citing the dangers of the mountains and the impracticality of bringing others along. They indicated that their village would organize collective excursions for the purpose of clearing the nearby hills of hazardous wildlife. But the deeper mountains, where the real bounty lay, posed significant risks. While both Gu and Li were capable, bringing another along would complicate matters, especially given the numerous requests they received. To accommodate one would mean denying another, which was a delicate situation, leading Gu Jinsheng to communicate this stance to everyone in the village. Zhu Posey, feeling slighted by what she perceived as Gu Jinsheng's disdain, harbored resentment towards him. Her frequent observations of his successful returns from the mountains only deepened her jealousy. Consequently, her discontent extended to Luo Ge and her companions. Seizing the opportunity to confront Luo Ge, she sought to provoke a quarrel. I have said nothing, Zhu Posey exclaimed, yet she was unprepared for Luo Ge's resilience, particularly as the latter maintained an air of calm indifference that irked Zhu Posey further. I still have vegetables to wash, so I shall not engage in lengthy discourse with you, aunt. I have heard that those long-lived elders possess a cheerful disposition and refrain from meddling in others' affairs. Your incessant curiosity about the trivialities of others' meals is rather unbecoming. The term little wretch was something Zhu Posey had overheard from Qian Memiu, and it had no effect on Luo Ge. Zhu Posey did make a valid point. Despite not being a member of the Gu clan, her age granted her a degree of respect as an elder in the village. Engaging in such trivial disputes would yield no benefit for Luo Ge, who chose to leave with a final remark, ignoring the profanities hurled at her back. This incident made it abundantly clear to those present that Luo Ge was not one to be trifled with, though her voice was soft and her demeanor seemingly amiable. Her words struck with piercing clarity. In contrast to those who ignite with a mere spark, this soft and yielding demeanor proves to be the most challenging to contend with. Luo Ge's indifference incited ever-growing ire in Zhu Pozi, who unleashed a torrent of vitriol, uttering the most unpleasant words imaginable, seemingly intent on provoking Luo Ge into a quarrel. Even the women nearby could scarcely endure her tirade. Zhu Pozi, perhaps you should temper your words a bit, one Annie interjected, unable to hold her tongue. Mind your own business. I shall speak as I please. I am an elder, and to disrespect one's elders is to invite scorn. That wretched girl dared compare me to a dog. I shall not let her escape unscathed. Zhu Pozi raged like a machine gun, her face flushed, while Luo Ge treated her as mere barking, completely indifferent to her rantings. Let her stew in her own fury. What did you say? Gu Jincheng, taking the opportunity while fetching water, approached to check on his wife, and Zhu Pozi, still unrelenting, was overheard by him. Upon hearing that icy tone, Zhu Pozi stiffened, immediately falling silent, and hurriedly took her basin and departed. She dared only to speak ill of Luo Ge, for Gu Jincheng was a figure she would not dare provoke. If the men of the household learned of her words, she would surely face reproach. This was precisely why, despite the time that had passed, she had not dared to stir trouble at the Gu residence. I said nothing. Zhu Pozi insisted. Gu Jincheng, observing her retreating figure, moved closer to his wife, a hint of concern evident in his eyes. He knew he could not leave her to fend for herself, lest she be bullied in his absence. He would later have a serious discussion with Zhu Shu, for he was perplexed as to why his wife had drawn such animosity from Zhu Pozi. Luo Ge, momentarily bewildered, smiled at his concern. I am fine. I did not take her words to heart. She is insignificant, and I won't let her bother me. Though she spoke lightly, Gu Jincheng felt a pang of distress within, silently sighing. I shall assist you in washing. The gossiping village women are best dealt with swiftly, allowing my wife to return home sooner. No need, I can manage quickly on my own. With so many people around, it would be unseemly for him to squat by the river like a woman, risking ridicule. In this era, men's status far surpassed that of women. Domestic tasks, such as washing and cooking, were typically relegated to women, and if a man were seen assisting, he would surely be looked down upon and whispered about. While she herself did not mind the gossip, she could not bear for him to lose face. Within the privacy of their home, they could collaborate freely, but in public, he must maintain his dignity as a man. Furthermore, there was little left to wash, merely 10 minutes worth of work. Go attend to your own matters. I will finish up and return home soon. Do not worry, I'm not easily bullied, as you know. Noting his reluctance to move, she added, you may go. There's not much left. Please attend to your own affairs. Realizing her repeated insistence for him to leave was rooted in her concern for his reputation, he sighed softly and took a step back, conceding, then I shall stay by your side and wait until you are finished. Very well. In truth, he did not make her wait long. Soon enough, he had cleaned everything up and helped her carry it back. With his assistance, Luo Ge felt it unnecessary to say anything further. Stay here for a moment. I'll return after watering the plants. If you need anything, just call. I can hear you from a distance. After escorting Luo Ge back, he did not forget to remind her. Luo Ge nodded in acknowledgement. All right, I understand. You go ahead with your tasks. After Gu Jincheng departed, Luo Ge first added some water to the large pot for cooking and lit the fire. She then rinsed the intestines with clean water from home, also washing the bones and other necessary ingredients. After cleaning, she placed the bones and ingredients in a smaller pot with water to simmer for soup. At that moment, the water in the large pot began to boil, and she directly added the chopped intestines, retrieving cooking wine, scallions, and ginger from her storage. Seizing the opportunity, she sliced some chili peppers, scallions, and the pickled vegetables that Sister Wang had gifted a few days prior, planning to blanch them briefly to remove any unpleasant odor before stir-frying. Unbeknownst to her, Gu Jincheng had returned to the courtyard at some point, standing in astonishment as he observed the scene in the kitchen, where items seemingly appeared and vanished from his wife's hands. Stunned, he found himself at a loss for words. The courtyard door was left ajar, and the sounds of the fire and boiling water drowned out much of the noise, which is why Luo Ge had not noticed his return. It was only after she had cut a few more ingredients that she sensed something amiss. Turning around abruptly, she was struck by the sight of Gu Jincheng's astonished expression. leaving her momentarily paralyzed. The thought echoed in her mind. He saw that. I quickly set down what I was holding and opened my mouth, unsure of how to explain. A wave of helpless panic surged within her. Upon seeing her flustered demeanor, Gu Jinsheng regained his composure, clenched his hand, and returned the items to a corner of the yard. He resumed his role in the kitchen, attending to the fire without uttering another word. Did you just see that? Luo Ge, however, was deeply unsettled, hesitating for a moment before speaking. Better to die early and be reborn. I'll risk it. Upon hearing this, Gu Jinsheng visibly stiffened, lifting his gaze to meet hers. Their eyes locked for a fleeting moment before he responded softly. Luo Ge felt a lump in her throat and hurriedly clarified. I'm not a monster. This was the crux of the matter. She did not want to be burned or submerged. She wished to avoid a tragic fate. Gu Jinsheng, taken aback by her words, breathed a sigh of relief and nodded solemnly. I believe you. Perhaps sensing her fear and unease, he spoke earnestly. He only wished to protect her, not to see her frightened. Regardless, you are my wife. Even if you were truly a monster, I would still accept you. At that moment, he could affirm that the person before him was indeed the one he had always recognized, not some malevolent entity. Thus, she was her, and he accepted her wholeheartedly. Luo Ge blinked in surprise, clearly taken aback by his unexpected words. She had thought that, by revealing her secret in chapter 34, she would have warmed his heart, and observing the man's earnest and resolute demeanor, the heavy stone of worry in her heart seemed to lift. Aren't you afraid I might deceive you? Gu Jinsheng decisively shook his head, then pondered for a moment before nodding. Under Luo Ge's puzzled gaze, he spoke softly. If this is truly a deception, then I shall accept it. A soft chuckle escaped Luo Ge's lips. His attitude reassured her. She retrieved the pig intestines from the pot and placed them in a basin, setting aside her previous tasks. After closing the courtyard door, she led him back to the room and turned to grasp his hand. Let me take you somewhere. She understood that he needed an explanation. As Gu Jinsheng looked around in confusion, they were suddenly transported to an entirely different realm. Observing the unfamiliar surroundings, he glanced down at his petite wife and instinctively tightened his grip on her hand. Even though he believed she was not a demon, witnessing her extraordinary abilities caused a flicker of anxiety within him. He feared that, at any moment, she might simply vanish from his life. If that were to happen, he would have nowhere to weep, nor would he know how to search for her. Do not be afraid. I am not a demon, but a person from another world thousands of years in the future. She softly explained as they strolled through her small courtyard. The more Gu Jinsheng listened, the tighter he held her hand, as if fearing that any moment of relaxation would allow her to slip away. The items in this space are those I possessed in that world. When an accident occurred there, I found myself in this world, coincidentally encountering the refugees from the Northwest. I followed them here, and after you brought me home, I discovered this space. She paused, gazing up at Gu Jinsheng. Thank you, my husband. If you had not brought me back, I might have starved or been sold to a dreadful fate, never having the chance to discover this space. Meeting you here has made me feel incredibly fortunate. Her gratitude toward Gu Jinsheng was profound, and she cherished their encounter. Looking into her eyes, Gu Jinsheng bent down and embraced her tightly, resting his head against her shoulder. Meeting you has also been my fortune. Upon hearing this, Luo Ge smiled, wrapping her arms around his waist and closing her eyes as she nestled against him. Will you return to your original world? After a long pause, Gu Jinsheng hesitantly asked, his heart filled with unease. He feared that one day, she might inadvertently return and leave him behind. Luo Ge shook her head resolutely. No, I will not. In that world, I was an orphan with nothing to my name. Now, I have you, and the dear ones like Dabao and Airbao. I cherish this and feel immense happiness. In this lifetime, I will stay by your side. With a playful tone, she added, I truly do not wish to leave. Initially, upon arriving in this strange world, she had longed to return, as the unfamiliarity stirred discomfort within her. However, now that she had found love and family, she had no desire to depart, not even a little. Moreover, she had no means to return. Suddenly, a memory of the false identity she had concocted to deceive him surfaced in her mind. I apologize. Everything I previously told you about my family was a fabrication. I simply yearned for a sense of stability. The skills I possess were acquired in that other world. Lowering her head, her small face flushed with embarrassment, she sincerely explained to him, living as a black household, filled with trepidation, is truly an unpleasant existence. Gu Jincheng gently ruffled her hair and embraced her, saying, "It's all right." If given the choice, he would prefer that her earlier deceit had been genuine. He now understands the profound loneliness that comes from lacking family. Had she experienced at least a decade or two of familial warmth, it would have been a different story. Yet, from the very beginning, she had known nothing but solitude, having endured the pangs of isolation since childhood, a feeling that tugs at the heartstrings. Perhaps sensing his comforting intent, Luo Ge nestled against his chest. "Shall we go out?" She suddenly remembered that they had been inside for quite some time. "All right," he nodded. Seeing his agreement, Luo Ge dashed to the kitchen to grab some soy sauce and other condiments, cleverly removing their packaging to avoid suspicion. Regardless, she would retrieve them later. She also took a few apples from the refrigerator. "Here, eat this. These two are for the little ones," she said, munching on one herself while offering another to him. Her refrigerator held only a few apples, a couple of bananas, some milk, and 2 bottles of beverages. Nothing more. Yet, these items could be replenished without worry of expiration. With her honesty having alleviated her burden, Luo Ge felt at ease, no longer constrained by anxiety. "Help me gather some scallions and garlic at the door for cooking." "All right," he replied, a hint of helplessness in his tone, but the evident relaxation on his wife's face brought him joy. While he was occupied with the scallions, Luo Ge filled a bag with eggs and gathered a few potatoes, cucumbers, lotus roots, and some greens, including green and red peppers. As a food blogger, her kitchen was bound to have some ingredients, albeit limited. Otherwise, she wouldn't have needed to venture to the market, where an accident nearly cost her life. "Let's go." "Let us go," she urged, distributing half of the items to him, while keeping the other half for herself as she pulled them along. With a blink, they found themselves back in their familiar room. Due to the time dilation between the space and the outside world, they hadn't truly been gone for long. Gu Jincheng surveyed the familiar surroundings and glanced at the items he held, taking a moment to confirm that everything that had just transpired was indeed real. Noticing that Luo Ge had returned to the kitchen, he followed her out and began to organize the items. Upon seeing the eggs, a realization struck him. So the eggs from last time were also taken from there? It wasn't that he had misremembered. The eggs at home had truly run out, as his wife had procured them from that space. Luo Ge smiled awkwardly and nodded. Yes, very well. With more condiments available, her culinary skills could truly shine. As the pot for stewing bones reached a boil, she sliced the lotus root and added it in. During the season, few people cultivated vegetables, and even fewer enjoyed cooking bones. Hence, her previous stews had been quite simple, merely enhanced with some red dates and basic bone soup ingredients. Now that the space has opened up, she can finally prepare a delightful dish. She begins by heating oil in a pan and saute the large intestine until it is slightly charred, then adds green and red peppers, followed by soy sauce, oyster sauce, and a splash of water to braise the mixture. Afterward, she seasons it with chicken essence and salt, stirring briefly before garnishing with chopped green onions. Ready to be served. Next, she prepares a refreshing smashed cucumber salad by mixing cucumbers, small chili peppers, oil, soy sauce, vinegar, chopped green onions, and cilantro, a concoction she particularly enjoys. On hot days, such a cool and tangy cucumber salad is truly delightful. For the little ones, she opts for a simple vinegar dressing, as they cannot handle spicy food. As she finishes, the soup is still simmering, so she decides to steam a bowl of egg custard for them. She takes a piece of meat, finely chops it, adds a pinch of salt and chicken essence, and places it in a bowl. Then, she beats 2 eggs with water and a dash of salt, mixes well, and pours the mixture into the bowl before steaming it for 15 minutes. Once done, she sprinkles green onions on top and drizzles a bit of soy sauce for color, completing the dish. They begin to eat, as the soup will take a while longer. The braised dish looks and smells enticing, prompting Gu Jincheng to nod appreciatively. Despite his previous distaste for it, he finds himself craving the dish now. The 2 little ones return just as Luo Ge starts cooking, and upon hearing this, they dutifully wash their hands and help set the table. This time, Luo Ge has prepared steamed white rice, and seeing the eager expressions on the children's faces, she humorously scoops egg custard for them to mix with their rice. "Stop staring and eat," she says with a smile. It has been a long time since she enjoyed braised large intestine, and she cannot contain her excitement as she takes a bite, her eyes narrowing in delight. The skill is still there, she muses. Gu Jincheng and the little ones secretly observe her reaction and, seeing her enjoyment, decide to join in. The peppers are not spicy at all, making it suitable for the children. Initially, Gu Jincheng only intended to sample the dish, given that it was prepared by his wife. Yet he finds himself unable to resist and ends up savoring every last bit, even mixing the sauce with his rice. The refreshing cucumber salad and the silky smooth egg custard are not neglected either. After their meal, they enjoy a bowl of lotus root and pork bone soup to cleanse their palate, feeling utterly content. The three of them, with satisfied bellies, gaze at her and ask, "Wife, can we do this again next time?" The children look at her with eager eyes, clearly hooked on this delightful experience. Of course, she chuckles. After finishing their meal, she prepares the marinating spices and places the pig organs in the pot to stew. They will finish these dishes first, while the piece of meat they bought will be saved for tomorrow, as it can be stored in the space without fear of spoilage. The courtyard space keeps it fresh, and although the refrigerator is off, it maintains a balanced temperature, preserving the contents adequately. The freezer can also hold some items, though it has limited capacity. "My dear," she suggests, "while we have some free time, shall we go pick plums?" After finishing the corn planting, I found myself with some leisure time. Today, lacking any pressing matters, I thought it best to gather some fruit. Gu Jincheng, upon hearing this, playfully pinched my nose, his expression a blend of helplessness and affection. "Why are you so restless? Can't you allow yourself a moment's respite?" This tender gesture caught me by surprise, and I, with a twinkle in my eyes, nestled against his arm, playfully hinting at my desire for indulgence. I simply cannot sit idle. Perhaps due to the bond we had developed, I felt an increasing intimacy between us. Without my phone, novels, or games, I was genuinely bored and restless. I contemplated my next visit to the town, resolving to procure a few storybooks for my enjoyment. Moreover, I found great pleasure in our excursions to the mountains. Very well, what can I say about my beloved wife? I shall indulge you, for I know you will not tire me. With his acquiescence, I beamed and planted a kiss on his cheek before darting away, leaving him blushing and momentarily dazed. "Such a tease," he murmured with a chuckle, hearing my laughter fade into the distance. There was only one plum tree at the back mountain, and we planned to first explore the Daya mountain, which was quite distant, so we decided to let the two little ones play with Tai Dan for the day. "Watch your step," he advised. Without the two little ones as distractions, Gu Jincheng held my hand with an ease that felt delightful, never once letting go as we traversed the path. "Are we far from the destination? Have you grown weary? Perhaps we should rest a moment?" I inquired out of curiosity. "I'm fine. Let us continue," I assured him. Seeing that I was indeed all right, Gu Jincheng nodded in agreement. Before long, we stumbled upon a small grove of plum trees, estimating around 8 or 9 of various sizes, all laden with fruit. The ground was littered with fallen plums. A pity that the villagers were unaware of this bounty. It was a shame to see so many ripe fruits wasted. These wild plums were often too sour, leaving them untouched by the locals, who had long since foraged the nearby mountains for edible treasures. Perhaps influenced by my sentiments, Gu Jincheng felt a pang of regret at the thought of all the fruits that had been abandoned over the years. "You rest here for a moment. I will gather the fruit," he offered, setting down a basket beside me for a brief respite before preparing to climb the tree. I quickly grasped his arm, insisting, "There's no need for such trouble. I can manage." At this, Gu Jincheng furrowed his brow, ready to respond, but then noticed my hand waving. In an instant, all the plums from the tree vanished before us, only to reappear neatly packed in the basket. With a smile, I looked up at him, as if awaiting his praise. "I can store items in my space, as well as retrieve them," I explained. Taking advantage of this ability, I had effortlessly harvested all the fruit from the trees. Upon hearing her words, Gu Jincheng helplessly ruffled her hair, saying, "My wife is quite formidable. However, do refrain from behaving this way in public next time. It could be perilous if others were to witness it." As she smiled wider, He could not resist adding a gentle admonition. Aware of his concern, Luo Ge obediently nodded, her expression one of compliance. Yes, I understand, she replied, having already ensured that no one else was around before she dared to act. Seeing her acquiescence, Gu Jinsheng smiled as well. Estimating that the time to pick the plums would be considerable, they had arrived quite early. Nonetheless, Luo Ge's actions were evidently beyond his expectations. With the fruit gathered swiftly, there was little else to do. Husband, why don't you take me for a stroll around here? Perhaps fortune will smile upon us, and we might uncover other treasures, Luo Ge suggested as she looked at Gu Jinsheng, having found a few small plum saplings to plant in her space. As many predecessors who had traversed this realm stated, these mountains were veritable treasure troves. During her last excursion in the back hills, she had returned empty-handed aside from the plums, yet she remained undeterred. This time, she thought, would be an adventure, if no other finds materialized. It would simply be a source of amusement, and any discoveries would be delightful surprises. After all, they had time to spare. Very well, he replied, noting her enthusiastic demeanor. Not wishing to dampen her spirits, since they were heading up the mountain, he had brought along hunting supplies to be prepared for any unforeseen dangers. This moment was indeed opportune. Setting a few traps was a habitual practice of his when venturing into the mountains. So he naturally included Luo Ge in the process this time as well. Although he had previously taken 2 young companions who had been unsuccessful in trapping anything, Luo Ge remained optimistic, mirroring the excitement of the 2 little ones. Once the traps were set, she eagerly awaited the arrival of potential prey. Unbeknownst to her, the process required patience and a stroke of luck. It was not as simple as laying a trap and immediately catching something. Yet her anticipation resembled that of a lottery player awaiting the draw, an excitement she could not suppress. Eventually, Gu Jinsheng, resigned to the fact that there were still many areas left unexplored, gently persuaded her to move on. They had not ventured far when they encountered a hapless little creature. A dusty gray rabbit, seemingly oblivious, bolted straight towards them. As it entered the range of her space, Luo Ge unceremoniously captured it. Just as Gu Jinsheng drew his bow, he sighed in resignation at his wife's actions, lowering the weapon. Hurry, up the tree. Suddenly, sensing something amiss, he tightened his expression and quickly pulled Luo Ge behind him, scanning the surroundings before selecting a sturdy tree and urging her to climb. Though startled by his demeanor, Luo Ge complied, scrambling up the tree to avoid becoming a distraction in uncertain circumstances. His serious demeanor hinted at impending danger, and she sensed something was awry. Aren't you coming up? She inquired, noticing he remained at the base of the tree, worry creeping into her heart. Just as her words fell, a fearsome roar echoed in their ears. Chapter 36. A dream of martial arts. Upon hearing a voice, Luo Ge's breath hitched as she beheld a portly behemoth. Finally comprehending why that little rascal had fled without a glance. From a distance, it appeared that the tiger was still pursuing something, drawing closer to their position. My dear, she said, glancing anxiously at Gu Jinsheng, her lips parting as if to urge him to retreat into safety. Jinsheng, a flustered voice echoed from afar, unmistakably belonging to Li Qiao. As she scrutinized, it was indeed Li Qiao, employing an odd dodging technique to conceal his escape, which made his movements somewhat indistinct. His brow was slick with sweat, evidently having run a considerable distance. Yet upon spotting Gu Jinsheng, his eyes sparkled with renewed vigor, as if invigorated by the mere sight of him. Gu Jinsheng nodded in acknowledgement of the call. The 2 had been partners for quite some time. A mere glance from Li Qiao conveyed everything he needed to know. Observing Gu Jinsheng's nod, Li Qiao visibly exhaled in relief. Noticing Luo Ge perched in the tree, he exchanged a glance with Gu Jinsheng before pivoting, drawing the tiger away into the distance. Stay here and do not move. I shall return shortly. Be good. Gu Jinsheng instructed Luo Ge, and in an instant he vanished from sight. Be cautious, she admonished, only to halt mid-sentence. Her mouth agape as she witnessed him gracefully leaping through the air with the aid of tree branches. Is this lightness skill? She marveled, astonished that he possessed such ability. Meanwhile, Li Qiao, observing Gu Jinsheng employing his lightness skill to follow and already raising his hunting bow, swiftly ascended a nearby tree. Roar! The tiger, enraged at the sight of its prey escaping to the trees, let out a furious growl, its forepaws planted firmly on the ground. Neck arched as if it intended to leap after them. Now, without hesitation, Gu Jinsheng released the arrow from his grasp. Whoosh! Thud! The sharp projectile flew straight toward the tiger, embedding itself deeply in its neck. However, due to the tiger's thick hide, it did not succumb instantly. Yet its fighting spirit was significantly diminished. Without pausing, the moment the tiger registered the attack, Gu Jinsheng launched 2 more arrows in quick succession, both piercing the tiger's throat. The final arrow shot through completely. Blood gushed from the wound as the tiger's massive body swayed unsteadily, its raised paw crashing to the ground, rendering it motionless and gasping for breath. Seizing the opportunity, Li Qiao leaped from the tree, landing on the tiger's back, and plunged his long hunting knife fiercely into the creature's heart, delivering the fatal blow. With a resounding thud, the tiger collapsed. Jinsheng, your archery has improved tremendously, Li Qiao exclaimed, finally relaxing as he regarded Gu Jinsheng with a smile. To strike 3 arrows into the same spot, piercing the tiger's throat so effectively, previously, it required considerable effort, and we would need to create several gaping wounds to vanquish such a beast. This hide is quite valuable, Gu Jinsheng replied with a smile, a warm glimmer in his eyes. His wife had a penchant for earning money. If they could return with more, it would surely bring her immense joy. Indeed, Li Qiao concurred. Li Qiao nodded repeatedly, acknowledging the true value of the complete and smooth tiger skin. In the past, he had always been distressed by the damage done to the hide. After descending from the tiger's back, he fashioned a rudimentary sled from several branches nearby. I just saw sister-in-law as well, didn't I? Let us return together, as per our usual custom of 3 to 7. His skills paled in comparison to Gu Jinsheng's. He typically relied on Gu Jinsheng's strength for heavy lifting, while he himself was more agile, usually serving as the bait and delivering the finishing blow. Had he not encountered Gu Jinsheng today, he could have fled, but he would certainly have returned empty-handed, fully aware that he lacked the capability to slay such a formidable beast alone. To single-handedly vanquish this creature would undoubtedly come at a significant cost. Gu Jinsheng nodded slightly. Let us return and skin the tiger before heading to town. Agreed. Preparing the tiger skin for sale would yield a better price. Selling the rest along with the meat would suffice. After finalizing their plans, the two sought out Luo Ge and returned home together. Once the tiger skin was carefully removed, Gu Jinsheng and Li Qiao set off for town, while Luo Ge remained at home to prepare the plum meat. Gazing at the tiger skin and recalling Gu Jinsheng's graceful display of agility, her eyes sparkled with excitement. Who hasn't harbored dreams of martial arts? Since childhood, she had longed to soar freely, yet reality often dispelled such fantasies. To her astonishment, she had now witnessed it firsthand, and the one possessing such skills was none other than her husband. How could she express her surprise? She was utterly captivated. Remembering the exhilarating sensation of being swept off the tree by him, she yearned to experience the thrill of leaping from one tree to another. Annie? As the 2 little ones returned, they spotted Luo Ge adding salt to the plum meat, lost in thought while stirring. Casting a glance in the direction of their aunt, their expressions instantly stiffened, and they rushed to cling to Luo Ge's legs. Annie, the big bug. So fierce, the big bug that eats children. The term big bug referred to the tiger. Li Qiao and Gu Jinsheng had previously hunted a tiger and brought it home for processing, so the children recognized it. Naturally, children fear such ferocious creatures, especially since many parents in the village would scare their little ones, warning them that they could be devoured by the big bug if they strayed into the mountains. Consequently, it was only natural for them to harbor a fear of such beasts. Even adults were frightened at the mere mention of tigers or wolves in the vicinity. Fear not. The big bug has already been slain by your uncle, so there is nothing to fear. In the future, when Dabao and Airbao learn their skills well from their uncle, they too will be able to defeat the big bug. Seeing their trusting gestures, Luo Ge chuckled and gently rubbed their little heads with her clean hand. Really? In the future, can Dabao and Airbao defeat the big bug like uncle? Dabao asked with hopeful eyes, while Airbao regarded Luo Ge with equal anticipation. In their minds, the big bug, was an incredibly fierce creature, only conquerable by someone as formidable as their uncle. However, Annie Xiao mentioned that when they grow up, they could be just as formidable as Uncle Xiao. Does that not imply that they will indeed become quite remarkable in the future? Naturally, if the eldest and second child apply themselves diligently, they may even surpass your Uncle Xiao. Luo Ge spoke earnestly, believing that children thrive on encouragement for their growth. Moreover, she genuinely perceived immense potential in the two little ones, as Gu Jinsheng often praised them to her. Upon hearing this, the two children's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm, instantaneously filled with determination. Yes, we will definitely strive harder in the future and will be more impressive than Uncle Xiao when we grow up, declared the second child, asserting that he would outshine both his brother and Uncle Xiao. With a chuckle, Annie responded, "All right, I firmly believe you will indeed surpass your Uncle Xiao." Seeing their spirited demeanor brought a smile to Luo Ge's face. Chapter 37. Wife, are you feeling competitive? Just as Gu Jinsheng returned to the courtyard, he overheard his beloved woman's words. What are you discussing? Who is certainly going to be more impressive than him? He inquired, intrigued. Do these little ones wish to compete with him? That cannot be. In my wife's eyes, he must remain the most formidable, the one and only. Oh, it's nothing. Why are you back so soon? Did you not mention going to the county? Upon hearing his voice, the two children turned their heads in unison. I happened to run into some familiar customers along the way, and I ended up taking them all, which is why I returned a bit earlier. Gu Jinsheng explained as he led her back into the room, retrieving a large, patched purse from his satchel. This is the silver I received from the sales. You should take it. Looking at the purse, Luo Ge blinked, pondering whether he had an unusual penchant for patches. Why did both purses have several repairs? In truth, it could hardly be called a purse. It was filled with 10 taels of silver, resembling a small sack, merely fashioned with a drawstring like a purse. Did you exchange it for silver? Yes. Last time you mentioned that silver was preferable to silver notes. She had alluded to this previously, so upon receiving the silver notes, he went directly to the money shop for an exchange. That is only prudent. In these unpredictable times, keeping in a money shop is hardly reassuring. It is far better to have it in one's own possession. Nowadays, the money shops are predominantly run by wealthy merchants, with scarcely any public establishments remaining. In novels and dramas, one often encounters tales of prosperous merchants collapsing, leaving the common people unable to retrieve their silver from the money shops. How could she possibly feel secure? Regardless, with her spatial abilities, it was still more practical to keep it close at hand. So much? Did we not agree to sell the tiger skins ourselves? Does this mean we owe Li Qiao a larger share from this trip? After counting, she discovered there were indeed 180 taels. Typically, these tiger skins could fetch around 100 taels, while the bones, whips, and meat of the tiger would amount to over 200 taels. Given the size of this magnificent tiger, it could yield approximately 330 taels. After deducting 100 taels for Li Qiao, that would leave a considerable sum. The tiger was procured at great risk by someone who had ventured deep into the mountains. Thus, it was only fair. If they could sell for 230 taels and share with Li Qiao, there shouldn't be this much left. The shopkeeper mentioned that a nobleman required tiger bones and whips, fortuitously leading to additional earnings, culminating in a neat sum of 300 taels. Is that so? Then we truly are fortunate, Luo Ge exclaimed with delight, feeling that her husband was indeed blessed with good fortune. It was clearly a blessing bestowed upon me by you. Gu Jinsheng smiled upon hearing this, playfully ruffling her hair. In truth, he felt that ever since marrying Luo Ge, his fortunes had significantly improved. He recalled a time when he and Li Qiao had hunted a tiger, which, due to its mangy and emaciated state, had fetched a mere fraction of today's worth. However, this time, accompanied by Luo Ge, not only did they encounter a more robust tiger, but they also fortuitously met Bai, who was in search of such a creature, thus amplifying their stroke of luck. Is that so? Luo Ge's eyes sparkled with delight at his words. Naturally. Then, would you kindly take me on a few more flights? With your lightness of foot, soaring among the treetops, I would be thrilled to join you. Though she longed to learn the art of flight herself, her age made it impractical to start anew. It was far better to relish the gifts of the present. Of course, Seeing her eager expression, he found it impossible to refuse. He anticipated her profound admiration for the skill. "You are truly wonderful." Luo Ge beamed, happier than receiving a pouch of silver, and joyously pressed her lips against his cheek, inadvertently making a soft sound. Feeling a bit embarrassed, she pulled back, only to have Gu Jincheng swiftly draw her back into his embrace. "You've kissed the wrong spot," he murmured, lowering his head to capture her red lips in a kiss. Their previous playful encounter accounted for, he continued until she was breathless, her strength entirely spent before he finally released her. "Should you wish to run again, I shall not be so lenient." Though he spoke sternly, his heart swelled with joy at the thought of eliciting such spontaneous affection from her. He resolved to strive harder to earn more of these delightful rewards. No, not just a few, but to seek them perpetually. Humph! Luo Ge, nestled against him, took a moment to catch her breath, lightly responding to his teasing. Gu Jincheng chuckled, raising an eyebrow. "Wife, are you feeling defiant?" "Not at all. Is that so? But I wonder how I should proceed." Just then, they were reminded of the presence of Dabao and the unfinished fruit preparations outside. Sensing the potential for a more intense situation, she quickly interjected. Upon hearing this, Gu Jincheng suppressed the rising heat within him, pressing her head against his chest and gritting his teeth as he spoke in a low tone. Luo Ge stuck out her tongue, secretly amused like a little fox, reveling in the advantage she had gained. Naturally, he was more than willing to fulfill his promise. Thus, Luo Ge joyfully experienced the exhilaration of leaping among the treetops, even allowing the two little ones to join in for a couple of flights. Upon their return, both she and the children were brimming with excitement. Gu Jincheng returned to find the remaining plums being attended to by others. She retrieved her peeler and knife from her spatial storage, finding them far more efficient than the dagger or cleaver she had previously used. Meanwhile, the pig's awful season before leaving had also been properly prepared. Luo Ge sampled a piece first and found it quite delightful. "My dear husband, would you care to try?" She filled the bowl with more and stepped outside to offer it to Gu Jincheng and the two little ones. Having learned from their previous dining experience, Gu Jincheng showed no signs of reluctance. Noticing the salt and the sourness of the plums on his hands, Luo Ge picked up a piece and brought it to his lips for a taste. As he looked at her, he briefly noticed her slightly swollen lips while opening his mouth. After he took a bite, she offered some to the little ones standing nearby as well. "How is it?" she eagerly inquired once they had all finished eating, only to be met with 3 nodding heads. "Delicious," they exclaimed in unison, their eyes sparkling as they gazed at the bowl in Luo Ge's hands. "Now, go wash your hands, and I will serve you some to eat," she said with a smile. No sooner had she spoken than several figures dashed to the water tub to cleanse themselves. Amused, she ladled out some for them, and then filled another bowl to send next door. "Luo Ge, are you here to play with me?" came the voice of Sister Wang before she even appeared. During this period, everyone had been busy planting corn or other grains, leaving little time for socializing. Today, the Wang family had just finished their tasks. After a long absence, Sister Wang was quite eager to see Luo Ge and called out cheerfully even before seeing her. "Not sister, I prepared some braised dishes and wanted to bring them over for you to sample my culinary skills," Luo Ge replied with a smile upon seeing Sister Wang. "Braised dishes? Why are you bringing things over again? I feel so guilty for taking advantage of you." Sister Wang frowned slightly. However, Luo Ge pressed the bowl in her hands, saying, "It's not anything precious, just something I threw together. I think it tastes decent, and I wanted you all to try it. I've cleaned it thoroughly, so please don't turn your nose up at it." Fearing they might not be accustomed to the offal, Luo Ge added an explanation. Just then, a loud grumble echoed, and upon turning her head, she saw Sister Wang turning a bit bashful. "How could I disdain it? To be honest, I caught a whiff of that aroma this afternoon, and it was so enticing it made my mouth water. I was just wondering what it was. Everyone at home has been craving it for quite a while now. You bring it over, and I should be thanking you, not rejecting it," Sister Wang replied earnestly, her face full of embarrassment. Hearing this, Luo Ge smiled brightly. "That's wonderful. I'm glad you enjoy it. Well, I must be on my way. There are still chores awaiting me at home." Seeing Aunt Zhang emerge, it seemed the Wang family was about to have their meal, and Luo Ge felt it inappropriate to linger any longer. Ah, daughter-in-law Erlang has come. Come in and have a meal with us before you leave. Aunt Zhang attempted to call her inside for dinner, not expecting Luo Ge to dash away so quickly. No, Auntie, I have food prepared at home as well. Perhaps next time, Luo Ge replied as she hurried back to her own courtyard, exchanging a glance with Sister Wang. Aunt Zhang chuckled, that girl. Indeed, Sister Wang spoke the truth. The Gu family's kitchen was adjacent to the Wangs, and they had been tantalized by the aroma of the braised meat all afternoon. Before long, the dishes were completely devoured as they were placed on the dining table. As the last few morsels remained, the entire family eagerly picked up their chopsticks. In the end, Uncle Wang, Aunt Zhang, and Wang's wife all managed to grab some. Only Iron Egg and Brother Wang continued to vie for the final piece. Coughing lightly, Brother Wang cleared his throat. After a moment's hesitation, Iron Egg reluctantly relinquished his chopsticks. Father is an adult and needs to work. He should eat more meat to replenish his strength. It's all right if I miss out on one piece. However, in the next instant, he was surprised to see his father place the piece of braised pork intestine into his bowl. What is this? Do you truly expect me, a grown man, to compete with you, a mere child? You enjoy this braised dish, don't you? If the food is delicious, remember to cherish your Uncle Gu's family. I won't fight you for it. I'll just mix it with some rice and be content. Before anyone could react, he poured the sauce into his bowl, quickly mixing it with the rice until it was spotless. The others were stunned. They had all been coveting that sauce. It was known to be the most fragrant, with the richest meaty essence. The family's faces reflected their anguish, while Iron Egg wore a look of deep gratitude. His father was truly kind, giving him the meat while opting for just the broth. He vowed to heed his father's words and would surely honor him in the future. Wang's wife glanced at her son and then at her husband, shaking her head with a smile. Iron Egg was still too young. Chapter 38. Vegetables growing too fast, what a pity to waste the braising sauce. Luo Ge murmured, observing the pot, which had been stripped of its braised delicacies. Dear, why not braise the remaining tiger meat along with that rabbit meat? It would prevent any waste. The Gu household was not faring much better. Dinner had devolved into a fierce competition for the braised meat. Can this be braised? Gu Jinsheng, having satisfied his appetite alongside the two little ones, leaned back in his chair, rubbing his belly. Upon hearing Luo Ge's musing, he inquired further, concerned that the tiger meat might not be suitable for braising. Before leaving home, he had set aside a piece of tiger meat, intending for Luo Ge to sample it. It should be fine, right? His question aligned perfectly with Luo Ge's thoughts. After all, there was a belief that anything could be braised with the right seasoning. However, she had never tried braising tiger meat before. Perhaps it was worth a shot. All right, I shall tidy up right away. Good. While Gu Jinsheng organized the items, Luo Ge retrieved some lotus root from her space to braise alongside it. Braised vegetables could also be quite delightful. The little ones typically paid no mind to such details. They were accustomed to whatever was offered, and with Gu Jinsheng providing cover, they wouldn't notice anything amiss. Before bedtime, she planned to place these ingredients into the pot to braise for a couple of hours, then leave them simmering overnight so they would be ready for consumption the following day. In the evening, let us drink before sleeping. As usual, Luo Ge poured a glass of water for Gu Jinsheng before bed. Digging and farming were physically demanding tasks, so she made it a point for him to drink some well water from her space each night before retiring. The two little ones, along with herself, also needed to drink. She never neglected their health, and over time, it had become a habit. What's wrong? Normally, Gu Jinsheng obediently drank and then fell asleep. But tonight he remained still, causing Luo Ge to feel a twinge of confusion. Dear wife, is this water also something from that space? After a moment's hesitation, Gu Jinsheng inquired. Previously, he had only considered his wife's concern for him without delving deeper, but now he was aware of the existence of that space. Moreover, during their time in the mountains today, he suddenly felt that his physical sensitivity and stamina had significantly improved. This led him to ponder this connection. He knew that his recent exercise regimen had not changed. It remained consistent, with the sole difference being the water that his wife insisted he drink daily. Thus, he associated these bodily changes with the water. Upon hearing his words, Luo Ge paused slightly, astonished by his perceptiveness. Yes, drink it. It's good for your health. I would never harm you. she affirmed with a thoughtful nod. Amused, Gu Jinsheng pulled her into his embrace and drank the water she had offered. I naturally trust that you would not wish me harm. If I cannot even trust my own wife, how can I claim to be your man, worthy of your secrets? Luo Ge was momentarily taken aback, then smiled and snuggled into his arms, closing her eyes to sleep. As long as I am here, you need not worry. Gu Jinsheng softly reassured her, his gaze tender as he vowed to protect her for a lifetime. He was a man of his word. Once he spoke, he would undoubtedly uphold his promises. This became his excuse for being under her thumb. The night passed peacefully. When Luo Ge awoke, she found Gu Jinsheng and their two little ones, all sweaty and just returning from outdoor exercise. You two are filthy. Quickly go wash up. I prepared some water for you, she called out while multitasking to cook breakfast. Once they were clean, she handed them the apples she had retrieved from the space earlier. Eat these pancakes first, then the fruit. Your uncle bought these from the county yesterday. There aren't many, so don't tell anyone, all right? Suddenly, Gu Jinsheng, who was caught in the crossfire, chimed in, yes, everything my wife says is correct. The two little ones gazed longingly at the fragrant apples in their hands, then looked up at Luo Ge. What about you, aunt and uncle? Don't you have fruit too? This apple is so big, I can't finish it. Can I share with you, auntie? It was clear they had latched onto the seemingly inconspicuous phrase about there not being many. Uncle, I'll share mine with you. Let us eat together. They were eager to enjoy the delicious-looking, sweet apples alongside their aunt and uncle. Luo Ge felt a swell of pride at their thoughtfulness. The apples she had purchased were small, sweet varieties, roughly the size of a fist. Surely, they were not impossible to finish. Gently patting their heads, she turned back to the cupboard and retrieved two more apples, actually taken from the space, carefully hiding one from Gu Jinsheng's view as she handed it to him. No need to share. Your aunt and uncle have some too. Now eat up. After a hearty breakfast of egg pancakes, she suggested they enjoy an apple as a delightful finish. All right. Seeing that everyone else had their own tasks, the two little ones obediently remained silent. The vegetables planted earlier had already sprouted, and Gu Jinsheng suggested they take a look at them. He recalled that he had turned back unexpectedly that day to find the vegetables growing at an astonishing rate. He distinctly remembered that just the day before, they had barely broken through the soil. Yet when he checked again yesterday, they had already grown to the height of 2 fingers. He initially thought it was due to his wife's purchase of a new variety, but now he suspected it might be the result of her mysterious spatial abilities. Ah, splendid. I was hoping to see the vegetables too. It has been a while since I last checked, and it has been about 10 days since we planted them. They should be sprouting by now. However, when she opened the garden gate and beheld the situation within, she fell silent. Astonished, she discovered that the scallions and garlic planted at the edges were already ready for harvest, and even the ginger had grown significantly. Fresh, tender ginger was perfect for pickling or for use in soy sauce. The bok choy was ready to be picked, and both the water spinach and spinach were nearly ready as well. The vines of the loofah and bitter melon had sprawled far and wide. They needed trellises to support their growth, lest they end up scattered across the ground. Even the chili and tomato plants had begun to blossom. Gu Jinsheng stood in stunned silence for a moment, remarking, I shall fetch some straight branches and bamboo poles shortly. He gazed at the vines, but his expression revealed a hint of confusion as he turned to Luo Ge. Did he not tend to these? Luo Ge shook her head vigorously. No, I had no idea they would grow so quickly. She recalled that the seeds she had purchased online were merely ordinary types. The rapid growth of these plants now seemed almost magical to her. She hadn't intended for this to happen. Aside from the initial planting, she had hardly interacted with them. Just 2 days ago, she had thought to water them with some spatial water to help them thrive. She could hardly believe the speed of their growth. 10 days seemed far too swift. Could it be that the inanimate objects in her space had somehow mutated? Remembering the refrigerator that maintained a constant temperature even without electricity, she surmised that this possibility was indeed quite plausible. Upon hearing her thoughts, Gu Jinsheng fell into contemplation. Do not worry. Let us first harvest the mature vegetables. The garden's fence was constructed high and densely, obscuring the view from the outside. If anyone inquired, they could simply say they obtained a new variety from Western merchants and that she knew nothing about it. Fear not. I am here to handle everything, he reassured her. Sensing her apprehension. All right, Luo Ge nodded in response. Concerned that the vegetables might continue to grow at this pace, Gu Jinshan decided against watering them for the time being. He opted to observe whether withholding water would slow down their growth. It turned out that without water, their growth indeed slowed considerably. These mutated seeds seemed to be highly dependent on moisture. With this understanding, the young couple felt a sense of relief. Luo Ge realized that after taking the seeds, her space had not replenished. This particular batch was all they would have for now. Thus, she refrained from ruthlessly uprooting all of them at once, in order to prevent others from noticing any anomalies. Unless she resolved never to brazenly consume these vegetables again, she could afford to pluck them freely. In Chapter 39, as the shopkeeper Li visited, Gu Jinsheng seized the opportunity to gather materials for a trellis for the melon vines, and he returned with several bamboo stalks to craft some new winnowing boards. Previously, he had only 2 for drying fruits, but with the increased harvest, they were insufficient. Since he had some spare time, he decided to make a few more boards. However, the fruits were plentiful this time, taking nearly 2 days to completely dry. "Darling, are you free at the moment? I need to take your measurements," she called out. The fabric he had brought back from the last purchase had been set aside, and now was the perfect time to sew his clothing. With July already well underway and the late summer heat fading, it would be prudent to prepare him some autumn clothes. "I'm free." Gu Jinsheng halted his work upon hearing her voice and promptly dashed into the room, willingly extending his arms for her to measure. "I've noticed that the fabric around your elbows and shoulders often tears. This time, would you like me to make the sleeves and their junctions a bit wider?" she inquired. Perhaps it was due to his frequent excursions into the mountains for hunting that his underarms and elbows tended to wear out easily. Each of his garments bore patches in those 2 areas. "That sounds good." Gu Jinsheng nodded repeatedly. This is my first attempt at tailoring, so if it doesn't turn out well, please don't hold it against me," she admitted. Previously, she had relied on Sister Wang for assistance with the sewing, but she felt it was time to learn on her own. Thus, she resolved to undertake the task herself, albeit with a bit of trepidation. "No witties. I'm not particular about these things. As long as there is something to wear, I'm content," he replied, his face lighting up with joy. He hadn't anticipated being the first to receive such a gift from his wife. Hearing his words, Luo Ge felt reassured. "All right, I've taken your measurements. You may resume your work. It should be ready in a couple of days." Very well. The trellis for the melon vines had been completed, and the dried plums were all laid out, but Luo Ge had mentioned that in the future, the fruits from her space might also need to be dried, which would likely require many more winnowing boards. Thus, Gu Jinsheng took advantage of the free time to craft a few extra. As the sun cast a gentle glow upon the courtyard, Luo Ge sat at the door, sewing clothes, while Gu Jinsheng worked on the winnowing boards in the yard. The 2 little ones played with the chicks they had caught from Aunt Luo the previous day in a carefree manner. Everything seemed to reflect a serene passage of time. Glancing at his dear wife and then at the 2 blissfully ignorant children, Gu Jinsheng felt an overwhelming warmth in his heart. This was his little home, a haven filled with warmth. "By the way, didn't you mention going to check on the rice seedlings today? How did that turn out?" Luo Ge suddenly remembered, fiddling with her needle and thread. They still had 2 or 3 rice paddies left to plant, and lacking the guidance of elders, they had little experience, which had delayed their planting. Now, while others had finished sowing their rice, theirs remained unplanted. If it weren't for the water from her space, they might have been even later. Observing the fields, they appear to be in good condition. Earlier, I had already tilled the land, and tomorrow, I plan to borrow a plow from Brother Wang and the others to smooth the soil, making it ready for planting. Yes, that sounds good. She had inspected those plots, which were not overly large. They could be sown within 2 days. Many others in the village had also just completed their planting, so it should not be too late. Knock, knock. Just as the 2 finished speaking, a sudden knock echoed at the courtyard door. "Who is it?" Luo Ge inquired with a hint of curiosity, while the 2 little ones peered towards the entrance. Their home, situated at the village's edge, seldom received visitors. If it were Sister Wang or Aunt Luo, they would usually call out from a distance rather than knock. Thus, Luo Ge found it somewhat peculiar. "I'll go take a look." Gu Jinsheng set down what he was holding and walked towards the door. The 2 little ones obediently scurried behind Luo Ge. slightly apprehensive that it might be some of the villagers who often spoke ill of him. Creaking open the door, Gu Jincheng was met with an unexpected visitor, his expression revealing surprise. "Young Master Gu, I hope I'm not intruding." Upon seeing Gu Jincheng open the door, Manager Li finally breathed a sigh of relief. Previously, they had only mentioned to him that they were from the Gu family village without providing a full name. And since half the village bore the surname Gu, he had searched tirelessly until he finally found them. Manager Li, Luo Ge, hearing the commotion, also emerged and was equally astonished upon recognizing him. "Oh, Madam Gu," Manager Li exclaimed with a beaming smile upon seeing Luo Ge. "I have searched nearly the entire village and am so glad to have found you." Wiping the sweat from his brow, Manager Li chuckled. Upon hearing this, Luo Ge exchanged glances with Gu Jincheng. "Thank you for your efforts, Manager Li. Please come in and have some tea." "Certainly." Accompanied by a shop assistant, Manager Li nodded in agreement, feeling relieved upon seeing the dried fruits laid out in the courtyard. "May I inquire as to the purpose of your visit today?" After Manager Li had sipped his tea, Gu Jincheng finally posed the question. Luo Ge sat beside him, with the two little ones trailing closely behind. Manager Li nodded earnestly. "Young brother Gu, Madam Gu, we have conducted business together before, so I shall be straightforward. I am here today to request your dried plums and to discuss a few matters." To be honest, he was genuinely taken aback. Initially, he had procured the young lady's dried fruits merely to test the market, expecting little. However, he never anticipated such a favorable response. Whenever new products arrived in the store, regular customers would always try them, but this time they were asking for 2 to 3 pounds each, whether for gifts or entertaining guests. The stock was completely sold out within just 2 days. He had sent some to the main family, as customary, only to receive a letter the previous day stating that the dried fruits had caught the attention of nobility in the capital, requesting more to be sent. With his store completely depleted, he had no choice but to rush over to seek assistance from Luo Ge and her family. Upon hearing this, the young couple exchanged glances before turning their attention to Manager Li. "Please do share," they urged. "Madam Gu's culinary skills are truly remarkable. To be frank, the dried fruits you left in the shop were snatched up by customers within 2 days. Currently, there are patrons persistently urging me to procure more. Given that your courtyard is already sun-drying some, might it be possible for me to take some back later?" After a moment of contemplation, Luo Ge nodded. "You may take some, but not too much, as the ones drying outside are not yet fully prepared." "How long until the remaining ones are ready?" "I can send someone to collect them," Manager Li inquired eagerly, placing a 10-tael silver ingot on the table. "Perhaps 2 or 3 days. Are you in a hurry?" Luo Ge responded calmly, glancing at the silver with indifference. "Yes, it is somewhat urgent," Manager Li admitted, sensing their nonchalance towards the money, which left him uncertain about how to proceed. "Please feel free to speak your mind," Luo Ge encouraged, noticing his hesitation. Upon hearing this, Manager Li assessed Luo Ge and then the silver on the table. "I was unaware that Madame Gu possessed such skills. Have you considered future plans?" Luo Ge chuckled softly, affectionately ruffling the hair of her son, Debao. "As an ordinary farmer's wife, my primary duty is to support my husband and raise our children. At present, I am merely taking advantage of this season to prepare some dried wild fruits for a little extra household income. What plans could I possibly have? I believe you must have heard of our shop, Fu Xin. Your skills are indeed admirable. To be candid, our proprietor wishes to hire you as a master in our establishment, specifically to oversee the production of candied fruits and similar items, offering a monthly salary of 20 taels. What are your thoughts on this?" Seeing Luo Ge's demeanor, Manager Li felt he had misjudged her intentions and decided to speak plainly. The offered salary was quite generous. Had he not recommended her other skills, he would not have been able to propose such a figure. Luo Ge, having mentioned her other skills when selling the dried plums, had anticipated this development, and she gently shook her head in response to his proposal. "I am aware that this is a generous offer from you, and I regret declining it, as it may not align with my aspirations. However, if you trust my abilities, I would be more than willing to continue our collaboration. For instance, you could supply the fruits, and I would transform them into dried goods. In such a scenario, I would be open to signing a contract. Are you suggesting selling recipes for a one-time fee?" No, that would be too disadvantageous. It would be far more beneficial for me to establish a processing business and earn the difference. If others are willing to share profits, that could also be arranged. Of course, all of this is contingent upon their willingness. Taking on the role of a master here would be akin to selling recipes, which she was naturally reluctant to do. Although the method for preparing these dried plums may appear deceptively simple, precise timing is crucial in mastering the technique. A single misstep can result in a less than desirable outcome, thus truly qualifying it as a craft. Listening to Luo Ge's words, the innkeeper felt a tumult of emotions. Upon realizing her reluctance to work at Fu Xn, his heart sank. However, when he heard her subsequent remarks, a glimmer of hope sparked within him. He had witnessed the guests' reactions to her culinary skills and trusted her capabilities, deeming the proposition quite feasible. Yet, he knew he could not make this decision unilaterally and would need to consult his employer. With this in mind, he candidly expressed his thoughts to Luo Ge. There was no harm in discussing it with the owner, and the young woman awaited the innkeeper's good news. Aware that this was a significant matter, she understood it would not be resolved swiftly. Furthermore, having only introduced the dried plums thus far, the patrons would likely wish to evaluate her other skills before making a final decision. Very well, Li thought. I shall take my leave for now. Luo Ge handed over the initial batch of approximately 10 pounds of dried fruit to the innkeeper, who compensated her with 2 taels and 7 coins of silver. She suggested that it be deducted from the deposit, but Li was unwilling to agree, leaving her with no choice. After bidding her farewell, Gu Jinshun playfully pinched Luo Ge's nose. My dear wife, how is it that you are so capable? With the innkeeper's visit, he felt assured that their future dealings in dried fruit were secure. Is that so? It was clearly you assisting me, my husband. Luo Ge replied with a tilt of her head and a smile. Gu Jinshun chuckled at her response, and the two children exchanged bewildered glances. The following day, Gu Jinshun rose early to tend to the fields, while Luo Ge, nursing a sore back, struggled to rise. How did you injure yourself? Oh, it was Gu Jinshun, she replied. When did that happen? Yesterday. I cannot provide further details. By the time Luo Ge awoke, it was nearly noon, and she hurriedly prepared a meal to send him. The braised meat had been consumed over the past 2 days, yet a piece of pork remained preserved in the storage. Debao, could you take your younger brother to Aunt Do's house and fetch 2 blocks of tofu? She gently inquired, handing him a few coins. Aunt Do's establishment was renowned for its exceptionally tender tofu, and the villagers regularly patronized her shop. Although the weather had cooled slightly, it remained warm, particularly for those laboring outdoors. Concerned that the heat might dampen their appetites, she resolved to prepare a flavorful dish of mapo tofu. Sure, I'll go right away, Debao replied eagerly, as Aunt Do's house was conveniently located next to Grandpa Han's, and they were familiar faces. Be careful, she cautioned them. Once the children departed, she retrieved the pork, green and red peppers, and some water spinach from a storage. With the little ones still absent, she began by stir-frying the green and red peppers with the pork, saving a small portion to mince for the mapo tofu. After washing and preparing the water spinach, she sauteed some garlic in the oil from the previous stir-fry before adding the greens. Once the water spinach changed color and softened, she seasoned it with a dash of chicken essence and salt before removing it from the heat. As she noticed the 2 little ones had not yet returned, she began to stir-fry the minced meat with the necessary seasonings for mapo tofu. Auntie, we've brought back the tofu. Just as the fragrant aroma started to waft through the air, the 2 youngsters arrived. All right, let us wipe off the sweat. Annie will prepare the tofu for our meal. The little ones, seemingly anxious that she might be in a hurry, had run back, their foreheads glistening with perspiration. After washing the tofu, she cut it into small pieces and added it to the pot to simmer with the minced meat for a while. Once it reached a boil, she added soy sauce, salt, and sprinkled a bit of scallions before taking it off the heat. Annie, the 2 blocks of tofu from Granny only cost 2 coins, and this is what remains. While Luo Ge was busy serving Gu Jinsheng, Debao returned the 2 leftover copper coins to her. This is a reward for Debao, an airbao. Keep it, so you can buy whatever you wish when we go to town later. As Debao and airbao exchanged glances, their eyes fixed on Luo Ge, they appeared hesitant, contemplating whether to accept or return the coins. After a moment's thought, they decided to give the coins back to her. Auntie, Dabao doesn't T want to buy food. Let us save it for home. We should save it for fixing the yard. Yes, save it for the yard. Airbao doesn't T want food either. They understood that their family was quite poor, with their uncle and aunt often wearing patched clothes, and the yard had long been in disrepair. Many people claimed their family was impoverished. Being young, they had little desire for luxuries. They preferred to save the coins for repairs. Hearing this, Luo Ge couldn't help but glance at their dilapidated yard. It indeed needed some attention. However, she resolutely placed the coins into their small pockets. Take it. We have enough money for yard repairs, so you need not worry. Children should have their own pocket money. When she lived in a farmhouse, she often heard villagers gossiping about children being reckless and stealing money. She believed these two little ones were sensible and would not act foolishly. Yet their situation revealed a lack of personal allowance. Thus, it seemed wiser to provide them with a small allowance from the start, although meager. A few rewards here and there could accumulate over time. This would also nurture their initiative. Moreover, everyone deserves to have their own personal matters, and pocket money is always useful. Upon hearing Luo Ge's words, the two little ones' eyes widened in surprise. Really? Do we truly have money to fix the yard? Yes. Indeed. Annie would never deceive you. We can discuss it with your uncle later and have someone come to repair it. We certainly have enough for yard repairs. Not only that, but we could even rebuild or purchase a new yard. All right then. Thank you, Andy. Airbao wants to save it to buy Andy something delicious later. With Luo Ge's assurance, the two little ones felt relieved and obediently pocketed the coins. I'll be waiting for Airbao treats. Luo Ge chuckled at their enthusiasm. And for Dabao too. Dabao chimed in quickly, eager to ensure that as the older brother, he would not be overshadowed by his younger sibling. All right, Annie will wait for both of you. Do you wish to eat at home, or shall we go enjoy a meal with your uncle? Perhaps we should take the food along to share with him? Gazing at the dishes on the table, Luo Ge contemplated and remarked, All right then, let us embark on our journey to find your uncle. Sure, came the reply. Please pack the dishes into bowls and place them in the food container, and prepare a pot of rice with more beans and fewer grains. She lifted the items and trailed behind while the two little ones, hand in hand, frolicked ahead, leaving behind a trail of laughter and joy. Little aunt, uncle is over here. As they approached the fields, the two children suddenly called out, Husband. Hearing her voice, Luo Ge noticed a familiar figure in the distance, who appeared slightly taken aback. She had presumed that only their family had left their fields untended, but to her surprise, another household nearby had also not completed their work. Observing the woman's silhouette from afar, she felt a sense of familiarity. Upon hearing the call, Gu Jincheng's previously frosty demeanor melted instantly into a smile, though he soon furrowed his brow. What brings you here on such a sunny day? We were concerned you might forget to return, so we came over, Luo Ge replied. At her words, Gu Jincheng felt a pang of guilt. He indeed had nearly lost track of time. Come up quickly, I've brought some food. Let's share a meal together, she suggested, seeking a cool and level spot to settle down. All right. With his wife's invitation, he had no choice but to comply. After washing his hands and feet in the creek beside the field, he joined her. I made mapo tofu. It pairs wonderfully with rice. Would you care to try it? As she opened the food container, a delightful aroma of meat wafted through the air. Li Zhaoti's family could not help but glance over. The daughter-in-law from the Jincheng family has arrived. Why hasn't T-Mother come yet? Murmured her elder brother beside her, sipping water. Indeed, this fragrance is truly enticing. Jincheng is quite fortunate, added Li Zhaoti's husband, Gu Dawei. Hearing this, Li Zhaoti's expression darkened, and to her chagrin, Gu Daong echoed the sentiment. Indeed, I feel I could devour 3 bowls of rice just from the smell. Li Zhaoti's in-laws belonged to the Gu family as well. Her father-in-law was named Gu Taisheng, and Gu Jincheng's family referred to him as Uncle Sheng. The eldest son of the Sheng family was Gu Daong, while the second was Li Zhaoti's husband, Gu Dawei. Since the incident last time, Li Zhaoti had developed a dislike for Luo Ge, and hearing her husband praise another only intensified her frustration. In a fit of anger, she hurled the seedlings she was holding onto the ground, splattering water on the two men, before silently trudging back to the field. Observing this, Uncle Sheng furrowed his brow. Li Zhaoti's mother-in-law and Gu Daong's wife witnessed the scene unfold. Li Zhaoti, what on earth are you doing? Did my sons, or these seedlings provoke you? Gu Daong and Gu Dawei exchange bewildered glances, perplexed by the scowl on their sister-in-law's face, as if someone owed her a fortune. However, considering they were in public, Gu Dawei chose to remain silent. Mother, perhaps we arrived too late, and sister-in-law is hungry? Gu Daong's wife, being straightforward and somewhat naive, blurted out, unaware of the tension. What time is it? Is she the only one working? I have plenty of chores to do at home as well. It is better left unsaid, but once mentioned, it only incites more ire from Shambanaye. The path is singular, and at this moment, she and her daughter-in-law stand beside Luo Ge and the others, who can only exchange awkward glances. Shambanaye, sister-in-law, they finally manage to greet as the conversation halts. Upon seeing Luo Ge and her companions, Shambanaye's expression of anger instantly transforms into a smile. Are Jin Shun and his wife dining? Oh, I apologize. I hadn't noticed you. Please continue your meal. I shall take food to De Yong and the others. Without waiting for further replies, she departs with Gu Dayong's wife towards their fields. This young couple truly excels in their endeavors. It's all right. Eat up, Gu Jinshan reassures as he notices his wife's gaze upon him. The commotion surrounding the Sheng family has long ceased to be a rarity in the village. It is now merely an accepted occurrence. Nodding in acknowledgement, Luo Ge scoops some mapo tofu into the bowls of the two little ones, reminding them, eat more meat to grow taller. Yes, do indulge yourself as well. You seem to have lost weight, she adds, a hint of concern in her tone. Her daughter-in-law has been with them for over a month, yet shows no sign of weight gain, which troubles her. Understood, she replies, though her appetite remains modest. She is content as she is and has no desire to gain weight, although the heat outside is more intense than within the home. Sitting beneath the tree while dining offers a refreshing reprieve, reminiscent of a delightful picnic. Mother, today's meal is splendid, with meat too, Gu Daong exclaims, his face lighting up with surprise. I fear I may overwork you all. Hurry and eat. The meat is divided into just a few pieces per person, she retorts. Indeed, the servings are modest, around 3 or 4 pieces of meat paired with potatoes, while the wild vegetable pancakes are ample. This meal surpasses that of many households. Some should not be so preoccupied with their own trivial concerns. I am well aware of who contributes more labor in this household filled with men. Her husband and son are both swift in their tasks, and though the second daughter-in-law has been sent to the fields, calling back the eldest daughter-in-law to assist in cooking may seem burdensome. It is a temporary arrangement that does not warrant excessive exhaustion. Hasn't she herself endured similar circumstances in the past? Moreover, did she not mention that they would switch roles tomorrow? Yet here she is vexed, listening to her words. Everyone understands to whom she refers, and in silent agreement, they refrain from speaking. Li Zhaodi bites into her dry pancake with fervor, feeling a sense of grievance. Although they are all daughters-in-law, the mother only calls the eldest sister-in-law back to cook, leaving her to toil alone. To have this said in front of the entire family is truly humiliating. And then there is Luo Ge. She casts a furtive glance in Luo Ge's direction, her eyes filled with envy. Why does Luo Ge enjoy such fortune? Throughout the morning, she has not seen Luo Ge engage in any labor. Such a seemingly indolent woman can still earn accolades for simply preparing a meal. Noticing the weight of that gaze upon her, Luo Ge slightly turns her head, their eyes meeting. Upon recognizing Li Zhaodi, she furrows her brow slightly. Li Zhaodi, startled by the attention, hastily averts her gaze. What is it? Seeing her frown, Gu Jincheng felt a twinge of concern. It's all right, let us eat first. We can rest later. I'll accompany you this afternoon. The family task, which ought to be shared, had fallen solely upon him, and the thought of exhausting him caused her heart to ache. Just as she was about to refuse, she caught sight of her young wife's expression and decided against voicing her thoughts. Then I'll accompany you back briefly before returning. All right. When they set out in the afternoon, Gu Jincheng ensured she was fully equipped. A sun hat, long sleeves, and protective leg coverings were all meticulously arranged for her. There are leeches and snails in the water. You must be cautious, understand? He reminded her, with lingering concern, before they entered the fields. Luo Ge nodded earnestly, yes. You can rest assured. The bow and air bow. Don't wander off too far, understand? Gu Jincheng instructed her as she relayed the message to the little ones. It was rather amusing, in a way. A woman must not expose her arms and legs outdoors. Doing so could tarnish her reputation. Besides, with several men nearby, she wrapped herself up snugly. Gu Jincheng, however, had no such qualms. He rolled up his sleeves and trousers and waded into the field. The protective leg coverings serve a purpose similar to that of water shoes. While they might not be waterproof, they did guard against leeches. Luo Ge had previous experience with farming, yet this was her first endeavor in rice planting. Fortunately, it was not difficult. With Gu Jincheng's brief instruction, she quickly grasped the technique, meticulously arranging the seedlings with a hint of perfectionism. Initially, the two little ones lingered nearby, but before long, they too joined in the field, each clutching a small handful of seedlings to plant. Thankfully, the water was not deep, only reaching their knees, and with their watchful eyes, their parents felt at ease. The family worked together, and the atmosphere was joyful, devoid of any hint of fatigue. Your wife is quite adept. Her seedlings are even more neatly planted than mine, Gu Jincheng remarked, observing her in the muddy field, finding it hard to adjust to the sight. After finishing their meal, Gu Daong's wife and Sheng Boma also joined the field, and upon seeing Luo Ge, they exchanged whispers. Hearing their words, Sheng Boma glanced over. Indeed, it looks quite incongruous. She is so petite and delicate, resembling a little fairy, yet here she is, sullied by the mud of the fields. She mused. Gu Jincheng must not care for her. Her thoughts stemmed from the sight of Luo Ge's fragile demeanor, which seemed ill-suited for such labor. Nearby, Li Xiaodi stiffened upon hearing this, her expression darkening. The cheerful mood she had felt upon seeing Luo Ge willingly join the fields vanished in an instant. Gu Jincheng, whose hearing was notably sharp, paused in his actions, turning to look at his wife with a hint of grievance. "Wife, why don't you rest for a while?" he suggested after a moment's thought. "People say he doesn't take care for his wife." Why is that?" "I'm not tired. I just got here," she replied, burying herself back in her tasks. Perhaps due to the rejuvenating effects of the well water, she genuinely felt invigorated, her strength abundant. Even after working for quite some time, the two little ones showed no signs of fatigue either. Gu Jincheng, silent and focused, worked diligently, seemingly intent on outdoing Luo Ge in their tasks. Consequently, what was supposed to be a day's worth of labor was remarkably condensed into just over an hour. At this pace, it seemed unlikely they would require 2 full days. With a bit more effort tomorrow morning, they could finish everything. Luo Ge, absorbed in his work, remained oblivious to the man's competitive spirit and was quite astonished by the speed of their progress. "All right, let us move to another location," Gu Jincheng stated, not bothering to elaborate, his gaze occasionally drifting to the few onlookers nearby. "Indeed, this young couple is quite capable," Sheng Bo remarked after Luo Ge and his companions had departed, eyeing the neatly organized field. Though their fields were of similar size and they had arrived slightly later than Gu Jincheng, they were still lagging behind. "Indeed," confirmed the brothers Gu Daong and Gu Dawei, nodding in agreement. They had just observed Gu Jincheng's method of working, which was unparalleled in speed. At another field belonging to the Gu family, situated at the foot of the mountain beside the river, the afternoon sun had receded, leaving a pleasantly cool atmosphere. Gu Jincheng mentioned that this field was abundant with both snails and loaches. "And I found 2, Bao exclaimed, proudly holding up 2 snails he had just discovered. "Well done, Bao. Let us gather more, and tomorrow, Aunt will fry the snails for you," came the encouraging reply. Aunt Bao found 3. "Very impressive, Bao." Gu Jincheng, overhearing their conversation, silently raised his own 2 plump loaches. "We can enjoy the snails tomorrow. Shall we prepare these today?" Upon hearing his words, Luo Ge turned, her eyes sparkling with delight. "Wow, such fat loaches. You are amazing, my husband." Gu Jincheng's smile faltered for a moment, a look of confusion crossing his face. "Just amazing? Is that all?" He recalled how she had praised Bao with the words, "very impressive." Feeling slightly disgruntled, he resumed his work while determinedly searching for more loaches. To his surprise, he managed to catch 2 even fatter ones. The proximity of this fertile field to the river made it reasonable to find such substantial loaches. However, their elusive nature required skill to catch, a fact that Luo Ge was regrettably aware of, having caught none herself. The thought of preparing loaches made her mouth water. My husband, you truly are the most capable in our family. Tonight, we shall feast. She sweetly praised, aligning her words with his expectations. Initially, she hadn't noticed, but now, observing his earnest effort in catching loaches and his competitive spirit with the two little ones, it became difficult for her to ignore. The two brothers were not far behind him in their own comparisons. Surrounded by a family of competitive men, she found it amusing. Gu Jinsheng finally chuckled at her comment, sensing a hint of insincerity, yet it did not bother him. Her praise for him was the longest, surpassing even that of the two little ones, which brought him great joy. Well, I shall search a bit more to see if there is anything else. Observing her previous demeanor, it seemed she rather enjoyed the delicacies. Good. Seeing that both of them had made some gains, Luo Ge did not wish to fall behind, and thus began to search for loaches while planting seedlings. However, it was evident that those creatures were rather elusive, though she did manage to collect some pond snails. In this state of busily searching and working, time swiftly passed. Ultimately, they had not caught many loaches, with a total of 15 caught that afternoon, 13 of which were captured by Gu Jinsheng, and the two smallest were found by her. This would suffice for a meal tonight. The pond was abundant with snails, and the two little ones had gathered enough for 2 or 3 meals, which could certainly be deemed a fruitful harvest. Upon returning home, she steamed the dried fruits one last time, coated them in sugar and honey, and planned to let them dry for another day, thus completing the drying process. This batch of fruits was quite plentiful, exceeding 1,000 pounds, and the dried fruits would likely amount to over 100 pounds. With so much to manage, time stretched, and by the time everything was finished, night had already fallen. Gu Jinsheng had set up some racks for her, allowing the winnowing baskets to be placed on them without taking up space. And he stored the dried fruits indoors to prevent moisture from settling. After completing these tasks, she let out a sigh of relief. Finally, it was done. The sun had set. Now, I will prepare the loaches for you. As always, Gu Jinsheng lent her a helping hand. With darkness enveloping them, they had to resort to lantern light to cook. The loaches they brought back were transformed into a delectable dish, perfect for pairing with wine, stir-fried loaches. Accompanied by a bowl of fried peanuts, Gu Jinsheng indulged in a rare moment of sipping. The pond snails were placed in a bucket filled with fresh water to allow them to expel sand for a few days, enhancing their flavor. In the evening, as the scent of wine wafted from Gu Jinsheng, Luo Ge gently nudged him. Should tea wash up again? Oddly enough, she had never minded the smell of alcohol before, but today it was particularly unpleasant to her. Gu Jinsheng frowned at her words, feeling a bit wronged. My dear wife, you find me distasteful. I washed 3 times today. Luo Ge replied, I don't find you distasteful. It's just that this smell is quite bothersome. Upon hearing this, Gu Jinsheng's movements froze, and he quickly sat up, concern etched on his face. Are you feeling unwell? Luo Ge shook her head. I can't quite articulate it. I just feel rather uncomfortable, a bit nauseous. By the light of the lantern, Gu Jinsheng scrutinized her complexion and noticed she seemed genuinely unwell. He reached out to touch her forehead. Could it be sun exposure? I shall fetch a doctor for you. Seeing him rush towards the door, Luo Ge hastily grasped his arm. It's nothing. At this late hour, the city gates are closed, and there would be no doctor available. I'll drink some water from the space, and it'll be fine. She suspected she might have been sunburned, but she had felt perfectly fine on her way back, which was indeed strange. Upon hearing her words, Gu Jinsheng remembered the efficacy of the water from the space and quickly brought her the water she prepared for him daily. Here, drink some of this first. If it doesn't help, we shall seek a doctor. Your health is paramount. After giving her some a drink, Gu Jinsheng also partook of a little clear wine himself. He hurriedly ran to the courtyard to take a refreshing shower, intentionally using the fragrant soap that Luo Ge had given him before daring to return indoors. How is it? Is there still a scent? Do you still feel uncomfortable? Sensing the faint aroma of soap on him, Luo Ge shook her head. Much better. I'm not uncomfortable anymore. You should get some rest. She felt a bit embarrassed for having made him wash several times. Earlier, the discomfort had been quite intense, but now, after drinking some water from the space, she felt significantly relieved. Hearing this, Gu Jinsheng relaxed a little and gently ruffled her hair. I'll massage your head while you sleep. This may help you rest more comfortably. Suddenly, he recalled how, when he was a child. His mother would soothe him to sleep in this very manner, and he would fall into a deep slumber. "All right," she responded, but then a thought struck her. "Today, the little ones mentioned some repairs for the courtyard, and I forgot to tell you. Once we finish with the farm work, we should find someone to repair the courtyard, right? There are several spots that have caved in, and they look rather significant. The courtyard walls also have some cracks that need addressing." Gu Jincheng nodded in agreement. The courtyard indeed required some proper attention. Previously, when a house was intact, there had been 3 or 5 rooms suitable for living. But now only their room and the little one's room remained. Besides the main hall, only 2 rooms were fit for habitation. Before his marriage, there had been no need to think much about it, but now that he had a young wife, he needed to consider future matters, especially with children in mind. Surely, they couldn't continue to squeeze into just one room forever, especially if they were to have children who would eventually need to marry and have families of their own. Contemplating this, he felt that even 5 rooms might not suffice after repairs. What if we simply rebuild a larger house? He suggested. If my little wife intends to make more dried fruits in the future, this courtyard might indeed be a bit small. That sounds feasible, she replied. Although she had not inquired about the costs of building materials, she believed their current funds should suffice. A larger house would certainly be a better option. All right, I'll find someone to get in touch with. How about we start the work after the Mid-Autumn Festival? That sounds good. In a few days, it will be mid-autumn, and we should go to town to buy some supplies. I'll make mooncakes for you all then. Agreed. Although he had never heard of such cakes, he was confident that whatever his wife made would not disappoint him. Now let us sleep. I'll massage you as you drift off. Okay. It must be said that Gu Jincheng's gentle head massage was indeed effective. Before long, she had fallen into a deep sleep. In her slumber, she displayed a greater dependence on him, wrapping her arms around his waist and resting her head on his chest, enveloped in a sense of trust and reliance. My clingy little fool. Observing her familiar sleeping posture, Gu Jincheng chuckled softly and closed his eyes, succumbing to sleep himself. The next day, regardless of how Luo Ge pleaded, Gu Jincheng adamantly refused to let her return to the fields. The memory of her discomfort from the previous night lingered vividly in his mind. Seeing this, Luo Ge had no choice but to acquiesce to his wishes. 2 little ones, unable to sit still, skipped away, claiming they wanted to lend a hand. Well, with Gu Jincheng watching over them, it was reassuring enough, so I let them go. Normally, Gu Jincheng did not allow me to touch the children's clothes, but he had returned late last night. After spending a considerable amount of time preparing dried fruit, he and T managed to wash the clothes the 2 little ones had changed out of. Now that I had some free time at home, I decided to take them to the river for washing. Upon reaching the riverside, I was taken aback by the sight of a long line of women washing clothes. Typically, I wash my own garments at home, so my visits to the river were infrequent. I certainly hadn't anticipated such a crowd at this hour. Most were unfamiliar faces, leaving me with no space to even dip my hands in. Though I had been in the village for over a month, I still had not memorized everyone, primarily due to my limited interactions with the villagers, and the Gu family resided at the far end of the village, resulting in few visitors. Just as I was contemplating whether to wait or return home, a voice called out to me. Sister Wang, merely glancing around, happened to spot me and wave me over. Noticing my predicament, I hurried to her side. "Come, wash with me. I'm nearly finished, and you can use my spot afterward," she said with a smile. Indeed, it was fortunate that she had secured a good position amidst the crowd. "Thank you, sister," I replied with a smile, acknowledging her generosity. "Where are your 2 little rascals? I haven't seen them come to our house to play with Tai-Dan lately," she casually inquired as we washed. They went to the fields with Jincheng. We were a bit late with the seedlings, and we just started transplanting yesterday. The 2 little ones gathered quite a few snails in the fields and seemed to have found their fun, so they insisted on going again today. With Jincheng keeping an eye on them, I allowed it, I explained while washing the children's clothes. Though they are small, I must say they work quite diligently. I mused, recalling the image of their earnest efforts the previous day. They may be tiny, but they take their tasks seriously, even when I didn't expect them to. Sister Wang chuckled at my observation, adding, "Your children are truly sensible and obedient, unlike my little rascal. He gets restless if he doesn't cause a bit of trouble each day." I couldn't help but retort playfully, "I must disagree about Tai-Dan. I've seen him helping gather firewood and forage for wild vegetables. He is quite clever and resourceful. If he were to pursue his studies, who knows what remarkable achievements he might attain. I spoke in jest, yet my words were also a reflection of my genuine thoughts. Not long ago, when Tai Dan visited their home to play with the two little ones, she whimsically decided to teach them to recognize characters. Tai Dan's arrival coincided perfectly with her lesson, and noticing his interest, she invited him to join. To her astonishment, the children exhibited remarkable intelligence, remembering the characters after just 2 or 3 repetitions. She taught them the names of their elder siblings, as well as her own name and that of Gu Jinshun, along with the names of the 2 little ones. Similarly, she guided Tai Dan in learning the names of his parents and his own. Reflecting on her childhood, she couldn't recall how long it took her to learn to read when she was their age. Certainly, it was not merely a matter of 2 repetitions. This sparked in her the desire to send the 2 little ones to school, especially since their age was now perfectly suitable. The importance of education is evident in any era, as it profoundly influences one's life. Given their innate talent, she felt compelled not to hinder their future. However, in the hustle and bustle of recent days, she had temporarily forgotten this intention. She resolved to discuss it with them when they returned home for dinner. As for Tai Dan, she shared the sentiment that gifted individuals should not be buried in obscurity, but ultimately, it was a matter for the families involved to decide. Thus, she merely hinted at the idea. Upon hearing Luo Ge's words, Sister Wang paused, seemingly recalling something. She remembered the day Tai Dan returned from the Gu family, joyfully writing their names on the ground, which stirred her emotions. Yet, the family's circumstances weighed heavily on her mind. Contemplating this, she fell silent. Luo Ge, noticing her quietness, also chose to remain silent. After a moment, Sister Wang turned to Luo Ge and asked, "Do you really think our Tai Dan is suitable for school?" After a brief pause, Luo Ge smiled and nodded lightly. The other day, after teaching him just twice, he was able to recognize the characters and even write them reasonably well. This child is indeed very bright. Luo Ge was known for her literacy and scholarly abilities, a fact recognized by all. Hearing this from Luo Ge brought Sister Wang both joy and a hint of sorrow. "I've finished washing my clothes, so I'll head back now. Please take care of yourself," Sister Wang said, lifting her clean garments as she decided to return and discuss the matter with her husband. "All right, I understand, sister," replied Luo Ge, who had also nearly completed her chores in that brief time. Shortly after Sister Wang departed, Luo Ge followed suit. As for the other women in the village who whispered about her departing figure, she paid them no mind. After all, she believed in a principle of live and let live. A few comments did not bother her, but should anyone provoke her, she would not hesitate to respond firmly. Moreover, she had overheard compliments about her appearance, which she found rather delightful. Chapter 44. Attending school, Li Zhaodi arrived later and happened to see Luo Ge leaving. Hearing the surrounding women praise Luo Ge's beauty, she couldn't help but murmur a comment of her own. Xiaonyang, coincidentally nearby, cast a glance at Li Zhaodi and furrowed her brow slightly. What? The men were evidently taken aback, and the 2 little ones also stood frozen, gazing up at her. Luo Ge wondered why their reactions were so peculiar. "I mentioned that the village intends to establish a school, didn't I? I plan to send a Bao and Airbao there, to avoid forgetting amidst her busy schedule." She had informed Gu Jinsheng and the others upon their return about her decision to enroll the children. However, to her surprise, they appeared utterly stunned after she spoke. Upon hearing her words, Gu Jinsheng exchanged glances with the 2 little ones. "Wife, are you serious? Auntie, can a Bao and Airbao really go to school?" "Of course. Our Bao and Airbao are exceptionally bright. It would be a pity not to send them to study." The first part was directed at Gu Jinsheng, while the latter was intended for the 2 children. "Do you not wish to go?" Observing their bewilderment, she inquired. The 2 little ones quickly shook their heads. No. They were indeed eager to attend. "Then what is wrong? Why do you react this way after I mentioned it?" Luo Ge asked, puzzled. "Nothing. I just thought." Gu Jinsheng scratched his nose, feeling a bit embarrassed. "Thought what?" Noticing the expressions of the 3 of them, Luo Ge began to grasp the situation, and her face stiffened. "What do you take me for? Am I such a petty person?" With the elder brother and sister-in-law absent, we, as husband and wife, act as the parents of the Bao and Airbao. After spending so much time together, can you not see what kind of person I am? Although they lived in separate quarters, The two little ones were raised right before them and were no different from their own children. Moreover, they bore the responsibility of nurturing the children. Blood ties aside, considering the property they occupied, it was apparent that with the absence of Gu de Gu, half of the Gu family's estate rightfully belonged to these two little ones. While they were being cared for, the children were certainly not idle. Upon hearing Luo Ge's words, both children retracted their heads. "Wife, we're sorry." "Apologies, Annie, please don't be angry." They promptly followed with their apologies. They had indeed harbored such thoughts, as historically, separation often created a rift akin to a chasm. Many in the village remarked that once the younger uncle married the younger aunt, the arrival of a younger brother would diminish their affection towards them. In a situation like the Gu family's, many wives would be sensitive to such matters. In colloquial terms, it was akin to raising someone else's children, and contributing to their education was simply unimaginable. Gu Jinsheng understood that his wife was not like those others. Yet he was already quite content with how well she treated the two little ones. He had not anticipated that his wife would even be willing to send them to school. Casting a reproachful glance at Gu Jinsheng, Luo Ge looked down at the little ones, who were now shrinking back, and felt a pang of compassion. She bent down and gently ruffled their hair. "Auntie is not angry. She simply wishes for you not to think of her in such a manner. She has always regarded you as her own children. When you harbor such thoughts, it brings her great sorrow. Moreover, Auntie firmly believes that when Dabao and Heir Bao grow up and achieve their aspirations, they will certainly not forget their little aunt, correct?" Upon hearing Luo Ge's words about treating them like her own children, the two little ones were momentarily stunned, their eyes slightly glistening. After hearing the latter part, they nodded repeatedly. Yes, Dabao will undoubtedly remember his little aunt, striving in his studies so that she may become a lady of high esteem. Heir Bao, too, intends to study diligently, earning a substantial fortune to lavish upon his little aunt. The innocent words of their childhood are etched in their hearts for a lifetime. They have never gone back on their word to their uncle and aunt, who were like parents to them. Listening to the earnest and resolute declarations of the two little ones, Luo Ge chuckled softly, embracing them. "All right, and it will await you both, Dabao and Heir Bao." Gu Jinshan frowned slightly and opened his mouth, yearning to say, "My wife, I can provide for her myself. You need not earn money for her." Yet, witnessing the tender scene, he remained respectfully silent. Once this heartwarming moment had passed, Dabao suddenly recalled something of great importance, his brows furrowing in concern. "Little aunt, perhaps we should refrain from studying?" "What is it?" Luo Ge asked, taken aback. "Our family lacks money." Heir Bao, seeming to grasp his brother's worries, promptly replied after Luo Ge finished speaking. "The courtyard at home is in disrepair. How can we go to school?" After a moment's contemplation, Dabao earnestly suggested, "Perhaps we should wait until we grow older and earn more money before going to school." Heir Bao nodded in agreement, fully endorsing the idea. Luo Ge could no longer contain her amusement, turning to Gu Jinshan. "Look at you, always playing the fool. And now you've got the little ones contemplating earning money for themselves." Gu Jinshan, catching his wife's gaze, quietly rubbed his nose. The two little ones stared wide-eyed, their eyes filled with disbelief. "But the courtyard is still shabby. Our uncle previously lacked the funds to marry." Sensing their skepticism, Luo Ge gently patted their little heads. "Annie would never deceive you, rest assured." Upon hearing this, the two little ones blinked and then turned to their uncle. "Do not worry. Uncle can provide for you." This was the sentiment they heard most often from him, and it brought them great comfort. Throughout the morning, Gu Jinshan and the others had busied themselves with the tasks in the fields. In the afternoon, they took the opportunity at home to assist Luo Ge in sorting the dried fruits and cleaning the jars. To economize, Luo Ge had purchased large jars akin to wine vats, which were more affordable than smaller, refined jars. Each could hold around 10 pounds, and they had just enough dried fruit to fill slightly over 10 jars. Utilizing jars for storage was preferable to cloth bags, as the sealed, dry environment would prevent the dried fruit from clumping together and ensure longevity. Later that evening, once the dried fruit had been properly sun-dried, Luo Ge instructed him to put it away while she prepared dinner. "Wife, everything is packed. Should I place it in the main room?" After finishing the packing, Gu Jinshan called out to the kitchen. "Very well, let us place it in the main room. Master Li and his companions should arrive tomorrow to collect it. While tending to the stir-fried potatoes, Luo Ge responded affirmatively, casually picking up a nearby plate to serve the sought-ed vinegar potatoes. Darling, please set aside a bit in a small jar for our household. We have already consumed the last batch we saved. She pondered for a moment before speaking again to the outside. Gu Jinshan, upon hearing her words, decided to reserve the remaining portion, leaving Master Li and his group with just enough. This batch of fruit was notably more sour than the last from the back mountain, resulting in slightly tangier dried fruit. Noticing that Luo Ge appeared to prefer this flavor, he set aside a little extra. Enjoy some meat, do not be picky, he insisted. Noticing her recent preference for sour dishes, yet observing that she consistently consumed only the vinegar potatoes, he then placed a piece of lean meat, which she typically favored, onto her plate. No need, you eat it, she replied, feeling unusually indulgent today. The potatoes were exceptionally delicious, prompting her to take another helping. Eat the meat, no fussing, he reiterated, placing the meat into her bowl as he noticed she had yet to touch any other dishes that evening. Luo Ge glanced at him and obediently consumed the meat, though her brow furrowed slightly in subtle protest. The potatoes are simply delightful. Despite Gu Jinshan's efforts to ensure his little darling did not become finicky, she still consumed very little of the other dishes. At this rate, he mused, would he be able to plump her up? While the man secretly contemplated how to nourish his wife, Luo Ge was considering what other dishes could rival the sour and delicious potatoes. By the way, dear, the fish in the river by our village are quite easy to catch. Shall we go fishing tomorrow? She suggested, envisioning a delectable sour and spicy fish dish. Absolutely, he replied eagerly, his thoughts of fattening her up momentarily forgotten. The Bao will join us. He can help catch shrimp for his aunt. The river shrimp from our village are truly delightful. The little one's eyes sparkled with excitement, although Gu Jinshan's culinary skills have been somewhat lackluster in the past. If he were to boast of one dish, it would surely be the river shrimp. Once, he had returned with a pound of river shrimp, and despite merely boiling them in salted water, they had turned out surprisingly sweet and delicious. During the time when his brother-in-law had cooked, the river shrimp had been the most exquisite dish they had ever tasted. Bao will also come. He is quite the expert at catching river shrimp, and the ones my brother-in-law prepares are delectable. Recently, they had even caught a few shrimp with Tai Dan by the riverside, though only a handful. All right, the whole family will go. River shrimp are indeed a great choice. It has been a while since I last enjoyed shrimp. Shall we test your culinary skills, then? She mused, recalling her husband's previous cooking prowess, yet intrigued by the children's claims of its excellence. Very well, Gu Jinshan agreed. Having assisted his wife in the kitchen for some time, he felt his skills had improved recently. Let us give it a try. As predicted by Luo Ge, early the next morning, Manager Li arrived with his associates to collect the dried fruits. A perfect 100 pounds were weighed, amounting to 27 taels of silver, which Madame Gu accepted graciously. Luo Ge raised her gaze towards Manager Li, questioning, have you perhaps miscalculated? You had already left a deposit of 10 taels last time. Manager Li chuckled in response. Not at all. That deposit is accounted for in this next transaction. As he spoke, he gestured towards the back, revealing 2 carts filled with plump plums before Luo Ge's eyes. In recent days, I instructed my men to procure some fresh plums, approximately 2,000 pounds. I would greatly appreciate your assistance, Madame Gu, he said with an amiable smile directed at Luo Ge. Not a bother at all. This aligns perfectly with my previous suggestion, and I am more than willing to accept the task, she replied. Although no formal contract was signed, she understood that they could offset their costs during settlement. She had inquired about the market and discovered that these wild sour plums were not in high demand, thus their price remained modest, around 34 won per pound. For 2,000 pounds, the maximum expenditure will be merely 8 taels of silver, leaving them with a substantial profit margin. Previously, Madame Gu had mentioned her ability to create various types of dried fruits. Now that peaches were in season, Manager Li inquired, might you be able to prepare peach jerky? Certainly, Luo Ge replied with a nod, realizing this was likely a suggestion from Manager Li's superior. Very well, I happen to have received a batch of fresh peaches, and I can have them delivered this afternoon, if that suits you. The quantity of fresh peaches was not substantial, around 100 pounds, but they intended for Luo Ge to trial them first. That sounds good. With their discussion settled, Manager Li departed to oversee his shop in town. Sighing at the sight of the fresh plums in the courtyard, Luo Ge contemplated the task ahead. 2,000 pounds was neither too much nor too little. Two individuals could easily complete the work within 2 days, so she decided against seeking help for the time being. Once the quantity stabilized, she would consider enlisting assistance from reliable individuals such as Sister Wang, Aunt Zhang, or Sister Xiao, all of whom were capable and trustworthy. Noticing the sigh from his wife, Gu Jinshun playfully tapped her nose. "Fear not, I am here to assist you." Having peeled fruits several times now, he had become quite adept and swift. "Thank goodness for your help," Luo Ge expressed sincerely. Without Gu Jinshun's assistance, the task would indeed be daunting. Earning a living was no simple feat, and she often found herself sighing in the midst of daily labor. "Let us set this aside for now. Drying the fruits requires time. We can tackle it later. Shall we go fishing first?" he suggested, recalling her desire for fish from the previous day. "All right, let us call for Dabao and Airbao." The two little ones had mysteriously disappeared earlier, but upon hearing their names called, they quickly scampered back, overjoyed at the prospect of joining in the fishing adventure. Gu Jinshun was aware of a spot behind the mountain where fish and shrimp were plentiful and the water was shallow. "Be careful, watch your steps to avoid slipping," he cautioned as they prepared to enter the water with their fine hemp nets. "We understand." They chorused eagerly. The area was nearly deserted, allowing Luo Ge to boldly roll up her trousers, albeit only to her calves. Together with the two little ones, they splashed in the water, joyfully catching shrimp. These river shrimp tended to cluster together, and seizing the opportunity, they often managed to catch 2 at a time. Fish, however, were slippery and agile, proving elusive to her grasp. Instead, she chose to enjoy the company of the children, firmly believing in her husband's skills, confident he would return with a bountiful catch. Indeed, her understanding of him was accurate. It wasn't long after entering the water that Gu Jinsheng had already reeled in a plump fish. Placing the fish into the bucket, he glanced over at his wife and the 2 small children, noticing his young wife's bare feet splashing in the water. His gaze darkened slightly. Those delicate, fair feet were quite mesmerizing. Recalling the soft sensation during their intimate moments, his breath quickened. He slipped on his shoes, aware of the sharp stones beneath, and strode over to fetch her shoes, insisting on helping her put them on. His words rang true. The stones in the river could easily cause cuts. Wet shoes could be washed and dried, but injuries were far more troublesome. "Bare feet are comfortable," Luo Ge pouted softly. "It hurts if you get hurt." Gu Jinsheng frowned at her words. "All right then." Recognizing his serious demeanor, Luo Ge refrained from further protest, feeling a bit awkward as she wiggled her foot in his grasp. Meanwhile, the 2 little ones glanced down at their own bare feet, and then at their uncle and aunt, sensing a peculiar dynamic. Why didn't their uncle say anything to them? Surely, he wasn't afraid they would hurt themselves? Gu Jinsheng caught their curious gazes and casually remarked, "Boys are sturdy." It seemed he had anticipated their silent thoughts. The 2 little ones nodded in agreement, acknowledging the truth in his words. "Yes, Andy is a girl. Girls are more delicate. Unlike us boys, they should be more careful." Observing the man, Luo Ge thought the term double standards might be something the little one should learn about. In Chapter 46, "You covet the ancestral skills, don't you?" As if it weren't enough that he had her shoes on, he then lowered her trousers, rolling them up only to her ankles. Would they still be able to frolic in comfort? "You'll catch a chill," he stated before she could voice her concerns. Glancing at the 2 little ones who appeared utterly confused, "I'm done," Luo Ge sighed. "You go catch fish, we can manage the shrimp here." Sensing her tone of dismissal, Gu Jinsheng rubbed his nose. "I'll come back shortly." Hearing his low voice, Luo Ge turned to see the 2 little ones joyfully catching shrimp, which eased her worries, and she eagerly joined in. After taking a few steps and glancing at her feet, she found her discomfort returning. However, upon turning her head, she discovered her husband was watching her intently. "Fine, I'll obey." Fortunately, the joy of catching shrimp soon allowed her to forget her minor discomfort. They had caught enough shrimp for 2 meals and had around 8 or 9 fish as well. A dish of pickled fish, a dish of braised fish, and the rest shall be considered for our next meal. After all, we have caught plenty. I will send some to the village chief and to the Wang and Li families as well. Why are there so many people coming to our place today? As I emerged from the back mountain, I happened to see several villagers leaving from the edge of the village, which left Luo Ge somewhat perplexed. Upon returning home, the family discovered that many people were still gathered at their doorstep. Ah, the Gu family has returned. Who are those people arriving by horse-drawn carriage? I see they have brought several loads of goods with them. Could it be that you two have struck it rich? This is rather inconsiderate. We are all from the same village, after all. How could you not include us? It seems that the proprietor from the Fushin shop in town is among them. Isn't it? Indeed, it is he. I recall he had inquired about the Gu family's residence the last time he visited, and I had given him directions. Given that the majority of our village bears the Gu surname, I was wondering whom he was looking for, only to realize he was seeking the Gu Erlang family. So, what fortune have they uncovered? I see several carts worth of goods. If possible, do take us along as well. Let us not forget the bonds of our village community. As they approached the doorway, a chorus of inquiries erupted from the crowd. The village is small, merely a handful of land, and since engaging in business with Manager Li, she had anticipated such a scenario might arise. Yet, when it actually happened, it was rather disconcerting. She had not expected them to arrive so swiftly. If her memory served her right, this was only Manager Li's second visit. However, given the village's penchant for gossip, it was understandable. Yet the audacity to claim they had struck it rich and to imply they ought to share with the villagers? Is that a form of moral coercion? Must they include everyone in their newfound wealth? Not doing so would be unacceptable. A cacophony of unpleasing remarks ensued. She glanced around, noticing that most of the chatter came from unfamiliar ants, and now that she had a general grasp of the relations within the Gu clan, she could identify them. Besides Wang's family, she had not recognized many from the Wang clan. Observing the strangers among the ants, who appeared to be of the Wang surname, and with whom she rarely interacted, she thought, how could they claim to have become wealthy? Are they not aware of our family's circumstances? With a smile gracing her face, she chimed in with a clear voice. Though the cheer did not quite reach her eyes, the ancestral craft has merely drawn the attention of Manager Li, who has asked for my assistance. The message is clear. Ancestral treasures are well known to be closely guarded by each family. If you hope to share in the profits, I fear that may not be feasible. Upon hearing Luo Ge's words, the chorus of ants and women fell silent. Just then, another commotion arose from behind. It was the village chief and Aunt Luo, accompanied by some fellow Gu clansmen, with Sister Wang trailing behind. What are you doing, Wang family? Why is this raucous crowd blocking the entrance and preventing others from leaving? Upon seeing the throng, the village chief furrowed his brows and remarked, while working in the fields, he had heard that the Wang family was swarming to the Gu Erlang's home. The village appeared tranquil on the surface, yet it was, in truth, divided between two clans. And there were, on occasion, minor frictions. The villagers had already set to work early in the morning, oblivious to the arrival of Manager Li. Upon hearing news that the Wang family might be seeking trouble, he promptly gathered a group to investigate. To their surprise, they stumbled upon a tense scene. A throng had gathered at the entrance of the Gu household, effectively obstructing Luo Ge and her companions, while two small children huddled behind their parents, seemingly frightened. The group indeed resembled trouble seekers. Not all. We merely saw Manager Li from the Fushin shop arrive with several carts this morning, and out of curiosity, we came to take a look, one of the women among the crowd remarked, responding to the village chief. What is there to be curious about? Didn't the wife of Erlang mention that their family's ancestral craft caught the manager's eye, and he brought goods to seek her assistance? Another chimed in, casting a glance at the crowd. Is it true that you all covet their ancestral craft? Aunt Luo had quietly approached Luo Ge and her companions, commenting on the previous remark. What kind of ancestral craft could warrant several carts of goods? A murmuring arose from the Wang family contingent, barely above a whisper yet audible to all present. As soon as the words were spoken, the gazes of the crowd shifted towards Luo Ge. Gu Jinshan furrowed his brow and stepped forward, positioning himself in front of Luo Ge to shield her from the prying eyes, casting a cold glare at Li Zhaodi, who was mingling among the Wang family. Indeed, it was she who had uttered that remark. However, amidst the crowd, one could hardly discern who had spoken without attentive listening. Yet Gu Jinshan's keen observation skills allowed him to recognize her voice. Are you perhaps hoping to gain something for nothing? Upon meeting Gu Jinshan's gaze, a chilling dread enveloped Li Zhaodi, causing her to shudder momentarily, though she quickly regained her composure. Dear Sister Zhaodi, what do you know of my family's ancestral craft? It may not be appropriate for you to comment, Luo Ge said, a faint smile gracing her lips as she followed Gu Jinshan's line of sight. Indeed, the dried fruits were a legacy of wisdom passed down through generations. As a descendant, it seemed reasonable for her to claim it as ancestral, did it not? Indeed, there is no fault in that. Upon hearing Luo Ge's words, Li Zhaodi's expression stiffened. She had not anticipated Luo Ge would so boldly draw attention to her. As others recognized her as the speaker, they began to turn their heads. The members of the Gu clan, standing behind the village chief, frowned upon seeing Li Zhaodi, a fellow clan member, mingling with the Wang family and contributing to their bullying of their own kin. Although they were somewhat intrigued by Li Zhaodi's inquiry, it did not justify blocking their clansmen from returning home. The Gu clan had always stood united in protecting their own in such circumstances. What had caused Li Zhaodi to lose her sense of propriety today? Yes, I was merely asking out of curiosity. Please do not think too much of it, Sister Luo. Upon sensing the gaze of the village chief and others, Li Zhaodi's expression grew notably stiff. However, she feigned an air of unintentional offense and innocently replied, How could I overthink? I am well aware of Sister Zhaodi's character. She is the epitome of unity and kindness, and I would never harbor ill thoughts towards her. Luo Ge wore a gentle and amiable smile, emphasizing the notion of camaraderie. Art, you say? I'm also familiar with it. At this, many members of the Gu clan grew somber, as they recalled a certain incident. Li Zhaodi had previously brought Qian Momo to the village to bully Luo Ge. This stirred a sense of dissatisfaction towards Li Zhaodi. After all, she had previously led outsiders to oppress her own kin and was now siding with the Wang family. Speaking out against Aunt Luo. What was this all about? Was it mere curiosity, or did it seem as though she was targeting the daughter-in-law of Erlang? Such thoughts piqued their interest, as it all felt rather unsettling. Luo Ge pondered, I genuinely possess a simple curiosity and did not intend any offense. Please do not misunderstand me, Sister Zhaodi. I merely noticed several carts of goods, and, lacking extensive knowledge, I innocently inquired. Perceiving the discontent in the expressions of the Gu family members, Li Zhaodi quickly added, adopting a demeanor of utmost sincerity, fearful that her clumsy words might displease Luo Ge. Once she spoke, she lowered her head, effectively concealing the resentment flickering in her eyes, rendering it undetectable. Indeed, upon hearing her words, the expressions of the crowd softened slightly. Curiosity about an abundance of goods seemed quite reasonable. I was merely asking, if it is inconvenient for you, Luo Ge, please disregard my question. Seeing the mood lighten, Li Zhaodi seized the opportunity to add, appearing submissive. What did this imply? Were the items they acquired unpresentable? Or were they being secretive, withholding from the villagers? It truly echoed the saying that wealth was not shared with one's own community. This statement not only rekindled the Wang family's interest but also cast a shadow over the Gu clan members. Luo Ge genuinely smiled, taken aback by the unexpected enthusiasm for tea art in their humble village. Had she ever provoked Li Zhaodi? Was it a matter of sisterly bonds? Seeking vengeance for Qian Momo? What was there to hide? The way Sister Zhaodi spoke, they had never declared that no one was allowed to look. After all, were they not still gathered here? Blinking twice, Luo Ge expressed her bewilderment candidly. It seems we have not been told to keep anything hidden. They simply explained that it is a family heirloom appreciated by the shopkeeper, and they have always spoken amicably. It seemed they had not committed any wrongdoing. Yet, why did Li Zhaodi's earlier words evoke such a dissonant feeling? Most of the villagers were straightforward, lacking the inclination for convoluted thoughts. They were puzzled, but felt a strange sensation. Conversely, the village chief, Aunt Luo, and several respected elders in the village exchanged deep glances with Li Zhaodi, their brows furrowing in concern. Li, the shopkeeper, sent over nothing shameful. Our family is not one to be stingy, as is widely known. Why then, when spoken by Sister Zhaodi, does it seem to cast me in such a miserly light? Following this, Luo Ge jested amusingly while opening the door. There, you continue with your tea. Let me translate that properly for you. Before the crowd could fully grasp the oddity of what they had just heard, they turned to look at Li Zhaodi again. Ah, so that was the meaning behind her earlier words. No wonder they felt something was amiss, but could not articulate it. It seems that Li Zhaodi certainly had a rather peculiar tone, if that is the phrase to use. Regardless, it conveys the sentiment. The Wang family, pondering this, did not dwell too long on it, their eyes fixed on Luo Ge's movements. As the door creaked open, the assembly beheld the items placed in the courtyard. This was the delivery from the shopkeeper. Merely some wild sour plums, nothing extraordinary, so let the ants not misinterpret our intentions. Upon seeing the baskets of sour plums, which could be left to rot in the mountains without anyone caring, the expressions of those with ulterior motives turned to disappointment and disdain. Is this it? What can we possibly do with this? Someone muttered. What a waste of time. We might as well have been working in the fields. Have you seen enough? Is there anything else? If not, you should leave quickly. We still have work to do in our own fields instead of fretting over others' matters. Observing their disdainful expressions, the village chief wore a displeased look, furrowing his brow in irritation. Truly, these village women find trouble every day. It is exceedingly vexing. Upon hearing the chief's remarks, the crowd fell silent, exchanging glances and departing from the Gu family's doorstep in succession. However, a few keen-eyed individuals noticed the fish that Luo Ge and her companions had brought back, trailing behind with curiosity. Erlang's wife, did you go fishing? What luck? It has been ages since we had any meat at home. I wonder when we'll get to taste some. With so many fish, you cannot possibly eat them all. Can you? Noticing the avaricious glint in their eyes, Luo Ge smiled subtly. We cannot finish them all. Would you like some, Aunt? At her words, the woman brightened and reached out to take one, but Gu Jinsheng discreetly stepped aside to prevent her from grabbing it. This fish was caught by my husband after a hard morning at the river. It sells for 6 per pound in town. Since we are from the same village, I shall not take advantage of you. This one weighs nearly 6 pounds. How about I give you a discount and sell it for 31? They had caught large grass carp, and Gu Jinsheng had specifically chosen the bigger ones. Indeed, each fish in the bucket was roughly 5 or 6 pounds. 31. Are you trying to rob me? The woman's face darkened instantly, her earlier joviality vanishing. My husband worked hard for that fish all morning. It would be quite generous of you to charge me a few and less. Indeed, Zhang Pe, this fish is substantial. Several pounds worth could provide ample meals. You wouldn't want to take advantage of someone's hard work, would you? The Gu family members had yet to depart, and, upon witnessing the scene, they furrowed their brows and exchanged a few words. Provoked by their remarks, Zhang Posi's face darkened, and she abruptly turned on her heel and left. The others, seeing this, followed suit. Before long, all the Wang family members had vacated the premises, including Li Zhaodi, who left with a lingering gaze. Upon noticing the Wang family's exit from the Gu household, the village chief and his companions also prepared to take their leave. Just before departing, the village chief made sure to address Luo Ge. Ah, we understand, he said. Village chief, please wait a moment. I have yet to share something with everyone. Luo Ge quickly interjected and urged them to stay. What is it? Hearing Luo Ge's words, the crowd paused, somewhat puzzled. As you all have observed, these items in the yard are for the Fushin shop, which has requested my assistance in preparing dried fruit. They are wild sour plums from the mountains. If anyone has some spare time, you are welcome to gather some, as we shall buy them at 4 per pound. With a smile, Luo Ge continued. This batch of plums sent by the shopkeeper Li weighs around 2,000 pounds, which should yield approximately 200 pounds of dried fruit. She was well aware that, for a business as widespread as Fushin, this quantity would scarcely suffice. The shopkeeper Li and his associates were also in the fruit procurement business, and they could manage the costs of collection. She had observed how the Gu family had assisted them on several occasions. Given that the plums still had some time before they were out of season, it would be beneficial for everyone to earn a little extra. The town, being of considerable size, had many mountains where plums could be harvested, not just the one behind. She recalled that on the road returning from the town, there were also mountains abundant with plums. Upon hearing this, the attendees expressed their delight. Erlang's wife, are you speaking the truth? You truly will buy them? They knew that the mountains were filled with plums that went unclaimed, and typically, when they harvested them for sale in town, they could not find buyers. If we can gather 50 or 60 pounds and sell them at 4 won per pound to the Gu family, that would surely yield an additional couple of 100 won. Indeed, it is true. However, I must clarify that we only accept plums of good quality. We do not take the bad or rotten ones, Luo Ge replied candidly. This is certainly the case. We are not the type to engage in unsavory dealings. The crowd beamed with joy, eager to venture out and collect the fruit, responding with laughter and enthusiasm, as they were all earnest individuals. Even the village chief exhibited a look of pleasant surprise. Then why did you not mention this earlier? Someone suddenly inquired, having regained their composure. Luo Ge smiled sheepishly. To be frank, Annie, the remarks made at my doorstep were rather unpalatable, which dampened my desire to speak. Furthermore, one must prioritize their own family, right? However, it would be remiss not to inform fellow villagers, so I shall convey this to them in a couple of days. The village chief and his companions had arrived relatively late and had not heard the earlier conversation, but 2 of the early arriving ants recounted it to them. After listening to their account, the crowd quickly came to understand Luo Ge's perspective. Luo Ge's words, emphasizing the importance of family, resonated deeply with everyone, leading them to increasingly regard Erlang's wife as a commendable individual. Rest assured, we shall keep our silence these next few days. Should anyone dare to speak out of turn, they shall find themselves excluded from future good fortune. Understanding the implication of Luo Ge's cautionary tone, the villagers agreed to postpone any discussions with the Wang family, knowing that those who sought to benefit would inevitably refrain from foolish actions. We understand, they echoed in unison, acknowledging the village chief's warning. With tasks awaiting them in the fields and thoughts of plucking plums in their minds, Luo Ge concluded her arrangements with them, and they soon departed. A few ants, feeling somewhat shy, approached her. Erlang's family, might we purchase some of your fish by the pound? In these times, households seldom indulged in meat, and the prospect of such a large, succulent fish was indeed tempting. However, acquiring an entire fish felt a bit extravagant. Thus, they contemplated purchasing a smaller quantity. 1 or 2 pounds would suffice for a couple of meals. Yet, recalling the earlier incident involving Zhang Posey, they felt a twinge of embarrassment. Initially, they presumed Luo Ge would decline their request, but to their surprise, she glanced at Gu Jincheng and nodded decisively. Of course, we shall prepare to slaughter one now. Uncles and aunts, please come in and let us know how much you desire, though do note, our stock is limited. I just returned from the fields and haven't brought any silver with me. Allow me to fetch some, one ant hurriedly replied. Very well, Luo Ge responded with a smile, observing the cheerful scene in the courtyard. These 2 children are truly wonderful, remarked Aunt Luo. The village chief nodded, casting his gaze toward the mountains. These children are resourceful and promising. My old friend can rest easy below. Aunt Luo turned to the village chief, saying, you may return to the fields. I shall go gather some silver. Indeed, I will call that lad. Let's have fish stew today. As they rushed home to fetch their baskets, urgency gripped them. All right, let's set aside some fish for ourselves and for those we plan to gift. The shrimp are reserved for our own use as well. Gu Jincheng worked swiftly, efficiently cleaning the fish. He set aside the heads and tails, offering them for sale at a trifling price, as the fish heads were excellent for making soup. The flesh, priced at 6 won per pound, yielded substantial portions, and the villagers felt their purchases were worthwhile. Moreover, Gu Jincheng often sliced a bit extra, enhancing the overall satisfaction of the customers, deepening their fondness for this young couple. Observing the 2 children assisting nearby, the previous resistance melted away and compliments were exchanged, leaving the little ones with rosy cheeks. Originally, they had reserved 2 fish for Sister Wang and the village chief's family. However, unexpectedly, Aunt Luo and Sister Wang also joined the ranks of eager buyers. When Luo Ge pulled them aside, indicating she had set aside 2 fish for them, they stubbornly refused to accept. In such a situation, Luo Ge found herself at an impasse. In the end, the 2 of them purchased 3 pounds of fish to take home. Li Qiao, having heard from somewhere about Gu Jincheng catching fish, also came by to express his desire to buy one, claiming it was for his wife, who was pregnant, to nourish her health. Initially, he intended to catch fish from the river himself, but upon finding a ready supply, he opted out of the effort. as he needed to stay home to care for his wife without any elders around. Bringing it home was a gesture of goodwill, considering it was a joyous occasion that his sister-in-law was expecting. Gu Jincheng said nothing and directly handed him a fish. After some polite refusals and seeing that Gu Jincheng was insistent on not accepting money, Li Qiao acquiesced. "All right, I shall bring you 2 wild chickens another day," he mentioned before departing. There were a total of 9 fish. 2 were kept for themselves, 1 for Li Qiao, leaving 6 for sale. They sold quickly, just a pound or 2 per family, and soon they were all gone. Those who came late could only lament their misfortune. Once everyone had left, Luo Ge let out a breath, her face slightly pale, and hurried to the kitchen to fetch a cup of warm water. Stepping outside, she was met with the lingering fishy odor from the uncleaned yard, and despite her efforts to hold it in, she ended up gagging in the corner of the yard. Gu Jincheng, startled by her reaction, quickly came over to gently pat her back in comfort. The 2 little ones were also taken aback and rushed to bring her some water. "You should rest inside for a moment. I'll clean this up right away." It was evident that she was sensitive to the smell of fish. Add a bit of this to help with the odor. Feeling quite nauseous, Luo Ge didn't hesitate and handed him a small bottle of orange-scented cleaner. Adding it to the water would surely help. "All right." Luo Ge, her face still pale, returned to the room, taking a while to recuperate. Reflecting on her recent symptoms, she seemed to slowly grasp something and stared blankly at her belly. Could it be a sudden realization? It had been precisely 1 month and 5 days since their wedding day. If she were indeed expecting, the symptoms would likely have begun around their wedding or shortly thereafter. Was this too much good fortune? To be honest, she wasn't quite prepared for this. Gazing at her belly, she appeared somewhat bewildered. Tentatively, she reached out to touch her abdomen. It felt slightly different, soft and plush. "Wife, I've cleaned up. You should rest a bit until the smell dissipates before coming out. I'll step out for a moment." Just as she was pondering this, Gu Jincheng's voice rang out. "Okay," she replied. Soon after, the sound of the yard gate opening echoed, and the 2 little ones seemed to follow him out, leaving the outside quiet. Luo Ge reclined on the bed, contemplating life. However, it wasn't long before Gu Jincheng returned, and it seemed he had brought someone back with him. Just as Luo Ge opened the door, Gu Jincheng ushered a doctor inside. "Wife, I brought a doctor to check on you," he said. He sensed that his wife had been quite sensitive lately, and he felt it necessary to have a doctor examine her for reassurance. Initially, he had intended to go to the town for a doctor, but fortuitously, the doctor from Tangshan Hall happened to be visiting Li Qiao's home to attend to his sister-in-law. As he was about to leave the village, he happened to encounter them, so he directly took them back. Glancing at Gu Jincheng and then at the elder Dr. Luo Ge, he smiled and nodded, saying, "All right, I will trouble you, old sir." "No trouble at all. It is my duty," Dr. Luo replied with a smile, waving his hand. He then entered the main room to examine Luo Ge's pulse. After a considerable amount of time had passed without any conclusion, Gu Jincheng stood beside Luo Ge. Worry etched on his face as he looked at her. "Do not worry. I am fine," Luo Ge reassured him with a comforting smile. Before he could say much more, Dr. Luo had already withdrawn his hand, and the couple's attention was instantly diverted. "So, is there anything wrong with my wife?" Gu Jincheng asked, his brows furrowed tightly, his concern palpable. Luo Ge also felt a twinge of nervousness as she looked at Dr. Luo, awaiting the verdict. Observing the couple's anxious reactions, Dr. Luo chuckled. "Young Master Gu need not worry. Your wife is in good health." Upon hearing this, Gu Jincheng exhaled a sigh of relief, yet unease still lingered in his heart. But why has she been so sensitive to strong odors lately? Is there any remedy to alleviate this? Seeing her discomfort was troubling him greatly. He felt a deep sense of distress, especially since the water he had given her seemed to have little effect. "That is entirely normal, doctor," Luo remarked as he noticed Gu Jincheng's growing concern. His brows knitted tightly. How could it be normal when she was in such distress? "I have examined her pulse. Your wife is approximately 1 month pregnant. The early signs of pregnancy are still somewhat weak, but that is normal and poses no serious issue. However, your wife's constitution differs from the average person, which is why her reactions to pregnancy are more pronounced. An aversion to strong flavors, as well as a preference for sour and spicy foods, are all typical responses. Young Master Gu need not be overly anxious. Each word from Dr. Luo weighed heavily upon Gu Jincheng's heart, leaving him momentarily stunned. What? Did you just say what I think you said? Is it true that my wife is pregnant? Once he regained his composure, excitement surged within him, and he hurriedly sought confirmation from the doctor. Indeed, it is true. Currently, she is in the early stages of pregnancy and must take extra care. In the future, she should avoid cold or raw foods and instead consume warm soups to nourish her body, though moderation is key. I will prepare a prescription to help ease some of her pregnancy symptoms. She may indulge in sour foods as well, Dr. Luo replied with a smile, not forgetting to offer words of advice as he prepared to leave. Understood. Thank you, doctor, they both responded, with Luo Ge chuckling as she observed Gu Jincheng still gazing in astonishment at her abdomen. Dr. Luo nodded, wrote out the prescription, and offered a few final words before preparing to depart. Today is a moment of joy. Please do not refuse this small token of appreciation. While seeing Dr. Luo out of the courtyard, Luo Ge presented the small pouch she had prepared, smiling as she explained, "It is customary to offer congratulations. The amount is determined by one's own sentiment." Seeing her insistence, Dr. Luo accepted graciously. "I usually reside at Tongshan Hall. Should you need anything, you may find me there." "All right, take care, Dr. Luo." They bid farewell. After Dr. Luo's figure had completely vanished, Gu Jincheng could no longer contain his excitement and lifted Luo Ge into his arms, exclaiming joyfully, "My dear wife, we are going to have a child." Surprised by his sudden embrace, Luo Ge let out a soft gasp. Once she confirmed his grip was steady, she playfully swatted him, admonishing, "The baby isn't even secure yet. Don't be foolish." Realizing his excitement, Gu Jincheng gently set her down but held her tightly, resting his chin on the top of her head, a radiant smile illuminating his face. In his embrace, Luo Ge could hear the strong, rhythmic thumping of his heart, pulsing with elation. "My wife, I'm overwhelmed with joy," he declared, genuinely astonished that they would soon welcome a child of their own. The prospect of having a baby with Luo Ge filled him with profound happiness. "Yes, I can tell. It's hard to conceal such excitement," she replied, equally delighted, though slightly taken aback. The notion of having a child with the one she loves was undeniably joyous. But can we perhaps take a moment to compose ourselves before we embrace again? Turning to see the innocent gazes of the two little ones at the doorway, Luo Ge felt her cheeks heat up. Upon hearing her words, Gu Jincheng paused, sensing something, and glanced toward the entrance. Noticing him look over, the two little ones instinctively covered their eyes with their tiny hands. Big brother saw nothing. "Oh dear," little brother saw nothing either. They chirped in unison, turning around and tiptoeing back toward their room, quickly disappearing from sight. Gu Jincheng's explanation lodged in his throat, stifled by the adorableness of the moment. Luo Ge couldn't help but chuckle at their antics. Gu Jincheng responded by playfully tapping her nose. "Shall we return and rest? I could prepare lunch." "No, let me handle it. I can manage a meal," he insisted, acknowledging his culinary skills were still a work in progress. "Then I shall assist you. Are we still making the fish? If it's too troublesome, we can skip it," she suggested, noting her sensitive reaction during pregnancy, and he was reluctant to expose her to the fishy odor. "Absolutely. I'm fine now, and I've been craving sauerkraut fish for ages. Since yesterday, I've been looking forward to it, and after spending the day securing the ingredients, I can't bear to give up on it now." "All right. I will follow your instructions to slice the fish and remove the fishy taste." "Good." Luo Ge entered the kitchen to prepare the ingredients for the sauerkraut and Sichuan pepper, while Gu Jincheng took care of slicing and marinating the fish outside. "I've washed the shrimp well. Let me handle that. Yesterday, we agreed to let my wife sample my cooking," he said. "Sound great." Remembering the children's excited chatter from the previous day, Luo Ge accepted without hesitation. She watched as Gu Jincheng skillfully boiled the shrimp, while she quietly prepared a simple dipping sauce with chopped chili and soy sauce. After finishing the shrimp, she stir-fried some greens and began to work on the sauerkraut fish. The fish had been marinated with salt, egg white, starch, and pepper, resting aside to enhance its tenderness. Heat the pot and add oil, then place the previously reserved fish bones into the pan, frying them until both sides turn a golden brown before removing them for later use. Next, utilizing the remaining oil in the pan, saute minced garlic along with thoroughly washed pickled vegetables until they are heated and cooked through. Subsequently, return the fried fish bones to the pot, seasoning with a pinch of salt and pepper, and add water to bring it to a boil. Once the broth transforms into a milky white hue, indicating its richness, set aside the vegetables in a bowl. Allow the broth to continue boiling, then introduce the fish slices, stirring gently for 2 minutes to ensure even cooking. After 2 minutes, once the fish is thoroughly cooked, transfer it to a serving bowl. Finally, heat oil with Sichuan peppercorns and dried chili peppers until fragrant, then drizzle over the fish slices, garnishing with chopped scallions and cilantro, thereby completing the dish of pickled fish. Unbeknownst to the moment, the large and 2 small figures lingering beside her silently swallowed their saliva. "What are you dawdling for? Serve it in the dining room," remarked Luo Ge with a smile as she observed the group. "This fish is quite substantial. Let us save the other one for dinner tonight." "Very well," agreed them, as the dishes prepared were undoubtedly sufficient. Gu Jinsheng and the 2 little ones had no objections. The dried chili and Sichuan peppercorns were not overly spicy, merely imparting a slight tingling sensation, making it palatable even for the little ones. Indeed, children grow remarkably quickly. It hardly feels like any time has passed since they last seemed shorter. Annie, the eldest, can handle spicy food. The second can too. When Gu Jinsheng prepared boiled shrimp, Luo Ge initially intended to offer them a dipping sauce without chili, yet was surprised when the little ones expressed their eagerness to try the spicy version. "All right then, let us give it a go, but do let me know if it's too much." Observing their eager expressions, Luo Ge felt compelled to comply. She believed the addition of chili would significantly enhance the flavor, primarily because she herself relished spiciness. Although she added a hint of spice, she was cautious, knowing that children's digestive systems are not as resilient as adults. Delicious. Upon receiving the dipping sauce, the 2 little ones eagerly peeled their shrimp, their eyes lighting up with delight. "So tasty." The second child, with a beaming smile reminiscent of Luo Ge, expressed their joy. The eldest, demonstrating his fondness through action, initiated a playful competition for shrimp. Unbeknownst to them, Gu Jinsheng had already prepared a bowl of peeled shrimp for Luo Ge, placing it before her. "You should try some too." His smile widened as he noticed the anticipation in her eyes. Though it was a simple boiled dish, the satisfaction derived from preparing it himself and being appreciated by others was immensely fulfilling. If his wife enjoyed it too, it would bring him even greater contentment. "All right," Louis replied, graciously accepting. After tasting it, she readily offered her praise. "Indeed, the shrimp you made is absolutely delightful." The freshly caught river shrimp was incredibly fresh, cooked to perfection, neither tough nor overdone, sweet and delectable, especially when paired with the dipping sauce. Hearing Luo Ge's words, Gu Jinsheng's smile broadened, becoming radiant. "Then eat plenty. I'll peel more for you. Don't forget to eat some fish. This pickled fish is truly delicious." As Luo Ge spoke, she placed some fish meat onto his plate, also serving the 2 little ones with deboned pieces. "Let us all have a taste." Noticing Gu Jinsheng start to eat, the 2 little ones followed suit. In the next moment, 2 pairs of eyes sparkled with delight, the tangy and spicy flavors tantalizing the palate, accompanied by tender morsels of meat that were simply delectable. It was the kind of experience that left one yearning for more, with no hint of weariness. Without further ado, action spoke louder than words. "Eat slowly, be cautious of the bones," Luo Ge reminded them with a smile as she watched. "All right, dear aunt, eat well to nourish yourself and plump up the little ones," they said, understandingly, as they began to peel shrimp for her upon noticing her bowl nearing completion. They had grasped the doctor's words. Their aunt was not unwell, and she was expecting a baby. Soon, they would have little siblings. They wished for her to indulge in delicious food to restore her strength, while also hoping that the future siblings would not bully her, for her fragile health would make it quite uncomfortable. Once they are well fed, they must behave, they insisted. Luo Ge couldn't help but chuckle, her heart warmed by their thoughtfulness. "Thank you, my dear treasures." She pondered how to convey this to the 2 little ones, surprised by their maturity. Truly, they were 2 exceptionally precious little beings. Gu Jinsheng, observing their interaction, could not help but smile. After finishing their meal, they took a brief respite before commencing the peeling of plums. Before long, the shopkeeper sent over peaches as well. Noticing the limited quantity of peaches, which were easier to handle than plums, Luo Ge decided to start with them. The method of preparing dried peaches was simpler than that for plums, requiring fresh, crisp peaches for optimal taste. She washed the peaches thoroughly, leaving the skin intact, and cut them into chunks. After marinating them with sugar for 2 hours, she added lemon juice and placed them in a pot to cook, covering it to bring it to a boil before letting it simmer for about half an hour, after which they could be laid out to dry. No need for re-steaming. A few days of sun-drying would suffice. Fortunately, being a food blogger, she had lemons on hand, and there were a few lemon trees in her orchard. She contemplated relocating one to cultivate or perhaps growing some seedlings, as she felt they would come in handy in the future. "Wife, you should rest. I can handle the rest," Gu Jinshun insisted, having learned that his wife was expecting. As soon as she finished preparing the peaches, he swiftly added that he could manage the plums himself or even enlist help if necessary. The peeling was the only tedious part. The remaining steps were quite straightforward. "It's fine. I can manage. It's only been a month, and it won't hinder me," Luo Ge replied, feeling somewhat helpless at his insistence. She was not at a point where she could not work, especially since the task was not arduous, and she had a handy peeler that made the job considerably easier than before. In truth, dried plums could also be prepared with the skin on, but given that these were wild plums, they were quite tart and astringent. Leaving the skin on would compromise the taste, rendering it rather dry and unpalatable. Given that flavor was paramount, some inconvenience was unavoidable. "Dear wife, please listen to me." However, Gu Jinshun was adamant this time, feeling she had already exerted herself enough for the day and should not be burdened further. Given her restless nature, it was inevitable that she would grow weary. Observing his unwavering determination, Luo Ge reluctantly conceded, yet as she sat beside him watching him toil with the 2 little ones, she felt a pang of guilt. Fearing the 2 youngsters might mishandle the knife, she permitted them only to assist in salting the plums to remove their sourness. Thus most of the task fell upon Gu Jinsheng. Luo Ge felt compelled to speak, but each time she approached, he gently deterred her. "I shall fetch Sister Wang from next door to lend a hand," she sighed. Realizing that they had already begun harvesting the plums and that the shopkeeper Li would likely deliver more fruit. The process of peeling fruit would undoubtedly take a considerable amount of time, and it was becoming increasingly clear that they would need assistance. "Very well," Gu Jinsheng replied, showing no objections, as he too had been contemplating the same course of action. "Do you think offering 35 won for a day's labor, excluding meals, would suffice?" After a moment's reflection, Luo Ge continued. She understood that this price was relatively generous for the time, particularly given the long-standing relationship between their families. They were acutely aware of the Wang family's challenges when Gu Jinsheng had been away. It was the Wang family who had cared for the ailing elders of the Gu household and the 2 little ones until his return. Although the expenses for their care had been settled, they held onto that kindness in their hearts, wishing to extend their help whenever possible. Moreover, this task required prolonged and repetitive motion, which could be rather exhausting, and it was uncertain how long they could sustain it. The plums were seasonal, and with other matters still undecided, she felt compelled to approach it this way. "Certainly, you may decide," Gu Jinsheng responded, nodding in agreement. "In the future, you shall take charge of household affairs." After a moment's contemplation, he added, The prevailing norm in this era was for men to assume authority, and given that he was a product of this time, his statement took her by surprise. "Very well," she said, yet seeing the smile upon his face. She chose not to elaborate further. In recent days, families had not been as busy as they had been previously. The primary tasks involved weeding and fertilizing the fields. However, once these tasks were completed, the focus would shift back to the crops. Although there was no immediate urgency, the work was unceasing. At present, there were few jobs available in town, and Brother Wang, having some leisure time, had ventured to the mountains upon hearing of Luo Ge's plum harvest. Aunt Zhang accompanied him, and when Luo Ge arrived, Sister Wang was just preparing to leave. "Sister," she called out, "what brings you here? Is there something you need?" After some thought, Luo Ge candidly shared her intentions with Sister Wang. "You may take your time to consider it. Just let me know once you've made up your mind." Noticing that Sister Wang was about to step out, Luo Ge prepared to take her leave. Oh, this is wonderful news. What is there to contemplate? However, the pay is rather excessive. I cannot accept it, Sister Wang replied. It was well known that her husband earned merely 20 won per day working in town. And here she was being offered 35 won for merely peeling fruit, which seemed exorbitant to her. This endeavor does not include meals. And despite the seemingly simple task of peeling fruit, it is indeed quite laborious. Moreover, the season for plums is fleeting, and one can only expect to engage in this work for a short while. Upon hearing Wang's sister-in-law express her thoughts, Luo Ge provided a candid explanation. However, we cannot rely on such goodwill. What connection do our families share? Offering assistance without compensation is already a considerable favor, and your willingness to seek my help is a significant advantage in itself. How could I possibly demand a full day's wage? Settling on half would suffice. You are well aware of the kind of person I am, dear sister-in-law. Wang's sister-in-law understood Luo Ge's intentions clearly and felt grateful. Recognizing that Luo Ge wished to support their family, yet felt somewhat uneasy about accepting too much given the considerable kindness the Gu family had extended to them. The agreed amount of 35 won, halved, would amount to roughly 17 or 18 won, which is even lower than the usual rate for hired help, leaving Luo Ge feeling somewhat guilty. After all, the offered price included meals, which she could not provide. Following a round of mutual insistence, they ultimately settled on a daily wage of 25 won. Once Luo Ge and Wang's sister-in-law reached an agreement, the latter prepared her belongings to assist, bringing along Taidan as well. Is your sister-in-law not going to the mountain? I am not. My husband is already gone, and my mother accompanied him. Many villagers have set out as well. The area on the mountain is limited, and I would likely gather very few at this hour. It seems your family will be quite busy today, so I shall help out first. Most villagers had indeed gone to the mountain, and Wang's sister-in-law planned to wait until her husband returned to send him to her mother's village to see if there were any plums left. Plums thrive well in the mountains, and Wang's family, being honest and considerate, discreetly refrained from discussing their advantage over Luo Ge with the Wang family in the village. This morning, when people came to the Gu family, it was Wang's sister-in-law who quietly went to summon the village head. Concerned that Luo Ge and her family might be overwhelmed by the influx, she hurriedly sought help, which is why she later returned mingling with the Gu family members. Upon hearing this, Luo Ge chose not to elaborate further. If our family has some free time in the future, dear sister-in-law, would you like to invite Aunt Zhang to assist as well? I can offer you both the same daily wage. Upon returning, she noticed that some plums had already been delivered, and she remarked, "Isn't it feasible? I will inform my mother when I return." Ah, Erlang's wife, you have returned. We have brought some plums for you. Could you help us weigh them? I believe Erlang is quite occupied at the moment. The aunts waiting at home, upon seeing Luo Ge, spoke eagerly, their faces alight with anticipation. Certainly, I will fetch the scales. Seeing their enthusiasm, Luo Ge responded with a smile, organizing Wang's sister-in-law before retrieving the necessary items to weigh the fruit. She also brought out paper and pen to keep a record, mindful that the gathering of many people could lead to confusion, and it was far more convenient to maintain an account. Their family possessed scales, so there was no need to borrow any. Observing that the Gu family's courtyard was bustling, the aunts refrained from causing any disruption, taking their turns patiently as Luo Ge weighed their plums. "Aunt, this is 20 Jean. I owe you 81. Please take care of it." After Luo Ge accurately weighed the first batch of fruit from the aunt, she promptly settled the payment in silver. "Ah, splendid. The count is correct," the aunt exclaimed, her joy at earning money evident and uncontainable. To her surprise, it turned out that Gu Erlang's wife had indeed spoken the truth. They had truly profited from these mountain plums. "Oh, Erlang's wife, you can read as well?" Several aunts expressed astonishment upon witnessing Luo Ge's bookkeeping. With a smile, Luo Ge nodded, "I learned a bit in the past." Although she modestly downplayed her skills, the aunts were still taken aback by her neat and graceful handwriting. "Your writing is exquisite. Not only do you possess a talent for making money, but you also cook splendidly and are quite lovely," they exclaimed. "Oh dear, I feel Erlang is quite fortunate. I should have sent my son to the town to have a look when I had the chance. As they praised her, they jokingly remarked, "Now, Flower Ant, you mustn't speak carelessly. Just look at how nervous Gu Erlang appears." Sister Wang chimed in with a laugh. Observing Gu Jinshin's anxious gaze fixed on Luo Ge, the group turned to see Gu Jinshin awkwardly averting his eyes, which prompted laughter among them. Ha ha! Who would have thought that the usually stoic Erlang would be so fond of his wife? He becomes flustered at just a few playful jests. If I had such a daughter-in-law, I would cherish her immensely. It's quite rare to see him like this. It's my first time witnessing such a sight. The ants present were all from the Gu family, elders to the young couple, yet they had often been intimidated by Gu Jinshin's naturally cold demeanor. Thus, when the opportunity to tease him arose, they eagerly seized it. They continued until Gu Jinshin's wheat-colored handsome face turned slightly red from their teasing, at which point the ants finally quieted down, though their smiles widened, for his blush was an even rarer sight than his usual expression. "You all carry on. I must take my leave. My husband is still on the mountain searching for fruit, and I need to assist him to ensure he doesn't fall behind others," she stated after their laughter subsided. When they had gone to the back mountain, they had only found one tree still bearing fruit. Fortunately, they had arrived early enough to gather some before hastily coming to trade. They planned to head to the other hills across the river later. In this small village surrounded by mountains, plums could generally be found in abundance during this season. However, the amount they could gather would depend on their speed. They dared not venture into the deeper mountains due to safety concerns. "Very well, Aunt, take care," Luo Ge responded with a smile and continued weighing the fruit. She processed several batches, one weighing over 10 pounds and another exceeding 20, as more people arrived one after another, while Gu Jinshin and his companions busily peeled the fruit. She collected the harvest, which was not tiring in the least. Eventually, even Aunt Luo and Brother Wang made an appearance, bringing with them an impressive 70 pounds of fruit, the largest haul of the day thus far. "I must hurry to my mother-in-law's village to take a look." Seeing that Brother Wang and Aunt Luo have gathered so much, the other ants also chimed in. Everyone picked fruit from the mountains and brought it directly to Luo Ge and the others, and on their way back, they managed to keep everything quite inconspicuous. However, it was indeed a significant event for the village, and it was impossible to keep it completely under wraps. When whispers began to circulate in the village, there was concern that it might incite disputes between the two clans residing there. Thus, Luo Ge and the others decided to openly discuss the matter with the entire village the following morning. The Gu family, having learned of this a day in advance, gained a considerable advantage and chose to remain silent, fully aware that Luo Ge and his companions were being considerate of the village dynamics. That morning, Manager Lee delivered a batch of 500 pounds of fresh fruit to Luo Ge, while also checking on the progress of the dried peach. The peach slices were already being prepared and would need a couple more days of drying. He could come to collect them then. Manager Lee inquired about the expected yield of dried plums. The demand for dried plums was exceptionally high. Most of what he had taken back the previous day had already been sent to his employer, and the remaining few were snatched up as soon as they hit the shelves. The customers in town were urging him quite insistently. With Sister Wang's assistance, over 1,000 pounds of fruit had already been dried yesterday. Today, Aunt Zhang was also expected to arrive, and Luo Ge had informed Sister Xionyang, who was likely to come in the afternoon. With such help, the work was progressing swiftly. Fortunately, their yard was spacious enough to accommodate the drying process. Sister Wang mentioned that if they ran out of space, they could use her yard as well, with Uncle Wang keeping an eye on things. To be on the safe side, Luo Ge did not decline the offer. "I should be able to provide you with over 100 pounds by the day after tomorrow, and we should have some ready each day thereafter," Luo Ge remarked thoughtfully. Manager Lee understood that the process of making dried fruit required time and nodded in agreement. More plums would be arriving in due course, and if Sister Gu found herself overwhelmed, she could certainly enlist the help of a few more individuals. The wages would be covered on their end. Observing the bustling activity of Sister Wang and her daughter-in-law in the yard, Manager Lee noted the urgency of the situation, especially since his employer was pressing him for results. To be candid, during this period, his employer had also attempted to produce dried plums, but none had managed to achieve the same delightful flavor. After several unsuccessful attempts, they had given up and could only wait for Mrs. Gu's output. Given the current circumstances, he felt confident that the proposal made by Miss Gu last time should come to fruition. The main focus now was to see how the dried peaches turned out. If they met expectations, they would likely become long-term partners in business. I understand. I can manage the wages, so there is no need for concern, Brother Lee. Luo Ge responded with a smile, cleverly adjusting her address. The news of their family's plum collection had spread far and wide, and with Manager Lee's deliveries, the influx of fruit was only expected to increase. She was also contemplating which families might be suitable for additional assistance. Hearing Luo Ge's words, Manager Lee nodded with a smile. I have matters to attend to at my shop, so I shall not linger. Brother Gu, I shall take my leave. After bidding farewell to Gu Jinsheng, I departed. In Chapter 53, Erlang has become quite considerate, showing affection for his wife. Shortly after the departure of Manager Lee, villagers began to arrive in succession. The Wang family had only just learned the news, and since the harvest was not immediate, those who arrived were primarily of the Gu surname. There were also a few unfamiliar faces, likely relatives of the ants. Good morning, Erlang's wife. This is my younger brother from my maternal home. I spoke to him about the plums yesterday, and today I brought him along to deliver the fruits and familiarize him with the route. Just as I was thinking about that Aunt Hua from yesterday, she approached with a man who appeared to be a generation older than us. Uncle, I greeted him, and he acknowledged me with a nod. Thank you, Aunt Hua, for promoting our family's produce. Allow me to weigh your fruits, I said as I prepared to weigh them. If you have more to bring later, we will gladly accept them as long as the quality is good. Ah, thank you. The uncle, unlike Aunt Hua, was not as talkative. He responded cheerfully, yet quietly, following my words with a soft acknowledgement. My brother is rather shy and not very talkative. Erlang's wife, please do not mind him, Aunt Hua remarked with a smile. It is of no consequence. As long as one works diligently, that is sufficient. Look at how neatly he has arranged the fruits, quite pleasing to the eye, I replied, unfazed, while I calculated the amounts. This is 80 gene, totaling 321. Here you go. Aunt Hua, your 60 gene amounts to 241. This morning, I had exchanged a considerable quantity of copper coins from Manager Lee, which was ample for purchasing the plums. Thank you, thank you. The uncle was overjoyed to receive the silver immediately, visibly excited by the coins in his hand. You're welcome, I smiled in return. Aunt Hua was also pleased. You carry on with your work. We shall not impose any longer. Seeing that many others were arriving, they did not linger, offering their farewells as they departed. With Aunt Hua leading the way, the uncle felt at ease, and other aunts who had brought their relatives followed suit, bringing their kin to have their fruits weighed and settled accounts. As everyone was from the same village and related in some way, they were all honest folk. From yesterday until now, I had not encountered anyone attempting to pass off spoiled fruit, which genuinely delighted me. This fact reaffirmed that they had not misjudged the character of these villagers, did not? My smile broadened as I pondered this, and, just then, Gu Jinsheng returned from washing 2 baskets of fresh plums by the river, noticing my cheerful demeanor. Are you so happy? Are you not weary? Look at the sweat beading on your forehead, he remarked, a hint of concern in his eyes. Though the ants assisted in lifting the scales during the weighing process, it still required effort. I shook my head in response, but before I could finish my sentence, he insisted on guiding me to a nearby bench. Rest for a moment. I will handle the collection. With that, he took the bag of copper coins from my arms and also seized the small ledger. Erlang's wife, come here. I will weigh for you, he called out to the approaching villagers, immediately welcoming them over. The speed of weighing, calculating, recording, and settling accounts is no slower than that of Luo Ge, and in fact, it may even surpass it considerably. In just a few swift motions, the tasks are completed, leaving ample time for fruit peeling. Upon seeing the visitors, they eagerly approached, not allowing Luo Ge the slightest chance to lend a hand. My dear husband, my dear wife, if you truly cannot sit still, why not join the little ones in sorting the dried fruits? Upon hearing this, Gu Jinsheng turned to see Luo Ge's eager expression, and his heart quivered slightly. He admitted he was quite unable to resist the seemingly coaxing gaze of his beloved wife, and after a moment of contemplation, he spoke. Luo Ge glanced at the little ones, who, having finished their tasks, looked on in a state of confusion and boredom. The trivial work they had was clearly insufficient for them all, and their tedium resembled that of a break. Observing Luo Ge de me honor. Sister Wang exchanged a knowing smile with Aunt Zhang. Lang has become considerate. He cares for his wife, one of the other aunts remarked with a laugh. They did not perceive Luo Ge as shirking her responsibilities. They had all witnessed her diligent efforts. Oh, Luo Ge, just heed your Lang. If he is busy, let him be. When someone cares for you, do not overexert yourself, Sister Wang chimed in with a smile. Although neither Luo Ge nor Gu Jinshun had mentioned it, most of the aunts and sisters were experienced women. Noticing Luo Ge's occasional attention to her belly and the small gestures of touching it, they understood without further explanation. In their village, even the most trivial matters rarely escaped notice. They were aware that a doctor had visited the Gu family. Understanding that the young couple had only recently married, they recognized that it was still early days and therefore refrained from probing further. However, observing the situation, Sister Wang felt compelled to remind them that the first 3 months required the utmost care. Your sister is right, Luo Ge acknowledged, realizing what Sister Wang was implying, and obediently acquiesced. Thereafter, she settled down to rest, though she occasionally wandered about with Gu Jinshun. Watching Gu Jinshun's careful attention to his wife brought joy to the aunts, who laughed heartily. As Luo Ge had anticipated, Aunt Luo and Sister Xiaonyang arrived in the afternoon, bringing with them 2 large baskets filled with over 130 pounds of fresh plums. I must return now. Sister Xiaonyang will stay here to assist you. Aunt Luo was aware of Luo Ge's request for Sister Xiaonyang's help, and after selling the plums, she made her announcement. Excellent. With one more person to help, our yield today should increase significantly. However, the available drying space in the courtyard was nearly exhausted, and it seemed they would need to utilize Sister Wang's area. Aunt Zhang, once we extract the plum flesh, may we borrow your courtyard to dry it? The Gu family's kitchen was spacious, and the processes of pickling the plums and adding sugar were conducted there, while Sister Wang and the others peeled the fruit in the courtyard. They were aware of Luo Ge's undertakings, yet chose not to pry, concentrating solely on their task. Although Sister Wang had previously stated it was acceptable, it was still prudent to inquire, what could possibly go wrong? I shall join you shortly in fetching it. Aunt Zhang readily agreed upon hearing this. Just as the fruit flesh was prepared, Brother Wang returned with his harvest, and together with Gu Jinsheng, they set up several racks in the Wang family's courtyard to sun-dry the fruit. It was unclear where they had sourced such an abundance, just moments ago. Aunt Luo and her group had managed over 100 jin. Now, Brother Wang astonishingly brought back nearly 200 jin, after weighing and settling the accounts. When the sum of nearly 800 won was in hand, Aunt Zhang and Sister Wang, along with Brother Wang, were visibly exhilarated. Chapter 54. This fruit is not accepted here. Observing the gratitude in Luo Ge and his wife's eyes, the family exchanged meaningful glances, silently cherishing this appreciation. Words alone could not convey their sentiments. Actions would speak volumes. The kindness of the Gu family would not be forgotten. Once the fruit was fully dried, Brother Wang turned to venture out again in search of more. By evening, he returned with over 100 jin, astonishing not only Luo Ge but also others who had come to sell fruit at the Gu household. Most, however, were merely envious of his capabilities, understanding that the mountainous terrain dictated the yields based on one's own skills. Hence they refrained from comment. Moreover, they had all gathered a fair amount themselves, with the least among them carrying back over 30 jin. Yet, envy still lingered. Daju, where on earth did you find so many fruits? If you discovered a good spot, why not share with your aunt? Granny Zhu's eyes fixated on the plums in Brother Wang's basket, her tone laced with jealousy. As she spoke, she attempted to edge closer, reaching toward Brother Wang's basket. Brother Wang, whose full name was Wang Zhu, was the sole descendant of several generations, and many in the village called him Daju. You've gathered so much already. Why not lend your aunt a little today? I'll return it tomorrow, she shamelessly proposed. Luo Ge, following closely behind Gu Jinsheng, was momentarily taken aback by such audacity. Could one truly borrow from what was meant for sale? Fortunately, the villagers were well acquainted with Granny Zhu's temperament, and Brother Wang was not foolish. He deftly evaded her advances, handing the basket over to Gu Jincheng instead. It was gathered from the mountains, and I ventured quite far. It may not be safe for you to accompany me, Aunt. After Gu Jincheng securely took the basket, Brother Wang turned back to Granny Zhu, addressing only the first part of her request and pointedly ignoring the suggestion to lend fruit. Seeing the basket suddenly out of reach, Granny Zhu's expression darkened. Why can't I have some? Are you only thinking of yourself, disregarding us relatives? She remarked, casting a pointed glance at Luo Ge. Dazhu, you must not forget your kin just because the women in your family have made some friends. It was evident to all that Luo Ge shared a close bond with Sister Wang. Now that Luo Ge and the manager Li had begun collaborating, venturing into the plum trade, they were regarded as the more prosperous individuals in the village. Granny Zhu's insinuation suggested that Brother Wang had become so attached to the Gu family that he had forgotten his own kin. When she refrained from mentioning it, all was well, but as soon as the subject arose, Aunt Zhang's countenance darkened. How dare they bring up kin now? When their patriarch was gravely ill and in dire need of funds for treatment, where were these so-called relatives? Had it not been for Gu Erlang's father extending a helping hand, it is likely that their elder would have long since departed this world. Moreover, over the past year, they had not been lacking in support from Gu Erlang. What nonsense sister-in-law spoke. At your age, you have consumed more salt than my family as Juzi has eaten rice. Are you not aware of the mountains surrounding our village? The places to search have likely all been explored, and given our family's predicament, Juzi can only afford to take risks when necessary. His explanation was clearly for the benefit of his sister-in-law. How could you so unjustly malign him? Brother Wang, being younger, may find himself at a disadvantage when clashing with old woman Zhu, but Aunt Zhang is unafraid. Over the years, due to their family's severe poverty, she has endured countless jibes from these women, and her tongue has become quite adept. When old woman Zhu spoke, none present dared to voice an objection, for it was evident that if her words held merit, they would surely seek to benefit from the discovery of the fruit. However, upon hearing Aunt Zhang's words, those harboring such intentions promptly abandoned their schemes, for Aunt Zhang's reasoning was sound. Their family indeed required substantial expenditures for medicinal supplies. Observing Wang Zhu's demeanor, it seemed plausible he had ventured into the deep mountains in search of fruit, especially considering his relentless pursuit of work. They were well aware of this. Their family, on the other hand, was quite ordinary, and it was not worth risking everything for such a trifling sum. Perhaps if the money were to multiply tenfold, they might have been tempted. I have not maligned him. I merely spoke a few words in passing. Gu family, could you weigh this for me? Upon hearing Aunt Zhang's remarks, old woman Zhu recognized her untenable position. She had no desire to take risks in the deep mountains either. She was aware that Aunt Zhang was not to be trifled with, and, seeing no advantage to be gained, swiftly changed the subject. She stood behind Brother Wang, and upon hearing this, Gu Jincheng took the bag from her hands. However, upon opening it, his expression darkened instantly, and he returned it without hesitation. We do not accept this fruit. His voice was cold and decisive, prompting Luo Ge, who stood behind him, to furrow his brows upon glancing at the bag. Gu Jincheng's words not only stunned old woman Zhu, but also left the others present momentarily speechless. Why not? In the next instant, old woman Zhu's voice rose in an uproar, her eyes reflecting indignation. Why not? Surely Aunt Zhu is aware of the answer. Gu Jincheng replied coolly. Having no intention of engaging further, he turned to assist those behind him in weighing the fruit. Yet, old woman Zhu was unyielding, using her age as a shield, standing defiantly in front of Gu Jincheng. What do you mean by that? The fruit is perfectly fine. Why won't you accept it? Is it merely because I spoke a little too much just now? Although there was a fleeting moment of uncertainty in old woman Zhu's heart when Gu Jincheng spoke. Upon glancing down at the fruit in the bag, she saw nothing amiss, and her confidence surged once more. Aunt Zhu, you're the best judge of the quality of this fruit. If you require our assistance to inspect it thoroughly, we would be more than willing to help. Witnessing Aunt Zhu's demeanor nearly brought a smile to Luo Ge's face. She genuinely could not comprehend why this woman was so shameless. She had heard about Uncle Zhu's character, and he had never behaved like this. The fruit in the bag appeared fine at first glance, yet upon closer inspection, a faint scent of rotting fruit could be detected, with some juice visibly staining the bag. It was evident that the good fruit was placed on top to conceal the bad ones beneath. An obvious attempt to deceive and swindle money. In the village, it was common to address these aunts using either a character from their husband's name or their own surname for ease of identification. Aunt Zhu was referred to by her husband's name, Wang Zhu, and everyone called him Uncle Zhu. Upon hearing Luo Ge's words, Aunt Zhang quickly realized why this young couple refused to accept Aunt Zhu's fruit. Turning to Aunt Zhu, who seemed intent on causing further trouble, she unceremoniously dumped the contents of Aunt Zhu's bag onto the ground. First came a handful of good fruit, followed immediately by a heap of discarded, rotten fruit left behind in the mountains. Aunt Zhu, how can you be so unscrupulous? You dare to deceive others with rotten fruit. This is nothing short of dishonesty. Luo Ge was taken aback. She had not expected Aunt Zhang to act so decisively and to perform the very act she had contemplated. She silently applauded her and added, I truly appreciate this. This is not my doing. It was Gu Erling who mixed it in. They simply do not want to accept my fruit and are bullying me. Aunt Zhu, shocked by Aunt Zhang's actions, glanced around in alarm, only to be met with a barrage of disdainful glares. The intensity of those gazes made her feel her face flush with heat, and she stubbornly resolved to deny any wrongdoing, persisting in her obstinate behavior. The crowd was left speechless, pondering that they were not blind. Luo Ge felt as if she had greeted the absurdity of the day far too early. She was utterly flabbergasted. Aunt, your ability to stir trouble is truly enlightening. My husband returned the fruit to you the moment he received it. Who has the time to meddle with your fruit? With so many people present, do you think no one is watching? Everyone has witnessed your actions from the moment you enter the courtyard. My husband barely glanced at the fruit before returning it. Can you truly blame us for this? Moreover, my husband is in the village all day long, and everyone can see him. Where would he find time to gather such rotten fruit? Our families have no grievances or enmity. What purpose would it serve us to harm you? Initially, my husband said nothing out of consideration for our shared village, wishing to spare you some dignity, but your relentless insistence and slander against him leave us no choice but to abandon any pretense of civility. Every word Luo Ge uttered only served to intensify Aunt Zhu's embarrassment. Gu Jinsheng gently tugged at Luo Ge's hand, while he admired her defense of herself. He also feared for her well-being. Do not be upset. I have not been wronged. In a hushed tone, he leaned closer to her ear, causing Luo Ge to shrink slightly from the tingling sensation of his breath against her neck. She cast him a sidelong glance and murmured, Stop it. We're in the midst of an argument. Her soft protest elicited a low chuckle from Gu Jinsheng, and the melodious sound nearly diminished her anger. Meanwhile, the other attendees remained oblivious to the couple's interaction, their focus solely on Granny Zhu. Indeed, Granny Zhu, we witnessed you carrying that fruit from beginning to end. Erlang merely touched it and returned it to you. We all saw it clearly. Aunt Zhang interjected, pointing out Granny Zhu's unfounded accusations. Don't project your own malice onto others just because you can't face the truth. This remark drew a fierce glare from Granny Zhu, but Aunt Zhang stood her ground. Granny Zhu, your actions are rather unbecoming. The Gu family collected the plums to benefit everyone, yet here you are deceiving them and casting aspersions. It's truly unacceptable. Faced with the collective sentiment of the crowd, Granny Zhu found herself unable to maintain her composure. Just as she contemplated fleeing in humiliation, a voice piped up from the throng. Perhaps Granny Zhu merely misidentified the fruit. There's no need to speak so harshly of her. After all, she's an elder, Li Zhaodi, who had quietly blended into the crowd, commented indifferently. The audience fell silent once more. Luo Ge narrowed her eyes, and Gu Jinsheng's expression darkened significantly. Even Aunt Sheng was taken aback by Li Zhaodi's words, swiftly retaliating with a sharp slap. As Granny Zhu's eyes brightened at Li Zhaodi's remark, she was about to respond when Aunt Sheng interrupted, Are you blind? With such large eyes, you can't see that it was clearly intentional. Aunt Sheng was well aware of Li Zhaodi's increasing audacity. She had heard about the incident when Li Zhaodi sided with the Wang family against Gu Jinsheng's family. Today, her nonsensical remarks were baffling, especially given her repeated support for outsiders to bully her own kin. Aunt Sheng could no longer tolerate it. Moreover, they had recently earned a considerable sum at the Gu family's expense, and it was evident that Granny Zhu was in the wrong. Such foolishness from that woman could jeopardize Erlang's family. Setting aside their familial ties, it was intolerable to exploit someone from whom they had just profited. Aunt Sheng understood this principle well. Additionally, they had even purchased meat with the money earned from the Gu family just yesterday. And that foolish woman had certainly enjoyed her fair share. Even if she were an elder, taking advantage of her age to exploit others was disgraceful. With these thoughts in mind, Aunt Sheng delivered another slap. Although it seemed directed at her daughter-in-law, her words were aimed squarely at Granny Zhu. To Granny Zhu, it felt as if the two women were harmonizing in their scorn, intensifying her embarrassment. With a furious glare at Li Zhaodi and Aunt Sheng, she hastily grabbed the fruit and fled from the Gu household. Li Zhaodi clutched her bruised arm, watching Granny Zhu scurry away while glancing at Luo Ge, whose expression was a blend of amusement and mockery. The turmoil within her was profoundly unsettling. Seizing the moment with everyone present, she resolved to make a further statement. In our household, we only accept fresh, high-quality fruits. Should anyone attempt to deceive us with spoiled produce, as seen today, we will refuse to accept it entirely. If this transgression continues, do not blame us for disregarding the bonds of neighborly friendship and turning you away at the door. As a small business, we ask for your understanding. You all are aware of the market value of these fruits, and we assure you that we have not taken advantage of our fellow villagers. We have exerted our utmost effort, and we kindly request sincerity in return. We are all striving to make a living, so let us not complicate matters for one another. I am straightforward by nature and speak plainly. I hope you do not take my words to heart. If you find our standards too stringent, we may as well close our stall. Manager Li will deliver the fruits. Whether we accept them or not makes no difference. Luo Ge, having spoken, cast a fleeting glance at Li Zhaodi before returning to her tasks. Her words were primarily directed at the Wang family, though the actions of her own kin were heartwarming, with the exception of Li Zhaodi. Regardless, she had voiced her thoughts, and it was beyond her control whether others appreciated them. Her assertions were not unfounded. Her intention in collecting fruits was to support her relatives, as the costs remained the same. Whether she collected or not was inconsequential. Should she choose not to, Manager Li could easily procure sufficient supplies for her to produce dried fruits. She truly did not wish to toil unnecessarily, only to be branded as disrespectful to her elders and unsympathetic to her neighbors. What harshness was there? I perceive none. It is only right that we appreciate the efforts of Gu Erlang's family in collecting fruits. Those who attempt to deceive us with rotten produce are simply unscrupulous. If such behavior persists, we shall refuse to accept their offerings altogether. Indeed, it is unwise to engage in ungratefulness. As Luo Ge's words resonated, the gathered members of the Gu clan expressed their support for her stance. The members of the Wang family refrained from voicing their opinions. Yet they understood that Luo Ge's arguments held no flaws. As for the recent commotion caused by Granny Zhu, they felt a profound sense of embarrassment. Being members of the same Wang family, it was disgraceful to behave so shamelessly in front of the Gu clan. One by one, they shrank back, hastily weighing their fruits with Gu Jinshun before departing. However, the incident with Granny Zhu indeed prompted those selling fruits to behave more honestly, dissuading any further attempts at deception. Once the outsiders had departed, a few elder women of higher standing turned their attention to Sheng Bonyang and her daughter-in-law. Daughter-in-law Sheng, you must manage your daughter-in-law well. She cannot continue to stir up trouble daily. Recently, Li Zhaodi has meddled in almost every village issue, and we older folk, who prefer to avoid such matters, find it increasingly difficult to overlook. The Gu family has always been united. We must not allow this troublemaker to disrupt our harmony. Sheng Bonyang, of advanced age, felt a flush of heat upon hearing these words. Xiupa, I understand. I will return home and discipline her appropriately. Having said that, she directly took Li Zhaodi away. From a distance, the angry shouts of Sheng Banyang could still be heard, alongside Li Zhaodi's cries of pain, which persisted throughout the journey. Luo Ge also heard them but chose to disregard it. Individuals like Li Zhaodi, with their insipid manners, were indeed repugnant. To claim indifference would be a blatant falsehood. Although the rivals' tea skills had never truly flourished, the occasional displays were irksome. Yet, with the elders and Sheng Banyang taking matters into their own hands and administering a reprimand, she felt it unnecessary to voice any further objections. She only hoped that the lesson imparted would encourage the other party to behave more modestly in the future. Now that she was expecting, she wished to avoid complications. But if the situation persisted, she would not hesitate to retaliate. Today, Wang Saizi, Zhang Auntie, and Xiaonyang were all assisting, and the pace of peeling fruit had significantly increased. By the end of the day, they had processed over 2,000 jin. She was not one to exploit others. As the sun began to set around 6 o'clock, she allowed them to leave early and closed up the stall, reasoning that it would soon be too dark to continue working. The wages for Wang Saizi and Zhang Auntie were settled daily. Both had worked tirelessly throughout the day and received 25 won each, while Xiaonyang, who had joined in the afternoon, received 13 won, half of the daily rate. "My dear, what would you like to eat today? Shall we go to the vegetable garden to pick some fresh produce?" Luo Ge suggested after everyone had departed and the area was tidied up. "I'm not picky, wifey. Didn't you mention wanting to go to town to buy ingredients for those pastries?" Gu Jinsheng replied, wiping the sweat from his brow as he followed her lead with the two little ones in tow. He had not forgotten her desire. Perhaps it would be better to wait and see who among the ants is going to town tomorrow, and ask them to bring back what we need. Given the current circumstances, it seems we might not be able to leave, so we can visit later when we have the time. Besides, I already have most of the essentials in my space, so we don't need to purchase too much. That sounds good. The family went together to their vegetable garden, and under Luo Ge's guidance, Gu Jinsheng successfully prepared a simple meal. After dining, he took the two little ones outside for a bath before settling them down. Once the children were comfortably arranged, the couple entered the space together. They first arrived in the orchard. In truth, her orchard did not boast a wide variety of fruit trees. The majority were peach, mango, and pear trees, with fewer apple, banana, lemon, grapefruit, grape, and kiwi trees. Primarily, it was the mangoes, peaches, and pears that flourished. She had claimed an entire hillside, with the orchard on one side and a poultry farm on the other. According to the temporal ratio of the space, a month had passed outside since they had activated the space, equating to 4 months within. She observed that many of the fruit trees had begun to blossom and bear small fruit clusters. It was estimated that in about half a month, the fruits would be ripe for harvesting. Observing this, Luo Ge murmured that when she referred to half a month outside, it meant approximately 2 months within the space. The growth rate here was remarkably swift. If only she could cultivate some grains as well. Regrettably, their attempts have proven fruitless, aside from the original seeds in the space. Nothing else can thrive when replanted. There are both advantages and disadvantages to this situation. Hearing Gu Jinsheng's sentiment, Luo Ge chuckled and remarked. In response, Gu Jinsheng nodded in agreement, acknowledging that the current circumstances were indeed quite satisfactory. After their exchange, Luo Ge took his hand and led him towards the farm, estimating that after such a long time, the chickens and ducks should be ready to nest. Indeed, after checking with Gu Jinsheng, they discovered that the eggs were beginning to develop embryos. Using her consciousness to manipulate the space, she separated the fertilized eggs for nesting while setting the other eggs aside. Chapter 57. Salted Duck Eggs, Century Eggs. After neglecting them for so long, her stock of chicken and duck eggs had nearly piled up into a mountain. Since revealing her spatial abilities to him, she had sold eggs a few times, but the sales had little impact. A more effective solution was necessary. During this busy period of farming corn and making dried fruits, she had momentarily neglected the chicken and duck eggs. Seizing this opportunity, she resolved to brainstorm some solutions. Recalling the tutorial on century egg preparation she had recently found, Luo Ge decided to gather some chicken and duck eggs with Gu Jinsheng and return to her small courtyard in the space. She knew how to make salted duck eggs, as it was relatively simple. After washing the eggs thoroughly and letting them dry, they returned outside to prepare a brine. She brought a pot of water to a boil, adding salt, bay leaves, star anise, cinnamon, Sichuan peppercorns, and slices of ginger. After boiling for 5 minutes, she removed the pot and set it aside to cool with a splash of pure white liquor. Next, she took the cleaned and dried duck eggs, rolled them in the liquor, and placed them directly into sterilized jars, pouring the prepared brine over the eggs to ensure they were fully submerged. She sealed the jars and left them to ferment for 10 to 15 days. With all the necessary ingredients at hand, she decided to prepare 2 large jars of salted duck eggs in one go. As for the chicken eggs, she intended to make century eggs, a process she still needed to study further. After reviewing the tutorial, she found it was not overly complex, primarily requiring soda, ash, and quicklime. She had soda ash on hand, and it seemed there was some quicklime powder left from when they had repaired the courtyard. After a thorough search in the courtyard, she finally gathered all the required materials and also brought back some millet husks from outside. Observing her preparations with the quicklime powder, Gu Jinsheng swiftly took it from her. "My dear, just say the word, and I shall handle it," he insisted. He was aware of the hazards associated with quicklime, especially when mixed with water, and was determined to keep her safe. "Very well. Let us first dissolve the soda ash and salt in a jar with boiling water. Then mix in the wood ash and quicklime," she instructed. "Once everything is well combined, we can gradually add in. Just be careful. Don't worry. I know what I'm doing," he reassured her. Once the quicklime had dissolved, they would be ready to mix in the millet husks, achieving a uniform mixture suitable for coating the eggs. Each egg was meticulously coated in the mixture, placed into the jar, sealed, and left to cure for around 20 days. After completing these tasks, Luo Ge took Gu Jinsheng by the hand and exited. It will take some time to achieve results, so, for now, let's focus on preparing the dried fruits. In this era, lime is rather costly. Turning them into century eggs may incur a higher expense. In fact, compared to that, she is more inclined to transform the eggs into pastries or other delicacies. She plans to stabilize the dried fruit workshop once the house is renovated, and subsequently open a small tavern to fully utilize the resources within her space. Engaging in this venture now poses no issue, as there are materials available, time to spare, and it is not overly time-consuming. Moreover, if she successfully creates century eggs, her future tavern could feature a distinctive dish. Upon noticing his wife reclining back on the bed, her eyes swirling in contemplation, Gu Jinsheng helplessly reached out to embrace her. "You should sleep. It's getting late, and the doctor advised you to rest more." His large hand gently caressed her relatively flat abdomen, expressing concern akin to that of a father. Luo Ge tilted her head back, finding only his chin before burrowing further upwards. "I know," she replied softly, yawning as their gazes met. Afterward, she nestled into the crook of his neck, comfortably surrendering to sleep. Gu Jinsheng watched her little actions in a daze, then smiled, his hand affectionately ruffling her soft hair. He could not deny his fondness for her endearing, clingy demeanor, though it was slightly taxing. Alas, it seemed their little one was arriving sooner than anticipated. The next day, as she opened the door in the morning, Luo Ge was startled by the sight of an elderly man and a young boy standing before her. "Apologies, apologies. Did we frighten you, my dear?" the old man said. "This is the home of Gu Erling, right? We are from the neighboring Leaf family village. We heard you were collecting fruits, so we came to take a look." The elderly man had a familiar face, radiating a comforting presence rather than that of an unpleasant character. Noticing her surprise, he quickly apologized, while behind him, he carried a large basket and was accompanied by a slender little boy. Luo Ge examined the pair, then glanced at the basket behind them, smiling as she nodded. "It's quite all right, sir. You've arrived early. I hope you haven't waited long. My husband will be out shortly to weigh your fruits." As she spoke, Gu Jinsheng emerged, carrying a table for weighing. Upon seeing the frail old man and the young boy, he exchanged no further words, merely reached out to take the basket from the old man's back and proceeded to weigh the contents. 70 Gene, 281. Here you go. If you have more next time, feel free to bring them by. We are collecting fruits during this period. As he settled the payment, Luo Ge noticed tears welling in the old man's eyes, his hands trembling slightly. When the boy followed the old man out, he turned back to glance at Luo Ge and Gu Jinsheng, seemingly memorizing the place. After their departure, villagers began to arrive in succession, along with many from neighboring villages. The news had spread far and wide, resulting in a considerable increase in visitors compared to the previous day. No, it should be said that it was more than just a double. "If you feel fatigued, allow me to take over. Do not tire yourself." Observing Gu Jinsheng struggling to keep up, she offered her assistance while reminding him. "It's all right, I can manage," he replied, his spirits buoyed by his wife's daily concoction of nourishing herbal water. He felt invigorated despite the flurry of recent activities, lamenting only the absence of an outlet for his energy, which was fortuitously provided at that moment. Seeing his demeanor, Luo Ge cast him a resigned glance, choosing to remain silent. What astonished them was that, although many had come today, not a single person dared to be deceitful. Each individual was genuinely sincere in their dealings, some even presenting their goods in pristine condition, which truly surprised them. Upon inquiry, they learned that the elders of the Gu family had disseminated a warning the previous day, informing the community of deliberate mischief intended to dampen the spirits of the young couple. They declared that any future attempts at deception would result in their refusal to accept goods. Many villagers were aware of the prior day's events and understood Gu Jinsheng's resolute nature, realizing that he was a man of his word. Fearing the loss of this lucrative opportunity, they naturally chose to act accordingly, observing the compliance of their fellow villagers. Those for neighboring areas were even more deterred from causing trouble. "Our uncles and aunts are good people," Luo Ge remarked with a smile to Gu Jinsheng. He nodded in agreement, acknowledging the mutual support within their family. The unity of the Gu family was undoubtedly influenced by the leadership of a few key individuals. The village chief played a significant role, along with the clan leader and the wise elder, Aunt Xiao, all of whom were astute and reasonable. On another note, the news of Zhu Posi's trouble at the Gu household reached Zhu Bo, who consequently received a well-deserved reprimand. She had not shown her face in the village all day, and, as the sun began to set, groups of people were seen leaving the Gu residence. Sporting a bruised visage, she huffed in indignation. "Umph." Turning her gaze to the neighboring doorway, she spotted the equally bruised Li Zhaodi and spat in disdain. "Oh dear, here comes the mother of that troublesome girl, looking for a handout again." In a blink, an acerbic old woman approached Li Zhaodi, gleefully taunting, "Zhaodi's mother! Zhaodi's mother! Are you looking for Zhaodi? She's right here." Upon hearing the call, Li Zhaodi attempted to flee back into the courtyard, but the woman deliberately blocked her path. She had not forgotten how Li Zhaodi had conspired with a neighbor to mock her the previous day. Li Zhaodi's face paled at the words. Her eyes filled with resentment as she glared at Zhu Posi. "What are you looking at, you witch?" Noticing the venomous glare directed at her, Zhu Posi frowned in disgust, feeling a shiver run down her spine. "Zhaodi, why are you hiding from your mother?" As Zhu Posi released her grip, Li Zhaodi turned to dash back into the courtyard, only to be seized by a pair of large hands. "Please, mother, do not strike my sister." At the moment Li Zhaodi felt her mother's touch, she froze in place. The sound of her mother's voice, neither too loud nor too soft, resonated in her ears like a dreadful specter, draining her of color. "Mother, I was not hiding." With a trembling voice, she spoke stiffly. Suddenly, she felt a sharp pinch at her waist. "Do you think I'm blind? I can see through your ghostly attempts to evade me. Enough of your nonsense. Hurry and bring me some silver. Our family is on the verge of starvation." Without regard for the bystanders, Mother Li directly addressed her. The mere mention of this topic ignited her fury, and she pinched Li Zhaodi's waist again with great force. "Why did you bring your cousin to our village when there was no need? Look at the trouble she's caused. Your aunt is now holding a grudge and refuses to assist our family any longer." For Mother Li, the root of the issue lay squarely on this troublesome girl. What was the point of bringing someone to the village to be bullied? "Mother, it was my cousin who insisted on coming with me. I had no choice." Li Zhaodi replied, tears welling in her eyes as she tried to explain. She had no desire to bring Qian Momo along. How could she possibly stop her? If anyone were to be blamed, it should be Luo Ge. Had Luo Ge allowed her cousin to vent her frustrations, none of this would have happened. "I don't care about your excuses. This is all you're doing. Your aunt refuses to help us now. Your father, your mother, and your brother all need to eat. So you must find a way to manage," Mother Li declared, uninterested in her daughter's plight. It was a simple ultimatum: either bring food or hand over money. Seeing Mother Li's demeanor, Li Zhaodi clenched her fists, bowing her head to conceal her myriad emotions, swallowing her resentment and bitterness. After rummaging through her clothes for a while, she finally retrieved a small cloth bag, trembling hands extending it toward Mother Li. "This is all I have." "Is this all?" Mother Li seized the bag without hesitation, and upon opening it, Her brow furrowed immediately as she counted. Barely 70 coins. How long will this last us? This is all that's left. That's all there is, Li Xiaodi replied, her voice barely above a whisper. This was their family's private stash, and her mother would come to collect items from her every so often. It had not been long since her mother's last visit. This money had taken her a long time to save. There truly was nothing more. Isn't your village selling plums? Why don't you go and pick some? Why not have your husband gather them to sell? Motherly questioned. She was well aware of the produce they cultivated. Judging from Li Xiaodi's response, she sensed the truth in her words. Yet, the thought still left her frowning. This wretched girl had a decent life. They had enough to eat, and her mother-in-law even allowed each family to keep some private funds. Logically, if they sold plums, why was there only this meager amount left? Upon hearing Mother Li's words, resentment threatened to spill from Li Xiaodi's eyes. Mother, she wanted to allow me to go. With her head bowed, she murmured, her tone heavy. After returning from the Gu family's house yesterday, she had received a scolding, and this morning, the old woman forbade her from leaving the house. When her husband learned of this, he refused to give her the silver he had earned. Listening to Li Xiaodi, Mother Li pinched her again. You truly are a worthless burden, unable to even stand up to an old hag. Had I known you were so useless, I might as well have drowned you in the chamber pot. Next time, be sure to save a little more. For it has not been easy for me to raise you. Now that you have grown, it is only fitting that you show filial piety toward your parents. In the future, should anything happen, it will still be your younger brother on whom you will rely. Only when we are well can you have the confidence to thrive. As time was drawing near, fearing an encounter with the Sheng family upon their return, Li's mother decided not to linger. After pinching Li Xiaodi a couple of times, she left in a huff with her small cloth bag. Zhu Posey, who had witnessed the entire exchange, shook her head disapprovingly as Li's mother departed. Upon noticing Li Xiaodi's fierce gaze directed at her, she defiantly glared back. Truly foolish. If it were me, I would have severed ties with such a family long ago. Relying on her family? Preposterous. A family that merely drags through life like that is hardly dependable. Yet, this concern did not pertain to her, after all. It was not her own foolishness on display. With a couple of disdainful spits in Li Xiaodi's direction, Zhu Posey swayed her hips and left. It was only after Zhu Posey's figure had completely vanished that Li Xiaodi lifted her head. Mother, my sister and I have returned with wild vegetables. Grandfather and grandmother should be back soon. Let us hurry and prepare dinner. Sanya remarked as she and her sister returned to find that their mother had yet to start cooking. Grandfather and grandmother, along with uncle, had all gone to tend to their tasks. They needed to have dinner ready early, otherwise, grandfather would return home starving after working. As Sanya held her younger sister's hand and turned to see their mother's cold expression, her small body trembled. Mother, please do not hit my sister. Mother, woo-woo, please don't hit her. Hearing the sounds of scolding and crying from next door, Zhu Posey paused. Ho ruthless. Living next door, she often heard the cries of those two little girls every few days. Li Xiaodi was indeed aggressive. When she was upset, she took it out on the younger ones. If the woman next door, along with Li Xiaodi's husband, were to discover this, Li Xiaodi would undoubtedly face her own punishment. TSK. Zhu Posey shook her head at the thought. She sensed that Li Xiaodi had some issues. Relentlessly supporting such a family while violently punishing her own children. What madness. Li Xiaodi, have you lost your mind? Haven't you suffered enough already? Sure enough, not long after, the sounds of reprimands from Sheng's wife echoed through the walls. After dinner, Luo Ge soaked the red beans needed for making mooncakes the next day. Today, she would focus on preparing the quicker-to-make lotus seed paste mooncakes, while the red bean paste would require soaking overnight for tomorrow's endeavor. Wife, what do you think of this? Gu Jinsheng approached her with a wooden block that had a small hole carved into it, adorned with delicate floral imprints, his newly crafted mold. Yes, it looks wonderful. She had asked him to create a mold when they decided to make mooncakes, and it was just completed. One must admit, Gu Jinsheng's craftsmanship was quite impressive. The little floral patterns were indeed lively. Hearing Luo Ge's praise, Gu Jinsheng smiled, moved to sit beside her, and began to help peel the lotus seeds. The lotus seeds were procured through a request, and after removing the lotus hearts, they were placed in a pot for steaming. Once cooked to a tender consistency, they could be easily crushed. The next step involved taking a small vessel to grind the lotus seeds into a finer texture, a task entrusted to Gu Jinshan while she prepared the mooncake dough. Crafting the mooncake skin was not a daunting endeavor. It began with the amalgamation of honey, cooking oil, alkaline water, and salt, which, once thoroughly blended, was combined with flour to form a dough. By the time she completed the dough, Gu Jinshan had finally ground the lotus seeds. The delicate lotus paste was then placed in a pot with sugar, the sweetness adjusted to personal preference. Continuous stirring was essential during cooking to prevent sticking. Once the moisture reduced, cooking oil was added in 2 increments, resulting in a slightly thinner consistency. When the mixture thickened again, the lotus filling was deemed ready. The remaining process of assembling the mooncakes was straightforward. The dough was flattened, and the lotus paste was carefully enveloped, ensuring there were no gaps. A newly crafted mold was then used to shape the mooncakes, culminating in a delightful family activity where the little ones participated, reveling in the joy of mooncake making. They produced only a modest quantity, perhaps a few dozen, completing the task in no time. From the outset to this point, merely an hour had elapsed, and they worked efficiently. Is this how mooncakes are made? Can we eat them now? The 2 little ones gazed at the freshly crafted mooncakes with wide-eyed wonder. They appeared delectable and visually appealing. The second child felt a twinge of desire, for the mooncakes indeed looked irresistibly delicious. Amused by their enthusiasm, Luo Ge gently patted their little heads. Not yet. They require baking first. Let us rest for now, and when to bow and ere bow wake up tomorrow, we can indulge. With that, Gu Jinshan took the 2 children by the hand, leading them back to their room. Meanwhile, Luo Ge returned to the small courtyard in her space, igniting some charcoal and placing the mooncakes in the earthen oven outside. Many delicacies necessitated baking, and once the house was completed, she intended to install a couple of earthen ovens within. Due to the time difference, she placed the mooncakes into bake, and before long, they were ready. How do they taste? After dinner, she could not consume much, so she shared one with Gu Jinshan to sample. Observing the eager anticipation in her eyes, Gu Jinshan nodded with a smile. Delicious. Hearing his approval brought satisfaction to Luo Ge. That's splendid. The Mid-Autumn Festival, a time for family reunions, must be complemented by mooncakes to be truly complete. As she earnestly conveyed her thoughts, Gu Jinshan noted the sparkle in her eyes. A pang of affection surged within him as he gently ruffled her hair, responding with a smile. Let me take a turn tomorrow. Once I master it, I shall prepare mooncakes for you every Mid-Autumn Festival. In a sense, this marked her first truly fulfilling celebration of the Mid-Autumn Festival with family. He understood how much it meant to her, how deeply she cherished it. Listening to his words, Luo Ge raised an eyebrow and broke into a smile. All right, you said it. Indeed, I did. The next day, had it not been for the carriage parked at the door early in the morning, Luo Ge might have almost forgotten that today was the day she had arranged with Manager Li to collect the peach and plum dried fruits. This is the peach dried fruit, produced from 100 pounds of fresh fruit, yielding 25 pounds. Brotherly, you may want to give it a try. The moisture content in peaches is greater than that in plums, so the resulting dried fruit will weigh a bit more. Here are 120 pounds of plum dried fruit. Tomorrow's yield should be approximately the same. Currently, we are maintaining a stable production. Today's batch, along with the previous day's production, has dried well, allowing for consistent output moving forward. Manager Li nodded, first tasting the peach dried fruit, and upon discovering its flavor rivaled that of the plum dried fruit, his eyes lit up with excitement. He nodded repeatedly, saying, Sister-in-law, your craftsmanship is truly remarkable. In the future, we will source fresh peaches for you at a price comparable to that of plums. Although the yield of peaches is higher, their selling price per pound can still match that of plums. This discrepancy in yield is merely a point of mutual benefit. Recognizing that they were likely to engage in a long-term partnership, he had no intention of taking advantage of Luo Ge and her team. Given Manager Li's assurances, it was clear that he had deliberated thoroughly, ensuring that both parties would benefit, much to Luo Ge's satisfaction. The pricing stood at 25 pounds of peach dried fruit at 271 per pound, totaling approximately 6 taels and 7 points. The 120 pounds of plum dried fruit, also at 271 per pound, amounted to 32 taels and 4 chien. In total, that equated to 39 taels. Remarkably, Manager Lee did not request any payment for the 2,500 pounds of fresh fruit. Brother Lee, it's only fair to keep the accounts clear among brothers. This is not quite right. The 2,500 pounds of fresh fruit at 4 per pound would yield 10 taels. The dried fruit produced from that would be around 250 pounds, allowing her to sell for approximately 67 taels. After deducting the 10 taels, her net profit would be 57 taels, which was still a fair deal. As they would all be working together in the future, there was no reason for disagreement. Moreover, this was a directive from the owner, and as such, future deliveries would also adhere to this pricing structure. Sister-in-law, please do not refuse. Upon hearing Manager Lee's jovial words, Luo Ge and her companions were momentarily taken aback, but soon they laughed in response. In that case, we shall not be overly formal. Thank you, Brother Lee. This was a gesture of goodwill from the other party. After all, merchants exist for profit. Since this was a well-considered decision on their part, they saw no need to decline. Seeing Luo Ge and her companions so agreeable, Manager Lee smiled and nodded. I made a few mooncakes during my spare time. Consider it a small token of goodwill for today's festival. Remember to try them when you return home. Before Manager Lee departed, Luo Ge wrapped several pieces of mooncake in oil paper for him to take and said with a smile, tempted by the enticing aroma of the mooncakes, Manager Lee naturally accepted without hesitation. After bidding farewell to Luo Ge and the others, he took his leave. Once Manager Lee had left, Luo Ge and her companions opened the courtyard gate and resumed their fruit collection. It was evident to everyone that Manager Lee had come to gather goods, sparking curiosity about the price of their dried fruits and the potential profits involved. Regardless of how they inquired, Luo Ge and her companions always responded with vague remarks. When pressed further, they would say, "Aunt, are these plums still for sale? If not, we shall pack up, as this constant busyness is quite exhausting." Hearing Luo Ge's insincere smile and the icy gaze of Gu Jinsheng behind her, the aunt chuckled awkwardly and fell silent. "How much silver have you earned at the Gu family these past few days?" "I'd love to know," inquired Aunt Ma with a beaming smile. The aunt retorted without a second thought, "What business is it of yours how much my family earns?" Upon hearing this, Luo Ge and the others couldn't suppress their laughter. The aunt, feeling out of place, decided it was time to leave. After she departed, Aunt Ma advised Luo Ge, "If any more foolish women come your way, do not be afraid. Stand your ground, for we aunties have your back." A tall, strong woman beside her nodded in agreement, saying, "Sister-in-law, do not fear. We are all here to support you. Defending our own is a common trait among the Gu family, and we stand united." "All right, I understand." Luo Ge chuckled at their words. The woman speaking was Yasa, Aunt Ma's daughter-in-law. Contemplating Yasa, Luo Ge remained silent. Although it had been a busy couple of days, she realized that once the mid-autumn festival passed, the late-season plums would soon be out of season. She had initially considered hiring extra help, but now felt it was best to manage as they were. With Aunt Zhang, Sister Wang, and Sister Zayunio assisting, productivity would surely increase. During a brief midday respite, she and Gu Jinsheng prepared red bean paste mooncakes. The method for the red bean paste was similar to that of lotus seed paste, requiring the beans to soak longer. Gu Jinsheng, serious in his intent to learn, meticulously followed her instructions from beginning to end. Thanks to Luo Ge's guidance, no errors occurred, and any mishaps were promptly rectified. This time, they attempted to bake the mooncakes directly in the stove, which was spacious enough for the task. After cleaning the stove, they placed charcoal inside and used a container to hold the mooncakes while they baked, covering the stove opening with a wooden board. Although it wasn't as effective as a traditional clay oven, the results were commendable. "How is it?" When the mooncakes emerged, Gu Jinsheng divided them into 4 pieces, one for each of them. Eagerly watching Luo Ge's reaction, he appeared slightly anxious. Luo Ge smiled and nodded, "Delicious." The 2 little ones nodded enthusiastically, exclaiming, "Delicious." The Bao looked at Gu Jinsheng with shining eyes, astonished that their uncle could create such delightful treats. "Uncle, you are amazing." Bao, munching on his mooncake, mimicked Luo Ge's usual gesture of approval, mumbling his praise. "Great progress." The Bao furrowed his brow, seriously correcting Bao, "It's amazing." However, the second child, still chewing on his food, has yet to master his pronunciation. Alas, this leaves the elder sibling feeling quite helpless, shaking his head with a heavy sigh. The sight of them elicits a chuckle from the young couple nearby. The two little ones are fraternal twins. As Gu Jincheng mentioned, the elder resembles his uncle, while the younger takes after his aunt. Their personalities mirror those of their parents. The elder is calm, sensible, and prone to worry, while the younger is more spirited and lively. With Luo Ge's arrival at the Gu household, life has become increasingly harmonious. The rumors surrounding the two children have gradually dissipated. During the recent harvest, the little ones displayed diligence and were often praised. Over time, they have grown less fearful of social interactions, becoming significantly more cheerful and open than before. Their true natures have begun to shine through. It is heartening for Luo Ge and the others to witness such transformation. Childhood should be a time free from burdens and worries, filled with carefree joy. As usual, they spent the afternoon gathering fruits. As the sun began to set, Luo Ge stored away the dried fruits she had prepared for delivery to the shopkeeper, who would come for the goods the following day. Tonight is the Mid-Autumn Festival. Although they do not make or eat mooncakes here, households still pay homage to the moon goddess in hopes of blessings. Typically, rural families offer wild fruits, while those with more resources might present pastries. When the moon rises, they arrange their offerings on a table, light incense, and bow to the moon in prayer for a bountiful harvest, peace for their families, and favorable prospects for the future. Families facing hardships may forego this celebration altogether. For dinner, Luo Ge prepared chicken soup and stir-fried chicken with bell peppers. After their meal, the family gathered in the courtyard to await the moon's appearance. Strangely, the moon seemed to rise later than usual tonight. Recently, her bouts of nausea triggered by strong odors have improved, though she finds herself feeling quite drowsy. While waiting for the moon, she idly watched the two little ones play with stones under the lantern light. Eventually feeling sleepy and resting her head on Gu Jincheng's shoulder for a brief nap. As the moon finally emerged, the second child joyfully exclaimed, only to be silenced by his elder brother. "Auntie is sleeping. You mustn't make a sound." Listening to the children, Gu Jincheng gazed at his wife resting against him, a gentle smile gracing his lips. The trio settled into a comfortable silence, careful not to disturb the slumbering Luo Ge. After a short while, when she stirred awake, the moon hung high in the sky, round and bright. "Awake? Yes, the moon is out. Let us pay our respects to the moon goddess," Gu Jincheng remarked. Luo Ge nodded in agreement, noticing the two little ones still engrossed in their game. She was surprised to realize that she had only dozed for a moment. As she stifled a yawn and stretched lazily, she hurried to the kitchen to fetch some items. "All right," Gu Jincheng replied, following closely behind her. Lighting a candle and incense, they arranged several peaches and mooncakes. Then, as a family, they closed their eyes and earnestly prayed to the moon goddess. "Gu Jincheng, may my wife always remain safe and joyful, and may our family enjoy happiness and health. Luo Ge, I hope this simple and blissful life continues, with our family safe and him well. Dabao, I want to grow up quickly and wish for my little aunt, uncle, and Erbao to be safe. Erbao, yes, I hope my uncle, aunt, and brother's wishes all come true. All right, let us return to sleep now." After completing their prayers to the moon goddess, Luo Ge was the first to open her eyes. Once everyone had made their wishes, she smiled and yawned. Growing older, she found herself unable to resist the fatigue. All right, the two little ones, obedient as ever, exchanged greetings with Luo Ge and promptly returned to their room, clutching their blankets to sleep. Not long after Luo Ge nestled in Gu Jincheng's embrace, she too drifted off into slumber. Meanwhile, Gu Jincheng held his little wife, his large hand resting gently on her abdomen, thoughtfully contemplating the matter of building a house. They had agreed to address the construction after the Mid-Autumn Festival, and now it was time to consider it seriously. As anticipated by Luo Ge, the initial 2 days saw a surge of fruit vendors, but gradually the numbers dwindled. Day by day, fewer came, until no one remained, for the season for plums had passed. Consequently, they had dismantled their stall. "Ah, the plum season ends far too swiftly," Sister Wang remarked, gazing at the remaining unprocessed green plums in the yard. "We should be able to finish this batch today." During this period, Each household had earned a considerable sum from the plums, with some making over 100 coins, while others accumulated 2 to 300. In a typical year, it would be rare to earn such a substantial amount in such a short time. Thus, they naturally felt a tinge of reluctance. It was a pity. They had considered making dried plums a bit too late, but not to worry, for there would be another plum season next year. Agreeing with Sister Wang, Luo Ge acknowledged, "We indeed started a bit late with the dried plums, wasting half the season, which is a pity. That's true. When the time comes to make dried plums, don't forget to invite me," Sister Wang quipped, nodding with a playful smile. She was merely joking. Yet Luo Ge was grateful that Sister Wang and her mother had assisted, allowing their family to earn 800 coins more than others. "Rest assured, I won't forget you. And neither will Auntie and Sister Zayunio. You all must come when the time arrives." Luo Ge took no offense to Sister Wang's words. She found them reliable and easy to work with, as they were not overly nosy or inquisitive. She intended to invite them along again next time. Hearing Luo Ge's words, those present all laughed. Agreed. Absolutely. They responded in unison, their smiles brightening the atmosphere. After finishing the last of the fruits, everyone stretched lazily. Luo Ge took the ledger and settled the daily wages for each of them, ensuring that even a few little ones were not overlooked. Debao, Erbao, and Taidan have been assisting daily during this period. Although their contributions were minimal, their earnest efforts would naturally yield rewards. Each was granted 3-1 as their daily wage to save for their own purchases. Once Sister Wang and the others had departed, having laid out the fruits to dry, Luo Ge sat down with Gu Jinsheng to calculate their recent harvest. They had worked tirelessly for a full fortnight, averaging about 1,500 pounds of fresh fruit daily. This amount could yield approximately 150 pounds of dried fruit, selling at 271 per pound, resulting in a daily income of 4 taels and 5 cents. Over the course of these 2 weeks, they had amassed a total of 75 taels of silver. The labor costs for the fruit collection amounted to 75 taels, solely accounting for their own efforts, excluding the fruits delivered from Manager Lee. After deducting expenses, they netted a profit of 325 taels. Upon realizing this figure, both Luo Ge and Gu Jinsheng were momentarily stunned. Gu Jinsheng swallowed hard, pondering whether his wife was exceptionally capable, having earned over 500 taels in merely half a month. Moreover, this calculation only included one type of dried fruit. The peaches had yet to be factored in. However, their significant profit primarily stemmed from the spatial benefits. Without the ability to extract sugar, honey, and salt from space, their costs would have certainly risen by over 100 taels. As they spoke, Luo Ge suddenly expressed her fondness for her little space. Hearing her words, Gu Jinsheng affectionately ruffled her hair. "This is indeed our blessing." "Indeed," she replied. The existence of this space was undeniably a stroke of fortune for them. She contemplated how this little red mole had been with her since childhood. Despite enduring hardships in this world for so long, nothing had changed until she met him, which seemed to activate her fortune. Surely, his presence played a role in this. They had only calculated their harvest thus far, but the last batch of dried fruit had yet to be delivered to Manager Lee. The fruits laid out today would need another 2 or 3 days to complete the process. Within these days, the dried fruits made in the initial 2 days would also gradually be ready. I visited the village chief to survey the land in our village. There are 2 suitable locations for us to build our home, one at the village entrance and another at the village's end. If you have some free time, would you like me to take you to see which one you prefer? Sure. Debao, Erbao, let us go together. With this thought, she called the 2 little ones. As it was still early and they had nothing pressing to attend to, they could also check on the progress of the schoolhouse, which had supposedly been completed, but they had been too busy to visit. All right, the 2 little ones chimed in, quickly washing their hands before running over. Watching the 2 energetic children, Gu Jinsheng cast a helpless glance at Luo Ge. The opportunity for a private outing with his wife had vanished. Gu Jinsheng led the way with Debao, while Luo Ge followed closely behind with Erbao. As I passed by the village entrance, I chanced upon a family embroiled in a fierce quarrel. Curiosity, a natural inclination of humanity, compelled Luo Ge to take a closer look at the commotion. However, the crowd was dense, and one must be cautious. It seemed that Gu Jinsheng sensed her apprehension and spoke up. Given the intensity of the disturbance and her delicate condition, it would be unwise to approach and risk injury. Therefore, she decided against it. Understanding his implication, Luo Ge gently squeezed Bao's little paw, suggesting a compromise to merely listen for a moment. But Gu Jinsheng, fearing her inclination to join the fray, took a decisive action. After all, the attention of the crowd was diverted, and he readily released a Bao to draw his little wife closer. The Bao and Bao were held back by Luo Ge with her other hand. Guagua had something to say. Good evening, my dear ones. Recently, Guagua had noticed comments regarding inaccuracies in seasonal matters. Thus, Guagua wished to clarify that the timeline in the narrative aligns with the present moment. As for the plums, this period indeed sees their ripening. Guagua had verified that the harvest season for plums typically spans from July to August, with late varieties extending into September. Additionally, regarding rice planting, Guagua confirmed that in the southern regions, late rice is sown in the 6th lunar month, with transplanting occurring in late July. The narrative also specifies that the protagonist's planting occurs slightly later than that of the villagers. For those uncertain, further verification is encouraged. On the matter of plum yield, Guagua based the figures on research, noting that an average plum tree can yield approximately 100 to 150 pounds of fruit. Thus, it is reasonable for a group to gather from 15 trees in a day. Guagua also researched the production of dried fruits, indicating that from 100 pounds of fresh plums, about 10 pounds of dried plums can be expected. Similarly, from 100 pounds of fresh peaches, approximately 25 pounds of dried peaches can be produced. Furthermore, it is stated in the synopsis that this story is set in an alternate reality. Guagua has made efforts to base the narrative on research data, so dear ones, do not take it too literally. Much love to you all, good night. In Chapter 62, as they surveyed potential land, Gu Jinsheng pointed out a specific area to Luo Ge. What do you think of this place, my dear? This location, conveniently close to the roadside, ensures easy access to the town, and the school is not far off, making it ideal for their future children. This contiguous expanse of land spans roughly 4 to 5 acres, perfect for constructing a larger residence. Their vision included a spacious courtyard within the estate, providing comfort and practicality for drying goods. Additionally, they planned to allocate a portion of the land for a workshop adjacent to the house, enhancing convenience. They envisioned that in a century's time, this estate would serve their descendants well, preserving a familial legacy. In their era, it was understood that one must maintain a connection to their roots. The land indeed appeared ample, prompting Luo Ge to inquire about the price from the village head. She nodded thoughtfully upon hearing the response, appreciating the advantageous location and size. The property, nestled against the mountains and separate from the villagers' homes, was a prospect she found quite appealing. This area can be classified as mountainous land, priced more affordably than the fertile fields, at 7 taels of silver per mu. The plot at the village's end, adjacent to our courtyard, spans approximately 4 mu, all of which is mountainous terrain, sharing the same price. Therefore, let us opt for the village's end, allowing us to incorporate our current courtyard into the new space, which remains comparably sized. Upon hearing this, there was no reason to hesitate. Naturally, the choice would be to remain beside one's own home. Having grown accustomed to living here and becoming familiar with the neighbors, there was little desire to relocate. Moreover, she felt that residing at the village's end, away from disturbances, was quite pleasant. Very well, I shall seek out the village head later to purchase the land. Gu Jinsheng had already surmised that Luo Ge would likely choose the village's end, yet the land at the village's entrance was indeed appealing, prompting him to bring her to see it. After inspecting the residential land, the family proceeded to visit the village school. This school had been transformed from the ancestral residence of the Gu family, adjacent to the Gu clan's ancestral hall. Is anyone present? The villagers mentioned that the collection of tuition fees had commenced in recent days, and classes would begin the day after tomorrow. She brought the 2 little ones along, intending to pay the tuition fees as well. However, upon arrival, the courtyard appeared deserted, enveloped in silence. Had they arrived late? Was this where the tuition fees were to be paid? As she pondered, an elderly gentleman emerged from the inner courtyard. greeting them and casting a brief glance at the two children. Noticing his gaze, the elder siblings instinctively tightened their grip on Luo Ge's hand, seeming somewhat anxious. They had heard from their brother, Tai Dan, that this esteemed elder was quite selective in choosing students and even administered tests. Tai Dan had nearly been unable to attend the school, and now, confronted with the elder's presence, they feared they might not be favored. Luo Ge gently ruffled their hair, reassuring them, "It's all right. Auntie is here with you. There is no need to be nervous. Think of this as merely an introduction to this gentleman." Seeing the two little ones nod, she turned to Gu Jincheng. "Let us go." They followed the elder into the backyard. She had inquired and learned that this gentleman had returned from a prestigious academy in the capital, possessing considerable knowledge himself. It was rumored that he had encountered some circumstances in the capital that led to his return, though not of a calamitous nature. The specifics remained unclear. As one who hailed from Yang Town, he came back here after leaving the capital. Upon hearing that Gujiakin was to establish a school, he decided to come. Previously, he had been invited to teach at the Yang Academy in town, but had declined the offer. Overall, the fact that their small village could attract such an esteemed elder to teach was indeed a stroke of fortune. "That's my little grandson, just awakened from his afternoon nap. What are your names, and have you learned any characters before?" The backyard was tranquil, serving as the elder's current residence, where only a child of similar age to Debeo was sleeping soundly on a bed. Noticing the child on the bed, the elder provided a brief explanation before turning to the two little ones with a question. In response, "I am Gu Debeo," said the elder, "and I am Gu Erbao." The two little ones nodded obediently upon hearing this. The old gentleman glanced at Luo Ge and the others, as it was quite rare for a young couple in the farming community to be literate, given that most rural residents were illiterate at that time. "Both of our parents had attended school for a couple of years and had imparted some basic knowledge to us." Noticing the old gentleman's gaze, Gu Jincheng softly explained. The old gentleman then nodded and retrieved paper and pen from the nearby desk. "Let us write and observe," he said. The two little ones turned to look at Luo Ge and, receiving encouragement, grasped their tiny hands around the pens and began to write. Although they were accustomed to writing in the sand at home and rarely used pens, they instinctively sat up straight and displayed a focused and serious demeanor as they began to write, prompting the old gentleman to nod approvingly. After observing the characters they penned, he posed a few simple questions. Seeing the two little ones respond fluently, he then turned his attention to Gu Jincheng and the others. "The tuition for the term is 601 or 60 caddies of coarse grain. The school solely teaches, and meals must be provided by you." Upon hearing this, the little ones realized they had passed the assessment and could attend school, which brought them some joy. However, upon calculating the expenses with their fingers, they furrowed their brows. Each of them would need 2 taels and 4 cash for a year of schooling, totaling nearly 5 taels for both, not including the cost of stationery and writing materials. Education truly seemed exorbitant. As they pondered, they stood up and tugged at Gu Jincheng's clothing, eager to voice their concerns, only to see their uncle already handing over a purse. "Are you sending the children over the day after tomorrow?" They had inquired about this tuition before their arrival and had prepared accordingly. At 200 a month, it was considerably less than at other academies. The old gentleman was momentarily taken aback by Gu Jincheng's promptness, but nodded. "On the day after tomorrow, at the hour of Chun, bring them to the school." After settling the tuition and confirming the arrangements, Gu Jincheng and the others did not linger, each taking one of the little ones and leaving the school. "Auntie, let us go back," the two little ones exclaimed as they were just previously restrained from speaking, and now they could not contain themselves. They called out to Luo Ge, wanting to return and reclaim the money. "What is the matter? Didn't you promise us you wanted to learn to read and study hard for a good future?" Luo Ge halted and gently tapped their little heads. "But it's too expensive." Daba frowned deeply. 5 taels a year. That amount could sustain our family for a long time. The village aunties often remarked that such a sum could even secure a beautiful bride, and they had certainly absorbed some of these sentiments. Observing the children's expressions, Luo Ge could not help but chuckle and ruffle Daba's hair. "Are we not currently engaged in business at home? Do not fret, for our endeavors are indeed profitable, since your uncle and aunt have assured you." They must certainly be capable of delivering on their promises. All you need to focus on is your studies. Be good. Return home now, and tomorrow I shall take you both to the town to procure some necessities." With that, without allowing the two little ones to voice any further remarks, I grasped their hands and led them homeward. As we walked, Gu Jinsheng perceived the inquisitive glances exchanged between the two children and, somewhat playfully, ruffled their hair. He advised, "Heed your aunt." The two little ones exchanged knowing looks and silently resolved to dedicate themselves to their studies, vowing not to disappoint their dear aunt and uncle. After escorting Luo Ge and the little one back home, Gu Jinsheng took the silver and sought out the village chief to purchase land. "Isn't the plot at the village entrance preferable?" The chief interjected, unable to resist commenting on Gu Jinsheng's words, for indeed, the land by the entrance was superior to that at the village's end. Having grown accustomed to it, the old residents remained there. Upon hearing this, the chief refrained from further remarks, stating, "As it is still early, let us measure the land now, and I shall procure the land deed for you first thing tomorrow." After measuring, it was confirmed that the plot totaled 3 acres and 8 tenths, just shy of 4 acres. Gu Jinsheng paid 28 taels of silver, rounding it off neatly. The chief returned the excess, saying, "Young folks these days do not know how to manage their finances. Your wife is with child, and your eldest and second child require schooling. One must be prudent in all matters." Gu Jinsheng declined to return. "I understand that you will incur expenses while arranging matters in town. I cannot let you bear the cost of my affairs. Moreover, in the future, my wife and I will rely on your guidance in this village. Please accept it so that we may feel at ease." Gu Jinsheng spoke truthfully. Attending to such matters in town would undoubtedly require a few hundred when in expenses. His previous visit to finalize the marriage contract had already cost a fair amount, with part going to official fees and part to favors. Likewise, the village chief, as a local official, was not exempt from such social obligations. Hearing Gu Jinsheng's words, the chief paused, chuckled, and patted his shoulder, saying, "You rascal, then I shall not stand on ceremony." Gu Jinsheng smiled in response. "That is only proper. Additionally, I will need your assistance in finding someone to help with the construction of our home. Rest assured, I will take care of that. I will ensure you have diligent workers who are efficient and do not shirk their duties." The chief's eldest son, who happened to be the foreman for construction, would handle this task. After attending to the plums, the little one, and the land acquisition, the young couple felt a significant sense of relief. "Let us take the tiger skin to the town to sell tomorrow," Luo Ge remarked upon entering their room that evening and noticing the tiger skin neatly arranged. "Very well," Gu Jinsheng replied, wrapping his arms around her waist, preparing to rest. Yet, in the next instant, he appeared taken aback by an unexpected realization. With a hint of uncertainty, he looked at her and said, "Wife, why do I feel as though you seem a tad plumper?" Upon hearing those words, Luo Ge was momentarily taken aback. Lifting the hem of her garment to take a glance, was there indeed a hint of flesh? Her tone wavered with uncertainty, as she seemingly had not perceived it at all. Gu Jinsheng, observing her, felt a smile deepen at the corners of his mouth. Yes, there was indeed some flesh. However, he was not referring to her abdomen. Very well, if he claimed there was flesh, then so be it. She lowered her gaze again to inspect her belly, even reaching out to touch it. Yet, she still felt nothing unusual, merely the sensation of having eaten her fill, as she always did. It had only been a little over a month. She could not fathom how he had discerned any change, as she felt there was none. A soft chuckle escaped Gu Jinsheng upon witnessing her uncertain demeanor, obediently nodding along to his words in a dazed manner. He could not help but pull her into his embrace, resting his chin upon her shoulder. "Silly wife, I was not referring to your belly," he murmured in a low voice, laced with lingering amusement. The warmth of his breath tickled her neck, prompting Luo Ge to instinctively shrink away. Following the direction of his long, elegant fingers, her cheeks flushed a deep crimson, and she playfully pushed his head away. "You're being improper." As she spoke, she unconsciously glanced down at her modest bosom, realizing that, indeed, it seemed to have grown a tad larger. Hearing her playful reproach only deepened Gu Jinsheng's mirth, and he affectionately tousled her hair. "It is getting late. Let's retire for the night." The following day, early in the morning, Manager Lee sent someone to collect the dried plums and, in the process, delivered 500 pounds of fresh peaches. This batch of peaches was likely the last of the season, as the manager and his team were still on the lookout for fresh produce to send to Madame Gu in due time. Upon setting down the goods, the delivery boy conveyed Manager Lee's message. "All right, we understand. Safe travels, young man." Processing the peaches was considerably simpler than the plums, and the entire family worked together to complete the task in just one morning. After preparing a simple lunch, they tidied up and set off for the town in the afternoon. Upon arrival, they first headed to their usual spot to sell the tiger skin. The 100 taels of silver they received were promptly handed over to Gu Jinsheng's wife. Previously, he had entrusted 300 taels of silver to Luo Ge for safekeeping. When considering his savings, the earnings from the tiger skin and the profits from their dried fruit business, they found themselves with over 1,000 taels of wealth. In this era, such a sum was quite considerable, placing them among the wealthier families in the town. Yet, upon glancing at their family's attire, Luo Ge fell into a rare moment of contemplation. It seemed they had been overly modest. Aside from the garments they currently wore, none of them possessed any other decent clothing, free of patches. "Let's procure a few new outfits," she suggested after a moment's thought. Agreed. The three men of the household were not overly concerned with such matters, but when their young mistress expressed her desires, they had no objections. "What would you like to purchase, my lady? Our shop has a complete selection of fabrics, coarse cloth, linen, fine linen, and even silk." In a typical town, the primary clientele consisted of ordinary folk, and having such an array of materials was already quite ample. Silks, brocades, and fine satins are rarely available for sale. They are predominantly purchased by the affluent families in the capital. In this small town, such items are not in high demand. "Are there ready-made garments?" inquired Gu Jinshen, the proprietor's wife. Crafting clothing is a time-consuming and laborious endeavor. It is far more practical to simply buy ready-made attire. "Yes, we have some. Please follow me," replied the shopkeeper. This fabric store does offer ready-made garments, but due to the current season, the selection is rather limited and the available pieces are not particularly well-fitted, often requiring alterations once purchased. "Let us opt for fabric instead," decided Luo Ge after a moment's contemplation. With the time it takes to make adjustments, it is preferable to buy fabric and create garments according to one's own preferred style. Furthermore, the colors available in ready-made clothing are disappointingly monotonous. Most are in shades of wedding red, with every day we're limited to earthy tones and dark hues for men. That's settled then. I will seek Sister Wang's assistance in sewing. My wife is with child and should not be burdened with such tasks, and I'm not skilled in sewing. After discussing this matter, the young couple decided to purchase 5 bolts of fabric in one go, securing materials for both autumn and winter garments. With any remaining fabric intended for spring attire, they selected fine linen, which, while not as luxurious as satin, is significantly more comfortable than coarser fabrics, being soft and gentle against the skin. "Do you have shoes? Please show us some," they requested, as resolving the clothing issue naturally led to the need for appropriate footwear. "Yes, we do," replied the shopkeeper. Given their substantial fabric purchase, the proprietor willingly presented them with 4 pairs of shoes, which she promptly placed into Gu Jinshen's basket as a complimentary gesture. "Consider this a little extra. Do remember to return next time." In comparison to the fabric, the modest cost of the shoes was negligible. The accommodating shopkeeper, eager to foster goodwill, included them as a bonus. "Certainly, we shall return if we have further needs." Luo Ge responded with a smile, appreciating the shopkeeper's kindness. After completing their fabric purchase, they proceeded to acquire paper and writing supplies for the children. Coincidentally, it was a day of rest, and the bookstore was bustling with scholars. Numerous individuals were engrossed in their reading, a sight Luo Ge found somewhat unfamiliar. "Could you kindly retrieve 2 sets of writing supplies for the children?" she requested. "Of course, dear lady. Please wait a moment," the shopkeeper replied, nodding at the 2 little ones. Luo Ge explained her intentions to the storekeeper and chose to wait outside, reluctant to disturb the scholars engaged in their literary pursuits. Each set of writing supplies cost 4 taels of silver. Indeed, educational materials are rather pricey. Upon exiting the store, the children were notably quiet. The family then ventured to the market to purchase some meat and vegetables. By chance, they found some pork ribs remaining, which Luo Ge particularly enjoyed for making rib soup. So she bought a portion. When we return, Aunt will prepare sweet and sour ribs for you, along with rib soup. I assure you, you will eat to your heart's content tonight, she said fondly, ruffling their hair as she spoke. Chapter 65. Li Zhaodi has been divorced. Ah, the dishes prepared by my aunt must be delicious. The second treasure is helping my aunt with the fire. Upon hearing Luo Ge's words, the two little ones obediently nodded their heads and spoke up. However, the atmosphere remained somber as they walked along, only halting at the doorstep to grasp Luo Ge's arm. Uncle, Aunt, we promise to study diligently, they declared, their voices youthful yet resolute. They were determined to fulfill the promise made to their aunt, not wanting to let down their uncle and aunt who worked hard to support their education. All right, your aunt believes in you, Luo Ge responded, seeing their earnestness. As they returned home early, Luo Ge decided to take the opportunity to visit Sister Wang next door with some fabric for making clothes. After discussing the sewing project, Sister Wang readily agreed to help. Just leave the fabric there. I will bring it over once I have finished, she said warmly. Come, sit down. Now that we have some time, let's chat. I heard quite a bit of gossip while out today and was just looking for someone to share it with. Sure, Luo Ge replied. The next day, the two little ones would be heading to school, and she wanted to make them small book pouches in the meantime. Have you heard about the situation at the village head's house? Sister Wang couldn't help but interject as she began to sew. Luo Ge, having just cut the fabric for the book pouches, was momentarily puzzled. What happened? It's about Qian Momo's cousin, Li Zhaodi. She has been divorced, Sister Wang revealed. Ever since she learned that Li Zhaodi was associated with Qian Momo, she had held a disdainful attitude towards her. Now, upon hearing of the divorce, she felt a mixture of sympathy and a sense of deserved consequence. Huh? Luo Ge was taken aback. Li Zhaodi has been divorced? Wasn't it just yesterday that you all went to school? Didn't you hear the commotion at their house when you passed by? Recalling the noise she had heard the previous day, Luo Ge blinked a couple of times. I did hear something, but I didn't go over to see. Such a pity. I, too, only learned about it today, while washing clothes when the village women were gossiping, Sister Wang said, shaking her head with a TSK. Luo Ge looked up at her expectantly. So what exactly happened? Don't just give me half the story. Well, it's truly her own fault. She brazenly took money from her in-laws to support her maternal family. Sheng Bo's wife is quite sensible. She ensures fairness between the two households, allowing each to keep their own earnings. By all accounts, the couple has been married for several years, sharing expenses openly, and they should have been able to save a little. You know Li Zhaodi has two daughters, right? One is about the same age as the Bao, and the other is a bit younger. Because she is not a favored daughter, she extends that disdain to her own daughters. It is truly lamentable. One can frequently hear the cries of those two children, whose small bodies are perpetually marred by bruises. Li Zhaodi has not escaped the wrath of her husband, yet he remains obstinately unyielding, showing no signs of learning from past experiences. Was it not she who meddled in the affairs concerning Lizzie, only to be sent back home by Xingboma? The following day, she was forbidden to step outside, confined to the home. However, for reasons unknown, she once again turned her ire upon the two little girls. It is said that she struck the elder child, kicking her in the abdomen, leaving the poor girl in pain and unable to rise, while the younger one rushed to intervene, only to be met with violence herself, a slap that sent her crashing against the vat, drawing blood and leaving a gash on her forehead. Fortunately, Xingboma and her family returned just in time to witness the scene, immediately calling for a doctor who informed them that the wound would likely leave a scar. At this point, Sister Wang let out a long sigh, feeling a profound pity for the two little girls. How would a girl bear the shame of a scar on her face for the rest of her life? This life, it seemed, would be irrevocably marred. Seeing the children so grievously injured, her husband could not afford to chastise Li Zhaodi. Instead, he insisted she procure silver to obtain medicine for the injured girls. To their astonishment, Li Zhaodi claimed she had no money. Upon further inquiry, it was revealed that all the silver the couple had painstakingly saved over the years had been sent back to support her family of origin. Such actions infuriated Xingboma's family, who had endured much already. Their patience wore thin. In a decisive move, her husband sought a divorce, sending her back to her family. Li Xiaodi was even less welcomed at her parental home. Just yesterday, she had brought her mother to cause a ruckus, insisting they force her back. They claimed they could not afford to support a burden. Naturally, Sheng Boma's family refused, knowing that allowing Li Xiaodi to remain would only lead to a more miserable existence for the two children. Although they could keep a watchful eye, it was impossible to supervise them constantly. Moreover, if Li Xiaodi continued to send money home, how could they sustain themselves? Yet, Li Xiaodi's family did not concern themselves with such matters, persisting in their demands either to have her returned or to receive compensation. They argued that after years of marriage and bearing two children, she deserved some recompense. How utterly shameless! Sister Wang spat on the ground in disdain. Indeed, their audacity was astonishing. Luo Ge could not help but join in the criticism. Fortunately, Li Xiaodi had indeed committed offenses warranting divorce. Her actions were justly met with such a consequence. Bearing no children and abusing her own, she had committed grave sins and could not claim righteousness. Thus, when Li Xiaodi and her mother had clamored for half the day, they gained no substantial benefits. On the contrary, Sheng Boma's family was left feeling even more disheartened by her behavior, ultimately offering a mere 500 won to sever ties with Li Xiaodi. It was unclear how desperate the Li family had become. They accepted the paltry sum with alarming swiftness. Nonetheless, it seemed fitting. It was reported that when Li Xiaodi's daughters pressed their thumbprints on the severance document, they did so without hesitation, their eyes betraying a simmering resentment towards their mother. It is evident that the wounds run deep. Under such circumstances, how could one refrain from harboring resentment? The severance of ties can indeed be considered a blessing for the two children. With a nod, Luo Ge mused. It is perhaps for the best that the ties have been cut. With that, both sighed in unison. As they engaged in gossip, their hands remained busy, crafting book pouches that were as simple as bags. Upon noticing the book pouch in Luo Ge's hands, Sister Wang expressed her surprise. "Oh, Luo Ge, what is this?" "It's a book pouch. The two little ones at home are heading to school tomorrow, so I made it to carry their belongings." Sister Wang's eyes brightened as she glanced outside at the mischievous boys playing in the sand. "May I take a look?" "Of course. It's just finished," Luo Ge replied, tying off the final stitch and handing the pouch to Sister Wang. She then picked up another piece and resumed sewing. "This pouch is truly splendid. It seems capable of holding quite a bit," Sister Wang remarked. "Yes, they can wear it across their shoulders, and it won't tire them out. Perhaps you should make one for Tai Dan too? That way, all three can carry their pouches together." Noticing the spark of interest in Sister Wang's eyes, Luo Ge chuckled. "All right." Recognizing Luo Ge's genuine willingness to teach, Sister Wang set aside her reservations. After discussing it with her family, they decided to send Tai Dan to school. Although they were not affluent, even a year or so of education would equip him with the ability to read, making it infinitely easier for him to find work in the future than for those who remained illiterate. With this thought, the family resolved to send Tai Dan to school. Moreover, during this period, the health of their father-in-law had improved significantly, alleviating the need for constant medication and lightening the household's burdens. Previously, they had some leftover fabric. Not enough for clothing, but just right for making a book pouch for Tai Dan. After some discussion, the two began crafting the pouches together. Before long, 3 book pouches were completed. Tai Dan, Bao, come in for a moment. As soon as they finished, the two called their children to try on the pouches. "Perfect fit," Luo Ge commented with a smile as she observed her 2 children. Bao and Bao also seemed quite fond of the pouches, but suddenly remembered something, their little brows furrowing. "Auntie, Uncle said you're not allowed to touch the needle and thread." They had been outside and had not noticed Auntie secretly sewing. With a chuckle, Luo Ge replied, "Your 2 little ones are indeed vigilant." Tai Dan, having tried on the pouch and found it to his liking, heard Bao's comment and couldn't help but laugh. Luo Ge, smiling, raised her hands in a gesture of surrender and assured the 2 little ones, "Just this once. Let us keep it a secret from your uncle. It will be our little secret." As her husband, Gu Jinsheng, approached the door, he noticed his wife had not returned home for quite some time and called out to her. Upon hearing his voice, Luo Ge's face flushed with embarrassment. realizing he and Brother Wong were at the door to summon them back. Sister-in-law, I shall take my leave for now and return tomorrow for a chat. Very well then. After exchanging a few words with Sister Wong, I took the two little ones by the hand and headed home with Gu Jinsheng. Once we let the children amuse themselves, Gu Jinsheng couldn't resist playfully pinching her cheek. Do you still have little secrets with those two rascals? If you've heard it, then it is no longer a secret. Luo Ge blinked innocently and smiled. Seeing her like this, Gu Jinsheng felt a mix of exasperation and affection. Just this once, do not let it happen again, he admonished gently. All right, I understand. I have prepared all the ingredients you mentioned. May the master guide me? He sighed softly, tapping her nose. During this period, she had been teaching him while he practiced. With hands-on guidance, his progress had been quite rapid. Now, although his cooking lacked finesse, it was at least edible. Good. Hearing him address her, thus made Luo Ge lift her chin and smile back. As expected, the sweet and sour ribs and the rib soup they concocted together satisfied the two little gluttons immensely. This is truly delicious. Give the second treasure another helping. The second treasure can still eat. The first treasure wishes for 2 helpings. The two little ones patted their bellies, utterly content. Chuckling, they nibbled on some dried plums to ease their appetites, lest they find it difficult to sleep later. If they struggled to sleep tonight, they might be late tomorrow. Upon hearing Luo Ge's words, the two little ones immediately sat up straight, eagerly accepting the dried plum she offered. Uncle has said, honest and punctual children are the best. Tomorrow marks their first day at school. They absolutely cannot be late. The next day, fearing the little ones might go to school on an empty stomach, Luo Ge rose earlier than usual and prepared 2 pancakes for each of them. Take your time. There is no need to rush. It's still early. Noticing the children eating quickly, she reminded them gently. Yes, understood. After the little ones finished their meal, Gu Jinsheng took them to school. With nothing else to occupy her time, Luo Ge returned to bed for a brief nap. Upon his return, Gu Jinsheng discovered his little wife was asleep and went out to fetch some water. As he filled the containers, the vendor from Li's shop arrived just in time. With the fruit out of season, the young man had not brought any fresh produce. Gu Jinsheng handed over the prepared dried fruits to him. The remaining items will be ready in a couple of days. If you're not in a hurry, you may collect everything at once. No worries. I'll come by again tomorrow. This payment is for today as transaction. Brother Gu, please keep it safe. The young man smiled as he handed the purse to Gu Jinsheng, noting that without a signed contract, every transaction was settled immediately. Hearing this, Gu Jinsheng refrained from further comment. After working up a sweat from carrying water, he yearned to hold his little wife and rest a while longer, but he knew he must first clean himself up to avoid disturbing her. Sensing a familiar presence, Luo Ge nuzzled her head slightly. The first treasure and the second treasure did not cry, did they? She murmured sleepily, still half dreaming. On the first day of kindergarten, many children cry heartily, and the two little ones, although young, might also be prone to tears due to their unfamiliarity. Upon hearing his wife's bewildered murmurs, Gu Jinsheng was momentarily taken aback, then honestly shook his head. No, on the contrary, they are quite cheerful. Relieved by Gu Jinsheng's reassurance, Luo Ge nestled comfortably in his arms and drifted back to sleep, her tiny hand clutching his arm. Lately, she had been feeling unusually drowsy, as if she were not getting enough rest. Observing his beloved wife in such a state, Gu Jinsheng affectionately tousled her hair. Since her pregnancy, she had become significantly more lethargic, and, at that moment, she was indeed finding comfort in her position. However, having his delicate wife in his embrace was quite the torment for him. Initially intending to rest a little longer, he found himself increasingly restless and unable to fall asleep. Little uncle, little aunt, the two treasures are back. Mother, I'm home. After taking a short nap and preparing lunch, the little ones had already returned. Accompanied by Tai Dan, the 3 children marched home, their cheerful voices ringing out even before they entered the house. Gu Jinsheng had planned to go out to greet them, but that was no longer necessary. Come wash your hands, it's time to eat, Luo Ge called out as she filled a basin with water. All right, little aunt. Today the teacher taught us the 3-character classic. We can recite it now. The eldest, Daba, proclaimed, clearly brimming with excitement as he shared this news. I was the first to memorize in class. The younger brother, Bao quickly chimed in, eager not to be outdone. I memorized it too. I'm the second fastest. Seeing their eager little faces tilted up in anticipation, Luo Ge chuckled and praised them. Gu Jincheng raised an eyebrow. Let's hear it then. At his words, Luo Ge turned to the two children, who instantly brightened, evidently having been waiting for this cue. They exchanged glances and recited in unison. At the beginning, human nature is good. Humans are alike in nature, but differ in habits. This was the first time they had learned it, and now they could recite it fluently. Gu Jincheng nodded in approval, a gesture that affirmed his dual role as both uncle and father. Seeing him nod, the two children couldn't help but break into smiles. Revealing their little teeth, their hearts filled with joy. Each person's innate talent varies. You two are quick learners, which is an advantage. Your uncle and aunt are proud of you. However, remember not to become arrogant due to your advantages, nor should you become complacent and slack in your efforts. While innate advantages may place you ahead, without diligence, you can easily be surpassed by those who work hard. Innate advantages are fleeting, but effort is eternal. It is indeed essential to offer them affirmation, yet reminders must not be overlooked. Listening to the words of Luo Ge and the others, the little ones nodded earnestly. Though only partially comprehending, they will remember these words and gradually piece together their meaning. Good, let us dine, Luo Ge remarked, observing their obedient and understanding demeanor, which melted his heart. He gently pinched their soft little cheeks, noting how, after some time under his care, the two children had gained some weight, their faces plump and delightful to the touch. Meanwhile, next door, the Wang family was experiencing a similar scene of mutual understanding. At the beginning, man is inherently good. They delightedly listened to Tai Dan reciting from the Book of Songs. Though none of them had received formal education and were unaware of the correctness of Qian's recitation, they felt immense joy witnessing their child's accomplishments. Well done, my dear Tai Dan. You are truly remarkable, Aunt Zhang said, lovingly ruffling her grandson's hair, her eyes crinkling with happiness. Hearing his grandmother's praise, Tai Dan chuckled, feeling a deep sense of satisfaction at the joy he brought to his family. He resolved to study diligently in the future. Today, he had been outdone by his older siblings in reciting for their teacher, but tomorrow he would strive to be ahead of them. After all, he was the elder brother. How could he allow himself to be surpassed by his two younger brothers? After finishing their meal and resting briefly, the little ones returned to their school. In the afternoon, the village chief also came by to deliver the land deed. Here are the deeds for the several acres. I've taken care of everything for you. I came by yesterday, but you were not home. Originally, he had intended to bring the documents after completing the formalities that morning, but unfortunately, the young couple was away. We went to the town for household supplies yesterday and forgot to inform you, which caused you an unnecessary trip, Luo Ge explained, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Oh, it's no trouble at all. I drafted a list of potential helpers who meet your criteria. You too can review it. Once you've made your selections, we can look for an auspicious date to begin construction, aiming to finish before the new year so you can settle into your new home. With over 4 months until the new year, if they worked swiftly, they could indeed complete the house in time. The thought of celebrating the new year in their new abode was truly appealing. Entrusted with this task, he had carefully filtered through the villagers who might fit their requirements and prepared a list. Ultimately, the choice depended on the couple's preferences. Thank you for your assistance, Village Chief. We will take a look. Gu Jincheng and the others also intended to complete their home before the new year, seeking comfort as soon as possible. Typically, they did not need to address one another formally, and many names on the list were unfamiliar to Luo Ge, though he did recognize Brother Wang. However, after reviewing it, Gu Jincheng nodded in approval repeatedly. The individuals whose names are inscribed above are well aware of the situation. Many are of a similar age, mostly young men who are practical and capable. The village chief's earnest assistance in this matter is evident. The group you have selected is commendable. We have no desire to make any changes, so I would appreciate it if you could kindly inform us when the time comes. The daily wage is set at 21, excluding meals. On the day work commences, everyone will enjoy a simple meal at our home. This arrangement was discussed with Luo Ge, and although meals are not provided, such a significant undertaking as building a house warrants a couple of hearty meals on the first day. We anticipate approximately 56 tables of people, We can certainly call upon Sister Wang and others to assist in accommodating them. I will relay your message shortly. The foreman for the construction is the son of our household, and naturally, the village chief will take the lead in this endeavor. His position facilitates communication, and he can also seize this opportunity to garner goodwill within the village. Being summoned to work and earn money is indeed a fortunate circumstance. The individuals he recruits will surely benefit from favorable relations with him. Erlang and his companions are genuinely diligent, and he has taken note of their efforts, ensuring their tasks will be accomplished satisfactorily. Yes, indeed, I would appreciate your vigilance regarding the bricks and tiles. We have not stored much timber at home, so when the crew gathers, we will need to venture into the mountains to procure some. It is customary in the village for families in need of wood to gather it themselves, so you may go ahead. Upon hearing Gu Jinsheng's words, the village chief nodded and gestured affirmatively. Regarding the bricks and tiles, I inquired yesterday, and they will be available in a couple of days. I will come to summon you to fetch them together. The young couple requires blue bricks for their construction, and these materials are managed by the officials, thus necessitating my close supervision. Upon hearing the village chief's reassurances, the couple exhaled in relief and nodded in agreement. Chapter 68. Harvesting wild honey. After a fruitful discussion with the village chief, the young couple returned home to review the draft of their residence. The design largely reflects the architectural style of this era, with the addition of a bathroom and a separate toilet. Forgive her for losing the perspective of a time traveler. She is perplexed by the notion of a squat toilet. Having never previously engaged with this matter, she is unaware of how to construct such a facility. Hence the decision to create a separate restroom. It suffices to place a night pot in the room, as the dry toilet will also be distinct. My dear, shall we consider digging a well within the premises? Luo Ge proposed thoughtfully while examining the draft. Currently, they draw water from the village well, which is located a considerable distance from the center of the village. The daily trek to fetch water is laborious, yet they remain uncertain whether this land possesses suitable water sources for well digging. If not, the plan would be unfeasible. Indeed, this courtyard does have a water source. Let us enlist someone to assess the location and dig a well right here. What do you think? He recalled hearing during the construction of the courtyard that there were water veins beneath the surface, yet at that time, the family could not afford to dig a well, which would cost around 1 or 2 taels of silver. The family could not spare such a substantial amount of idle funds, and since fetching water from the village was not particularly burdensome, the elders decided against digging a well. Nowadays, with resources not being scarce, having a well would indeed be advantageous for convenience and water usage. When it comes to constructing a house, it is essential to consult someone knowledgeable about the house's orientation and feng shui. The master will come tomorrow, and he will also assess this matter, so it will all be taken care of seamlessly. It's not a hassle. I will check the fields while you stay at home and rest. Having contemplated these matters, there was little else to attend to. As I lifted my gaze, I happened to see Brother Wang and the others passing by with their farming tools, which prompted Gu Jinsheng to consider visiting the cornfield and inspecting the crops. Having not checked on them for over half a month, he feared that weeds might have proliferated and needed to be pulled before they competed with the crops for nutrients. I'll accompany you. I have nothing to do at home anyway, and it would be nice to take a stroll. Very well. Hearing her words, Gu Jinsheng did not object. They first went to the cornfield and, indeed, found that grass had grown, though fortunately it was not excessive. It had only recently sprouted, making it easy to uproot. Sit here and call me if you need anything. He led her to a spot, gently ruffled her hair, placed a straw hat on her head, and then went to work in the fields. Luo Ge thought about how, since her pregnancy, he always treated her like a delicate flower, which left her feeling somewhat helpless. She was not yet at the stage of being heavy and incapable of physical labor. In fact, she felt quite sprightly. However, since he was inclined to pamper her, she naturally did not wish to be overly demanding. After all, if she became too demanding, what would happen when he no longer wished to indulge her? It was best to remain composed. My dear, I'll gather some wild vegetables to take home. Let us make pancakes for dinner. After sitting for a while, she turned and noticed some wild greens not far off, so she greeted him and went to collect them. Since they had started consuming the vegetables from their garden, it had been quite some time since they had foraged for wild greens. Seeing the tender shoots now, she felt a strong desire to taste them. She admitted to herself that she was craving those soft, fragrant wild vegetable pancakes. All right, just be careful. Hearing her, Gu Jincheng glanced up and noticed that the spot she referred to was indeed close, so he allowed her to go. Yes, I understand. Just as she responded, a buzzing sound filled the air, causing her to stiffen. However, upon listening closely, she realized that the sound was receding into the distance, which eased her tension. Turning to look in that direction, she spotted a dozen bees flying towards the forest. Are you scared? Unbeknownst to her, Gu Jincheng had already heard the commotion and rushed to her side, noticing her tense posture and furrowed brow. No, I observed that the bees were laden with pollen. They must have honey in their hive, Luo Ge replied, shaking her head, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Seeing the brightness in her eyes, Gu Jincheng inquired, Do you want some? He pinched her cheek, amusement and exasperation mingling on his face. Luo Ge nodded enthusiastically, then shook her head. While wild honey is delightful, it is difficult to procure. Perhaps it was best to let it be. Do not worry. Your husband will fetch it for you. They frequently encountered those things on the mountain, having dealt with them often. However, at that time, he had no wife at home. He himself had little appetite, and the little ones could hardly consume much. Thus, most of the honey was accounted for by Li Qiao, either for his wife or to be sold, leaving little for themselves. For him, this matter was quite simple. He gently ruffled her hair and wrapped her up warmly once more. Wait for me. With that, he slipped into the forest in the direction the bees had flown, disappearing from her sight in a matter of moments, moving with such swiftness that he left her no chance to speak. She could only obediently remain crouched on the ground, waiting for his return. She casually gathered some wild vegetables, stopping just when she had enough for their evening meal. Before long, Gu Jinshan returned with 2 large pieces of honey wrapped in broad leaves. Is this sufficient? If not, there should still be more to find in the mountains. Although this season was not the peak for honey, few ventured into the mountains during this time, making the search less competitive. There was indeed more to be found, albeit with some difficulty in locating it. This will do. No need to search further. Luo Ge promptly took the honey and placed it into the basket they had brought, retrieving a jar from her space to store it properly. She then circled around him, checking. You weren't harmed, were you? Getting stung by bees can be quite painful, and I hope you weren't punished for disturbing their nest. Gu Jinshan opened his hands for her inspection, shaking his head. I am fine, rest assured. That's good. With his assurance, Luo Ge felt at ease, and as she gazed at the wild honey, a plethora of culinary delights danced in her mind. The first thought was of roasted meat, glazing it with honey to lock in moisture, yielding a fragrant exterior while remaining tender within. Floral teas would also be delightful, or perhaps some pastries. On leisurely days, a bit of honey mixed with water would be refreshing, aiding digestion and enhancing beauty. In modern times, pure wild honey was a rarity. The honey in her space was mixed with other ingredients, not the real deal, making this authentic wild honey all the more enticing. As they finished gathering the tender grass, it was not long before they completed the cornfield, planning to tend to the fields the following day. They intended to bring some fertilizer to enrich both the cornfield and the fields, as their 2 plots were not ideally located and somewhat barren. Additional nourishment was necessary. Otherwise, the crops would not thrive. As night approached, she pondered what else they might desire to eat besides pancakes. Shall I catch a couple of rabbits? Gu Jinshan suggested after tidying up, glancing towards the forest. It had been a while since he had hunted for game, and seeing that time was still on their side, he felt inclined to take a look. In the past, the game he brought back had always delighted her, particularly the rabbits. Upon hearing his words, Luo Ge quickly shook her head. No rabbits, please. I've heard that consuming rabbit meat while pregnant can lead to a cleft lip in the child. I'm not sure if there is any scientific basis for that, but I'd rather err on the side of caution. As she absent-mindedly touched her belly, she mused, How about a wild chicken? I shall prepare it for you. Aware of her husband's capabilities, she unreservedly began to place her order. All right, wait for me a moment. I shall return swiftly. While searching for honey, he had stumbled upon a wild chicken nest, which still contained a few eggs, but had not attended to it at the time. Now, observing that the wild hen would soon return to its nest, it seemed fortuitous. Luo Ge, carrying a basket on her back, nodded obediently. Nearby, familiar faces were laboring in the fields, so she lingered, awaiting his return. Luo Ge. Just as she was waiting, a voice called from behind her. Sister Wang. Turning to see the newcomer, Luo Ge greeted her with a smile. Ah, haven't you finished your work? Why are you still here? Sister Wang had just completed her toil in the fields, brushing off the dirt from her clothes as she approached Luo Ge. Not yet. He has gone up the mountain, and I am here waiting. Then I shall sit with you for a while. My husband hasn't finished packing his things either. With that, Sister Wang found a spot to rest beside her and took a sip of water. You were right, Luo Ge. My mischievous boy may indeed be quite suited for studying. Mentioning her son brought an uncontrollable smile to Sister Wang's face. Their family had been laborers for generations, barely recognizing a few characters. Who would have thought that their offspring would prove to be a scholar? Their hearts brimmed with joy. Sister Wang, known for her candid nature, seized the moment to share her delight. It is you who birthed such a clever child. After all, you provided Tai Dan with a solid foundation. Seeing Sister Wang's happiness, Luo Ge felt elated for them and chuckled in response. It seemed so taken aback by Luo Ge's words. Sister Wang pondered for a moment and realized it to be true, prompting her to break into laughter. Their personalities meshed well, and as they sat together idly, their conversation flowed seamlessly. Luo Ge gleaned numerous pieces of gossip from Sister Wang, including even the trivial matters shared among village women. Sister Wang spoke joyfully, and the more she talked, the more Luo Ge felt her face flush deeply. By the way, your little one hasn't been causing you trouble lately, has he? The first 3 months are still precarious, so do not indulge him, Sister Wang reminded her amid their chat. Luo Ge nodded obediently. Yes, I am aware. When Brother Wang and Gu Jinsheng returned, they were greeted by this scene. What are you two discussing? Observing his wife, so animated in conversation, both men inquired. Gu Jinsheng, noticing how crimson her cheeks had become, felt even more puzzled. Why are you so flushed? Have you been in the sun? He checked her temperature, furrowing his brow. Huh, it's not from the sun. She is simply shy. Sister Wang chuckled at his bewildered expression, earning a playful glare from Luo Ge. Gu Jinsheng. Brother Wang? Sister Wang's child was already several years old, and her forthright character often led her to exchange tales with the village women. I had almost forgotten that Luo Ge was still a newlywed. The blush on her cheeks mirrored her reaction when she first heard the village women speak of such matters. Upon returning, she noticed Gu Jinsheng raising an eyebrow, seemingly about to inquire further. Luo Ge hurriedly interjected, Yes, let us not linger, we should head back. The children will be returning soon. Hearing this, Sister Wang quickly chimed in with a smile. Being neighbors, the two young couples decided to return together, still carrying a bounty of wild chicken eggs. Upon reaching home, Luo Ge was taken aback by the items Gu Jinsheng had brought back. Ah, you've brought the whole nest, she exclaimed. Chickens and eggs, all in one go. She chuckled, amused by his growing sense of humor. Have you cleaned them all? I'll start on the dough. Of course, he replied. The house was equipped with a charcoal brazier, perfect for grilling. The whole chicken would be skewered and roasted, while the wings, drumsticks, and tips would be separately prepared. She had barbecue seasonings stored in her space, which she had already placed in ordinary jars. If only we had some eggplants and chives, maybe some fresh oysters and little meat skewers, she mused, having already rolled out the dough in the kitchen, brushing it with honey to prepare for grilling. Paired with beer, it would make for a delightful barbecue feast. Listening to her, Gu Jinsheng glanced at her thoughtfully. We should plant some of those vegetables in the future. He had seen seeds for the 2 vegetables she mentioned in her space, although they seemed absent from the garden. I'll step out for a moment, he said, turning to find the village butcher to purchase a piece of lean pork belly, cutting it into small chunks to skewer it as she had done earlier. This should also be suitable for grilling, right? He asked, presenting the skewered meat to her. Luo Ge's eyes lit up, nodding eagerly. Grilled pork belly will be absolutely delicious. I hadn't thought of that. Seeing her excitement, Gu Jinsheng smiled. As long as you enjoy it, that's what matters. What a wonderful aroma. The little ones had gone next door to join Tai Dan in completing their assigned homework. Upon returning, they were immediately greeted by a tantalizing scent. Their stomachs rumbled in unison, and both covered their little bellies, their cheeks slightly flushed, seemingly embarrassed. The sight amused the young couple as they plated the grilled meat and chicken, also bringing out the dough from the kitchen. To avoid solely indulging in meat, Luo Ge had prepared a cold potato salad, which she presented as well. You've returned just in time. The meat is freshly grilled. Quickly set your things down and wash your hand for dinner. All right. After washing up, the family dove into the meal without hesitation. Gu Jincheng, swift as ever, placed a chicken wing and a chicken leg in front of Luo Ge, along with a skewer of grilled pork belly. Once he confirmed she had enough, he finally began to eat himself. The two little ones exchanged glances, their eyes twinkling with delight, sharing a smile reminiscent of a mischievous aunt. Luo Ge felt a slight flush of embarrassment at their endearing expressions. He brought them 2 skewers of grilled pork belly, urging them to eat. The remaining chicken wing and drumstick were untouched by Gu Jincheng, left for the 2 little ones. As if by unspoken agreement, the family eagerly dove into the grilled pork belly first. To their astonishment, the initial bite was a revelation. The meat was delicious. The second child, without hesitation, accelerated his feasting, not forgetting to exclaim how fragrant it was. The eldest nodded in agreement, while Gu Jincheng remained silent, yet his pace of eating quickened, clearly indicating his enjoyment. Luo Ge also found the grilled meat exceptionally delectable, noting that the butcher sourced from local farmers who raised pigs on natural feed rather than commercial fodder, imparting that rich flavor of meat often spoken of by the elderly. It was indeed far superior to anything tasted in modern times. Furthermore, the charcoal grilling added an extra layer of aroma. The grilled chicken wings were equally delightful, made from free-range chickens that forage for their sustenance, yielding firm meat, with wild honey enhancing the flavor, crispy on the outside and tender within. Truly delectable. The seasoning was perfectly balanced. The wild vegetable pancakes wrapped around shredded potatoes offered a unique taste experience. After the meal, a glass of wild honey lemonade was the cherry on top. After thoroughly enjoying the barbecue, Luo Ge reminded the children, who were eagerly heading to the makeshift bathroom to wash up, to rinse their mouths before bedtime to avoid cavities. Don't worry, the eldest will ensure the youngest rinses properly, said the second child, who added, and I will keep an eye on my brother too. We don't want to lose our teeth like Brother Tai Dan. Indeed, you must remind each other, she replied. Gu Jincheng settled beside her, gently rubbing her belly to aid digestion while handing her the honey lemonade. It's warmed up. Drink it. All right. Once Luo Ge finished her drink, Gu Jincheng prepared a cup for himself as well, acknowledging that indulging in such delicious food warranted a little digestive aid. And so, a simple day passed. The following day, the feng shui master they had invited arrived as scheduled, escorted by the village head. After inspecting the foundation of their home, he confirmed that the house's orientation, like that of their small courtyard, facing true south, was auspicious. Furthermore, the location near the kitchen was ideal for digging a well. With these confirmations, the young couple felt reassured. They also selected a date to commence work, which would be on the first day of September, just 3 or 4 days away, allowing ample time for preparations and gathering the necessary timber. Meanwhile, the dried fruits from Manager Li had all been delivered. The peach slices had also been fully supplied. Over the past month and a half, Manager Li had sent 1,000 pounds of peaches daily. For the last 3 days, the quantity had reduced to 500 pounds each time. After reviewing the accounts, it was calculated that Manager Li had delivered a total of 15,500 pounds of peaches, with 100 pounds of fresh peaches yielding 25 pounds of dried fruit. 1,000 pounds of fruit equated to 250 pounds. Thus, 10,000 pounds of fresh peaches could produce 2,500 pounds of dried fruit. They had a total of 3,875 pounds of dried fruit shipped, priced at 270 won per pound, resulting in a total revenue of 1,046 taels of silver. The labor costs have already been accounted for by Li, so this represents their net earnings. Manager Li has also settled the silver with them. Indeed, peaches yield higher profits. Make sure to pack the boxes for storing silver, Luo Ge remarked with a smile. Consequently, they now possess over 2,000 taels in their coffers. Gazing at the deposits within their space, a wave of satisfaction washed over them. This is the joy of earning money. Indeed, 100 pounds of peaches can produce 15 more pounds of dried fruit compared to 100 pounds of plums, resulting in more than double the silver earnings. By the way, shouldn't we consider having our furniture custom-made? You will likely struggle to manage it all on your own. Previously, he mentioned making the furniture himself, but upon reflection, that seems impractical. With so many tasks at hand, including the furniture, he would surely wear himself thin. Moreover, she felt she could not assist much in this regard. It would be best to have someone craft the wardrobe, while I can handle making the bed for our home. I have already prepared the timber. The bed for the loving couple. It feels more meaningful to create it with our own hands. With this thought, a faint blush crept to his ears. All right, that works, he replied. Luo Ge, not noticing anything amiss, merely nodded in agreement. Do you know of any carpenters who would be suitable for this task? Suddenly shifting her stance, she found herself lacking a suitable craftsman. Aunt Ma's family would suffice. Both her husband and son are skilled. In the village, anyone needing furniture typically approaches them. Although Gu Jinsheng can work with wood, he relies solely on hunting for his livelihood and does not take on such jobs. The craftsmanship of Aunt Ma's family is taught by the same master as the Gu family, and their work is meticulous and durable. That sounds good. Shall we visit Aunt Ma's family later? Now that they have built a new home, they will need to replace doors, windows, the bed, wardrobe, tables, and chairs. The furniture in their old residence has been in use for quite some time. The bed they currently sleep on often creaks, and they fear it might collapse under the slightest movement. The furniture in the children's room is equally worn. They have been patched up repeatedly and are quite old. It would be better to simply procure new items. Acquiring all these necessities will undoubtedly take a fair amount of time, so it would be wise to inform them early, allowing for ample time to gather the materials. The timber required for furniture is not as easy to select as that for building a house. While building needs only to be sturdy, crafting furniture demands much more finesse. All right, tomorrow I will accompany them to the mountains to gather timber. Please take care of yourself at home. He expressed concern for her well-being, especially considering her condition. If you find yourself bored, you could visit Sister Wang and Sister Xiao for a chat. There is quite a bit of timber needed for the house, and he anticipated being occupied for a couple of days, with the children also needing to attend school. Alone at home and with a child on the way, he felt a twinge of worry. Don't worry, I'm quite capable of taking care of myself, she replied, finding his protective tone both amusing and endearing. Besides, you're not going to be gone for days on end. It's just a brief absence. He responded, ruffling her hair, and chose not to elaborate further. Should we encounter honey again, I shall bring some back for you, I remarked upon seeing the honey jar nearby. Very well. Whether there is any or not makes little difference. This jar will suffice for our household for quite some time. Indeed, after reaching an agreement, Mr. Su invited a discussion, and the couple proceeded to find Aunt Ma and her companions in the village. Upon learning that they were to procure furniture, Aunt Ma and her group readily acquiesced. You plan to commence work on the first day of the lunar month, correct? Should you find yourselves overwhelmed, do not hesitate to call upon me. I shall be available. Aunt Ma's delight at securing such a substantial order was evident, and she chuckled as she remarked on it. Very well, if there's a need. We shall not stand on ceremony with you, Aunt. Hearing Aunt Ma's words, Luo Ge recognized her goodwill and thus did not decline. However, it was likely unnecessary to enlist Aunt Ma's assistance. Indeed, we are all family. There is no need for formality, Aunt Ma replied with a smile. Among their kin, the phrase family was often used in casual conversation, initially intended as mere politeness. Yet, through frequent repetition, it subtly fostered a genuine sense of unity, reinforcing their bond over time. After finalizing arrangements with Aunt Ma, the young couple sought out the village butcher to reserve the meat required for the day of the housewarming feast. Being from the same village made it convenient to arrange for fresh provisions. Shall we also purchase some tofu and bean sprouts? And perhaps pick up the little ones along the way? Luo Ge suggested. The tofu from Old Lady Do's shop was quite affordable, 2 coins for a substantial block, and 2 more coins for bean sprouts would suffice for a family meal. Agreed. After some thought, Luo Ge turned back to the butcher to buy a piece of meat, knowing well that the men in the household were fond of meat. Stir-fried bean sprouts with meat will be delightful. Uncle Aunt, the 2 little ones, upon exiting the schoolhouse, spotted their uncle and aunt from afar. They joyfully called out and bounced over. Slow down. Don't fall. Seeing their exuberance, Luo Ge quickly opened her arms to catch them. Their delight increased as they were embraced by their aunt, their eyes sparkling with joy. It was only when they caught sight of their uncle's stern countenance that they obediently stepped back. "Aunt, what brings you both here? We can return home," with brother Taidan. Uncle Gu and Aunt Gu, trailing behind, approached and greeted Luo Ge and her husband. "Yes, dear ones. Your aunt and I have some matters to attend to in the village. Hence our presence here," Luo Gu patiently explained while gently ruffling the little one's hair. "Brother Gu, Sister Gu." Upon hearing the call and spotting the old gentleman from the schoolhouse, the couple paused momentarily. "Good day, sir," they greeted in unison. "Mr. Su." The three little ones chimed in unison as they recognized the old gentleman. "Ah, you two seem to have some leisure today. If time permits, why not step inside for a chat?" Upon hearing this, Luo Ge and Gu Jinsheng exchanged glances and looked at their little ones before nodding in agreement. Very well. The two little ones felt a twinge of anxiety. How should they address their uncle and aunt? Had they perhaps faltered in some way that drew the teacher's attention? Yet, they had consistently adhered to the teacher's instructions and diligently engaged with their homework, striving to answer questions posed in class. As they pondered this, they nervously tugged at their clothing, their small heads tilted in confusion. Big Treasure and Little Treasure approached as well. In the next moment, they heard the teacher call out to them. Upon hearing their name, the two brothers exchanged a glance and obediently fell in step. Yes, now it was Iron Egg's turn to scratch his head in perplexity. "Iron Egg, go call your parents here. Inform them that I have matters to discuss with them." "Oh, all right." Upon hearing this, Iron Egg promptly dashed off to summon his parents. Chapter 72. Big Treasure and Little Treasure become apprentices. Mr. Su, accustomed to teaching students, had a commanding presence due to his age. He habitually walked ahead with his hands clasped behind his back, allowing his students and the younger generation to follow in his wake. Thus, when he summoned Luo Ge and his family, he naturally continued his stroll, hands behind his back. After some time, without hearing any commotion from behind, he turned to find a family of four standing there, seemingly awaiting a reprimand. A smile crept onto his face as he gestured toward the nearby tea table. Sit down, do not be so stiff. The two children are quite obedient and charming. I do not intend to scold anyone." With that, the tension dissipated. Mr. Su, known for his strict demeanor, had just displayed a serious expression that reminded Luo Ge of past encounters with the school's disciplinary head. The two little ones breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing his words. Gu Jinsheng stood quietly to the side, exuding a sense of calm, as if he had not just been tense moments ago. He certainly did not forget the times when his father had held his head down to teach him characters and woodworking. His father's demeanor had been strikingly similar to that of Mr. Su just now. "What business does Mr. Su have that requires our presence?" After everyone was seated, Luo Ge decided to speak up. Mr. Su was not one to beat around the bush. "To be candid, I have summoned you both because I wish to take these two children as my apprentices and would like to seek your consent." With that, Mr. Su glanced at the adorably well-behaved children. Taking them as apprentices differs significantly from teaching in a school. The latter primarily imparts fundamental knowledge across various disciplines, offering broad instruction that lacks personalized guidance. However, as an apprentice, he would wholeheartedly impart all his knowledge and skills to them. These two children, along with Iron Egg, were rare talents. Even he had not anticipated discovering such bright and eager learners in this remote and secluded area after leaving the capital. Although he had chosen to retreat here, he did not wish to let the knowledge he had acquired over a lifetime go to waste. If he could take them as his students and pass on what he had learned, it would be a worthy endeavor. The young couple was momentarily taken aback by this revelation. They exchanged glances before turning back to face Mr. Su. "The talents of the esteemed elder have long reached the ears of my spouse and me. It would indeed be an honor for our two sons to be accepted as your disciples, a sentiment we, as elders, wholeheartedly embrace. However, we cannot unilaterally decide this matter, as it pertains to the significant life choices of our dear children. Their own thoughts must be taken into consideration." Upon further inquiry, we learned that Mr. Su was once the headmaster of the most prestigious academy in the capital, with many young scions from illustrious families eager to seek his mentorship. It is said that even the emperor has invited him to instruct the royal offspring, Such an extraordinary opportunity warrants no hesitation. Yet, while we wish to act in the best interest of the children, it is equally imperative to respect their own desires. Although the act of becoming a disciple may seem simple, it holds profound implications for their future lives. Thus, even as elders, we cannot make a unilateral decision. Upon hearing these words from Luo Ge, Mr. Su paused, clearly taken aback by the couple's respect for the children's opinions. Upon reflection, he found this approach commendable. With that, the three adults turned their attention to the two small children sitting obediently nearby. The Bao Air Bao, have you heard Mr. Su's words? If you have any thoughts, feel free to share them with us. Luo Ge spoke gently to the two little ones. All right, the children nodded obediently, and in the next moment, they stood up in unison and approached Mr. Su. Disciple, we greet you, master. Both brothers knelt and performed a respectful gesture of apprenticeship toward Mr. Su. The little ant had shared with them all the inquiries she had gathered, repeatedly urging them to diligently learn from Mr. Su. During their time together, they had genuinely grown fond of Mr. Su, who always spoke to them with warmth and kindness. Whenever they had questions, he patiently offered guidance, a rarity among adults they had encountered. Thus, the prospect of becoming Mr. Su's disciples brought them immense joy, a sentiment that emanated from the depths of their hearts. Good, my dear children. This display nearly left the adults in a state of astonishment. Regaining their composure, Mr. Su quickly gestured for the children to rise. Meanwhile, Gu Jinsheng took the opportunity to pour 2 cups of tea from the teapot. Please, master, have some tea, he said, handing the cups to the children. Only after finishing the tea can we complete the apprenticeship ceremony. To be a teacher is also to be a father. Henceforth, the two little ones would gain another family member. The children obediently accepted the tea, performing the apprenticeship gesture once more, offering the tea respectfully. Master, please enjoy the tea. Master, please enjoy the tea. Ah, yes, good, Mr. Su replied, drinking the tea presented by the Bao and Air Bao. In his heart, he contemplated what treasures he might possess that would be suitable for these two young disciples. If all went well, these little ones would likely become his most cherished pupils. Care must be taken. He needed to search thoughtfully upon returning home. By the way, Mr. Gu, Mrs. Gu, have you chosen names for the Bao and Air Bao? After the successful apprenticeship, Mr. Su suddenly recalled this matter. The Bao and Air Bao sound more like nicknames. At this moment, it is quite common for individuals with notable names to be addressed by their nicknames, as there is a saying that suggests common names are easier to nurture. Upon hearing this, Luo Ge turned her gaze towards Gu Jinsheng, as this was something she was not entirely aware of. After all, the household registration was under Gu Jinsheng's name. Since the moment she became acquainted with the two little ones, she had always referred to them as Big Treasure and Little Treasure, a habit that had become ingrained. The two children also turned their heads in unison towards Gu Jinsheng, unaware themselves that they had been called Big Treasure and Little Treasure since childhood. Why not request the esteemed teacher to bestow upon them proper names? Luo Ge suggested. As their teacher and father figure, it would be fitting for the venerable elder to name the children. However, upon hearing this, the two little ones looked back at Luo Ge and Gu Jinsheng. While having their names given by their teacher was indeed wonderful, they also wished for their beloved aunt and uncle to participate in the naming process. To them, Luo Ge was akin to a mother, filling the void of maternal love they had long experienced. Similarly, Gu Jinsheng was like a father to them, nurturing their growth and imparting wisdom and skills. It was their uncle and aunt who had provided them with warmth akin to that of biological parents. Although they had lost their own parents, they still had a loving home. Observing the earnestness of the two little ones, the venerable elder felt no resentment. Instead, he was comforted by their sincerity. I have yet to decide. So, shall we deliberate together and determine how to proceed? He proposed. Hearing the elder's words, the young couple exchanged glances with the two children and nodded in agreement. Thus, after some discussion, the elder decided that the children would belong to the Hewn generation, with each of the young couple naming one child. Big Treasure was named Gu Yunmu, and Little Treasure was named Gu Yuni. The children were quite fond of their new names, and thus they were settled upon. Once the children's names were established, Tai Dan arrived with Wang Dage and Wang Sashu. In front of everyone, the venerable elder accepted Tai Dan as his disciple. Today, the elder took on 3 disciples, making them his most cherished students. Like Big Treasure and Little Treasure, Tai Dan was also of the Yun generation, and after discussions with Wang Dage and others, he was named Gu Yunhua. According to the timeline of apprenticeship, Big Treasure and Little Treasure should technically have been considered Tiadan seniors. However, they had always called him Brother Tai Dan, so they adhered to the order of age instead. Tai Dan was the eldest, and Little Treasure the youngest. Although the difference in birth time from his older brother was minimal, Little Treasure had never minded this, and thus naturally took on the role of a younger disciple. As matters concluded and the hour grew late, everyone bid farewell to the venerable elder one by one before departing. Brother Yunhua, Master Brother Yunhua. On their way back, the little ones ran ahead, playing joyously together. Big Treasure and Little Treasure mischievously called out to their new elder brother, Junior Brother Yunmu, Junior Brother Yuni. Tai Dan laughed and joined in their playful banter. The adults followed behind, watching the little ones frolic with delight. Gu Jinshun walked alongside Luo Ge, occasionally offering cautious reminders to watch her step, tenderly safeguarding his beloved. Meanwhile, Brother Wang and his wife seemed engrossed in a cheerful conversation, their faces alight with joy. The lingering glow of the sunset cast warm hues upon them, creating elongated shadows that reflected their blissful expressions. This serene moment epitomized the tranquility of life. The following morning, Luo Ge awoke early to prepare dough and steam some meat buns for breakfast. She even set aside an extra portion for the 2 little ones to take to their master. Not long after they finished their meal, the village chief arrived with the selected laborers, ready to assist in gathering wood from the mountains. The more hands, the swifter the work. Including Brother Wang and Zayunio as husband, there were a total of 16 men. As the sole woman among them, Luo Ge felt somewhat out of place, so she exchanged a brief glance with them before retreating indoors, while Gu Jinshun remained outside to greet the group. Wife, we are leaving. Please take care of yourself at home, Gu Jinshun cautioned before departing, earning a round of teasing from the group of men outside. I understand, she replied. She had intended to check in on her space, but not long after he left, Sister Wang arrived with a bag of fabric for making clothes. Sister, what brings you here? Luo Ge inquired. Oh, your husband summoned me, Sister Wang replied with a laugh. He was concerned you might be bored at home, and since I finished my chores, I thought I'd come over for a chat. Indeed, your Gu Erlang truly cherishes his wife. Unlike my husband who leaves without a word, Sister Wang teased, causing Luo Ge's cheeks to flush. There are some dried fruits at home. Would you care to try some? Luo Ge offered, subtly shifting the topic. All right, Sister Wang agreed, understanding Luo Ge's intention to change the subject. She held the garments she had made for Luo Ge, the first of which was the one she was currently wearing. Having started the work some time ago, their conversation soon turned to completion. After tying off the thread and tidying up the sewing kit, Sister Wang held the clothing up to Luo Ge. Would you like to try it on? I believe the color would suit you beautifully. Certainly, I will go try it on, Luo Ge responded eagerly. Not long after, she emerged in her new attire. Stunning. The fresh green hue makes your complexion appear even fairer, Sister Wang exclaimed sincerely upon seeing Luo Ge's appearance. Luo Ge had few pieces of clothing, often rotating between the same 2. Thus, this new style and color were indeed a refreshing sight. The fabric was a subtle, elegant shade of pale green, perfectly complementing Luo Ge's naturally fair skin. Sister Wang could only marvel at how lovely it looked. Your craftsmanship is truly remarkable. It fits perfectly. I will change back now, Luo Ge said with a shy smile, as she turned to return to her previous outfit. She also settled the payment for the dress with Sister Wang, having previously agreed upon the price, so Sister Wang graciously accepted it without hesitation. The trousers are nearly finished. They should be ready shortly. Afterward, you can wash up, and by tomorrow, you'll be able to don your new attire. At that time, you can show it to your esteemed Gu Erlang, and I assure you, he will be thoroughly delighted. While Sister Wang busily worked on the trousers, she chuckled lightly. A soft knock echoed through the room. Just as Luo Ge opened her mouth to speak, a knock at the door interrupted her. Turning her head, she was surprised to see Manager Li at the entrance. Madam Gu, Madam Wang, he greeted with a warm smile, having visited several times before when Sister Wang was assisting the Gu family, thus becoming acquainted with them. Upon seeing such an esteemed figure as the manager, Sister Wang, who considered herself merely an illiterate peasant woman, felt a bit flustered at his greeting. Manager Li, what brings you here in person? If there is something, you could have sent that young man to inform me, she replied, her demeanor slightly uneasy. Luo Ge, however, appeared calm, albeit curious. In response to her words, Manager Li gestured for someone to bring in the goods. During his approach, he overheard that young Master Gu was not home and that only 2 ladies were present. To avoid unnecessary gossip, he left the courtyard door open, allowing several baskets of pears to be carried inside. The peaches and plums are already out of season. Didn't we previously discuss sourcing more fruit? He continued. Well, our employer has recently received a batch of fresh pears, large, sweet, and juicy. Thus, I was sent to inquire whether these pears could be transformed into snacks. Manager Li pointed at the pears while smiling at Luo Ge, though inwardly he was quite anxious. Their attempts at drying plums and peaches had been too late, resulting in insufficient supply for their eager customers. Consequently, they faced a dwindling clientele, and after just a couple of days, business had become dismal. At that moment, Manager Li's gaze upon Luo Ge was akin to that of a god of wealth. If Luo Ge were aware of his thoughts, she might have exclaimed, "What a coincidence! I feel the same." To her and her husband, Manager Li was indeed akin to a deity of fortune, as each visit typically brought them a handsome profit. Noticing the expectant look on Manager Li's face, Luo Ge smiled. While pears may not be suitable for drying, they can certainly be made into fruit candy or pear syrup. I can attempt to make some, and you may come by tomorrow to see the results. What do you think? Upon hearing this, Manager Li visibly relaxed. Fruit candy and pear syrup were ventures they had yet to explore, and after a moment of contemplation, he nodded eagerly. Very well, dear sister, do proceed with your experimentation. I shall leave these pears here and return tomorrow. With their arrangements made, Manager Li took his leave, and seeing the situation, Sister Wang also decided not to linger. Bidding farewell to Luo Ge before returning to her own abode, Luo Ge tidied up her belongings, noting that the hour was growing late, and proceeded to prepare lunch. Gu Jinsheng and his companions had brought provisions for their ascent, so she needed only to cook for herself and the 2 little ones. She reheated the buns left from the morning and quickly stir-fried a couple of dishes. After the children returned and finished their meal, followed by a brief nap, she planned to head to town to purchase the necessary ingredients for making autumn pear syrup. Just before stepping out, she recalled her husband's anxious demeanor and, fearing he might worry if he returned to find her absent, left him a note on the table. This was her first time venturing out alone, but fortunately, she was well acquainted with the route, which eased her discomfort. The ingredients required for the syrup, such as monk fruit and lilies, were readily available at the local apothecary, allowing her to procure everything in one location. However, after some contemplation, Luo Ge decided to visit 3 different places for her purchases. Once she gathered the needed ingredients and some meat and vegetables, she started her journey home. Yet, just as she reached the city gates, she halted in her tracks. 2 taels, you can take her away. Li Mu glared at the man before her, gritting her teeth. 2 taels? Are you robbing me? At most 1 tael. Anything more is not worth it. The man, with a face full of pockmarks, disdainfully glanced at Li Zhaodi. She looked like a worn-out hag, a second-hand item, having borne 2 children. For such a woman to demand 2 taels was laughable. Even 1 tael seemed excessive to him. Who did not know that she had been discarded for not bearing a son, mistreating her children, and relying on her maternal family? With all that against her, who would not find her undesirable? He merely sought a woman to amuse himself with and to bring home for labor, which was why he had come. Just 1 tael. Once she is yours, she can never return to her family, and you must provide me with a written agreement. If not, I shall take my leave. I have other matters to attend to, so do not waste my time, he stated, cutting off any further protest from Li Mu. Mother hearing this, Li Zhaodi panicked. Calling out to her mother, Li Mu frowned as she regarded her daughter, who had become a mere burden. Fine, let be as you say, 1 tael, she finally declared, turning to Huang Lizi. 1 tael it is. That should suffice for a while. After all, she is a liability. Keeping her is pointless. With the transaction complete, money exchanged for the girl, she turned to find someone to witness the written agreement. Thus, Li Zhaodi was sold by her own mother like a piece of property. I'm sorry, my dears, but I must catch a late flight tonight. So I will pause here for now and continue tomorrow. With the agreement finalized, Li Mu grinned and departed, leaving Li Zhaodi behind, tears brimming in her eyes. She had never imagined her mother would truly sell her off, severing their familial ties with a written document. She had abandoned her marital home, believing her mother's assurances of support, yet now, smack. What mother? They had made it clear that she was no longer part of their family. There was no gratitude owed. Observing Li Zhaodi's dismay, Huang Lizi raised his hand and struck her across the face. He was well aware of her true nature. She was a troublesome and contemptible woman, yet she suited him perfectly. Covering her injured face, Li Zhaodi glared at Huang Lizi. What are you staring at? You need a lesson, don't you? No sooner had she spoken than he seized her by the hair and dragged her away. Li Zhaodi cried out in pain all the while. Luo Ge quietly embraced his backpack, silently making his way home. In this situation, he could only blame himself for the path he had chosen. Meanwhile, a group of men on the mountain worked swiftly, gathering a considerable amount of suitable timber by midday. Gu Jincheng single-handedly hoisted 2 logs, his thoughts occupied with his dear wife, striding forward at a brisk pace. The bystanders, including Brother Wang, could only stare in astonishment. After glancing at his own burdened state, exhausted from carrying a single log, and then at the light-footed Gu Jincheng ahead, he fell into a contemplative silence. He's not normal. I shan't compare myself to him, he finally muttered after a while. Indeed, that's reasonable. The others nodded in agreement, feeling utterly justified. It's demoralizing to compare oneself to others. We shall not. Wife, I have returned, Gu Jincheng exclaimed, tossing the logs at the entrance before eagerly heading inside. Look what I brought back. He rummaged through his clothes as he spoke. However, upon finding the courtyard empty, he was momentarily taken aback, followed swiftly by a wave of anxiety. Turning to the table, he spotted the note she had left behind, which provided him with a breath of relief. Noticing the baskets of pears arranged in the yard, he pondered for a moment before retrieving a small cart to wash the fruit by the river. After returning home, he rinsed the fruit twice with the water from his house before ceasing his efforts. The note mentioned that Manager Li had sent over the fruit, and he was curious about what new methods his little wife had devised. Nevertheless, washing the fruit thoroughly was certainly essential. Knowing that she would struggle to manage everything alone in his absence, he decided to assist her as much as possible. However, he did not anticipate that even after washing all the fruit, his wife had yet to return. Jincheng, I'm leaving. Seeing that everyone was preparing to head back up the mountain, he felt it inappropriate to linger. The fruit had been cleaned. He would not overburden himself and would wait for her return. He left her a note before joining Brother Wang and the others. Moments later, Luo Ge arrived home. He was momentarily taken aback to see the fruit in the yard had been processed. Upon reading the note left by his husband, he felt a warmth swell within him. The methods for making autumn pear syrup and autumn pear candy were quite similar. One required more ingredients and longer cooking time, while the other needed fewer ingredients and less time. The initial steps were uniform. Wash, peel, core, wrap the fruit flesh in cheesecloth, and extract the juice. Peeling was optional, but did yield more juice. Luo Ge divided the extracted juice into 2 pots, one for making syrup and the other for candy. He gathered the necessary ingredients for the syrup: red dates, ginger slices, monk fruit, Sichuan fritillary, and loquat leaves. Combine the ingredients into the pear juice and simmer for approximately 2 hours. During this time, one can prepare the fruit syrup by adding rock sugar and malt syrup purchased from the street into another pot of pear juice for boiling. Once the pear juice reaches a boil, stir continuously until the foam becomes delicate and the juice thickens, at which point it can be poured into candy molds to cool. Given the current weather, a balance between warmth and coolness, placing the molds in a shaded area will suffice for them to solidify. After waiting for a little over an hour, the autumn pear syrup will be nearly ready. Strain the mixture through cheesecloth and pour the pure juice back into the pot to continue simmering. Once the juice begins to boil, stir it until it reaches a slightly viscous consistency, at which point it can be jarred for storage. Luo Ge managed to produce 2 jars of pear paste from nearly half a basket of fresh pears, with the fruit syrup yielding just over a jar. After preparing the autumn pear syrup and fruit syrup, Luo Ge heard Gu Jincheng calling out, You're back. Hearing his voice, Luo Ge felt a surge of joy. Peeking out from the kitchen with a smile. Observing his petite wife, Gu Jinsheng felt his heart soften. Turning to see the half-empty basket, he frowned and gently tapped her forehead. Why didn't you wait for me? It's not difficult. It just takes some time to simmer. I could rest while it cooked. I just finished. Do you want to taste? She offered him a sample of the freshly prepared autumn pear juice and took a piece of candy for herself. After he sampled the juice, she tilted her head slightly and asked, "How is it?" She then fed him another piece of candy. Gu Jinsheng glanced down at her fingers, which had brushed against his lips while feeding him, and swallowed hard. It's very sweet. It's delightful and ticklish. I might have added a bit too much sugar. I'll use less next time, but the autumn pear syrup diluted with water should be fine, right? Luo Ge murmured as she looked at the syrup. Gu Jinsheng chuckled and shook his head. I wasn't referring to the autumn pear syrup. Just as she was about to ask, her breath was stolen away. Savoring the moment, it was indeed overwhelmingly sweet, the kind that reaches deep into one's heart. After a while, fearing that the moment might spiral out of control, he reluctantly pulled away. Is it very sweet? Observing Luo Ge, who was calming her breath, he teasingly raised an eyebrow, which unsurprisingly earned him a playful glare from her. Her cheeks flushed from the kiss, and one could not deny that it was indeed very sweet. Her gaze, soft and delicate, posed no threat to him, yet it ignited a delightful flutter within. He swallowed hard, daring not to look again, and instead turned his attention to the fruits in the yard. Do we still need to tend to these fruits? Following his gaze, Luo Ge pondered for a moment before nodding. With your help, it will go much faster. Let us gather as much as we can. Are you planning to go to the mountain? If so, you should attend to your tasks first. The time is still early. I want to be going. I've already gathered quite a bit today. I can make another trip tomorrow, and that should suffice. If you need assistance, do let me know. As he spoke, he began to fetch the tools typically used for drying fruits. Peeling the skin and extracting the juice would suffice. This fruit is relatively large and contains ample moisture. Indeed, it is not a troublesome task. Hearing this, Gu Jinsheng nodded, recognizing that it is indeed less labor-intensive than making dried fruit. Yes, I shall peel the fruit. Having had a successful first attempt, he felt confident now and could prepare a larger batch in the future, thus simplifying the process considerably. Very well, but do be cautious with your hands. Gu Jinsheng reminded as he gathered the necessary tools for juicing. The young couple worked in perfect harmony, and before long, they had processed the remaining half basket and brought in another half basket to cook together. Out of 7 baskets of pears, only a little over 5 remained. They planned to make another effort later, which should allow them to finish yet another basket. Dear husband, please keep an eye on things while I fetch some vegetables from the garden, she said, noticing that it was getting late and the 2 little ones would soon be back. I will go and bring the children back as well. What would you like to eat? Just some cabbage will do. Please check if the tomatoes and loofah are ripe. If so, feel free to gather some. Given their controlled watering, they should be nearly ready for harvest. Understood, Gu Jinsheng replied, giving a reminder before stepping out. As he reached the door, Luo Ge glanced at the timber they had collected, astonished at their efficiency. They had gathered quite a bit in just one day. The entrance was piled high with straight pieces, ideal for construction. The timber needed to be placed in an open area to dry before use. Turning to inspect the layout of the house, he noted that the outlines had already been marked, and they could proceed according to the plan. Everyone is indeed quite capable. Auntie DeBao is back. Auntie Airbao is back too. Upon returning to the house, she poured the syrup into molds and heard the joyful shouts of the 2 children. She turned to see them running into the kitchen, returning their empty pot and fetching 2 pieces of sugar from the pear syrup jar. She divided the treats between them to taste. Have a piece of candy first. Dinner will be served shortly. All right, Andy. We have finished our homework today, so I'll help watch the fire. DeBao, with a delighted smile, set his book bag aside and went to assist Luo Ge with the fire. Since he was nearby, Luo Ge did not refuse his help. Bao, come with your uncle to wash the vegetables. Bao happily scampered out. Before long, Gu Jinsheng returned with Bao, bringing along freshly washed tomatoes and cabbage. Wife, the tomatoes you mentioned are ripe. I gathered some, but the loofah is not yet ready. Oh, splendid. Turning her head, Luo Ge spotted a basket brimming with plump, vibrant tomatoes, their juiciness evident at first glance. She inhaled deeply, feeling a pang of desire. It had been quite a while since she had savored such a delicacy, and since arriving in this world, it felt as though she had wandered through an entire century. Though only 2 or 3 months had truly passed, the hardships endured during her escape made the time seem interminable. She longed for these hometown vegetables dearly. Let us make 3 for a salad, save 3 for scrambled eggs, and we can share the rest, she suggested. The tomatoes were of considerable size, and Gu Jinsheng had gathered quite a few that were ripe. Luo Ge selected the ones intended for cooking, leaving a few for each family member. Let us all have a taste. They're quite delicious. Once the portions were distributed, Luo Ge eagerly took her first bite. The sweetness was delightful, with just a hint of tartness, predominantly sweet. She relished it. The remaining tomatoes were a novel sight for the 2 little ones, who, upon witnessing Luo Ge's joyful expression, were inspired to sample them as well. The taste was reminiscent of fruit, a delightful balance of sweet and sour. After trying this intriguing tomato, the 2 children's eyes sparkled with excitement as they continued to nibble. Gu Jinsheng nodded in approval, finding them quite delectable. How should we prepare the salad? Is it similar to the cucumber salad with chili? He inquired, contemplating fetching the necessary ingredients. Luo Ge interjected gently, no need. Just chop them up and sprinkle a bit of sugar, and I will prepare scrambled eggs with tomatoes. I'll assist, he replied, and the 2 children promptly joined in. Their simple dinner comprised a refreshing tomato salad, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, and sautéed cured meat. A modest yet delightful meal they crafted together. Previously, Gu Jinsheng had turned any small game he could not finish or sell into cured meat. After their meal, they prepared pear syrup and candy, then took a moment to rest. There were only 4 baskets of pears left from what Manager Lee had delivered. A quick weigh-in revealed that each basket contained approximately 100 pounds. It took about 25 pounds of pears to yield a pound of syrup, and the same for the candy. Using overly large pots proved challenging for control. They could only process 1 basket at a time, extracting enough juice to produce a mere 2 pounds of syrup or candy. Thus, from 100 pounds of pears, they could produce 10 pounds of dried fruit, while the syrup and candy combined yielded a maximum of 4 pounds. The cost of making syrup and candy was significantly higher due to the added ingredients like Sichuan fritillary and monk fruit. My dear, how much silver should we charge for the pear syrup and candy? Gu Jinsheng asked, having calculated the costs. Luo Ge shook her head. I haven't finalized it yet, but I would prefer to discuss a profit-sharing arrangement with Brother Lee. The intrinsic value of the pear syrup is considerable. A profit-sharing agreement would be more suitable. Moreover, they had mentioned collaborating on a profit-sharing basis earlier, and although Manager Lee had shown some interest at that time, there has been no communication recently. It's time to follow up. While frequent dealings might make them seem like acquaintances, at the end of the day, they were all in business, weren't they? Indeed, that sounds reasonable. The following morning, the laborer who had helped the day before came to call for Gu Jinsheng. Jinsheng, it's time to go. Everyone is waiting outside. Brother Wang shouted as he entered. Gu Jinsheng had intended to wait for Manager Lee to arrive so he could discuss matters with Luo Ge together. However, since he was most familiar with the mountain, his presence would provide reassurance to everyone. It would not do to go without him. Wife, are you sure you can manage on your own? He glanced at Brother Wang and then turned to Luo Ge with a hint of concern. Luo Ge was taken aback by his words, but eventually nodded. It's fine, I can handle it myself. You go ahead and attend to your business. She sighed. After all, she was not a child. Observing her demeanor, Gu Jinsheng studied her for a moment before looking at Brother Wang. I'll be back shortly. If the discussion goes well, you can rest. We can deal with the remaining fruits when I return. With that, he concluded his remarks. Though Luo Ge felt somewhat helpless hearing this, she could only obediently nod in agreement. All right, please be careful. MHM. Shortly after Gu Jinsheng and the others departed, Manager Lee arrived. Little sister-in-law, how did the syrup you mentioned yesterday turn out? Upon seeing Luo Ge, he immediately got straight to the point. To avoid idle chatter in Gu Jinsheng's absence, Luo Ge opened the courtyard door and set up a table outside, quickly preparing 2 cups of autumn pear syrup for him to sample. It's ready. Brother Lee, you can try it now. This autumn pear syrup pairs quite well with tea, and it's delightful when enjoyed with pastries. Good. Without hesitation, Manager Lee tasted the syrup and nodded in approval. The sweetness is just right, and it carries a delightful pear fragrance. This flavor is indeed quite novel. He had never before tried a fruit-based tea, though he had sampled numerous floral teas. The aftertaste was sweet, and he felt a soothing comfort in his throat. In recent days, the shop's business had sharply declined, leaving him feeling somewhat irritable and even experiencing a sore throat. This is not merely a fruit tea. I have also added wild honey and several medicinal herbs to it, which are effective for moistening the lungs, resolving phlegm, and alleviating coughs. If you have trouble sleeping, you might also try this to improve your rest, Luo Ge remarked, amused as she noted the dark circles under his eyes. Hearing this, Manager Lee glanced down at the cup in his hand. Wild honey is quite valuable, and I imagine the additional herbs also contribute to the cost. No wonder my throat feels so much better after drinking this, he chuckled. This syrup, with the wild honey and other ingredients, must have a considerable cost. I wonder what price you plan to set for it, little sister-in-law. Luo Ge raised an eyebrow slightly. Since its value has yet to be fully realized, it would be unwise to set a price at this moment. How about this, Brother Lee? You can take some back and test it for a couple of days to see the results, and then we can discuss its value further. You can also try selling the fruit syrup. Once you have results, we can negotiate from there. Yesterday, I processed 2 baskets of raw pears, yielding 5 pounds of each type, both of which can be sold in loose form. It should be worth a trial over the next few days. Upon hearing Luo Ge's proposal, Manager Lee glanced at the jars thoughtfully. After a moment's consideration, he nodded. All right, I will take some back to test. After discussing with Luo Ge, Manager Lee did not linger for long. He simply assisted in bringing in the 7 or 8 baskets of pears he had brought that day. He was unaware of the results Luo Ge had achieved, but having collaborated several times before, he had faith that Luo Ge would not disappoint him. Thus, he brought another batch of fruit today. Sister-in-law, you may stay here. We shall take our leave. After ensuring the fruits were moved in, he exchanged greetings with Luo Ge. Luo Ge nodded and then handed him 2 baskets of eggs she had prepared. These are the salted duck eggs and century eggs I have been experimenting with. Brother Lee, you can take them home for your wife to try. The first basket contains salted duck eggs, which differ slightly from the usual ingredients. It will be a delightful novelty for you. The second is century eggs, which can be enjoyed with congee or sliced and paired with sauce over rice. Please take them back to sample. I feel it is only right to share some new delicacies with you. Luo Ge smiled as she handed over the items. Very well. I shall not be polite then. I will have my wife cook them to try. I am confident in your sister-in-law's culinary skills. Upon hearing this, Manager Lee did not hesitate. Being a perceptive man, he understood that whatever Luo Ge provided would undoubtedly be of great value and suitable for business. Thus, he accepted them readily. Take care on your journey. Yes, yes, Manager Lee nodded, waving goodbye to Luo Ge as he left with his companions. Once he saw their cart disappear into the distance, Luo Ge returned home to prepare for her errands in the market later that afternoon. The day for Bao and Heir Bao's formal apprenticeship had been set, and she needed to accompany Sister Wang to the town to purchase the necessary gifts for the ceremony. The last time, they'd been a bit rushed, so they decided to choose an auspicious date for a complete ceremony, which had been selected collectively by their master and the couple. With ample time still available, she organized her belongings and continued to simmer pear syrup and pear candy. Just as she finished a batch, the 2 little ones were expected to return. After preparing a simple lunch, and once the children had eaten and rested before heading off to school, Sister Wang came to visit. Luo Ge. Ah, sister-in-law, I'm coming. Just as she heard the voice and responded, Luo Ge paused, suddenly recalling that she had forgotten to mention her trip to the market. Sister-in-law, please wait for a moment. I will be right out. She thought for a moment, then turned back to find paper and pen, leaving a note on the table. All right, take your time. There is no rush. Seeing Luo Ge's flurry, Sister Wang quickly reassured her. Just then, she turned and noticed a group of men descending the mountain. Husband Gu Erlang, you are back. She was taken aback by the sight of Gu Jinsheng, who was energetically carrying several logs. Brother Wang smiled as he approached his wife, while Gu Jinsheng merely nodded, placing the wood down before heading inside to find his own wife. Sister-in-law, I'm ready. let us go. As Luo Ge placed her pen down, she heard some commotion outside and, mistaking it for Sister Wang, casually inquired, "Where are you going?" Upon hearing his wife's words, Gu Jincheng furrowed his brows. When Luo Ge noticed Gu Jincheng's voice, she looked up with bright eyes. "Husband, you're back." "Yes, where you all headed? May I accompany you?" Wiping the sweat from his brow with a handkerchief he had grabbed from the door, Gu Jincheng asked. Luo Ge took the handkerchief from him and gently wiped his face. "Did we not decide on the day for Dabao and the others to pay their respects to their master? I discussed it with Sister Wang, and we plan to head to town this afternoon to purchase the items needed for the ceremony." Upon hearing this, Gu Jincheng nodded. "I shall join you. Have you finished your tasks?" "That was rather quick." "Yes, the wood has already been chopped and is resting halfway up the mountain. I just need to make one more trip back to retrieve it, and I shall return shortly. Would you kindly wait for me?" "That sounds good. Just take your time and be safe." "All right." Seeing her agree, Gu Jincheng stepped outside, his voice echoing back from a distance as he hurriedly ran off. Meanwhile, Guagua remarked, "These past few days have been quite busy for me. My sister is getting married, and there are many things to manage at home. Updates may be fewer, so everyone can stock up on what they can read. I anticipate that after a few days of busyness, I will return to my regular update schedule with daily posts, and perhaps even some extra ones sporadically." As Gu Jincheng made his way back, the others quickly followed suit. When they saw him returning with a considerable amount of wood, they were genuinely astonished. Silently, they each shouldered a piece and trailed behind him. After making 3 trips the previous day and 2 today, they had nearly gathered enough lumber. After settling everyone's wages for the past 2 days, Gu Jincheng promptly changed his clothes and set off with his wife to the market. The assistance they provided was considered casual labor, so they were paid daily, while the upcoming construction would be managed by the foreman, who would handle monthly payments. The foreman was none other than the village head's son, Gu Yun, Gu Jincheng's friend, who was trustworthy and experienced in this line of work. Typically, for construction projects, wages would be given to the foreman, who would then distribute them. "Wife, let us go." Once Gu Jincheng had changed, he returned with a donkey cart and called for Luo Ge. "All right." Brother Wang, having some free time, decided to join them as well. With 2 couples paired together, they had plenty to talk about along the way. Meanwhile, upon returning, Manager Li immediately set about implementing Luo Ge's suggestion, preparing autumn pear syrup as a tea to accompany the pastries for the guests at the shop. To their surprise, this fragrant fruit tea brought a delightful liveliness back to their establishment. It was not just Manager Li who was pleased by the scene before him. "Did she make a bid?" Jiang Feng inquired, observing the vibrant atmosphere. "Not yet. The young mistress wishes to first assess the results," Manager Li replied, shaking his head. Upon hearing this, Jiang Feng raised an eyebrow. They were all astute individuals, and such nuances were easily grasped. Understanding Luo Ge's implication, he glanced around the bustling shop, nodded slightly, and gave Manager Li's shoulder a reassuring pat. "Last time you brought back those mooncakes, were they made by her as well?" Manager Li nodded, "Yes. I happened to deliver goods that day and managed to snag a portion." Speaking of the previous mooncakes, Manager Li truly could not forget them. He had long desired to discuss this matter with Luo Ge. The delicacy known as mooncake was indeed distinct from the dry, powdery pastries they typically encountered. It was a flavor he had never experienced before, and at the time, he gathered from Miss Gu's words that she could craft other confections as well. After tasting them, he contemplated discussing with his employer the possibility of engaging in conversation with Miss Gu. However, his employer instructed him to refrain from mentioning it for the time being, so he set aside his thoughts. After all, the decision-maker was his employer, and in their presence, he was merely a subordinate, thus he naturally had to heed their commands. Upon hearing this, Jiang Feng nodded and turned his gaze back downstairs. He had heard they were planning to build a house during this period. When the time came, he asked Manager Li to prepare some gifts to send along. If time permitted, they could also arrange to meet at the restaurant for tea. As he spoke, Jiang Feng added, "It is undeniable that, based on recent experiences, this Luo Ge is indeed a capable individual. I am quite eager to see what surprises our collaboration may yield." From the previous mooncake, he had discerned the other party's intentions and recognized that they were attempting to coax them into taking the initiative. Naturally, he could not afford to let himself be easily maneuvered. Thus, he instructed that the matter be kept under wraps. contemplating a gradual approach to entice the other party to initiate discussions, thereby gaining the upper hand. After all, in the realm of commerce, who does not seek profit or harbor ulterior motives? However, he had not anticipated that the other party would exhibit such patience. Initially, he believed they were the ones benefiting from the partnership, but now it appeared that they were more reliant on the other party. Of course, this observation pertained only to the vicinity of Hewn town. To have conducted business to this extent, he was certainly not naive enough to be easily manipulated. Thus, he kept the situation contained within Hewn. The capital city had also managed to navigate challenges by presenting rare goods as a pretext, earning considerable goodwill in the process. Yet, judging by the current circumstances in Hewn, it was clear that this Miss Gu was indeed a partner worth collaborating with. Therefore, it was not out of the question to give a try. Hearing his employer's words, Manager Li's eyes brightened. It seemed that the collaboration with Miss Gu was indeed on the verge of materializing. However, the specifics would only be determined after discussions. Understood, he replied with enthusiasm, turning to arrange for additional pairs to be brought back. The fruit tea and fruit candies were truly delightful. It would be wise for Miss Gu to produce a larger quantity to avoid supply shortages. As Luo Ge and her companions passed by the fruit exine shop in town, they too observed the bustling scene within. Business is thriving indeed, Sister Wang remarked, unable to suppress her admiration. Luo Ge chuckled in response. Oh dear, how do we be out of sugar again? Manager, how do you manage your business? Is the supply insufficient? I have just acquired a single jar. This small jar appeared to contain no more than a couple of taels of sugar, perhaps only 20 pieces at most. Such a meager amount, what use could it serve? He also intended to give some away. Indeed, upon hearing this, others quickly chimed in. Isn't it rather insufficient? That individual at least managed to seize a jar, while we have come away empty-handed. They were all regular patrons of the fortune store. Recently, for reasons unknown, the new products launched by this establishment have been increasingly delightful, both novel in flavor and exquisite in taste. Thus, upon hearing that the store had released new items today, they rushed over, only to find that they had missed out yet again. Is there any left inside? If so, please bring it out quickly. We certainly hope our trip hasn't been in vain. Gazing at the barren shelves, those who had not secured anything felt a tinge of disappointment, each craning their necks to peer into the back courtyard. Observing the customers' expressions, Manager Li quickly offered an apologetic smile. My sincerest apologies. It appears I have not attended to this matter adequately. However, the candies and fruit tea have just arrived from beyond the borders, and indeed, there's not much. Today's release was specifically for our esteemed regulars to sample. I assure you, we truly have run out. If you would like, you may leave your names for a reservation. The new stock should arrive in approximately 3 days. Nevertheless, it is unlikely to be in ample supply. In just a single day, Luo Ge and his companions had not produced much autumn pear syrup and candy, a mere total of 10 pounds. Initially, they had intended to test the market for a couple of days, but due to the influx of customers, the items had vanished in no time. Glancing at the untouched old stock of candies in the shop, Manager Li fell silent for a moment. 3 days, Miss Gu should be able to gather a little. Yet, judging by the current pace, it will undoubtedly be limited. Eavesdropping outside the shop, Luo Ge raised an eyebrow upon hearing this, turning to look at Gu Jinsheng with a smile. Brother Li is indeed a clever man. His words are so artfully crafted, highlighting the rarity of the products while simultaneously flattering the customers, skillfully piquing their appetite. Quite impressive indeed. He could certainly learn a thing or two about maintaining a composed demeanor while charming others. I'll reserve. Do remember me. And me as well. I want some. Upon hearing Manager Li's remarks, the crowd fell silent for a moment before quickly shouting in agreement. The candies, though not inexpensive, merely 2 taels per jar, costing 500 won, were not beyond the means of these regulars. Moreover, hearing Manager Li's words made them feel the purchase was worthwhile. Rare treats from beyond the borders, unavailable within, certainly raised the product's prestige. Not to mention, the taste of these candies was indeed delightful. And reserve some of that fruit tea for me as well. Surely you will sell it next time? This time, the shop had allowed them to sample the fruit tea, but had not offered it for sale, stating that it was merely for tasting. In comparison to the candies, they felt the fruit tea was even more delectable. However, it was clear that today, it was not for sale. Ah, wonderful. Seeing the enthusiastic scene, Manager Li quickly began to take notes. Witnessing the fervor, Luo Ge and his companions quietly withdrew. The store was bustling with patrons, and as they remained discreetly tucked away in a corner, Manager Li did not notice them. As they departed, Luo Ge glanced up at the loft and caught sight of Jiang Feng turning to leave. Upon noticing, she turned to glance at Manager Li, instinctively lifting her gaze towards the loft before retracting her attention. It seems that the time for discussing collaboration is drawing near. After departing from the Fuxin store, Luo Ge and her companions proceeded to procure various items. Tomorrow marks the official apprenticeship day for the little ones, and the day after, the first day of September, signifies the commencement of construction. Thus, there is a considerable amount to gather for both events. Sister Wang and the others also had personal items to purchase, prompting them to part ways midway, agreeing to reconvene at the city gate later. Wife, shall we purchase a horse-drawn carriage? Gu Jinshan suddenly suggested as they approached the horse market not far from Yang Town. With Luo Ge now in a physical form, traversing long distances had become cumbersome. Acquiring a means of transport would undoubtedly be advantageous. Furthermore, they had deliberated on an opportunity to feign that the fruits from their space were sourced from afar. To avoid any awkward explanations, a carriage would facilitate the return of goods from outside domains. Following Manager Li's advice, acquiring supplies from other regions seemed plausible, especially since Yang Town is not too distant from the border. Upon hearing this, Luo Ge turned her gaze towards the horse market. All right. As she responded, she also glanced at the nearby area where cattle and donkeys were being sold. In rural settings, purchasing a cow is often more practical. Yet cows lack the convenience for long-distance travel that horses provide. Given their future aspirations for expansion, it would indeed be wiser to opt for a horse. By the time Sister Wang and the others returned to the city gate, a horse-drawn carriage had already been secured. Luo Ge, did you just buy this? Sister Wang exclaimed in astonishment upon seeing the carriage. In such a short time, you've arranged for a carriage? Although it was merely the most ordinary kind, it was akin to a luxury vehicle in this era, cherished by all in the farming community. Brother Wang had already sidled up to Gu Jinshan, eyeing the tall horse. Hesitant to touch it, Gu Jinshan, however, held the reins and led the horse closer. Sister Wang was clearly eager to try as well. Don't be afraid. This horse is quite gentle, Luo Ge encouraged with a smile. The horse was chosen by Gu Jinshan, as Luo Ge was not adept at selection. Yet she could certainly sense its docility. Hearing her words, Gu Jinshan continued to guide, prompting Sister Wang and the others to hesitate no longer. They tentatively touched the horse a few times before quickly withdrawing their hands. Although curious about the brand-new carriage, they refrained from prying into its price like gossip mongers. It was evident that it was not inexpensive. After all, it was not their concern to meddle in others' affairs. Tending to their own modest plots of land sufficed. Have you gathered all your items? We've completed our shopping for the day and bought quite a lot. Look, the basket is almost overflowing, Sister Wang remarked, shifting the topic while chuckling at her own basket. Their purchases primarily consisted of household necessities and gifts for Tai Dan's apprenticeship. Although the formal names for the little ones had already been decided, they were still accustomed to their nicknames, and the transition had not yet occurred. Having finished our shopping, we have indeed acquired a considerable amount. It's getting late. Shall we head back? Agreed. Sister Wang's inquiry was merely a gentle reminder, aimed at ensuring nothing was forgotten in their purchases. Now that everything had been acquired, it was only natural to return home. With a horse-drawn carriage, their journey back was expedited considerably. Although the carriage was newly purchased, Gu Jinsheng, being experienced in handling horses, drove it steadily. Upon entering the village, they attracted considerable attention. It was the first carriage in the village, and no one could resist a glimpse. Given the Gu family's recent endeavors, acquiring land, constructing a house, and purchasing a carriage, various sentiments brewed among the villagers. Some expressed contentment, others envy, and, of course, a few felt a tinge of jealousy. Despite the village's modest size, it harbored a myriad of emotions and reactions. How much silver had the Gu family amassed? With land purchases, house construction, a new carriage, and sending 2 children to school. It was a mystery. What purpose does a horse-drawn carriage serve? One might ponder. Cattle and donkeys seemed far more practical. Cattle could plow the fields, and donkeys could grind grain. What utility does a horse have beyond pulling carriage? Indeed, these young folks seem to lack the wisdom of frugality, no matter their wealth. Such extravagance seems unwise when life stretches ahead. Listening to the bitter remarks from the envious women, Aunt Ma and a few other ladies rolled their eyes in exasperation. Goodness, one can smell the sourness from afar. Our Erlang is thriving, and we, the Gu family, are proud of him. He earned his silver through hard work. How he chooses to spend it is none of your concern. Instead of wasting time on idle gossip, perhaps you should focus on instructing your own sons to achieve something worthwhile and spare yourselves the daily bitterness. Aunt Ma referenced their venerable ancestor, the most senior elder of the Gu clan, affectionately referred to as the Old Ancestor. Now over 100 years old, he remained remarkably vigorous, seldom involving himself in village affairs unless they were of significant consequence. In contrast, the meddlesome elder who used to live at the village's edge had seemingly brought misfortune upon herself with her incessant interference in others' matters, now requiring care for even her most basic needs, a truly unappealing predicament. Upon hearing such pointed remarks, the envious women fell silent, unable to retort. Their words, sharp as daggers, left no room for argument. After exchanging a few casual comments, a couple of them, like defeated roosters, sulked away. They may excel at souring pickles, but they were lacking in other pursuits. Aunt Ma disdainfully pushed her lips together, observing their retreating figures. Meanwhile, the couple, Luo Ge and the other, remained blissfully unaware of the village dynamics upon returning home. Had they not fostered relationships and engaged with the community, perhaps they would not have enjoyed such heartfelt protection. As they reached the Gu family's doorstep, Luo Ge and her companion bid farewell to Sister Wang and her husband, guiding the carriage into the yard and temporarily placing it in the previously abandoned pigsty. After procuring some fodder for the horse, they settled it comfortably before resuming their preparations for autumn pear syrup and candy. After some contemplation, Luo Ge retrieved several prepared century eggs and salted duck eggs from the storage space, placing them on the upper shelf of the main and side rooms. In the rural homesteads of this era, most houses were single-story, and the impoverished families often built fewer houses despite having numerous inhabitants, leading to a scarcity of space. To facilitate storage, they would utilize the space above each room, constructing wooden platforms to accommodate belongings and even provide sleeping quarters. The ancestral home where Guagua lived during childhood was of this design, and such structures are common in our region. It is uncertain whether this was the case in ancient times. If not, one may regard this as a whimsical fabrication by Guagua. Observing the situation today, it seemed that Manager Li and his companions had yet to sample these 2 varieties of eggs, but that was inconsequential. They could wait. Annie, we're back. After moving the century eggs and salted duck eggs, the 2 little ones returned from school just as the pear juice began to simmer. Gu Jinshan, quick-witted and swift, intercepted the 2 children before they could rush over. Do not be so hasty. Your aunt is expecting a brother or sister, and such a sudden approach could harm her. He furrowed his brow and softly addressed the children, glancing at Luo Ge. Upon hearing his words, the 2 little ones exchanged a furtive glance at Luo Ge's belly and stepped back 2 paces, nodding vigorously in compliance. We want to run next time, they promised, casting down their eyes to inspect their small feet. Then looking back at Luo Ge, their faces filled with regret for having almost endangered their aunt. Very well, Gu Jinshan affirmed, nodding as he gently patted the backs of the 2 children. Did the teacher assign any homework today? Let us head back inside to complete it. Dinner will be ready shortly. Without waiting for a response, he promptly ushered them back into the room, then hurried back to the kitchen to be alone with his wife. Tonight, he would be the chef, and thus he needed to expedite the children's departure to avoid their presence interfering with his time alone with her, nurturing their bond. Observing his actions, Luo Ge inquired, "My dear, how did you say we should prepare the braised ribs?" He had purchased the ribs from the market today and had previously learned to make sweet and sour ribs, but this braised version was a first attempt. Although it was uncommon for men to enter the kitchen during this period, save for imperial chefs and those from taverns, he found great joy in being in the kitchen with his little wife. With her guidance, he took the initiative, relishing the simple yet profound domestic interactions that filled him with a deep sense of comfort, feeling no sense of impropriety. Following his lead, Luo Ge offered her instructions for a while, and once he comprehended the process, she returned her attention to the pear syrup. Just keep an eye on the fire. This syrup can be scalding hot, so be careful not to get burned. I'll stir it once I finish here, she advised. Seeing her movements, Gu Jinshun promptly cautioned. Be careful. Luo Ge nodded resignedly. All right. The pot we used yesterday felt too small, and the progress was sluggish. Thus, she decided to retrieve 2 larger ordinary iron pots from the storage space, mentioning casually that she had just purchased them from the market. Taking advantage of the afternoon's return and the evening's rest, they, along with the 2 little ones, managed to produce 5 baskets of pears. From 500 pounds, they created 10 pounds of pear syrup and another 10 pounds of sugar. A larger pot indeed made the process much more convenient. Yet one had to pour the prepared pear mash into the mold swiftly, otherwise the surface tended to dry out. Given this progress and the fruit quantity provided by Manager Lee, they could manage the production themselves without needing to hire help. Regarding the issue of increasing output, if a partnership agreement were to be established in the future, it could be arranged for Manager Lee's team to assist. For now, there was no need for concern. However, their small workshop still needed to be built as there were other avenues for income to explore. The next morning, Manager Lee delivered another batch of fresh pears. However, he did not collect the finished goods, stating that he wished to accumulate a larger quantity first. He also inquired about their plans for building and hosting a gathering, expressing his intention to attend. Luo Ge had no objections to this. After Manager Lee departed, he took the 2 little ones to the academy. It was a rest day, so only Mr. Su and his grandson were present, under the witness of the village head, who happened to visit to discuss matters with Mr. Su. The 3 little ones, Da Bao, Air Bao, and Tai Dan, completed their formal apprenticeship ceremony, with the little ones resting, and Gu Jinsheng having finished his affairs and arranged everything necessary. He found himself free that day. Thus, upon returning from the academy, the family busied themselves with the autumn pear syrup. After a day of hard work, they produced a total of 70 pounds of pear syrup and fruit sugar. Along with the 20 pounds made yesterday, they had a total of 90 pounds, splitting equally between syrup and sugar. Tomorrow, they would strive to surpass 100 pounds for Manager Lee. As night fell, they prepared for sleep, needing to rise early the next day. Glancing at his wife, who appeared lost in thought with her eyes darting around, Gu Jinsheng chuckled and ruffled her hair. In this region, it is customary to offer a sacrifice before breaking ground, which entails slaughtering chicken. For joyous occasions like building a house, one must also prepare snacks, such as melon seeds and peanuts for the villagers to enjoy. They would need to prepare the feast early in the morning, and some porridge with meat would also be needed to fill everyone's stomachs. Thus, tomorrow promised to be busy, and early rest was essential. Yet, sleep eluded him. He felt a sense of anticipation. Hearing his thoughts, Gu Jinsheng turned to embrace her, looking down at her. Shall I tell you a story? On ordinary days, Luo Ge would narrate tales to the 2 little ones to lull them to sleep. It seemed to work quite well. Hearing her suggestion, he was eager to give it a try, though he doubted he could weave tales as skillfully as she. Raising an eyebrow at his statement, Luo Ge replied, "You could tell stories?" "Of course," he affirmed, noticing her slight surprise. Intrigued, Luo Ge adjusted herself comfortably and closed her eyes. "Then please go ahead." After a moment of silence, he couldn't help but chuckle softly. All right. In truth, he did not possess many extraordinary tales to share. He merely recounted some of the stories he had heard in his childhood, tales from the mountains. The melancholic voice gently whispered, gradually soothing the heart. Only his voice lingered in her ears, and the scenes he described unfolded vividly in her mind. Before long, Luo Ge succumbed to slumber, observing her serene, sleeping visage. Gu Jinshun smiled and tenderly pressed his lips against her soft ones. It was then that he too drifted into a deep sleep. The following day, brother Jinshun, sister-in-law. As Gu Jinshun had anticipated, the group arrived early. The young men, nimble and efficient, noticed Luo Ge busy in the kitchen and instinctively set about preparing the table and other necessities for later use. When the porridge was ready, these young men assisted in serving it, distributing sunflower seeds and peanuts at the entrance, thus alleviating much of Luo Ge's burden. Though they were all around the same age as Gu Jinshun, within a span of 7 years, they were seasoned hands at construction, well-versed in such tasks. Erlang's wife, the altar is ready. Shall we begin? An elder, assisting with the altar preparations, called out upon seeing Luo Ge and the others finish their tasks. In response, Luo Ge placed the boiled chicken and a piece of cooked pork on the altar, arranging them according to the elderess instructions. The altar, like the offering table, faced the mountain, adhering to the traditional custom of honoring the mountain god by offering sacrifices. Gu Jinshun lit the incense and candles, performing the ritual of 3 teas and 3 wines, pouring them 3 times each. After the family had paid their respects, they ignited a firecracker to signify the completion of the ceremony. Then, as the head of the household, Gu Jinshun made the first incision into the earth, burying 2 coins in the ground. Let the work commence, Gu Yin called out, officially beginning the construction. With this proclamation, their home was set in motion. Villagers continued to arrive, gathering sunflower seeds and peanuts to share in the joy, a custom that could also include zongzi or sweets, depending on the host's arrangements. Those sunflower seeds and peanuts were generally favored for their cost-effectiveness. Annie, Uncle Lee has arrived, to expedite completion before the new year. A few more laborers joined the effort today, bringing the total to 23 alongside Gu Jinshun. If they worked swiftly, completion before the new year seemed feasible. With the call to action, everyone busied themselves, and Gu Jinshun joined in, while Luo Ge attended to the visitors collecting sunflower seeds and peanuts. As the clock approached 10, guests began to arrive with gifts. Luo Ge, sister-in-law, you're here. Yes, these vegetables need washing. We'll take them to the river first. The earliest arrivals were Sister Wang and Aunt Ma Feng. Today, alongside the laborers and fellow villagers, there would be about 7 or 8 tables of people, with Sister Wang and her group there to assist, as well as to convey their congratulations. All right. After coordinating with Luo Ge, Sister Wang headed toward the river with her load. Sister-in-law, I brought meat from the butcheress for you. Li Qiao arrived closely behind Sister Wang, having also picked up the meat they had previously ordered from a butcher. Good. You've worked hard. Please come in and have a cup of tea. Although she had little interaction with Li Qiao, she was well aware of the strong brotherly bond between him and Gu Jinshun, especially after the events on the mountain last time. Upon hearing her words, Li Qiao surveyed the courtyard and glanced at the busy Gu Jinshun, responding accordingly. However, instead of resting, he chose to assist Gu Jinshun, observing the 2 brothers pat each other on the shoulder before they collaborated on their tasks. Luo Ge decided not to interfere. I'll go fetch some vegetables from Granny Do, she called out to Gu Jinshun, then headed to Granny Do's house with Aunt Zhang to collect the previously arranged bean sprouts and tofu. By the time they returned, the peanuts and seeds had already been gathered, and Sister Wang was back as well. Luo Ge entered the kitchen to join Sister Wang and the others in preparing the lunch feast. The main dishes consisted of braised pork with radish and chicken with potatoes, with steamed buns as the staple, accompanied by tofu and bean sprouts as side dishes, a plate of stir-fried peanuts, and a vegetable soup as the base. Altogether, it amounted to 5 dishes and a soup, which was quite sufficient for the occasion, since they needed to prepare for 7 or 8 tables. This method of stewing would be much more convenient, ensuring the flavors remained delightful. Luo Ge initially contemplated making a mixed stew, but considering the possibility that everyone might not be accustomed to it, along with the customary variety of dishes for gatherings, she decided against it. While they busied themselves in the kitchen, familiar villagers gradually arrived. Luo Ge was occupied, and Aunt Luo, who had come earlier, helped welcome the guests outside. Everyone, please take a seat, chat for a moment, and enjoy some tea. The meal will be ready shortly. As they continued their preparations, the time for the meal approached. Seeing that most guests had arrived, Luo Ge quickly called out, Dabao, go outside and invite your uncle and the others back for dinner. She turned to Dabao, noting that both little ones had taken a day off from school. All right, Dabao replied, pulling Bao and Tai Dan along as they dashed outside. Before long, Bao returned, tugging at Luo Ge's clothing and pointing outside. "Auntie, Uncle Lee is here." Upon hearing this, Luo Ge wiped her hands and turned to look outside. And indeed, she spotted Manager Lee holding gifts with a horse-drawn carriage parked nearby. Accompanying him was a new acquaintance, a dapper young gentleman, reminiscent of someone she had seen previously in the loft of Fu Xin's shop. "Brother Lee, you're here." Gu Jinsheng had returned from the nearby construction site and greeted Manager Lee as Luo Ge stepped out of the kitchen. "Who is this?" she inquired, sensing the curiosity from the young couple. Manager Lee turned to introduce his friend. "This is Jiang Feng, a dear friend of mine, who has come to visit today with a small token of appreciation." Before Manager Lee could elaborate, Jiang Feng graciously smiled at Luo Ge and the others, presenting the gifts he held. The depths of his gaze held a profound astonishment at the beauty before him. He had only heard of Luo Ge from Master Lee, yet had never encountered her in person. To his surprise, she was indeed such a delicate young lady. Even clad in coarse linen, her elegance was undeniable. However, as his eyes fell upon Gu Jinsheng beside Luo Ge, the brilliance in his gaze dimmed, settling into normalcy. It was a pity he had come to know her so late. A gentleman does not covet another's affections, and thus he resolved to admire her from afar. Noticing the subtle shift in the other's demeanor, Gu Jinsheng felt his latent hostility wane. Upon hearing this, the young couple raised their brows slightly. "A friend of Brother Lee? Very well, we shall accommodate." They expressed their delight at the couple's presence, inviting them inside. "Please, have a seat and enjoy some tea." Master Lee, upon realizing that the meal was prepared by Luo Ge herself, could no longer contain his excitement. He promptly found a place to sit, exuding warmth and familiarity, disregarding any formalities. Jiang Feng, however, was unaware that he had previously savored Luo Ge's culinary skills on several occasions, each experience unforgettable. The preserved egg he had taken home was something his wife attempted to recreate, and he found it utterly delightful. Thus, he eagerly anticipated the opportunity to taste Luo Ge's cooking once more. As he observed Master Lee, Jiang Feng pondered how the normally composed man had transformed into someone who seemed as ravenous as a starved individual. "Young Master Jiang, please take a seat." Gu Jinsheng reminded him as he lingered. Luo Ge had already turned her attention to preparing the dishes, and after a moment's thought, she decided to prepare 2 additional dishes from Master Lee's table, along with a serving of cold preserved eggs. It was customary to have 8 dishes rather than 7, perfectly aligning with the seating arrangement for 8 diners. Their table comprised Master Lee, Jiang Feng, Gu Jinsheng, the village chief, the clan leader, Gu Yun, Brother Wang, and Li Qiao, all fitting perfectly. Luo Ge sat with the 2 little ones and the wives of Wang and Luo. The helpers and other villagers also settled at their respective tables, with men and women seated separately, and children grouped with the women. A total of 7 tables were set, with men occupying 5 of them, as the feast commenced. "Luo Ge, who is that young Master Jiang? He appears quite distinguished," inquired Sister Wang, finally unable to suppress her curiosity after a lengthy period of restraint. Observing Master Lee's respectful demeanor towards Jiang Feng only fueled her intrigue. "He's a friend of Brother Lee. Hearing that we were hosting a gathering today, he came to offer his congratulations." Luo Ge explained with a hint of amusement at their inquisitiveness. "Oh, he doesn't quite resemble them, but he does seem to have an air similar to Master Lee," Sister Wang remarked, nodding in agreement as she scrutinized the table where Gu Jinsheng and the others sat. Luo Ge, pausing to serve the 2 little ones, couldn't help but smile. Indeed, this was the first time the village chief and Brother Wang found themselves dining with someone of noble bearing, and the presence of Jiang Feng, radiating an unmistakable air of refinement, only intensified their discomfort. It is heard that the Fuxin shop originated from the capital. Could this young gentleman, Jiang, possibly be of noble descent from that region? There is no need for formality. Let's all dine together. Observing the unease among the guests, Gu Jinsheng raised a toast, encouraging everyone to relax. "We are all friends of Jinsheng, all comrades here." The 2, engrossed in their meal, were quick to notice the discomfort and lightheartedly broke the tension with laughter. After sampling Luo Ge's culinary skills, Jiang Feng genuinely understood why the shopkeeper had appeared as if he had never tasted a meal before. Before commencing his meal, Gu Jincheng had already taken several dishes prepared exclusively by Luo Ge and placed them in his bowl. "For my wife," he remarked, turning to gently tap the shoulder of a young woman at the adjacent table, passing her the bowl. Luo Ge, blushing slightly amidst the gazes of those around her, accepted the bowl with a look of bewilderment. "Your second son truly cherishes you," Wang Xiaozi teased with a playful glint in her eye. Jiang Feng, observing the exchange at Luo Ge's table, turned a glance at Gu Jincheng, only to have a cup of wine thrust into his hand moments later. "How can we merely dine without toasting, young Master Jiang? Come, let us share a drink." "You drink yours. Do not keep staring at his wife," Gu Jincheng quipped. Acknowledging his oversight, Jiang Feng smiled apologetically as he clinked his cup against Gu Jincheng's in mutual camaraderie. The village chief discreetly glanced up and promptly raised his cup in invitation. "Come, everyone, let us drink together." Shopkeeper Li quickly followed suit, casting a glance at his employer. As the afternoon wore on, despite having indulged in some wine, everyone remained mindful of their consumption. Notably, Mr. Su had prior engagements and could not attend. "What is this dish mixed in? Is it an egg? It tastes remarkably unique." Later on, Jiang Feng pulled Gu Jincheng aside for an inquiry. "Ah, it is century egg, prepared by my wife," came the proud response. "Listen to that. How delightfully haughty," Jiang Feng remarked. "It was the same I delivered to you yesterday." Shopkeeper Li chimed in, recalling how he had shared half of the delicacies with his employer, having indulged in a taste the previous night. He had grown accustomed to addressing his employer with respect, slipping into honorifics unconsciously. However, Luo Ge and her husband remained unfazed by this. Jiang Feng noted their composed demeanor. "My sister-in-law possesses exceptional culinary skills," he commented, smiling. "If it is convenient, shall we sit down and converse?" He glanced around the main hall, adding, "It is evident that others have noticed. Pretense serves no purpose." In response, Gu Jincheng and Luo Ge exchanged a knowing glance. "Very well." As Luo Ge and her companions entered the hall, Shopkeeper Li followed suit. As anticipated, today's collaboration was likely to be fruitful. "Master Jiang, please partake," Luo Ge offered as she poured tea for everyone, smiling. Taken aback momentarily, Jiang Feng nodded and accepted the tea. "My sister-in-law is a straightforward person and a rare talent." Such praise from Master Jiang, Luo Ge replied with a smile, while Gu Jincheng, seated beside her, remained silent. Since it was his wife's expertise, it was only fitting that she led the collaboration, while he played the role of her steadfast protector. "You are indeed modest. Not only can you craft various delectable dried fruits, fruit teas, and snacks, but you also possess remarkable culinary skills. Your brother Gu is truly fortunate." This sentiment was expressed sincerely, tinged with a hint of envy as he observed Gu Jincheng's demeanor. Gu Jincheng raised an eyebrow, acknowledging the truth in the statement. He was indeed fortunate. Luo Ge, Li the shopkeeper, and Jiang Feng exchanged glances, nearly at a loss for words in the face of such pride. Luo Ge discreetly pinched Gu Jincheng, eliciting a soft chuckle from him. Clearing his throat, Jiang Feng inquired if Miss Gu, apart from the current offerings of dried fruits, fruit teas, and snacks, had any other specialties. With a slight cough, he returned to the main topic. Indeed, she possessed additional skills. Her dried fruits, fruit teas, and snacks extended beyond what was currently visible to him. She understood the importance of showcasing her value. Beyond the existing dried plums and peach slices, there were also mango slices available. As for fruit teas, nearly any fruit could be transformed into jam for infusion, and sugar could be incorporated as well. Furthermore, fruits could be canned, and the variety of snacks was extensive. All these items would be well suited for the Fortune Heart shop. Ultimately, she was confident that she would not disappoint him. After some contemplation, she added with a smile, "I have observed Miss Gu's capabilities. She is indeed a worthy partner for collaboration. I am merely curious about the profit percentage Miss Gu intends to request." Hearing this, Jiang Feng felt a sense of relief and nodded, responding straightforwardly. Regardless of the circumstances, the party that sets the price often bears the risk of loss. Since the aim was to generate profit through business, Luo Ge naturally wished to avoid any disadvantage. How much of the profit is the Jiang family willing to relinquish? Luo Ge asked plainly and succinctly. Our self-assessment may not necessarily be accurate. What matters is what you believe we are worth. After saying this, she smiled again. Jiang Feng was momentarily taken aback, then broke into a smile. Very clever and quite sharp. If she were one of my subordinates, she would undoubtedly be invaluable. Let us agree on 30% of the product selling price. We will cover labor and material costs, while you provide the method. Since you have been so forthright, I shall do the same. This was the price he truly had in mind. It is worth noting that his shop's products are nearly ubiquitous. A 30% profit margin is quite generous. The Fortune Heart shop was his sole creation, and he had complete authority over it. Upon hearing his straightforward proposal, Luo Ge hesitated for a moment before breaking into a smile and nodding decisively. Good. This price aligned with her expectations. She had initially anticipated a lower offer. It was pleasantly surprised by his sincerity. Given his stance, it was as if she were receiving a free ride. Teaching him would require little effort on her part, and she would simply reap the rewards. However, she was confident that the value she could provide would justify the 30% profit. Since he was sincere, she naturally would not allow him to be disappointed or suffer losses. Although he would retain 70% of the profits, costs for labor, materials, and operations must also be accounted for. She would not overextend her efforts, and thus refrain from being overly greedy. Here's to a pleasant collaboration. Jiang Feng responded with a smile. He had a premonition that he would be grateful for this momentous decision. To a fruitful partnership. Chapter 87. Proposal for mold engraving to the side. Manager Li was taken aback by how swiftly the matter was settled. He truly did not anticipate that such a significant affair could be concluded in such a short span of time. However, once the initial surprise faded, he quickly regained his composure and hastily produced paper and ink to draft the contract. After both parties reviewed the document for accuracy, they affixed their signatures and proceeded to the local authorities to formalize the agreement, thus marking the commencement of their collaboration. That evening, as Luo Ge gazed at the contract in her possession, she joyfully rolled over. My dear, we can essentially live without worry from now on. Although the agreed-upon 30% profit pertained solely to the goods she provided for sale, rather than the entire shop, it was still quite satisfactory. If the Fuxin shop could maintain such stable growth, they would essentially be able to lead a leisurely life. Nevertheless, relying on others is never as dependable as relying on oneself. Hence, it was crucial for them to develop their own enterprise, particularly her quaint little eatery. Are you this elated? Seeing her delight, Gu Jinsheng playfully tapped her nose. Of course, with the partnership secured and the house under construction, how could I not be joyful? The autumn pear syrup and autumn pear candy they had prepared were also collected by Manager Li and his team. They had not managed to produce more since the previous batch, totaling only 100 jin, for which they received 300 taels of silver. Based on the selling price of the candy, 2 taels per small jar sold for 500 won, and each jin of candy was priced at 2 taels and 5 chien. The candy amounted to 50 jin, resulting in a total of 125 taels. The autumn pear syrup was expected to fetch a higher price, hence they generously provided her with a little extra, rounding up to 300 taels of silver. Luo Ge had already shared the recipe for the syrup with them. Considering that ingredients like the chuan bei were quite costly and the resulting syrup possessed medicinal properties, Jiang Feng inquired whether she had alternative methods of preparation. In the shop, they intended to offer only fruit tea for sale, thus not requiring such premium ingredients. In response, Luo Ge experimented with making a few jars of pear jam. The method for the jam was relatively straightforward, akin to that of other fruit preserves, and it could be enjoyed either with pastries or brewed into tea. After tasting the jam, Jiang Feng and the others were quite pleased. They also discussed the autumn pear syrup with her, indicating that it was intended for the nobility in the capital, from which she would receive a share of the profits. Luo Ge had no objections. After all, her role was merely to provide the recipe in exchange for payment, while the sales strategy was their concern. She only requested that they exercise caution, as she had no desire to attract trouble over a jar of syrup, especially given the prominence of the individuals in the capital. However, they were also acutely aware that the capital was the heart of the court, and those eager to engage in business surely aspired to establish a firm foothold there. Thus, such matters were unavoidable. Rest assured, I am well aware of this, Jiang Feng assured them with earnestness. With this reassurance, Luo Ge felt at ease. Observing Luo Ge's joyful demeanor, Gu Jinsheng tightened his embrace around her. He silently thanked his foresight in acting early. Otherwise, with a treasure like her, countless others would undoubtedly vie for his attention. His gaze fell upon her still flat abdomen, filled with gratitude and tenderness. Though the intensity of his stare made Luo Ge feel somewhat uncomfortable. Unable to resist, she gently nudged him, saying, "Don't just stare." "All right," he replied with a low chuckle. Nodding earnestly, he wasn't merely gazing, he was savoring. Although he could not fully indulge, he could still relish some sweetness. Eventually, as Luo Ge drifted into a drowsy slumber, a singular thought occupied her mind. It turns out that both men and women can be equally demanding, if not more so. In response, Gu Jinsheng asserted that he truly wasn't, explaining that the doctor advised moderation, hence his reluctant restraint. The doctor conceded, "All right, my fault." At dawn the following day, Gu Jinsheng rose early to engage in work at the construction site. Manager Li also brought some individuals to learn from Luo Ge how to make pear jam and pear candy. "So this is how it's done. How we not think of it before?" Manager Li exclaimed, scratching his head upon witnessing Luo Ge's straightforward method. To this, Luo Ge merely smiled in silence. "You may take these candy molds back to create samples. If it proves challenging, feel free to consult my husband as he crafted them." Originally, the candy molds were not meant to be shared, so Luo Ge and her team fashioned a few from wood. These push-style molds allowed the candy to be easily released without fear of sticking. This design was the brainchild of Gu Jinsheng. If the master is willing, he could also attempt to carve some decorative patterns or appealing designs into the molds. This might attract customers even more, Luo Ge suggested thoughtfully. Manager Li's eyes sparkled at her words. "Just like the mooncake designs you created last time, right?" Luo Ge nodded, "Yes. As long as we engrave the patterns onto the molds, the impressions will be produced." "All right, I understand. I'll return and have someone try it out." "What is it?" Seeing Manager Li still gazing at her, Luo Ge felt a twinge of curiosity. Manager Li rubbed his hands together, slightly embarrassed. "Ahem. Would it be convenient for you to sketch a few designs? In the past, we have stamped patterns on our pastries, but they were rather lackluster. Previously, their pastries featured simple, square characters that had grown tiresome for customers. Had he known the term outdated, he would have surely applied it now. However, he greatly admired the mooncake design Luo Ge had created last time, which prompted him to ask with a bit of trepidation. Since there were no molds available on the market that resembled those designs, he assumed they were made by Luo Ge and her team. In response, Luo Ge blinked a couple of times. This request was certainly feasible. Her mind brimmed with ideas, having been exposed to many designs in modern times. However, she added, "My drawing skills are not very proficient. If it's not urgent, you could wait a bit. I will have my husband give a try, and then I can show you what he creates." Gu Jinsheng was skilled in woodworking and possessed significant carving expertise, so drawing should pose no challenge for him. If that failed, he could at least produce a few molds. "All right, that sounds feasible," Manager Li replied, his heart lifting as he nodded eagerly. After finalizing their plans, Manager Li left with his companions, who had successfully learned methods for making pear jam and pear candy. The rest could be addressed gradually, as Luo Ge would be present to assist. The preserved eggs and salted duck eggs were also taken away in considerable quantity, as agreed upon by Luo Ge and Jiang Feng yesterday, to be consigned at their place. This, however, was not included in the contract, and they would receive a 30% commission on the consignment. My husband, just as I sent off Manager Li, I turned around to see Gu Jinsheng approaching, wiping the sweat from his brow. "Manager Li has left?" "Yes. I discussed with them about creating several new styles of molds. Later, I will bring the samples for you to try when you have time." In the space, there were plenty of styles to draw inspiration from. Upon finishing, Luo Ge felt a twinge of guilt. He was already exhausted from building the house, and yet had to worry about these matters. "All right, I have time this evening. It's no trouble." It seemed Gu Jinsheng sensed her thoughts as he reached out to tousle her hair with a smile. In truth, the work of constructing the house was nowhere near as exhausting as hunting in the mountains. In the mountains, One had to remain vigilant at all times, constantly on guard, which drained both mental and physical energy. Compared to now, it was a vast improvement. Moreover, the thought of building their little home filled him with motivation. After all, they were striving for their future life together. There was no reason to feel weary, only a surge of energy. Very well, Luo Ge replied with a smile, allowing him to ruffle her hair. After speaking with Luo Ge, Gu Jincheng did not rest long before returning to his work. Concerned that they might be too exhausted outside, she decided to make some mung bean soup. "Everyone, take a break and enjoy some mung bean soup," she called out, carrying the pot in a small basket. Gu Jincheng, hearing the commotion, hurried over to take the pot from her, feeling its weight and furrowing his brow. "Why didn't you call me?" Luo Ge looked at the gathering crowd and blinked a couple of times. "It was just a short walk," she murmured softly, tucking her head down. Gu Jincheng's expression softened instantly, just as he was about to say something. Sister-in-law called Li Xiao, approaching from the side. "Hey, let us all take a moment to drink a bowl of mung bean soup." Upon hearing this, Luo Ge turned to see Li Xiao and the others, promptly retrieving bowls from the basket to serve them. Seeing her like this, Gu Jincheng silently took the ladle from her, taking over the task of serving the soup, suppressing a litany of complaints. In response, Luo Ge cast a grateful glance at Li Xiao, leaving him utterly bewildered. Gu Jincheng, noticing this exchange, wore a look of helplessness. Today's fourth update concludes here. Chapter 89, Collecting Eggs. If you need anything, just call me. Once everyone had their fill, Gu Jincheng helped tidy up the area, carrying the items back to the courtyard while not forgetting to remind her. "All right, I understand," Luo Ge replied, turning to see the jars of salted duck eggs and preserved eggs resting against the wall, her footsteps pausing momentarily. "Husband, let us announce the availability of the chicken and duck eggs." She had almost forgotten this matter. They had only taken a small portion out for consignment with Manager Li. However, if they wished to continue selling in the future, they would need a steady source for these eggs. "Very well," Gu Jincheng replied, following her gaze and instantly comprehending her intentions. "I shall step out shortly to inform them. You stay at home and rest. Do not overexert yourself." With that, he gently ruffled her hair. He understood that she had an industrious nature, bustling about from dawn till dusk, unable to remain idle. Now, it was imperative to ensure she took the time to rest. The hired help were local villagers, and conversing with them would serve as a means of promotion. Moreover, they would likely raise a few chickens for eggs to supplement their household income. "Very well," responded Luo Ge, nodding obediently at his words. News spread swiftly, and by evening, shortly after they returned from work, villagers began arriving with their eggs in hand. Luo Ge and the others purchased them at the usual rate of 2 coins per egg. The quantities brought were modest, typically around 7 or 8 eggs per household, a meager yet hard-earned collection, in an era when nutritious food was exceedingly scarce and precious. Eggs were akin to golden treasures for the common folk, seldom encountered throughout the year. In fact, even to this day, some still go long stretches without tasting an egg. Thus, the price was not considered exorbitant. As the Gu family resumed their egg collection, many villagers were filled with curiosity. However, recalling the previous incident with the plums, no one dared to inquire further. They knew well that asking would yield no answers and might even provoke scorn from the protective ones, admonishing them with remarks such as, "What business is it of yours?" Thus, out of fear of rebuke, they refrained from probing. This time, the gossips had quieted down. When Aunt Ma Feng arrived with her eggs, she was astonished by the scene. "Perhaps they were frightened by you?" she jested. Upon hearing this, Luo Ge could not help but tease. "Indeed, it seems they are intimidated." Ma Feng proudly lifted her chin. "Indeed, it is only natural for them to fear me. My reputation in the village is not to be taken lightly." The light-hearted banter elicited laughter from his sister and several of the Gu family's young wives present. As cooperation flourished, the 2 little ones were sent off to school, and the house was gradually taking shape. The pear jam and syrup production was now in the capable hands of Jiang Feng. The molds had been crafted during this time, and Master Li had managed to perfect the technique, requiring little oversight from them. Everything had settled into a stable routine. Luo Ge, apart from collecting eggs daily, found little else to occupy her time. With the small workshop yet unfinished, their daily yield was limited. The pickling tasks could be efficiently managed during her free evenings, with most being handled within their space, saving considerable time. On the construction site, her contributions were minimal as a woman, aside from delivering tea. Gu Jinsheng preferred she did not involve herself in matters there. To be continued. Chapter 90. The small workshop completed. The tranquil days passed swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, over a month had elapsed. October was now well underway. "Wife, has my belly grown a bit?" Gu Jinsheng softly inquired, gazing at Luo Ge's abdomen. Luo Ge glanced down at her belly and nodded. It seemed so. Just over a month ago, her abdomen remained flat, without any noticeable changes. However, in this past month, every 8 or 9 days, they could perceptibly detect a slight increase. Nowadays, if she wears fitted clothing, it becomes evident. Sister Wang remarked that she is showing quite early. "Oh, stop looking," she said, gently pushing his head away. "I'm just listening. Didn't the doctor mention that he would start moving after some time? Why is there still no sign?" His hand rested on her belly, feeling some uncertainty. "We must wait until she is 4 months along. It has only been a little over 3 months, so of course there is no movement yet. For now, we can only hear the heartbeat, and it's quite faint." "All right." Upon hearing this, Gu Jinsheng straightened up and placed a supportive hand on her waist. "Do you still feel discomfort today? The little one in your belly is not very cooperative." After a brief period of calm, he has started to disturb his wife again. Luo Ge shook her head. "I'm fine. Then shall I take you to see the workshop? I've already tidied it up." Only after confirming her well-being did Gu Jinsheng speak. The general outline of their new home had begun to take shape. The tall walls enclosed the old residence. And since they were in the business of trade, the small workshop was the first to be completed. Luo Ge had been looking forward to this for quite some time. Previously, it hadn't been properly constructed, and he hadn't allowed her to visit. "All right." Luo Ge's eyes sparkled at this. Over the past month, their business of salted duck eggs and century eggs had stabilized. Business was thriving, and Manager Li had suggested through several messages that they increase production and consider expanding to other shops. Although the Fushin shop in Yiyang Town maintained steady sales, it had reached saturation. In the past month, they had accumulated quite a bit of inventory. Other shops had yet to be addressed, as they feared they might not be able to supply adequately, which could lead to trouble. "I've retrieved a considerable amount of jars from Brother Li's supplier, and the materials are all organized. We just need to commence work. Have you selected suitable candidates?" In truth, the workshop had been completed several days prior. He had merely spent the last couple of days preparing the necessary items before bringing her along. Although it was termed a small workshop, it boasted more than 300 square meters of usable space, half designated for production and the other half for storage. Looking at the workshop, Luo Ge's eyes sparkled with evident delight. "Do you have any candidates in mind?" she asked, returning her gaze to him. "Sister Wang, Aunt Zhang, Sister Ya, Sister Xiao, Aunt Ma, and Aunt Luo." Without overthinking, her initial choices naturally fell upon those with trustworthy character who had consistently assisted them. "Yes, we also need additional personnel for delivery and warehouse management. Let us find a couple more, as we need to venture out to collect eggs soon." Currently, the rate of egg collection was sufficient to maintain their existing state, but it would not suffice for expanded production. Her thoughts aligned with Gu Jinsheng's, and the suggestions she raised were essential. Very well. In the afternoon, they summoned Sister Wang and the others to discuss the small workshop. The monthly remuneration is set at 700 coins, with payments settled at the end of each month. The working hours mirror those of contemporary construction projects, with 2 days off each month. The workforce will rotate, and if anyone requires additional leave, they are welcome to discuss it with us. Currently, the work hours are from 8 in the morning until 5 in the evening, with a break of 1.5 hours at noon. "Agreed. I have no objections," said Luo Ge. "Neither do I," added Wang's wife, with Zhang's aunt promptly echoing her agreement. Ya's sister, Xiaonyang, and Aunt Ma Feng also readily consented. All of them were engaged in agricultural toil, and now an opportunity to earn silver was presented, conveniently located within their village. What reason did they have to hesitate? Moreover, the conditions were remarkably favorable. They were also familiar with Luo Ge's family, who were not overly conservative. holding no antiquated views regarding women being unable to show themselves in public. After all, what was there to uphold? Just look at Luo Ge. She was thriving through her skills, earning substantial sums, and certainly not inferior to men. Many women in the village envied Luo Ge's success. Aunt Luo had not yet arrived, as Luo Ge and her family had arranged to meet her later due to other commitments. If everyone has no objections, let us proceed to sign the contract, and you can start working the day after tomorrow. Upon hearing this, Luo Ge nodded in agreement. She had previously stated that no matters concerning the workshop should be disclosed to anyone, including relatives and friends, as explicitly outlined in the contract. A breach would incur a penalty of 20 taels of silver, and in serious cases, legal action would be pursued. Luo Ge reiterated this point as they gathered, ensuring everyone understood. Despite their familiarity, this protocol was necessary. Fortunately, all present were reasonable individuals. Rest assured, Luo Ge, we are trustworthy, they assured her. Any gossip would only come from those with ill intentions, seeking to harm you after benefiting from your kindness. We would never do such a thing. Anyone who dares to speak out would surely suffer misfortune in this life. Aunt Ma Feng interjected passionately. Luo Ge had yet to respond when Aunt Ma Feng continued her fervent admonition. If anyone dares to breach this trust, do not hesitate to report it. I will support you. Even the usually reticent Aunt Zhang added her solemn agreement. Excellent, Luo Ge replied with a smile, as Gu Jinshun placed the drafted contract before them. He read aloud the contents for confirmation. The contract was for a duration of 2 years, and he stated, I will read it aloud for your confirmation. If you wish for someone else to review it, that is also permissible. That won't be necessary. We trust you completely. Let us sign it directly, Wang's wife replied, moving to affix her seal on the designated spot of the contract. She glanced at the document and turned to Luo Ge, asking Luo, is it to be placed here? Yes, indeed. There are 3 copies, one for us, one for you, and another for the village chief, all of which require a seal. Understood, she acknowledged. It's my turn now, Wang's wife said, and after sealing her part, Aunt Ma Feng stepped forward. All right, your seal is here. Since none of them could read, Luo Ge had prepared their names in advance for them to stamp their fingerprints, with Wang's wife leading the way. The contract was swiftly executed. After delivering Wang's sister-in-law and the others, Luo Ge and his companions proceeded to the village chief's home alongside Xianyan. They intended to present the remaining work contract to him while also seeking out Aunt Luo. However, upon their arrival, they discovered that the village chief was not at home. But Aunt Luo was present. Elang, Luo Ge, did you not say you would come later? She inquired, stepping out of the house as she laid aside her needlework. Having heard the commotion outside, Auntie, we brought the contract for the village chief, and it's fortunate we can spare you an additional trip, they replied. Please, have a seat. Your village chief just stepped out, Aunt Luo said, motioning for them to sit on the stools she brought over. No trouble at all. We have other matters to attend to and will be on our way shortly. We merely wish to discuss something with you. Would you be willing to assist us in collecting chicken eggs and keeping accounts? Aunt Luo was literate and often managed various small affairs in the village with great efficiency, possessing a temperament that could handle pressure. Assisting in collecting eggs and managing accounts should prove manageable. Me? Collecting eggs? Aunt Luo was taken aback, seemingly unprepared for their request. Luo Ge nodded affirmatively. Indeed. As you know, we are about to commence operations at our small workshop. With my wife and I juggling many responsibilities, we fear we may become overwhelmed. Thus, we thought to enlist your help. Once the eggs are delivered, you would simply need to record the transactions and store the collected eggs in the warehouse. We have already set up the stall. They operated the stall daily, but since they were planning to start collecting eggs, they had closed it for the afternoon. If you are available, you could take over tomorrow for a monthly wage of 900 won, he continued. However, you are aware of the stall situation. It may require considerable effort and diligence on your part. Collecting eggs was not as simple as completing tasks within a workshop. It required courage and a readiness to face challenges. This endeavor was akin to running a business, where they would encounter a variety of customers, many of whom were keen on haggling and being difficult. Such experiences were not foreign to Aunt Luo, as she had witnessed similar scenarios before. Upon hearing the proposed monthly wage, Aunt Luo felt a surge of interest. 901 was nearly a tael of silver. Her husband earned barely over a tael each month, aside from any land transactions, which were rare. Do not worry about the effort. I will take the job. I can start tomorrow, correct? Aunt Luo affirmed. Encouraged by the prospect, Luo Ge smiled and nodded. Yes, there is one more matter I need to clarify with you. He proceeded to explain the work contract, the confidentiality regarding the workshop's operations, and the penalties for breach of contract. We are well aware of your character, Andy, but it is important to mention these points as they are stipulated in the contract, he added with a smile. Rest assured, you need not worry. You know what kind of person I am. If they dare to cross any lines, simply inform me, and we shall approach your village chief for resolution, Aunt Luo replied, her confidence reassuring Luo Ge. Very well, he chuckled in agreement. However, do you fear what others may say about me taking on this work? Aunt Luo suddenly recalled, furrowing her brow at the thought. Her position is indeed quite awkward. Few villagers seek her assistance for fear of gossip, concerned that they might be accused of nepotism. She herself is unfazed by such opinions. For her and her husband's integrity is well established. Moreover, with her title as village chief, even if there are underlying sentiments, no one would dare voice them in her presence. Is it not true that the village chief's family must also earn a living? After all, they are merely human, striving to make ends meet. Upon hearing this, Luo Ge shook her head and glanced at Gu Jinshin, then turned to Aunt Luo with a knowing look. Are you not aware of our temperament? Aunt Luo turned to glance at Gu Jinshin, a smile gracing her features. Indeed, their son is not one to be trifled with. As long as you do not mind, we are open to discussions, Luo Ge remarked with a smile. Listening to Luo Ge's words, Aunt Luo waved her hand dismissively. Earning money, what is there to be concerned about? Are we drafting a contract now? We have one prepared in advance. Take a look, and if it suits you, we can sign it. As she spoke, Luo Ge retrieved the previously prepared contract and handed it to Aunt Luo. After a brief glance, Aunt Luo sought out the ink and brush used by the village chief to sign. My writing is not particularly elegant. Please do not mock me, she said, noticing Luo Ge's gaze upon her as she finished. How could I? With the contract duly signed, their agreement was thus settled. As they prepared to leave, the village chief returned, and they left a copy of the contract with him. Are you so pleased? The village chief chuckled, observing his wife's beaming expression as she looked at the contract. Naturally, for I shall no longer be the one idling at home. While the village chief is a commendable man, his mother was somewhat misguided. During her lifetime, she often belittled Aunt Luo, frequently referring to her as a mere idler. Proud of her son's position as village chief, she always felt that Aunt Luo was unworthy of him. Has it not been many years since then? Upon hearing his wife's words, the village chief was momentarily taken aback before replying, It is not easy to forget. You might count the number of times she has expressed her grievances. With that, Aunt Luo took the contract and returned to her room. Their marriage is a rare example of mutual affection in an era dominated by parental arrangements and matchmaking. From the outset, her mother-in-law disapproved of her, deeming her unworthy of her son, the village chief. She believed her son should marry a more suitable girl, perhaps a daughter from a well-established family or at least someone from a reasonably affluent household, rather than a woman from a destitute family in need of support. Thus, from the day Aunt Luo entered the household, she was met with disdain, and her once soft disposition made her an easy target for harsh words that often left her in tears. It was only after her mother-in-law's passing a few years ago that she finally found some respite. Yet, having endured such hardships for half a lifetime, it was not so easily forgotten. Sighing as he watched Aunt Luo's retreating figure, the village chief felt a pang of sympathy. The next morning, Aunt Luo arrived early. Auntie, you are here so early, Luo Ge exclaimed, having only just risen, while Gu Jinshin had just finished sending their two little ones off to school. It was getting late, and I came here with my little one. What are the procedures? Ro Aunt inquired as she approached the stall with Luo Ge. 2 coins each. Just examine them carefully for any discrepancies, she added. Just then, a few egg vendors arrived, and Luo Ge led Ro Aunt over to greet them. Taking the initiative, Luo Ge purchased one and paid the vendor, subsequently handing the remaining transactions over to Roant. After several purchases, Roant gradually became accustomed to it. Noticing that Roant had adapted well, Luo Ge felt a sense of reassurance. They planned to go out and collect eggs and expected to return only in the afternoon. Thus, he prepared lunch for the two little ones to be delivered to them later. Brother Gu, just as Luo Ge finished preparing the meal, he heard the voice of Manager Li from outside. I heard your workshop is completed? Earlier, Manager Li had suggested increasing their production multiple times. So upon the completion of a small workshop, Gu Jincheng sent word to him. He hadn't anticipated that Manager Li would come in person today. Yes, it's all arranged. We'll commence work tomorrow. Will you be coming to take a look, Brother Li? Certainly. Following Gu Jincheng through the small workshop, Manager Li nodded repeatedly. You're progressing quite swiftly. It should be finished before the year ends, correct? Upon stepping outside and seeing the house taking shape, he couldn't help but express his admiration. Indeed, we expect it to be completed before the year concludes. What brings you here today in person? Was there any progress regarding the estate you inquired about earlier? Gu Jincheng was pleasantly surprised by Manager Li's visit, recalling their previous conversation. At the beginning of the month, when Manager Li delivered last month's dividends, they had asked him to inquire about the estate. The profits from the Fuxin shop were indeed substantial. Even in the initial month of operation, many locations had yet to fully establish themselves, yet the dividends received by Luo Ge exceeded 10,000 taels. Acquiring an estate was certainly feasible. Just then, Luo Ge approached with a food box prepared. Yes, Brother Gu, you are quite perceptive. I came today specifically to discuss the estate matter. After our previous conversation, I sought the assistance of a friend to gather information. He brought news just yesterday that there are 2 suitable estates in the mountainous region you seek. Would you like to take a look? If so, I can inform him. Upon hearing Manager Li's words, Gu Jincheng turned to Luo Ge. Can we visit today? That should be possible. Both estates are located in Yang Town, not far from here. Manager Li replied after pondering. Very well, then. We would appreciate it, Brother Li, if you could take us to meet your friend. Given the bustling activity at Fuxin shop, Manager Li undoubtedly had limited time. It would be acceptable for his friend to take them to see the estates first. Of course. After confirming with Manager Li, Gu Jincheng left the key to the storeroom with Roant, ensuring there was enough silver for the estimated egg collection for the day. Once everything was arranged, they set off. Upon reaching the village entrance, we paused to seek out 2 little ones at the school. Uncle, Aunt, what brings you here? The 2 youngsters were quite surprised, having heard from their master that their uncle and aunt were looking for them. Today, aunt and uncle would be going out and might return quite late. Would it be acceptable for them to stay with their master during the midday? They had just explained the situation to old Mr. Su. Upon hearing this, DeBeo glanced at his master and nodded. Recognizing that uncle and aunt had pressing matters to attend to, the young ones, displaying their understanding, refrained from further inquiries. All right, aunt, take care of yourself while you're out, was a somewhat overly mature reminder from DeBeo. Bao patted his uncle's large hand resting on his head. Uncle, you must take good care of aunt. The words of the 2 little ones elicited smiles from the young couple and old Mr. Su. Very well, Gu Jincheng replied earnestly, turning his attention to old Mr. Su. I appreciate your assistance today. Old Mr. Su waved his hand dismissively. I rarely have visitors here. With Yunmu and Yuni accompanying me, it will indeed be livelier. Hearing this, Su Yichen furrowed his brow slightly, feeling as though his grandfather's words implied he was being overlooked. Hadn't he grandpa often called him a lively spirit? Surely, it would be lively with him around. Despite his thoughts, the little fellow obediently stood by, saying nothing, though his gaze was irresistibly drawn to Luo Ge. He had heard Yunmu and the others speak of Aunt several times, but had yet to meet her formally. He had seen Gu Jincheng often at the school. Consequently, he felt a measure of curiosity about Luo Ge. Indeed, Aunt was as beautiful as Yunmu and the others had described, exuding a gentle charm. Luo Ge noticed the little one's gaze and turned to smile at him, gently poking his chubby cheek. Are you Yichen? She had seen this little fellow once before during their visit to pay the tuition, but hadn't paid much attention at the time. Now, she realized he was an adorable, plump little bundle. Yes, Aunt Lily Chen replied, mirroring DeBeo and Bao in addressing her. His cheeks flushed slightly, seemingly a bit shy. Good boy, Luo Ge chuckled, retrieving some pear candy from her pocket and placing it in the little one's hands. She also distributed plenty to Debeo and Erbao, ensuring none of the well-behaved, soft-hearted children felt slighted. We shall take our leave now. Debeo, Erbao, remember to listen to your master, understood? Yes, we understand. With old Mr. Su present, they felt reassured. After bidding farewell to him, they departed, watching the carriage fade into the distance. Sui Chin took Debeo and Erbao by the hand and led them back into the school. Grandpa, can Yunmu and Uni sleep in my room today? My bed is quite large. Little Li Chin, the sole child of the Su family in this generation, was a few months younger than Debeo and Erbao, but shared a similar age, allowing them to play together quite well. Having never experienced the feeling of having siblings, he cherished these moments. After much anticipation, Mr. Su finally took on several apprentices of comparable age, much to his delight. Even in the role of a younger brother, he found immense joy. Should they wish for it, I, their grandfather, have no objections. There are still 2 guest rooms available in the back courtyard, so there is no fear of lacking a place to rest. Yumu brother, Uni brother. Upon hearing this, little Li Chin shook the arms of his elder brothers, Dao Bao and Erbao. The 2 siblings exchanged resigned nods. I want to join too. Iron Egg, who arrived a moment late, chimed in eagerly. All right, the 3 little ones naturally had no objections. In Chapter 93, Buying a Manor, Old Lu. Subsequently, Manager Li led them to a pawn shop located on the northern street of Yang town. This is the place. My friend operates this pawn shop and is quite knowledgeable in this field. Upon hearing this, Gu Jincheng nodded, while Luo Ge glanced up to take note of the pawn shop's name. Yang Pawn Shop, it appeared to be an official establishment. Old Lu, are you there? After speaking to Luo Ge and the others, Manager Li stepped inside, his presence announced by his voice before he was even seen. Coming. Upon hearing Manager Li's voice, a middle-aged man, of similar age to the manager, emerged from the back, still fastening his belt, evidently having just finished a pressing matter. What is the matter? It's like calling a soul. Without even lifting his head, he inquired. Judging by his tone, he seemed well acquainted with Manager Li. Ahem, could you be a bit more presentable when you greet people? Noticing the man's demeanor, Manager Li cast a somewhat embarrassed glance at Luo Ge and the others before clearing his throat. Upon hearing this, the man looked up in confusion, finally noticing Gu Jincheng and Luo Ge. His expression transformed as if by magic, instantly adopting a serious demeanor accompanied by his signature smile. Why didn't you give me a heads up that you were bringing guests? Huh? What can I assist you with today? I have splendid houses, excellent land, fine horses, and good cattle available. He first jested about Manager Li before promptly switching to sales mode with Luo Ge and the others. If you're looking for people, I have those too. It just depends on whether you prefer living contracts or dead contracts. Living contracts are less expensive, while dead contracts are pricier. However, those who come from here are sure to be efficient and obedient, so you can rest assured. Before Manager Li and the others could respond, his habitual sales pitch was already in full swing. Ahem, indeed a competent and dedicated salesman. Manager Li, unable to endure further, kicked him lightly. Enough with the cliches. Didn't you hear about the manor I asked you to keep an eye on? I brought people to take a look. Upon hearing this, Old Lu suddenly came to a realization. Ah yes, we just happen to have some free time. Would it be too much trouble to take us to see it? Luo Ge added with a gentle smile. Gu Jincheng silently stood beside her. Of course. I will take you there right away. The prospect of buying a manor was a grand business indeed. With such an opportunity at hand, Old Lu was exceedingly enthusiastic. After saying this, he returned to fetch a few sets of keys. As he left, Manager Li offered an apologetic smile to Luo Ge and the others. Yes, just like that. However, he possesses ample resources and is trustworthy, so you need not worry. Indeed, we trust the person introduced by Brother Li, remarked the shopkeeper, smiling as he nodded at Luo Ge's words. Old Li, would you care to join us? In the midst of the conversation, Old Lu returned with the keys and inquired of the shopkeeper. Upon hearing this, the shopkeeper glanced at Luo Ge and the others. It's nothing. The shop should be quite busy at the moment. Brother Li, you may return to oversee things. We shall accompany this Luo Ge. Sensing the shopkeeper's hesitation, Luo Ge smiled and offered reassurance. The Fuxin shop has indeed been bustling of late. We feel somewhat guilty for troubling them so often. After a moment of contemplation, the shopkeeper nodded. Very well. This is my brother, Gu Jinshun, and my sister-in-law. Old Lu, please take good care of them. He did not forget to pat old Lu on the shoulder as a reminder. Fear not. With that expression, do you think I would sell them off? I'm merely performing duties for the officials, old Lu replied with a grin. Observing that Luo Ge and the others had brought a cart, old Lu decided against making further arrangements and simply hitched a ride with them. I'll sit in the front. I've been to the estate before and can guide the way. He proposed before they boarded the vehicle. All right. With Gu Jinshun at the reins, old Lu directing, and Luo Ge seated in the rear compartment, they set off. The two estates were not far from the town. One was larger, encompassing over 200 acres, while the other spanned more than 100 acres. Which one do you wish to inspect first? Gu Jinshun inquired. Let us start with the larger one, he replied. Based on the resources in my wife's space, we should seek a more substantial hill. Luo Ge concurred with this plan. Very well, we shall head east from the city gate. The smaller estate lies to the west. Despite being of similar distances from the town, the directions were indeed opposite. Gu Jinshun and Luo Ge exchanged raised eyebrows upon hearing this, as heading east from the city gate led directly to their village, yet neither commented. As old Lu had indicated, the estates were indeed close. Merely 10 miles from their village. It was a solitary little hilltop village, enveloped by mountains and divided by rivers. The nearest village was theirs. However, this estate appeared to have been abandoned for quite some time, giving it a desolate air. Approaching from the foot of the hill, only a few houses were visible halfway up the slope, all draped in thick cobwebs, and the timber showed signs of decay. Repairs would be necessary before it could be utilized. This estate had stood empty for a while, previously seized from its owner due to misdeeds and only recently released for sale. Rest assured, it was released by the officials, old Lu assured them. The current state of the estate is as you see it. The hill was not particularly high, and the land was fertile, suitable for cultivation. However, the houses were significantly dilapidated and would require repair before they could be used. Old Lu shared his observations with them. Nodding in acknowledgement, Luo Ge turned to Gu Jinshun. The land is indeed quite good. The hill is not steep, and it is conveniently located near the main river of Yangtown. They felt it had potential. So, how much silver is this estate being sold for? Gu Jinshun inquired after a moment's thought. This estate is situated atop an entire hill, encompassing an impressive area of 212 acres, certainly not insignificant, and the land is of commendable quality. You are likely aware of the current land prices for land of this caliber. It would fetch no less than 9 taels of silver per acre. When calculating the value of the land alone, it amounts to nearly 2,000 taels, including the houses. The total comes to approximately 2,300 taels, which is a remarkably low price compared to similar estates. The only drawback is that this estate has been left fallow and remains uncultivated. Should one choose to purchase it now, it would indeed be a prudent investment. Old Lu chuckled as he added, had the estate been in its prime, cultivated and well-maintained, the price would significantly exceed its current valuation, easily starting with a 3. Although the houses are dilapidated, there is a notable number of them, covering roughly 20 acres, sufficient to establish a small village. Upon hearing this, Luo Ge nodded, exchanging glances with his spouse. Shall we explore another estate? The price falls within an acceptable range, and while it is sufficiently spacious, the condition of the houses poses a concern. Addressing the necessary repairs would entail considerable expense and time. It would be wise to continue our search and make comparisons. Very well, old Lu acknowledged their thoughts, leading the way without further comment. The second estate, while similar in proximity to the town, is relatively farther from the Gu family. This is the place, he announced. The estate is currently unoccupied. It was previously managed by an elderly couple who have relocated to the capital for their son's business endeavors. The couple decided to sell the estate to support their child's financial needs. In most cases, the current situation involves the original owners having sold their properties to an intermediary, who then offers them to other clients, unlike the modern practice of acting as a direct intermediary for profit. Hearing this, Gu Jinshun nodded at Luo Ge. This estate is in much better condition than the previous one, situated adjacent to a village and a river. The land quality is comparable, if not superior, due to prior management. It appears that the land was once dedicated to agriculture, having been left uncultivated only recently, with some of the weeds indicating recent clearing. The previous owners evidently intended to continue farming, yet unforeseen family changes halted their plans. However, unlike the other estate, this one contains fewer residences. Most structures were designated for grain storage, with only one courtyard intended for habitation. Nevertheless, the remaining buildings are well maintained, allowing for immediate occupancy. Luo Ge found herself genuinely fond of this estate. "How large is it?" she inquired. "It spans 175 acres, slightly smaller than the previous one. Yet it possesses its own merits," old Lu responded with a smile. "The base price for the estate is 2,000 taels, but since you're friends of old Li, and I have grown up alongside him, I can extend a favorable offer. You are indeed his brothers, which makes you brothers of me, old Lu. If you're interested, I, old Lu, can take the lead and offer you the estate for 1,900 taels." Given that Luo Ge and his companions are straightforward individuals, and having been introduced by Manager Li, old Lu is genuinely sincere. The estate spans 175 acres, and the land alone is valued at approximately 1,600 taels. Selling it for 1,900 taels is hardly excessive. It is indeed a fair price. Upon hearing this, both Luo Ge and Gu Jinsheng were momentarily taken aback. Then they smiled. "Thank you, Brother Lu." They understood that this price was reasonable, and since the seller benefited, they felt no need to be pretentious. When comparing the two estates, they found this one to be more appealing. The land and buildings are in good condition and can be utilized immediately, which is quite convenient. No need for thanks. Just come to find old Lu again when you need something. Just by observing the demeanor of this young couple, one could discern their capability. It is always advantageous to cultivate relationships with competent partners, providing more avenues for success. Certainly, that is settled. I wonder, Brother Lu, if you have time today. We brought some silver with us when we set out, and if you are free, we would like to finalize this matter as soon as possible. They had already prepared the silver notes when considering the purchase of the estate. "Are you saying you wish to pay and transfer ownership now?" Old Lu was momentarily stunned, clearly astonished, as this amount was substantial. Most people typically take at least a couple of days to gather such funds. He had anticipated waiting a few days, never expecting this young couple to be so decisive. "I am free indeed." Coming to his senses, he quickly responded. Without delay, he led Luo Ge and the others to the yamen to complete the formalities, seemingly anxious that they might change their minds if he delayed. Before long, a fresh deed for the estate was placed in Luo Ge's hands. After discussing together, the young couple decided to name it Yi Chu Xiaozhuang, symbolizing a replication of her quaint little farm. Meanwhile, old Lu was now in possession of several warm silver notes, grinning broadly while straining to maintain his composure, mindful not to create a spectacle in front of his guests. "By the way, the estate is currently vacant. Do you require someone to manage it? If needed, I can take you to the marketplace to have a look." A competent salesperson always remembers the needs of the client and offers tailored suggestions. It must be said that Luo Ge and his companions were indeed in need of personnel, and there was still ample time. "That sounds good," they agreed. "Then please follow me." Old Lu walked briskly ahead, his heart lightened by the successful transaction, especially in gratitude for Manager Li's introduction. He resolved to bring a flask of wine to Manager Li that evening to share a few drinks together. "Then I thank you," said Manager Li. The place for selling servants was located in the back alley of the Yaxiang, a territory dominated by the tooth merchants. Apart from old Lu's Yaxiang, all other merchants operated their businesses in this alley. While not many people frequented this alley, it did not dampen the enthusiasm of the various vendors. "Young man, are you interested in purchasing a girl? I have several lovely young ladies here, exceptionally charming and well-suited to serve as maids. They can also be taken as brides, as all the girls I have are well-trained in household tasks like laundry, cooking, and childcare." As Gu Jinsheng stepped into the alley, he was unexpectedly grabbed by a middle-aged woman who laughed like a blooming flower. Habitually, she took the opportunity to pinch the muscle on his arm, only to have him gently shake her hand away while she continued to smile. Ahem. The woman's subtle movements went unnoticed by Luo Ge, who was walking behind and observing the alley. However, she felt a slight discomfort at hearing those words, as they sounded somewhat familiar. Gu Jinsheng's expression darkened significantly. Flower lady, are you snatching customers? It seems rather uncouth to do so in my presence. Old Lu, who was following Luo Ge, was equally taken aback by the situation. Noticing Gu Jinsheng's stiff demeanor, he quickly adopted a serious tone and reprimanded the woman. Upon hearing old Lu's voice, the woman turned around, her expression faltering as she realized that the handsome young man was with him. Oh dear, it's a misunderstanding. Luo Ge, I simply didn't see you at first. She quickly stepped back a few paces, feeling even more awkward upon noticing Gu Jinsheng, who was protectively standing beside Luo Ge, as it was evident they were a couple. Ahem, my apologies, young man. I was mistaken. Dear lady, please do not take offense. Luo Ge shook her head. It's all right. It was just an awkward coincidence. Gu Jinsheng looked down at her, surprised that she was so forgiving after he had been put in an uncomfortable position. Sensing his gaze, Luo Ge glanced up at him, inching closer as if to offer some comfort, which did lighten his mood somewhat. Do be more careful next time. I tend to be quite accommodating, but others may not be so forgiving. Old Lu then addressed the flower lady again. I remember this. At his words, the woman quickly responded with a smile, her demeanor implying that she held old Lu in high regard. The scene at the alley's entrance had been observed by those within, which deterred any further unwelcome advances. After passing by several stalls, old Lu finally led them into a residence. Before stepping inside, Luo Ge glanced back at the unfortunate souls confined like livestock in cages, waiting to be sold. Instinctively, she tightened her grip on Gu Jinsheng's hand, reflecting on how, had she not encountered him, she might have been one of them. A wave of fear washed over her, quickly followed by gratitude for her fortunate circumstances. Noticing her expression, Gu Jinsheng seemed to understand her thoughts and held her hand firmly. Do not be afraid. Yes, the things that person said were reminiscent of my past, Luo Ge replied, smiling at him and nodding. As she recalled the flower lady's words, she couldn't help but chuckle. Not quite, Gu Jinsheng countered unexpectedly. I only like what you say. Her words back then prompted him to choose her without hesitation. Yet now, he feels utterly indifferent, for he possesses her, and that is sufficient. Chuckling softly, he often speaks of love with a serious demeanor. Brother Gu, young lady, why do you linger here? At the entrance of the residence, there is a side door. Old Lu turned into the side door and, after a while, without seeing the two follow, hurriedly came out again. Here we are. Upon entering the residence and following old Lu through a maze of turns, they finally arrived at a courtyard. This is the place. Old Gu, are all present? As they walked inside, he inquired. All present, all present. In the courtyard, there were approximately 60 individuals, arranged in 2 rows, waiting. The men and women stood separately. This side is for living contracts, and that side for dead contracts. You may take a look. If it doesn't suit you, there are more options behind. Noticing that Luo Ge was observing these people, old Lu provided further commentary. Behave yourselves. He then turned to address the gathered individuals. Although their yang yaxing is an official operation, the people involved are quite diverse. Some were sold due to the master's misdeeds, some due to poverty, and others were exiles. There was a mix of many backgrounds. Some of the more rebellious ones are difficult to manage and require strict oversight. Luo Ge scrutinized the 2 groups, her brow slightly furrowing. Distinguishing between virtue and vice can be quite distressing. An overload of negativity can overshadow one's spirit and affect one's mood. She sensed that many among these individuals were filled with resentment, striving to conceal, yet failing to mask their bitterness. Some harbored grievances about their situation, even directing their resentment towards buyers like herself. While she understood this sentiment, she could not condone it. Nobody wishes to bring home an enemy and invite trouble. Those with excessive greed and ambition were swiftly dismissed. Ultimately, only 3 or 4 individuals resonated with her. One was a middle-aged man with a limp, struggling to stand firm in a corner. Beside him, a middle-aged woman and a young boy. There was also an elderly gentleman huddled in another corner. Interestingly, All of these individuals had signed dead contracts. May I call them out for a closer look? After observing, she turned to old Lu and inquired. Hearing Luo Ge select them, the individuals pointed out exhibited a moment of surprise, instinctively glancing up at her. Gu Jinsheng also cast a glance at the individuals she had chosen. Of course, you may come forward. At the sound of his voice, the selected individuals stepped forward. The young boy appeared somewhat timid in the presence of old Lu and the others, while the middle-aged man, the woman, and the elderly gentleman displayed composed expressions. Observing this, Luo Ge tilted her head and looked at Gu Jinsheng. My dear husband, what do you think? As you wish. After meticulously appraising the individuals, Gu Jinsheng nodded and smiled at her. Then it shall be them. Very well. With the young couple having reached a consensus, old Lu approached to inspect the elderly gentleman and the limping man. Brother Gu, young lady, are you truly certain about selecting these two? I must admit, Luo Ge possesses an exceptional eye for selection, as these individuals are among the least marketable and have long remained unsold. The woman and child seem to fare better, attracting a fair amount of inquiries, making them easier to sell. However, the man, with his incapacitated leg, poses a challenge, especially since they insist on being sold as a family, creating a rather burdensome situation. Consequently, no one is willing to take them. The elderly man is rather straightforward. Being aged, he is unable to perform any labor, and there are no inquiries even for him. They are all prepared to be cast aside. Having decided to befriend Gu Jinsheng and his companions, he naturally cannot deceive them into becoming unwitting victims, so he felt compelled to offer a word of caution. Upon hearing this, the elderly man and the man visibly stiffened. The elder let out a soft sigh, seemingly resigned to his fate. The man turned to glance at his wife and child, then at his own leg, and the light in his eyes dimmed. To be honest, when Luo Ge initially selected their family, he felt a surge of joy. It was a rare occasion for the entire family to be chosen, offering them a chance to leave this place together. How could he not be elated? Yet now, perhaps it would be better for the mother and child to depart first, sparing them the hardship of enduring this ordeal alongside him. Seemingly attuned to his thoughts, the middle-aged woman quickly grasped his arm, shaking her head in disapproval. Yes, indeed. Just as the man was about to speak, he suddenly heard Luo Ge's resolute voice, which compelled both him and his wife to lift their heads in surprise. Listening to Luo Ge, old Lu turned to glance at Gu Jinsheng, who smiled back, indicating that they should defer to his wife, and expressing gratitude for Lu's assistance once again. It's no trouble at all. Old Lu waved his hand dismissively. Since the young couple had made their decision, he had nothing further to add. He proceeded to gather the contracts for these individuals and calculate their payment. A dead contract indeed carries a higher price than a living one, as the latter has a time limit while the former is binding for life. However, given the circumstances of the elderly man and the man, their worth was minimal. Thus, the elder received 4 taels of silver, the man 5. And both the woman and the young boy received 12 each, totaling 33 taels of silver. Should you require anything further, do not hesitate to seek me out, old Lu remarked, still seizing the opportunity to promote himself, which elicited laughter from Luo Ge and the others. With the exchange completed, they became the permanent servants of the Gu family. This shall be your new master henceforth. Be astute and swift in your actions. Should you fail in your duties and be returned, you will not enjoy the consequences, he warned. The group promptly acknowledged his words. In such circumstances, a firm reminder is essential to prevent any treachery. Subsequently, each individual greeted Luo Ge and the others, acknowledging their new allegiance. The middle-aged man, surnamed Ning, was named Ning Xing, his wife was called Qionyang, and the young boy was named Ning Zihan, a rather pleasant name. It was revealed that he had previously served as a page for the young master of the former household, a name bestowed upon him by that family. However, when the household fell into disgrace, they were sent to this place. At that time, Ning Xing served as a guard for the manor. After an unfortunate accident injured his leg, he was relegated to the role of a gatekeeper. The doctors had examined his leg and deemed it irreparable. Although he walked with a slight limp, it did not significantly impede his daily life. However, the change in weather, particularly during the onset of the cooler season, exacerbated his pain. Xiaonyang had previously attended to the lady of the former household. The elderly gentleman, surnamed Song and known as Song Bo, had been given his name according to the family hierarchy, suggesting a once prominent lineage. Yet, he was now left alone, the last remnant of his family, previously referred to as Uncle Song by those around him. Song Bo had also suffered due to the misfortunes of his former household, which had led to his current predicament. They were bound by ironclad contracts, unable to escape their fate. The matters of purchasing estates and individuals were not to be widely publicized, prompting their placement in the estate, which was in need of labor. Both Ning Xing and Song Bo could drive a carriage, and on their return journey, they took turns at the reins while Gu Jinshun sat beside the carriage door, occasionally offering directions. Xiaonyang sat inside the carriage with Hewn and Luo Ge, both appearing somewhat anxious, as it was their first experience sharing a carriage with their new masters. Just as Luo Ge was about to speak, a loud growl from his stomach interrupted the moment. Hewn's face flushed crimson, clutching his belly in embarrassment, while Xiaonyang grew anxious, glancing at Luo Ge as if to offer an explanation. Realizing their oversight in not providing food, Luo Ge felt a pang of guilt, but they were nearly at the manor, with little opportunity to procure sustenance. "My lady, you didn't mean it. Just wait a moment," Xiaonyang began, but her words were cut short. After a moment of contemplation, Luo Ge swiftly retrieved some snacks from the provisions box in the carriage, distributing them among the two boys. "Here, have a little something to tide you over," she offered. The only remaining items were dried peach flesh and fruit, which were hardly sufficient. Observing the hesitation in Xiaonyang's demeanor, she seemed reluctant to accept, yet the sight of her starving son was hard to bear. "Please take it. It's all that we have left in the carriage. I will prepare more food for you upon our return. We brought you here to assist with the work, and it would not do for you to go hungry." With that, Luo Ge playfully pressed the food into her hands. She then turned to share some with Song Bo and the others outside. Having already eaten a bit herself, she was unconcerned. Song Bo and his companions, having overheard the conversation, did not refuse the generous offering. "Thank you, my lady. Please eat," he encouraged. Luo Ge smiled in response. Noticing that Xiaonyang and the boys were still hesitant to partake, she quickly added, "Thank you, my lady." At this, Xiaonyang finally spoke, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. "Thank you, thank you." Hewn echoed her gratitude in a soft voice. Luo Ge, hearing the tender sound, smiled warmly. He appeared to be merely 8 or 9 years old, still a child in their eyes. "There's no need for thanks. You need not be so anxious. My husband and I are merely ordinary farmers, without any pretensions. As long as you remain loyal and diligent in your work, we shall ensure you are well treated." Luo Ge's voice was consistently gentle, soft, and delicate, yet the adults present discerned a hint of insistence in her tone. "Rest assured, we understand," they replied. As they spoke, they arrived at the estate. Gu Jinshun assisted her down from the carriage and led the group into the premises. After a brief arrangement of their respective responsibilities, he guided them to their accommodations. "There are numerous rooms available. You may choose whichever you prefer. We will bring some provisions shortly for your daily sustenance. Henceforth, this estate will be entrusted to your collective management. The household items, including beds and bedding, have been left behind by the previous owner, alleviating much of their burden. They could settle in immediately." "We comprehend," came the response. The estate was still largely vacant and required minimal oversight, primarily ensuring its security. Furthermore, the eastern land required tilling, and they would later instruct them on how to proceed. This area was intended for a fruit orchard, and in a few days they would procure saplings, but for now, they needed to prepare the planting holes. Once they were settled, Luo Ge led them to the eastern section of the estate, where Gu Jinshun demonstrated how to dig a few planting holes, about 1.5 meters apart and of sufficient depth. "We shall deliver saplings and fertilizer in 2 days," he informed them. Following this, Luo Ge brought them to the warehouse, locating the largest one at the far end. "Does anyone here know how to weave fences?" she inquired, observing the open space outside the warehouse. "I can," answered Song Bo and Ning Xing simultaneously. Upon hearing this, Luo Ge nodded. "This area also requires a fence, approximately this height. You may use the bamboo at the entrance of the estate. It is readily available." She gestured to indicate the height. Do remember to collect only what is necessary. Those bamboos are meant for the fence and should not be excessively cut. Understood, Ning Xing affirmed with a nod. Well, these are the main tasks to attend to. Take your time to familiarize yourselves with the surroundings. After conveying her instructions, Luo Ge and her companions ventured to a nearby village to exchange for some grains, which they handed over to Qianyang. We will return in about 3 days. If you need us, you may find us in Gujia village to the east of the town. My husband is Gu Jinshin. Simply inquire about the new residence being constructed. All right, Qianyang replied earnestly, nodding in acknowledgement. With all arrangements completed, Luo Ge and her group took their leave, turning the carriage around and heading towards the provincial city. In Chapter 97, the joy of counting coins unfolds. Darling, when did you rent this warehouse? Luo Ge asked, bewildered as Gu Jinshan led her into the provincial city, navigating through narrow alleys. He produced a key, stating they could simply place the eggs here. She was genuinely perplexed, having hardly seen him venture out. When had he rented a warehouse? She had intended to find a secluded spot along the way to discreetly manage their affairs, merely to maintain appearances for the villagers. Ahem. It's not rented. Gu Jinshin coughed, scratching his head. Purchased? He silently nodded in affirmation. Upon hearing this, Luo Ge turned her gaze to the courtyard, which was quite spacious, measuring at least 700 to 800 square meters. It was certainly not a cheap property in the provincial capital. Luo Ge remained silent, quietly retrieving the prepared eggs from the space and placing them in the storage, while also setting some aside in the vehicle, patiently awaiting Gu Jinshin's explanation. Clearing his throat, Gu Jinshin continued, not only this residence, but there are also several taverns. You mentioned before that you wish to engage in the tavern business. Are they all in the provincial capital? She inquired. There are some in the provincial capital, and others in the town, he replied, his demeanor subtly evasive, causing Luo Ge to feel restless. Leaning closer, she inquired with a puzzled expression, are your old friends still in business? She recalled that a portion of the initial silver he had given her was earned during his time away with his brothers in trade. Gu Jinshan nodded silently. His business has been doing well, and it should be nearing the level of Fuxin. As he spoke, he pulled out a stack of silver notes from his pocket, each amounting to 10,000 taels. Luo Ge estimated there were several dozen notes, perhaps. Wife, you should manage these, he said, falling into silence again. That fellow had been in business for 2 or 3 years, and when Gu Jinshin returned, he had yet to see significant progress. The dividends he received back then were merely a few hundred taels. However, now, the returns had multiplied considerably. He had recently received the silver notes and a letter sent by that friend, which revealed the current situation. They had shared a bond of life and death, having saved each other's lives. After the latter left the military due to injury to pursue trade, Gu Jinshin had sent silver back home, investing the remainder. At the time, he never anticipated such a substantial yield. Luo Ge suddenly felt a disinclination to strive and fancied becoming a slacker. No, that won't do. Although our dividends are quite substantial now, the primary profits belong to others. Their hard-earned achievements merely grant us a slight advantage. Relying on others is not as dependable as relying on oneself. I must continue to work diligently. This fleeting sense of complacency was swiftly replaced by a resolute determination. It was only a few days ago when I received the letter that I learned about this matter. I didn't mean to keep it from you. I wanted to surprise you with the advanced preparations, Gu Jinshan explained, noticing her prolonged silence and fearing she was upset. He had assumed she would be delighted upon learning the news, but her reaction was unexpected. Please don't be angry. I'm not angry at all. I'm actually quite happy. When we have the time, shall we visit the tavern? Luo Ge said with a playful smile, wrapping her arms around his neck, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Given their current status as minor tycoons, she had no reason to be upset. All right. Relieved by her response, Gu Jinshan playfully tapped her nose, handing her the stack of notes and embracing her. Watching her nestled in his arms, counting the notes, a profound smile graced his features. Wife, are you happy now? He asked after a moment of silent admiration. Luo Ge nodded enthusiastically yes. Experiencing the joy of counting notes for the first time is certainly delightful. Her mouth seemed to stretch towards the heavens. Ahem, is there no indication? Someone coughed twice, pursing their lips with a hint of suggestion. Upon hearing this, Luo Ge tilted her head back, playfully pressing a kiss upon his delicate lips. Not quite enough. Feeling her intention to kiss and then depart, he suddenly whispered, before deepening the kiss. It wasn't until she completely softened in his embrace that he finally released her, a satisfied expression adorning his face. In return, his wife shot him a reproachful glance. Seeing her in such a state, Gu Jinshun took a deep breath, covering her eyes with his hand, his voice husky. Do not look at me like that. The doctor has said that now is an opportune time, and I fear I may lose control and inadvertently harm you and the child. Upon hearing this, Luo Ge's already flushed face turned an even deeper shade of crimson, reaching down to her neck, feeling somewhat uneasy as she squirmed in his arms. She soon heard the sound of his throat swallowing and instinctively retracted her neck, afraid to move any further. After a considerable silence, Gu Jinshun finally set her down. The car has been arranged. Shall we return now? During this time, they had been busy with the matters of preserved eggs and salted duck eggs, frequently handling the eggs from their space. Consequently, they discovered a peculiar property of the eggs. Those retrieved from the space appear to be sturdier than those found outside. It was common for the outside eggs to break during handling, but those from the space rarely suffered damage. The chances were exceedingly slim. However, once cracked open, they seemed no different. Perhaps this was just one of the unique characteristics of the space's produce. In any case, the extraordinary nature of the items from the space was no longer a rarity. It was indeed the norm. All right, she retrieved a considerable amount from the space. It took several trips with 5 vehicles each time to complete the task, consuming a fair amount of time. By the last trip, the moon was already high in the sky. Next time, let us not go so far. We can manage partway back. Another day, we'll find time to bring some chicks and mature chickens from the space to the farm, which will be convenient once it's ready. Good. After a long day of labor, Luo Ge began to drowse. Listening to her drowsy murmurs, Gu Jinshun responded earnestly. By the time they returned to their room, she had fallen into a deep sleep. After tucking her in, Gu Jinshun stepped outside, where Dabao and Airbao stood at the door, eagerly watching him. Uncle, is Annie asleep? Their voices were hushed, afraid of waking Luo Ge. Yes, Gu Jinshun replied, ruffling their hair. Have you eaten? Are you hungry? When they returned earlier, the 2 little ones had not yet come back from school, and Luo Ge had prepared a simple meal and left it in the kitchen before heading out again. Yes, we've eaten. We were good and had what was left in the kitchen. Hearing this, the 2 little ones nodded obediently. All right, I will get you some water. Wash up and then go back to sleep. Okay, Uncle, did you and Annie eat? They were well aware of Luo Ge's condition. She often felt hungry lately and needed to have some snacks on hand, as she required sustenance after dinner and before bedtime. Otherwise, one is likely to feel hungry in the middle of the night. I shall prepare some porridge to keep warm, so when she awakens, it will be ready for her consumption. You need not worry. Upon hearing this, the 2 little ones felt reassured. And after Gu Jinsheng had finished preparing their water for washing up, they obediently returned to rest. Uncle, Annie is still expecting a baby. You should not tire yourselves so much next time. Just before sleeping, the 2 little ones did not forget to remind him, their minds also contemplating. The eldest and the second child will grow up quickly. You just need to wait a little longer. Listening to the little ones speak in a manner reminiscent of adults brought a smile to Gu Jinsheng's face and warmth to his heart. All right, Uncle remembers. He chuckled softly, recalling how, at their age, he was likely only concerned with eating and playing, full of mischief. Chapter 98. The workshop officially opens during this period. Under the meticulous guidance of Luo Ge, Gu Jinsheng's culinary skills have significantly improved. Although he lacks a natural talent for cooking, his strong execution skills have compensated. Following Luo Ge's instructions, he has adhered strictly to the measurements and cooking times, which has yielded satisfactory results. He is now capable of preparing meals independently. While still falling short of Luo Ge's expertise, his cooking is on par with ordinary home-cooked meals. It must be said that the men of this family have a profound understanding of Luo Ge, the sole woman in their household. No sooner had Gu Jinsheng warmed the porridge than Luo Ge awoke. Where are the eldest and the second child? Are they resting? Have they eaten? The first question she asked upon seeing Gu Jinsheng was about the two little ones. It seems the younger ones care for the older siblings, while the older ones have no one to think of them, leaving him feeling somewhat pitiable and unloved. Amused, Gu Jinsheng replied with a hint of helplessness, "Rest assured, they have not gone hungry. I have just warmed the porridge, and the water is prepared. Please eat a bit first, then freshen up and rest." Upon hearing this, Luo Ge felt relieved and obediently ate a little, leaving the remainder for him. She nestled back into his embrace, fully reliant on him, and Gu Jinsheng wore a satisfied smile. The next day, due to the opening of the workshop, Luo Ge and the others rose early. To her surprise, Wang Xiaonyang and Ma Fengani were already waiting at the workshop entrance. One by one, they greeted Luo Ge as she approached. Logically, given that Luo Ge is now considered the head of their household, they should address her with more formal titles. However, Luo Ge insisted they treat each other as friends from the same village, so they continued with their usual terms of endearment. "You all arrived quite early." Initially, they had agreed to come around 8 o'clock. It was barely past 7 when they were already gathered. We couldn't wait to get started, so we rose a bit earlier," Wang Xiaonyang replied with a smile, her eyes brimming with anticipation. Since signing the contract with Luo Ge that day, they had been eagerly awaiting the opening of the workshop. This opportunity differs greatly from their previous work making dried fruits. This time, it is a long-term job. It is indeed rare to find someone in the village who can secure stable employment, making them feel incredibly fortunate to have obtained this position. How could they not feel happy, excited, and filled with nervous anticipation? Upon hearing this, Luo Ge turned to Gu Jinsheng with an amused glance before leading the way to open the workshop. "Luo Ge, what is it that you need us to do? Please feel free to assign tasks." The group behind her curiously surveyed the place where they would soon be working. At that moment, they found nothing to occupy themselves with and eagerly inquired about their duties. Observing their restless eagerness to begin, Luo Ge felt both amused and helpless. "No need to rush. We have not yet reached the designated working hour. As promised, we shall commence at the appointed time. If I were to let you start prematurely, I will be breaking my word. For now, take your time to familiarize yourselves with the surroundings. Rest assured, there will be ample work for you to do here." Indeed, there was little to occupy them at present. Most arrangements had already been made. The 2 large pots for boiling were set up, and both chicken and duck eggs were placed nearby.